In the end, I still cannot escape the assistance of my teacher. Yechin sighed deeply, casting a grateful glance towards the ancient church nestled in the distant mountains. He quickly straightened up, brushed off the snow, and was about to depart. However, a fleeting glance towards the foot of the mountain halted him abruptly, his expression turning rigid. He uttered in surprise, leaning over the edge of the cliff. Below him lay a pitch-black abyss. In Yechin's previous understanding, this chasm should have merely submerged at the base of the mountain, yet today, a casual look revealed to his astonishment that this abyss had risen to the mid-slope, surging upwards like an incessant tide. When did it reach such a height? Yechin murmured to himself, leaning further over the edge. In his exploration, he discerned that the uppermost layer of the submerged abyss was teeming with countless shadows writhing, resembling a multitude of newly emerged maggots, or countless twisted tentacles, eagerly scaling the peak to invade his world. Yechin's gaze penetrated deeper. These maggot-like shadows even twisted their bodies, seemingly waving at him in a beckoning gesture. Simultaneously, a cacophony of indistinct voices enveloped Yechin's ears, as if inviting him to descend and play with them, just for a little while. Then, the inky tide surged into Yechin's mind. His consciousness was, as if drawn by an unseen force, pulled into an unfathomable deep sea. Yechin could not suppress a cry of alarm, turning to survey his surroundings, which were engulfed in the darkness of the ocean. Yet in the depths of that darkness, countless eyes were faintly discernible, fixated upon him, as if yearning for a delectable feast, filling the deep sea with an atmosphere of insatiable greed and fervor. Where is this? Trapped in the abyss of darkness, a terrified Yechin repeatedly pondered this question in his bewildered mind. However, before he could react, a powerful tug latched onto the boy's legs. Yechin abruptly looked down, only to see countless tentacles emerging from the abyss below, wrapping around him without his awareness and dragging him toward the unfathomable depths. The youth hesitated, glancing around, and then he beheld the familiar sight of the snow-capped mountains and sparse pine forests. At this moment, Yechin still stood at the edge of the cliff. There was no deep sea, no tentacles. It all seemed a mere figment of his imagination. Confounded, Yechin, unable to quell his insatiable curiosity, leaned over once more to peer into the abyss at the base of the mountain. Chapter 2. Nightmare. In the face of such an enigmatic and unpredictable situation, Yechin could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Swiftly turning on his heel with his backpack and racing towards the ancient church. Before long, the youth arrived at the dilapidated entrance of a church, which resembled a chaotic ruin nestled on the mountainside of another snow-capped peak. Creak. Yechin pushed open the rusted iron door and entered through the decaying wooden door, stepping into the spacious yet frigid hall of the church. He gazed at the back of a middle-aged man seated in the front row, then set down the wolf pelt beside him. His voice tinged with unease as he spoke. "Teacher, I have completed the hunt." The middle-aged man did not turn, maintaining his posture with his back to Yechin, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Dressed in a long coat and sporting a mane of disheveled hair, even the stubble on his face could not obscure his striking features. His calm and profound eyes were fixed on a shattered idol ahead, leaving Yechin bewildered as to what thoughts occupied his mind. This man was Yechin's teacher, the individual who had nurtured him since he could remember, imparting various life skills, combat techniques, and hunting proficiencies. Yechin only knew him by the name Lyle and referred to him as his teacher. Beyond that, Lyle had divulged little information about himself. Furthermore, Yechin was aware that he was an abandoned infant taken in by his teacher, but the specifics of his origin remained shrouded in mystery. As Lyle had avoided the topic for 17 years, often deflecting with, "You will understand in due time," anxiously biting his lip, Yechin recounted the bizarre sight he had just witnessed. "Teacher, I was near the cliff and discovered that the abyss has encroached upon the mountainside. Just a year ago. It was still at the foot of the mountain." He faltered momentarily, then added, "This can only mean that this world is nearing its end. However, it was inevitable for the abyss to encroach. I have a method to deal with it, so you need not worry. As for the hallucinations you mentioned, there is no need for alarm. With your increasingly refined mastery of the Auling power over these past days, your perceptive abilities have also grown significantly, allowing you to perceive illusions from the abyss that others cannot. This is entirely normal." At this point, Lal shifted the topic. "If all goes as expected, you will soon encounter your first layer of nightmare. If you endure it, you shall officially awaken your unique Auling technique. In doing so, you will conclude your decade-long training. I will conduct 3 practical trials to assess your strength, and before the abyss completely consumes this land, I shall escort you to the realm of the holy light beyond the labyrinth. There, you will find the true place for you as a human being to reside. Thus, it would be wise for you to dine promptly and retire early. Upon hearing this, Yechin ceased his contemplations, nodded in agreement, and turned to leave. In the realm of Lair, nightmares are not the mere discomforts and random dreams experienced during the ordinary slumber of humankind. Rather, they constitute a summons for those who wield the arcane power. Currently, Yechin is but a novice in the utilization of this formidable energy, and it is only through enduring the call of nightmares that he can formally embark upon the journey into this extraordinary realm of power. Thus, the nightmare may also be perceived as a means of breakthrough and awakening of the arcane power. Lair remains seated in the dilapidated hall of the church, gazing silently at the headless statue before him. After a prolonged silence, he exhales softly. Yechin reclines on a thick fur blanket, lost in contemplation of the room's antiquated wooden ceiling for an extended period, before finally closing his eyes, awaiting the arrival of the nightmare. At this moment, the young man's primary objective becomes strikingly clear: to endure the nightmare, awaken his abilities, complete the trials, and ultimately escape this eternal frost-laden land before the abyssal invasion, venturing into the expansive new world beyond, where he can relish a renewed life alongside his family. Initially, Yechin surmised that his anxious thoughts might prevent him from sleeping through the night. However, to his astonishment, as soon as his eyelids fell shut, an uncanny weariness surged through his mind with overwhelming force, firmly seizing his consciousness. Cold, damp, and reeking. Amidst the haze, 2 sensations gradually crept into Yechin's psyche, causing his formerly closed brows to furrow in distress. So cold, so damp, so foul. As his eyelids involuntarily parted, a vivid crimson came into view, jolting Yechin awake from his slumber. What? He gasped in shock, becoming acutely aware that he was seated upon a peculiar chair. His eyes widened as he glanced down at his feet, which were submerged in an eerie pool of crimson liquid. By correlating the pungent odor that filled his nostrils, he deduced that this liquid must be blood. Yechin swallowed hard, his gaze wavering as he surveyed his surroundings. At this moment, he found himself perched within a vast pool of blood, shrouded in a nebulous mist at its edges. The pool was shallow, barely reaching his heels. Even when he instinctively lifted his feet, the surface remained undisturbed, bizarrely still. A blood pool enveloped in thick fog, devoid of any ripples. Contemplating this oddity, Yechin glanced up once more, only to discern shadowy figures drifting around the periphery of the blood pool. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were fragments of various types of weaponry: broken spears, warped hammers, corroded swords, and smoldering firearms. The remnants of every conceivable weapon type seemed to float upon the surface of the pool. What could such a scene signify? Gradually, Yechin rose to his feet, casting a cursory glance at the wooden chair behind him, finding nothing amiss. He then approached the nearest drifting broken blade, instinctively reaching out to touch it. However, just as he was about to complete his action, an unexpected sound suddenly assaulted his eardrums. The cacophony erupted without warning, surging forth from the mist surrounding the blood pool, converging from all directions towards Yechin. In that instant, the once tranquil surface of the blood pool erupted into ripples and waves, while an overwhelming sense of discomfort surged within Yechin's heart, as if his mind were being relentlessly pierced by sharp nails, causing him to instinctively cover his ears in a desperate attempt to escape the onslaught of the peculiar sound waves. What is this noise? What is the source? What will happen next? Like an ordinary dreamer, Yechin was oblivious to the fact that he had just fallen asleep, unaware of his existence within a phantasmal dream. At that moment, his mind was consumed with primal survival instincts, frantically pondering critical questions regarding his existence. The young man tightly clasped his ears, furrowing his brow, and moments later, beads of sweat streamed down his face. At first, upon hearing the tremendous noise, he had thought it akin to the catastrophic sounds of the heavens collapsing. However, in his anguish, he discerned that the uproar followed a specific rhythm, rising and falling in an orderly fashion, both sharp and deep, as if someone were softly humming a lullaby. I cannot afford to be lost in thought. I must acquire a weapon, at the very least. Anything will do. I must grasp something. Struggling against the bizarre sound waves, Yechin forced himself to regain his composure and reached out to seize the rusted, dilapidated knife before him. Yet in the next moment, he realized he had grasped nothing but air, as the blood pool, which he had anticipated, had vanished, replaced by a familiar yet rudimentary wooden ceiling. Exhaling deeply, Yechin, still shaken, gazed at the sunlight spilling onto his bedding and instinctively turned his gaze toward the window. At the far end of the snowy expanse outside, a newborn sun was gradually rising. With the passing of the night, the dawn had arrived, signifying a temporary end to Yechin's nightmare. Temporarily. Chapter 3. The arcane art of blood. A night had passed, and the nightmare had concluded. Yechin stood before the morning sun, lost in thought for an extended period. After refreshing himself, he proceeded directly to the hall of the church, where his mentor, Lyle, remained seated on the wooden bench at the front, seemingly undisturbed throughout the night. "Master, I have emerged from my nightmare," Yechin announced, standing beside Lyle as he began to recount the bizarre scenes from his dream. In stark contrast to Yechin and Apos' anxious demeanor, Lyle maintained an air of tranquility. "The blood pool, the thick mist, the weapons, and the sounds. Is this the essence of your nightmare?" Lyle succinctly distilled the key elements from Yechin's tremulous narration. Yes." Yechin nodded, suddenly recalling something, and posed a question to Lyle. "Master, you previously mentioned that once I experience a nightmare, my strength would significantly increase. Yet, upon waking this morning, I found the concentration of arcane energy within me to be nearly the same as yesterday, with no apparent signs of enhancement. Why is that?" Upon hearing Yechin's inquiry, Lyle paused for a moment, then unexpectedly extended his hand toward Yechin. "Speaking of something entirely different, load a bullet into your revolver and hand it to me." Though perplexed, Yechin complied with his mentor's command, skillfully loading ammunition into the gun's chamber before cautiously passing it to Lyle. To his astonishment, Lyle, without even cocking the hammer, raised the weapon and aimed it directly at Yechin's chest, pulling the trigger with a sudden flourish. Bang! Caught completely off guard, Yechin had not anticipated such an outcome. He was thrown backward, landing heavily on the cold marble floor of the church. Thud! Lying on the ground, Yechin stared incredulously at the blurred patterns on the floor, then instinctively placed his hand over his aching chest. However, as seconds ticked by, he felt no warmth of blood seeping through. Upon further examination, he discovered merely a hole in his shirt, with his skin entirely unscathed by the bullet fired from the revolver. How could it be possible to survive such close range? Yechin sat up in shock, feeling only the swelling on his chest, and picked up the deformed bullet from the ground, his face etched with disbelief. Lyle spoke again, breaking the silence. "The initial nightmare differs from those that may come in the future. Its enhancement of your arcane power is not immediately evident. However, it will directly fortify your physical form and unveil the essence of your abilities. These two aspects are of utmost importance. Thus, conventional ammunition will no longer pose a lethal threat to your body. You have officially taken your first step. While I could communicate this verbally, experiencing it firsthand will yield a far more profound understanding." As Lyle concluded, a rare smile graced his face, devoid of any remorse for the extreme prank he had just executed. After listening to the teacher's explanation, Yechin fell into a moment of speechlessness, yet driven by curiosity. He drew the long knife from his waist and made a delicate cut on his arm. He soon discovered that, although his skin remained soft and did not possess the hardness of tree bark, the blade struggled to create even a trace of blood upon the surface. Only when Yechin infused the power of Auling within him into the blade could it pierce the skin and draw forth droplets of blood. Yechin found it difficult to comprehend the principles behind the enhancement of his physical form, or what kind of mutation had occurred in his body after that nightmarish experience. The intricate details eluded him, as did the understanding of others. All he needed to grasp was that this was the law of the Auling maze. We, the beings who have sensed the maze's summoning, will naturally transform our bodies into the state dictated by its laws upon encountering its essence. The Auling maze and its principles. Yechin echoed Lyle's words, his thoughts soaring instantly. From a young age, Yechin had been informed by Lyle that the Auling maze was a circular realm encompassing all of heaven and earth, including the sun, moon, and stars, dividing the world into two sides. The outer side was the abyssal purgatory, while the inner side was the sacred light sanctum. The small world in which he currently resided, known as the Eternal Winter Vale, was a concealed space within the Auling maze, akin to a small, hidden puddle. Yechin, Lyle, and the residents of Frostwhite City beyond the mountains all dwelled within this puddle. In summary, the Eternal Winter Vale was narrow and precarious, destined to face an inevitable annihilation by the encroaching abyss. When that time came, it would mark Yechin's departure from this place, stepping out of the maze and into the sacred light sanctum, formally entering the realm of humanity. The moment that the teacher once spoke of should be approaching soon. Reflecting on the sight of the abyss drawing near that he witnessed yesterday at the cliff's edge, Yechin pondered inwardly. Yechin, Surrender a few drops of your blood to me. While the youth was lost in thought, the teacher issued a new instruction. Yechin nodded and carefully collected the droplets of blood from the cut on his arm using the blade, handing it securely to Lyle. Lyle took the long knife. His gaze fixated on the blood droplets upon the blade and Appos' surface. Yechin observed quietly, soon noticing a flicker of light deep within the teacher and Appos' pupils, as if he were piercing through the blood to thoroughly analyze its composition. Your core of Auling magic is blood, in conjunction with the fragmented weapons from the nightmare. It seems that only by combining the two can one truly unleash it. Lyle rubbed his brow, his expression slightly weary, leaving Yechin to wonder just how many microscopic entities the teacher had discerned within that tiny droplet. What is Auling magic? Yechin tilted his head in confusion. For while he understood that Auling power could temporarily enhance his physical abilities, Lyle had never enlightened him regarding the concept of Auling magic. Similar to the magic found in fairy tales, this represents an advanced application of the power of Auling. Different individuals experience distinct nightmares, and these varying nightmares give rise to unique pathways for utilizing Auling's power. The essence of each person's soul diverges, leading to different mediums and effects derived from Auling techniques. Some may find their medium in hair, others in skin, while yours is blood, the effects of which remain to be unveiled through experimentation. Upon hearing Lyle's explanation, Yechin contemplatively gazed at the blood upon the blade's surface. At that moment, an extraordinary intuition surged into his mind, prompting his fingers to instinctively smear the blood towards the edge of the blade. Following this action, the minuscule droplets of blood began to swell and reshape, swiftly transforming into delicate ribbons that adhered tightly to the knife's edge. Lyle observed this phenomenon in silence, while Yechin, after scrutinizing the now crimson blade several times, firmly grasped the hilt and aimed the end Appos' blood blade and Appos' at a discarded long bench before delivering a powerful strike. Crack! The aged wooden bench was instantly cleaved in two by the boy's decisive blow. The sensation of slicing through wood, as though it were mere clay, devoid of any tangible resistance, allowed Yechin to ascertain with near certainty that his blood possessed the ability to enhance the weapon's potency. Chapter 4. The First Trial Bang. After the gunshot, a hole appeared on the bench, yet it was smaller than that made by an ordinary bullet, as if its power had been diminished. Witnessing this, Yechin felt perplexed. It was one thing for blood to be ineffective against bullets, but why was the damage reduced? Meanwhile, Lyle, observing from the sidelines, discerned the underlying principle and explained in a calm tone. Ordinary bullets cannot withstand the amplification of your blood, distorting their shape during the acceleration process, which consequently diminishes the shooting effect. However, you might consider directly filling the chamber with your blood. It could yield different reactions. Without hesitation, the youth complied with his mentor's advice. After exposing the revolver's chamber to the air, he pressed the blade against his skin to extract more droplets of blood, attempting to allow it to flow into one of the chambers. As the crimson liquid seeped in, the silver chamber began to emit an unusual glow, evidently undergoing a violent reaction. Under Yechin's astonished gaze, the bright red liquid rapidly coagulated, then expanded and morphed, ultimately crystallizing into a blood-colored bullet, just as he had anticipated. "Ah, truly remarkable," Yechin exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. His fingers instinctively pressed down on the hammer, lifting the silver revolver. And in the next moment, he pulled the trigger towards another wooden bench beside him. Bang! As the gun fired, wood splintered, much like the bloodied blade. The power of this blood bullet was evidently several times greater than that of the ordinary ammunition Yechin had previously discharged, and the lethality was also amplified significantly. Not only could blood enhance the power of melee strikes, but it could also be utilized to craft highly destructive bullets. Lyle murmured softly while observing the dried blood on the remnants of the bench. Surprise, curiosity, excitement, and joy soon intermingled within Yechin and Appos' heart, prompting him to squeeze more blood from the incision on his arm to create a second blood bullet. After all, having just produced 2 blood bullets, he felt a slight dizziness. This was the blood flowing within him, and if he recklessly continued, he would likely succumb to a perilous state of shock due to excessive blood loss. However, if these blood creations could be preserved for the long term, Yechin could gradually accumulate them. Cautiously, the youth stored the Appos' blood bullet and Appos' away, fell into silence for a moment, and finally posed his most pressing question to his mentor, the bizarre sounds and sights that had nearly driven him to madness in his nightmares. "So, teacher, what were the sounds I heard in my dream? Why did they cause me such profound distress? Does every person who has nightmares encounter such sounds?" Perhaps it is the voice of the labyrinth itself, Lao replied, pausing momentarily before offering an ambiguous answer. In the ancient terminology passed down among hunters, those who manage to retain their sanity after experiencing the first layer of nightmares are referred to as those who hear the song. Conversely, those who lose themselves within the nightmares ultimately descend into madness in reality, becoming irrational lunatics, known as the fallen. Lao elucidated slowly. Those who hear the song. Could that sound truly be a melody? It is indeed difficult to fathom, Yechin mused to himself upon hearing this. Subsequently, a multitude of questions surged forth in his mind like mushrooms sprouting after rain. However, after Lao remarked that it was unnecessary for him to delve deeply into these matters at present, Yechin could only set aside his doubts and refrain from further inquiries. From this moment forth, there was no need to hunt beasts on the mountain. Lao granted him 3 days to familiarize himself with the arcane arts. After 3 days, they would commence the trials, which were divided into 3 stages. Upon completing all, Yechin would be free to depart from this place forever. Despite having his daily life consumed by study, training, and hunting for over a decade, the very notion of trials had long since dulled his spirit. Yet, the thought that after this final test he could finally leave the land beneath his feet evoked a complex mixture of emotions within him. Although Yechin had long yearned to escape this small realm known as the Eternal Winter Domain, spanning no more than 1,000 square kilometers, he remained uncertain whether the world beyond would be more beautiful or more grotesque. After all, Lao had never provided him with a definitive answer to this question. The judgment of beauty lay solely in Yechin's own discerning gaze. With the next 3 days devoid of the customary mountain hunting and skill honing, Yechin devoted himself to the study and mastery of his arcane arts. Through experimentation, he discovered that a blade imbued with his blood could sustain its enhancement for a full hour, while the ammunition crafted from his blood could only maintain its form for a fleeting 3 minutes. Once the time elapsed, these sanguine creations would revert to ordinary blood, rapidly congealing, losing all extraordinary qualities. Furthermore, Yechin found that even storing his blood with a coagulant proved futile. This blood-based arcane art seemed to require freshly drawn blood to function effectively. If he produced more than 1 bullet within 10 minutes, he would suffer from intense dizziness lasting several dozen minutes, a significant disadvantage in real combat. This meant that, prior to confirming and approaching his prey, Yechin could only safely store 1 blood bullet in the chamber for stability. Should he require a second blood bullet without succumbing to dizziness, he would need to allow for a rest period of 10 minutes after firing. If the next prey possesses the ability to withstand ordinary gunpowder's lethality, then the blood bullet shall remain a trump card not to be carelessly played. Most of the time, I must rely on blood blades for close combat. Yechin reclined on a fur blanket, gently massaging his somewhat pallid forehead, arriving at the aforementioned conclusion. Although the nightmares had been accompanied by a significant enhancement of his physical prowess, the hematopoietic function within him had also been considerably fortified. However, in the past 2 days, in his eagerness to test his limits, he had perhaps drawn too much blood. Hence, reserving the final day for recuperation seemed most prudent. Having made his decision, the youth closed his eyes, awaiting the dawn of a new day. While the earlier nightmare appeared to have no intention of haunting him again, Yechin found himself utterly baffled by the nature of the nightmare, only aware that he had slept soundly that night. 3 days had passed, and the trial was imminent. In the early morning, Yechin donned his polished long knife and fully loaded revolver, standing in the center of the chapel hall, poised for the moment when his instructor would issue directives. Lao remained seated on the ancient wooden chair in the front row, facing a fragmented statue, with his back to the student Yechin. Before announcing the task, he first posed a request to Yechin. Yechin, recite the 3 tenets of the hunter. The youth promptly articulated the principles imparted by his instructor over the years. The first tenet of the hunter: always maintain rationality, consider every contingency, and do not allow anger or fear to obscure your vision. The second tenet of the hunter: always pursue wisdom and skill, honing oneself to the utmost, extending the path to its extremes. The third tenet of the hunter: always uphold your humanity, at no time should you yield or fall into depravity. Upon hearing this, Lao nodded in satisfaction before formally announcing the content of the first trial. Yesterday, a death row inmate escaped from the Frost-White City at midnight. He is currently resting in the ruins of a village to the south of the mountain. You have only hunted low-intelligence beasts, never high-intelligence beings. Thus this individual serves as an ideal target for you to practice your arcane arts. Your first task is to eliminate him. Remember, he too has endured the nightmare of the labyrinth. Though he has lost himself within the dream, becoming A and Apos, Fallen One, and Apos. He can still wield arcane arts, posing a threat not to be underestimated. Always keep the third tenet of the hunter in mind. Do not falter because he is humanoid, nor let compassion become your downfall. Having conveyed the details of the first trial, Lal gently waved his hand. Go forth. Chapter 5. The ruins of the village. Yechin answered loudly, promptly opening his backpack to conduct a swift inventory of its contents. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, he stepped out of the church, his nerves taut, and proceeded directly towards the ruins of the village below the mountain. In Yechin's memory, Lal had never left the prayer hall of the church, remaining almost perpetually seated in silence before the statue in the main hall. Yet, he exhibited an uncanny familiarity with the signs of erosion in the bordering mountainous region and the information regarding the fleeing bandits from Frostwhite City, as if he were omniscient. Why was this so? Yechin had pondered this question numerous times, but Lal had never intended to enlighten him, always deflecting with, "You will understand in due time." Over time, Yechin had resigned himself to accepting this as a facet of common knowledge. Perhaps, to this small world, his teacher resembled an all-powerful deity. The young man exhaled warm breath as he traversed one snow-laden path after another down the mountain. The biting winds that blew relentlessly against him narrated the harsh climate of this land, yet he had long since grown accustomed to it. The eternal winter domain, true to its name, was a realm of perpetual ice, devoid of the coolness of autumn, the warmth of spring, or the heat of summer. Only the unyielding cold of winter prevailed eternally. This place, while adhering to the fundamental laws of day and night, in the cycle of water vapor, offered an unsettling dissonance. Each day's sunlight bore a unique temperature, and each night's moon phase was a perfect full circle, suggesting a profound rift between space and time. However, for Yechin, who had spent 17 years growing up in this environment, this was merely an ordinary phenomenon. Soon, he would completely bid farewell to this snowy realm, provided he could successfully complete the 3 trials. After less than an hour of travel, Yechin arrived before the entrance of the village ruins that Lyle had indicated. From the earliest moments of his childhood memories, this village had remained in a state of decay, seemingly abandoned by its original inhabitants for a century. Its remote location, devoid of any inhabitants, made it an ideal hiding place for a fugitive. Yechin did not rush into the village. Instead, he took a moment to observe his surroundings. On the main dirt road, where the snow was thinnest, he discerned several large footprints. By the exaggerated size and depth of these tracks, Yechin quickly deduced that the fugitive was a massive frost-white individual, likely possessing formidable strength. Furthermore, recalling Lyle's earlier warning that the target might wield Auling magic, it became evident that this was not an enemy to be underestimated. Hiding outside the entrance, Yechin peered into the village, observing the winding paths of snow and the remnants of various structures. Noticing no suspicious figures, he circled the dilapidated walls of the village and soon discovered a concealed hole in the wall. Yechin crouched down and slipped through a breach, officially infiltrating the village's interior. Familiar with the layout of this place, he understood that there was only one intact structure capable of providing refuge from the biting snow for a fugitive. If his target had indeed made camp here, it could only be at that solitary building. With a clear destination in mind, the youth moved cautiously. However, just as he approached within 100 meters of the roofed residence, something at the street corner abruptly halted his advance. Yechin widened his eyes, gazing intently, and discerned a slender object faintly suspended in the air. It was an almost invisible steel wire, anchored on either end to the fences flanking the intersection, obstructing the path to the house. Turning to examine the other pathways on both sides, Yechin noticed similar glimmers of steel wire, suggesting that these wires were interconnected, forming a circular perimeter with a radius of 100 meters around the dwelling. If Yechin's suspicions were correct, this was likely a form of warning device or a deadly trap. Any disturbance would trigger phenomena such as the jingling of bells or the onslaught of crossbow bolts. The adversary's vigilance was commendable. Yechin couldn't help but admire this, then lifted his leg, gingerly stepping over the steel wire while evading all potential trap locations along the path. After a series of agile movements, he reached the vicinity of the dilapidated yet sufficiently sturdy old wooden house. The cottage was small, covering no more than 10 square meters, with a single cracked wooden door slightly ajar. Peering through the door's gap, Yechin glimpsed a figure huddled in a corner of the room, wrapped in a blanket. The contours visible but the face obscured. Concealing himself in the snow, he observed silently for a while before gently producing a long knife. He drew the blade across his arm, infusing it with his essence. First, he coated the blade's tip with the flowing blood to forge a blood blade. then carefully dripped the remaining blood into the last empty chamber of his revolver. A faint glow erupted as a vivid blood bullet was crystallized. At this moment, he had closed the distance to the figure inside the wooden house to 30 meters, though the target was well within the revolver's range. Yechin did not rush to act. Instead, he stealthily circled the cottage, peering through the shattered windows to reassess the interior from different angles. Yet, despite altering his perspective, there remained a corner of the room shrouded in obscurity, the blind spot shared by the door's gap and the window's edge. 6 months prior, Goda had been an ordinary miller at a small farm near Frostwhite City. He was short and frail, timid and ignorant, oppressed and extorted by the city's thugs by day, and verbally and physically abused by his wife at home by night, living a life devoid of dignity and fraught with poverty. Indeed, one could say that Goda was a pitiful failure. Everything was meant to be so, until he encountered that nightmare. In the realm of dreams, Goda found himself standing in an expanse of wilderness, enveloped in a profound darkness, with its periphery shrouded by a dense fog. Scattered around him lay numerous severed iron chains, strewn across the earth at his feet. Initially, Goda was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. However, upon realizing that the ground beneath his shoes was not the familiar grass of his understanding, but rather a peculiar and twisted black silk, a wave of terror and panic surged through him. This bizarre terrain was adorned with an endless proliferation of ebony strands, interspersed with the remnants of shattered chains. What did all of this signify? How had he come to such a place? What events would unfold next? Just as Goda began to sweat profusely and ponder these questions, he suddenly perceived an enigmatic sound, an intermittent and indistinct noise. Swish, swish, swish. Chapter 6. The fugitive Goda. The sound resembled that of a fierce tempest, akin to the rumble of an earthquake. As Goda instinctively closed his eyes and concentrated on the sound, a terrifying intuition pierced through his mind like a spear, conjuring inexplicable thoughts. Could it be the voice of some colossal entity? This fleeting notion shattered Goda's psyche under the weight of an indescribable force, unleashing a violent wave of nausea that assaulted his body. His will began to crumble, and his emotions spiraled into chaos. As he drew blood from his cheek with his fingertips, the dark strands beneath his feet appeared increasingly akin to the thick hair on his own body, and the scattered chains around him took on the guise of the shackles and iron hoops binding his existence. In a fit of rage, he roared, ultimately awakening from this nightmare. Upon regaining consciousness, Goda was astonished to discover a horrifying transformation had befallen his body. No longer small and frail, he had become tall and robust, feeling a peculiar energy coursing through his limbs, a gift from the Auling maze. Goda was convinced that he had finally reached a pivotal moment in his life. From that point forward, his demeanor underwent a drastic change. No one dared to bully him anymore, for he had become the tormentor. Whether it was the ruffians outside or the fierce wife at home, the once victimized Goda had irrevocably morphed into a perpetrator. Revenge, oppression, violence, ecstasy, crime, addiction. Time marched on, and ultimately, Goda faced the consequences of his reckless actions. As he was placed on the wanted list of Frostwhite City, overwhelmed by sheer numbers, he was captured by the city guards, and the Lord of Frostwhite City decreed his execution by hanging the following day. However, despite the guards' belief in Goda's innate strength, they misjudged his power. They fitted him with specially designed heavy handcuffs and enormous leg irons, yet these oblivious muggles, unaware of the existence of Auling power, failed to grasp Goda's true capabilities. At an opportune moment, he effortlessly broke the chains binding his hands and feet, using them as weapons to demolish the prison walls that very night, thus escaping Frostwhite City. His ultimate destination was a desolate village nestled beneath the snow-capped mountains, far removed from Frostwhite City. Here, Goda sought refuge while contemplating how to continue his frenzied existence. I am favored by it, chosen among men, thus no one can slay me. No one can. A calamity of blood shall surely befall every fool who defies me. In the ruins of the village, Goda curled up in a corner of the only cabin that could shield him from the falling snow, muttering nervously to himself, revealing his filthy, yellowed teeth as he grinned malevolently. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 3 gunshots shattered the village's eerie silence, sending tufts of fabric flying from the blanket that enveloped the shadowy figure. The 3 bullets fired by Yechin struck their target with precision. However, the figure across merely shifted slightly due to the sudden impact, exhibiting none of the expected biological responses, nor did any crimson liquid splatter forth. Indeed, it was nothing more than a decoy. Yechin's intuition proved correct. Given that the opponent had deliberately set up steel wire devices in the vicinity, it was unlikely they would lie in the most conspicuous position within the wooden cabin. The bundle wrapped in the blanket was merely a mannequin constructed from a haphazard assortment of items. While the true prey undoubtedly concealed itself in the blind spots that Yechin could not observe directly from outside. Crack! Just as Yechin reached this conclusion, a shattering sound erupted from a broken window on the side of the cabin, and a massive shadow leapt through, seemingly prepared for the impending assault. The true visage of the fugitive Goda was finally revealed to Yechin, with elongated, pointed ears at the back of his head, deeply sunken eyes of a dark green hue, and skin that was pale yet mottled. Goda bore the unmistakable traits of the only intelligent species, the Frost People, within this eternal winter domain. However, while the stature of the Frost People typically resembled that of humans, Goda, who now stood before Yechin, towered at an imposing height of 2.5 meters, with a physique that was terrifyingly robust, clad in tattered prison rags. His bare hands and feet were bound in spirals of iron chains, muscles taut and veins prominent, and his elongated fangs protruded sharply, more fearsome than those of any beast, presenting an overall appearance akin to a monster emerging from the depths of the wilderness. At the moment Goda unveiled his true form, Yechin aimed his revolver at the target. Yet, seeing Goda merely fixate on him without any immediate action, Yechin felt no urgency to pull the trigger. You are not from Frost City. No. In such a form, you are not even a Frost person. What exactly are you? Goda, locking eyes with Yechin and recognizing the youth's features, felt his previous hostility and fury dissipate, replaced by curiosity and astonishment, momentarily forgetting to move. After all, Goda had never encountered a being resembling a Frost person standing on two legs, yet possessing such stark differences in facial features, prompting him to inquire in Frost language. Though Yechin frequently ventured into Frost City for daily errands as instructed by Lyle, he always donned a cloak and mask, ensuring that the residents had never perceived that there existed an entirely different intelligent species within this eternal winter realm. However, unlike the overwhelmingly curious Goda, Yechin was well aware of his opponent's nature and had no intention of engaging in idle conversation. Seizing the moment while Goda remained still, he swiftly ejected the revolver's cylinder, discarded 3 spent cartridges, and reloaded with precision, carefully adjusting the position of the cylinder. Just as Goda was about to speak again, Yechin's 3 bronze bullets were unleashed with a spark. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire resounded thrice, yet no blood was shed. At the very instant when Yechin fired, Goda had already raised his arms to shield his face and groin. The bullets fired by Yechin struck his chest, abdomen, and thigh. However, Goda merely staggered back a step before firmly regaining his footing. The impact of the 3 bullets left only shallow bruises on his skin, and they failed to even bring him to the ground. Such physical resilience was extraordinary. Could this be the influence of nightmares? What distinguishes him from me? If I were to experience another nightmare, might I also transform into such a formidable being? Yechin silently fixed his gaze on the fugitive Goda, continuing to load his weapon, while his mind was inundated with a myriad of peculiar thoughts. After successfully defending against Yechin's gunfire, Goda casually brushed away the 3 deformed bullets lodged in his skin, twisted his neck with a crisp crack, clearly anticipating that ordinary ammunition posed no real threat to his physical form. Though I know not whence you came or why you chose to assault me, it matters little. Regardless of the peculiar creature you may be, flesh serves to satiate hunger. It seems my day of fasting and sincere prayers has indeed conveyed my intent to it. In the blink of an eye, Goda's expression morphed into a menacing grimace, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth in a sinister grin as he began to drool with excitement, radiating an aura of extreme ferocity. Chapter 7. A shot decides it all, little one. I shall consume your bones, your garments, your weapon, your blade, everything you possess, as a token of my gratitude. Goda erupted into a maniacal laughter, his towering figure surging forward like a colossal stone toward Yechin. The formidable force he generated sent the snow beneath him cascading away like turbulent waves. Sensing the impending threat, Yechin instinctively adjusted the revolver's chamber, aligning the blood bullet with the barrel, ready to fire. Yet, upon witnessing Goda barreling toward him, his arms entwined with iron chains, Yechin swiftly realized that this was not the opportune moment to unveil his trump card. He deftly sidestepped, attempting to outmaneuver Goda. Haha. Goda cackled wildly, swinging his robust arms with all his might. The iron chain in his grasp sliced through the air, producing a chilling whistle as it struck vertically at Yechin. The young man rolled to one side with agility, narrowly evading the chain's lash. In the next instant, the chain crashed violently onto the snow, sending flurries of white soaring as the ground quaked under the impact. Such devastating power. As Yechin crouched to evade, he scrutinized Gorda's aggressive approach. His gaze darted to the two chains coiling around Gorda's arms, realizing they had fused with the coarse hair on his limbs, half copper and half fur, creating an extraordinarily eerie appearance. "Don't run away. Weren't you here to kill me?" Gorda's fervor intensified as he witnessed the boy evade his attack. With a frenzied swing of his arms, the chains lunged at Yechin like famished serpents, striking from both sides. Boom, boom, boom. Despite Gorda's swift and ferocious strikes, Yechin, employing his superior agility, evaded every lash of the iron chains, causing gusts of wind to swirl across the snowy expanse without toppling his figure. After another missed strike from Gorda, Yechin swiftly maneuvered behind the wooden cabin where Gorda had previously concealed himself, seeking to use it as cover to engage in a tactical dance, searching for an opening. "Hey, you wish to play cat and mouse? Sorry, that won't do." Noticing Yechin had circled to the opposite side of the cabin, Gorda merely snorted, devoid of any intention to engage in such games. With a powerful flick of his wrists, the chain surged forward, crashing down with ferocity, obliterating the entire wooden structure. The only shelter in the village was reduced to a heap of rubble in an instant. As Yechin beheld the dust rising from the shattered cabin, he swiftly deduced that the hair entwined with the chains must be the medium through which this fugitive cast his occult powers. From the scene before him, it was evident that the effect of his arcane arts was to merely amplify the destructive force of the chains. However, despite the simplicity of Gorda and Apos' arcane prowess, the might displayed was exceedingly formidable. Even with Yechin's body, forged through nightmarish trials, a direct blow would assuredly result in grave injury. Defense was not the forte of Yechin, thus he naturally sought to avoid confrontation, never daring to clash head-on with his prey. Amidst the swirling smoke, a colossal silhouette emerged from the ruins of a wooden cabin. Gorda, who had effortlessly obliterated a house, wore a mocking and ravenous grin as he fixed his gaze upon the young boy before him. However, without hesitation, Yechin turned and sprinted away, akin to a rabbit desperately trying to escape the jaws of a wolf. How could a delectable morsel slip away? Seeing his opponent display the cowardice of turning his back, Gorda's primal instincts ignited, compelling him to pursue Yechin with fervor. Despite Yechin's agile movements as he darted and dodged, the vast expanse of snow allowed Gorda, with his long limbs, to progressively close the distance, quickly trailing behind Yechin. Once he confirmed that his target had entered his striking range, Gorda raised his arm with intent to deliver a crushing blow with the iron chain coiled around it, aiming to conclude this farce and savor his anticipated feast. Yet, at that moment, his bare foot inadvertently stepped into a barely noticeable shallow pit in the snow. The next instant, the sound of a mechanism activating echoed ominously. Crack! Gorda looked down in astonishment, realizing that his right foot had landed in a concealed animal trap, presumably set by Yechin beforehand. With a dismissive curl of his lip, Gorda felt a profound confidence in his formidable physique, convinced that even bullets could not pierce his skin, let alone a mere trap. What harm could such a commonplace device inflict upon him? However, just as he contemplated this, a surge of excruciating pain flooded his mind, causing his entire body to shudder involuntarily. Gorda glanced down at his right leg in bewilderment, discovering that the ordinary iron trap had not only pierced his robust flesh, but had also grotesquely twisted the bones within. A torrent of crimson liquid erupted from the jagged edges of the device, and in that fleeting moment, Gorda's right leg was rendered as vulnerable as that of an ordinary person, utterly mangled by the trap's sharp teeth. "What?" Gorda exclaimed, astonished and incredulous as he stared at the unexpected predicament beneath him. Meanwhile, Yechin, who had been fleeing moments before, had already come to a halt, calmly raising his silver revolver. Several minutes prior to launching his assault on the cabin, Yechin had anticipated the possibility of a failed attack leading to his prey turning the tables and pursuing him. Thus, he had strategically placed the animal trap nearby, waiting for the opportune moment to lure his target into triggering it. Of course, as a fellow who had endured the same harrowing nightmare as Gorda, Yechin understood that a typical animal trap would likely have little effect on such a formidable opponent. Yet, once tainted with Yechin's blood, enhanced by the power of his occult arts, this trap would no longer be merely ordinary. This information was precisely derived from the experiments conducted by Yechin yesterday. His blood possesses the extraordinary ability to enhance the cutting efficacy of all sharp instruments. Currently, this blood-stained beast trap serves as a crucial contingency against Gorda. As the fugitive lowered his head and reached out, intending to forcefully pry open the trap with sheer brute strength, the revolver in the boy's hand discharged. The crimson bullet erupted amidst a blaze of sparks. Goda's cognitive faculties faltered completely, and his body, ensnared by the trap, became sluggish and clumsy, revealing numerous vulnerabilities. Yet, whether it was an instinct born of life and death desperation or sheer serendipity, he inadvertently shifted his upper body at the precise moment Yechin fired. Consequently, the amp, Oppos, blood bullet, and amp, Oppos, originally aimed at Goda and amp, Oppos' heart, veered into his left shoulder, sparing him from immediate death. Nevertheless, the circumstances for Goda did not improve significantly. For, in the very next instant that the Oppos, blood bullet and Oppos, penetrated his skin, it detonated like a stone cast into water, creating a vivid splash of crimson. Bang! As the blood splattered, Goda's left shoulder exploded. His entire left arm soared into the air, akin to a fish leaping from the water. In the briefest of moments, Goda's upper body was rendered a gruesome tableau, flesh and blood mingling, with bones starkly visible beneath. Chapter 8. Mercy and Calamity. The fugitive, unable to endure the excruciating agony, collapsed to the ground, unleashing a guttural roar. Yet, Yechin offered him no respite, drawing forth his bloody long blade. Gripping the blood blade tightly and charging directly at Goda, the tide of battle was unequivocally in Yechin's favor. Despite the excruciating pain, Goda instinctively sensed Yechin's approach and began to frantically flail his remaining right arm, the last iron chain thrashing about like a dying serpent, creating a fierce wind that temporarily shielded him. However, Yechin remained unfazed, halting just outside the reach of the iron chain's assault. He raised his revolver, aiming at Goda's dazed head, and fired once more. Bang! The bronze bullet struck Goda's forehead with impeccable precision, although it failed to penetrate his skin. It delivered a jarring shock to his already reeling mind. Goda let out a groan of pain, and the movement of his right hand wielding the iron chain faltered. Seizing the opportunity presented by Goda and Oppos' momentary disorientation, Yechin surged forward with his long knife and revolver, closing the distance to a mere 3 meters. The sharp tip of the blade was poised to graze Goda's neck. "You wretched scoundrel, I shall slay you." Goda, confronted with an unprecedented sense of peril, cast aside all restraint and, like a madman, wildly swung his arm, intensifying the ferocity of the iron chain's strikes. With his left hand gripping the long knife and his right hand raised high with the revolver, he attempted to strike Yechin. Each time Goda's iron chain lashed out, Yechin deftly deflected it with his left hand, while simultaneously bringing his right hand down to fire at Goda's head. As the chain swung again, Yechin would hoist his revolver once more, continuing to parry with his long knife. This seamless interplay of cold steel and firepower was one of the combat techniques that Lyra had imparted to Yechin over the years: close quarters, sword, and gun combat. Bang! Clang! Bang! Clang! The young man's blade persistently countered the fugitive's assaults, while his gun relentlessly targeted Goda's forehead. In less than a second, Goda endured 4 more impacts from the bullets, and though he fought through the dizziness, his frantic chain strikes were consistently thwarted by Yechin's bloodied blade. Even though Goda's body had been tempered through nightmarish trials, the bronze bullets, akin to pebbles, pounded relentlessly upon his head, inflicting severe jolts to his already swirling mind. Yechin, anticipating the moment when Goda's spirit would reach its limit, gripped the blood blade with resolve. He executed a fluid arc through the air, evading the iron chain, and deftly severed Goda's remaining right arm. With a resounding splash of blood, the last of Goda's iron chain fell, along with his severed arm, to the ground. The outcome was clear. Yechin's victory was assured. Observing the entirety of their fierce confrontation, one could see that, despite its apparent peril, the fugitive had never once managed to strike the young man directly, not even a single time. Everything seemed to be under his control, precisely what Yechin required. After all, in the realm of hunters, the most dreaded elements are peril and suspense. A competent and seasoned hunter adheres to the principle of stability with utmost dedication. Thud! The fugitive Goda, whose hands had been severed, lay on the ground with a look of despair. The intent of the young man was unmistakably clear. He sought to behead his prey to complete his hunt. Wait! The incapacitated Goda gazed at the suspended blade before him, whispering in terror. Yechin disregarded his words, silently lifting the long knife slightly before forcefully bringing it down upon his quarry. My wife. However, just as the bloody blade was about to plunge into Goda's neck, his sudden outburst caused Yechin to halt his motion. Witnessing Yechin genuinely pause, a glimmer of hope flickered across Goda's pale visage. Please, I beg you to spare me. I do not wish to bring sorrow to my wife, for I long to see her once more. The reason I escaped from prison was for her sake. In Yechin's eyes, Lao's seldom displayed emotions. The gratitude for 17 years of nurturing and guidance had rendered him a paternal figure. Should he ever face death? Yechin might yearn to see his mentor one last time, if only for a fleeting glance. It seems you two possess someone dear to you, do you not? Thus, you must understand my sentiments. Therefore, I implore you, let me go. As hope blossomed within him, Goda soon descended into a torrent of tears, fervently playing upon various emotional strings. Yet, what awaited him in the end was still the blade of Yechin, descending amidst the swirling snow. Swish! A flash of cold light, and the head was severed from the body. Yechin's emotions wavered, yet the instinct of the hunt ultimately triumphed over his sentimentality. The tip of the blade still cleaved through the flesh of his prey, drawing the curtain on this brief hunting expedition. Teacher, I have completed the hunt, Yechin said anxiously, his tone devoid of any joy or pride in his supposed success. Lyle, with his back turned to Yechin, remained silent for what felt like an eternity. The suffocating silence only heightened Yechin's unease. He understood that although he had ultimately claimed the head of his quarry, the hesitation and indecision prior had surely incensed his mentor. I warned you before we set out. Do not let mercy become your downfall, did I not? After a prolonged silence, Lyle finally spoke, his voice cold and measured. Yes, Yechin replied softly, like a child caught misbehaving before a parent. Then why did you waver in the end? Do you not realize that had there been an unseen card hidden in your opponent's hand, or another predator intervening, it could have been you who met your demise? Although Lyle's tone sounded as calm and indifferent as usual, Yechin, who had lived with him for 17 years, could still sense the simmering anger he was suppressing. This realization made Yechin nod cautiously, trembling with apprehension. Upon hearing Lyle's words, Yechin was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of deep discomfort as he began to regret his naivety. Ultimately, Lyle's voice erupted, fueled by his rage. Do you understand that your recent actions could render you prey? The middle-aged man's voice echoed through the chilly prayer hall, carrying an overwhelming force that shattered the rows of benches behind him, sending countless splinters flying into Yechin's face. Although the youth recognized his wrongdoing, he was nonetheless stunned by the spectacle before him. In his memory, no matter how grave his past mistakes had been, Lyle had never expressed his emotions so overtly as he did at this moment. This instance was entirely different. From Lyle's seething fury, Yechin vaguely sensed an incongruity, as if there were additional emotions intertwined with his anger. Perhaps it was anxiety. What has happened to my teacher? Yechin pondered in confusion while hastily bowing in apology. After his outburst, Lyle lapsed into silence, and after a long pause, he spoke again. Enough. Remember, do not commit such mistakes again. I reiterate, do not let compassion become your downfall. Yechin nodded vigorously, his face awash with remorse. For the first trial, I shall tentatively consider you competent. The sun has yet to set. We can proceed directly to the second trial. What say you? Would you prefer to rest a day? Or shall we tackle both trials at once? After hearing this, Yechin glanced at his palm. Although he had just engaged in a perilous battle with Goda, his correct decisions and decisive actions had left him unscathed. If he had to mention anything, it would be that when using the blood blade to sever the chains, his wrist had been somewhat strained by the force, but such a minor injury would clearly not hinder him from continuing the trials. I believe it would be better to face them together. Chapter 9. The second trial days prior, an ice ape in the frigid pine forest became tainted by the abyss. Its form and appearance underwent a grotesque transformation, and its temperament morphed into a savage frenzy, driven by an insatiable hunger that compelled it to mercilessly slaughter various beings. Your task is to hunt this creature, a challenge that constitutes your second trial. The bewildered youth pondered aloud. How could the abyss manifest here? Is it not confined to the boundaries beyond? The frigid pine forest was not far from the borders. Perhaps a subterranean tunnel had unwittingly bridged the realms, allowing this contamination to seep through. Nevertheless, you must engage with the abyss without overthinking it. Focus solely on dispatching your prey. The journey is not short, so mount your steed. Although your target is a beast untainted by nightmares, the corruption of the abyss has endowed it with a power distinct from the arcane arts, rendering it far more perilous than the fugitive you recently vanquished. Exercise caution and remain ever mindful of the hunter's 3 tenets. With that, Lyle gestured, signaling the conversation's conclusion. Understood. I shall depart at once. Yechin scratched his head, still perplexed by the abyss's intrusion, Yet he chose not to further interrogate his mentor. He swiftly organized his weapons and provisions and stepped outside the church's grand doors. In the open expanse of snow outside, a magnificent black stallion stood amidst the swirling snowflakes, its deep-set eyes radiating a serene yet extraordinary aura. The horse, as if preemptively receiving its master Lila's instructions, pawed the ground and exhaled warm breaths, prepared to welcome Yechin. This was Lila's beloved steed, Black Chi, from Yechin's earliest memories. This noble black horse had been a steadfast companion to the mentor and disciple. Yechin's horsemanship had been honed atop Black Chi's broad back since childhood. Though Black Chi was merely a horse, to Yechin, it was as irreplaceable as Lyle, having watched him grow, regarding him with the tenderness of a parent. The youth gently stroked the old horse's sturdy neck, and the venerable creature affectionately nuzzled against him, creating an intimate moment between man and beast. All right. The frigid pine forest lies to the west, Black Chi. Let us set forth. Yechin skillfully mounted the horse, taking the reins in hand. In an instant, Black Chi lifted its powerful hooves and, like a tempest, galloped down the mountainside with Yechin astride. The ancient church where Yechin had long resided, along with the surrounding mountains, was situated in the southeastern region of the eternal winter sanctuary, while the frigid pine forest lay to the southwest. Although they were located at opposite ends of a small world, the distance was less than 50 kilometers. Coupled with Black Chi's remarkable speed and stamina, Yechin arrived at a broad woodland path within approximately half an hour, the howling wind accompanying him. The snow-laden forest enveloping him marked the site of his second trial, the frigid pine forest. Indeed, we have arrived, however, in such an expansive area. How shall we locate the ice ape? Yechin pondered while seated upon his steed. The places where he had honed his hunting skills in the past were typically the mountains near churches. Although he had gleaned some understanding of the cold wind pine forest through literature, he had never personally traversed its terrain, leaving him unfamiliar with the local landscape. The reason Lyle did not specify the precise location of this trial might be to observe how Yechin would navigate this realm of uncertainties to resolve the dilemma. Yet, shortly after Yechin began contemplating his next course of action, a faint rustling sound suddenly emanated from the thicket beside the path. Years of honed combat instincts compelled him to swiftly draw the revolver, fully loaded with ammunition, from his waist. To his surprise, emerging from the underbrush were not ferocious beasts, but 5 frostfolk clad in fur coats, armed with rifles and bows. Upon their first glance at one another, Yechin promptly lifted the mask hidden beneath his collar, concealing his visage from the nose down. The long-eared, pale-skinned individuals initially wore solemn expressions, their longbows drawn, seemingly prepared for a fight to the death. However, upon realizing that the source of the disturbance was merely a mounted traveler, they instinctively lowered their weapons, gazing at Yechin with expressions of bewilderment. It appeared these individuals were not brigands, but rather inhabitants of a nearby village adjacent to the cold wind pine forest. The leader of the frostfolk approached, scrutinizing Yechin's concealed face for a considerable time before cautiously inquiring in frost tongue, "I have never seen you in these mountains. From whence do you come? And what is your purpose here?" Yechin spoke with an air of calm and naturalness, a skill honed through years of training under Lyle, allowing him to deceive the villagers without revealing any hints of his true intentions. However, upon learning of Yechin's identity, their expressions collectively turned grim. Just as Yechin was about to express his confusion, the leader shook his head with a deep sigh and hoarsely explained, "Recently, an exceedingly dangerous giant ape has emerged, wreaking havoc throughout the cold wind pine forest, leaving a multitude of consumed creatures remain scattered within. Moreover, several villagers from our community have been devoured. In an effort to halt this beast's atrocities, we have banded together to hunt it down. Therefore, if you, an uninformed city dweller, wish to survive, it is best to leave this forest before nightfall. Alas, it seems the beast tainted by the abyss has wrought such grave consequences." Yechin sighed inwardly and nodded towards the group of villagers intent on slaying the man-eating monstrosity. "I understand. Count me in as well." "What?" Upon hearing this, the crowd appeared momentarily bewildered. However, the youth seated upon the steed nonchalantly shook the gleaming revolver in his hand and calmly proclaimed, "I, too, am a hunter. I have come on this quest to hunt the ape. Allow me to join your ranks and lend you my assistance." Chapter 10. The Pine Forest of Cold Winds and the Intricately Woven Woods. A fully armed contingent was advancing into the depths of the Pine Forest of Cold Winds. At the forefront were 5 individuals hailing from the nearby village, while trailing behind was the young man, Yechin, who had journeyed from afar. Considering the uneven terrain of the forest, which would hinder the elderly horse, Yechin, from keeping pace, Yechin allowed it to roam freely along the forest path. choosing instead to accompany the local villagers on their quest to hunt the man-eating gorillas. Royd, are you truly willing to permit this enigmatic stranger to join our expedition? He scarcely dares to reveal his face. I suspect he harbors ulterior motives, voiced a concerned companion. Even if he has escaped from the prison of Frostwhite City, he surely cannot align himself with the monstrous creatures. Our strength is already limited. Any additional aid is undoubtedly beneficial. Upon hearing Royd's reassurances, the companion momentarily set aside his suspicions, focusing instead on the task of identifying the malevolent force responsible for the deaths of numerous villagers. As they journeyed, Royd, the leader of the hunting party, took a moment to elucidate the circumstances of his village and the nature of the malevolent gorilla. Displaying an amiable demeanor that indicated his gratitude towards this unexpected ally, Royd's village was named Cold Wind Village, a self-sustaining agricultural community. However, being ensconced within the mountains, it was not immune to the threats posed by ferocious beasts. To safeguard their home, a cadre of skilled hunters, like Royd, emerged as guardians of the village. The ice gorillas of the pine forest were the adversaries with whom the guardians had the most frequent confrontations. Typically, these creatures measured around 1 meter in height and primarily subsisted on fruits, posing little threat, akin to ordinary monkeys. Yet, each year, a unique leader among the ice gorillas would arise. This creature not only reached a staggering height of 2 meters, but also possessed terrifying strength and an innate penchant for violence and domination. It would often assault the villagers of Cold Wind Village for sport. Even so, over the years, the Guardians managed to protect their village through their numerical advantage and weaponry skills. However, as Royd's narrative progressed, his expression darkened, seemingly ensnared by unsettling memories from the past. But what? For reasons unknown, this year's leader had undergone a transformation. It had swollen to an imposing 3 meters, with an exaggerated increase in strength, and its assaults on Cold Wind Village had become 100-fold more brutal. No longer motivated by mere amusement, it seemed solely intent on devouring the villagers. With the emergence of this unprecedented leader, a dozen victims swiftly fell prey to its ferocity, their fates invariably ending with their bodies being crushed by the creature's sharp teeth, subsequently devoured whole. Not only that, the stomach of the head ape has thoroughly ravaged the forest, leaving no trace of the various creatures, great and small. As Yechin followed the guards team along the frigid pine forest, the path was strewn with the remnants and corpses of those unfortunate animals devoured. This year and Appos' head ape seemed to be driven by an insatiable hunger, transforming into a feral beast. Among the 10 or so victims who perished in Hanfeng village, half belonged to the guards, including Lloyd and Appos as comrades. The haunting memory of their terrified and despairing expressions before they were torn apart filled Lloyd with profound grief and rage. His teeth ground together in fury, indicating his deep-seated hatred for the flesh-eating monster and an intense yearning for vengeance on behalf of the victims. The influence of the abyss was indeed grotesquely exaggerated. Upon hearing the tragic circumstances of Hanfeng village, Yechin fell into silence. He had previously thought of the abyss as merely a repulsive, viscous substance akin to mud, never imagining that creatures tainted by it would undergo such drastic transformations in form and dietary habits. It was akin to a different kind of nightmare. Ever since the head ape underwent some alteration, the territory of the ice ape had vanished, as its subordinates had been completely devoured by it. The once thriving ice ape den was now littered with bones. The monster now roamed various areas of the cold pine forest daily, incessantly feeding on other living beings. Lloyd shook his head and explained, however, our leader, Pang Sing, has been tracking it daily. A few hours ago, we spotted the signal smoke he ignited in the village, prompting us to set out. Now, if we simply follow the traces left by Pang Sing, we shall soon encounter that beast. Yechin observed the trees around him and noticed that at intervals of about 10 meters, there were cross-shaped marks carved into the roots. These must be the markings left by the leader of the guard team, Pang Sing. At this point, Yechin ceased to speak further, merely preparing himself for battle at any moment, continuing to follow the Hanfeng village guard team deeper into the pine forest. An hour later, Lloyd led the group to a small hill within the forest, and upon seeing the abruptly severed root markings, his expression turned bewildered. What is he doing? Could it be he has encountered misfortune? No, their leader was exceptionally strong. He could not be so easily dispatched. The suddenly disoriented guards were swiftly overcome by confusion and unease, beginning to chatter among themselves. Lloyd anxiously scanned the surroundings, seeking the towering figure of his leader, while Yechin bent down to examine the uneven, snow-covered ground, gently probing the area with his hands. Soon, he discovered several indistinct, large depressions resembling footprints. Lloyd, the head ape, is likely nearby, and your Pangsung may already be doomed. As Yechin whispered urgent reminders, he swiftly drew a straight blade across his arm, the crimson-tinted edge radiating a faint luminescence, exuding an intensely chilling aura. "What did you say?" Lloyd stammered, just as a sudden shout erupted from one of his companions. "Look, isn't that Ponson's hat?" The guards promptly gathered at the sound, discovering a gray wolfskin hat lying askew in a concealed crevice of the hillside, its surface marred by indistinct dark red stains. Ponson had worn this hat every day for decades. It was inconceivable that he would abandon it in such a place. It seemed he had indeed fallen victim to foul play. Lloyd gazed at the bloodstained hat, his expression darkening significantly. Just as the group from Cold Wind Village hesitated in the face of this unforeseen turn of events, a resounding sound suddenly reverberated from the base of the hill. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, everyone felt a distinct tremor beneath their soles, as though the entire hill was violently shaking, provoked by the arrival of some unknown creature. Chapter 11. The ape corrupted by the abyss. Sensing an impending danger, Lloyd could not help but draw a sharp breath, swiftly retrieving his longbow, nocking an arrow, and peering cautiously over the edge of the hill. Below, amidst the dense pine forest, a colossal shadow, reminiscent of a small mountain, swayed on two legs as it approached the hill where Lloyd stood, causing the ground beneath him to tremble violently. "Quick, everyone, prepare for battle," Lloyd bellowed at his comrades upon catching sight of the ominous figure. The guards, understanding the gravity of the situation, hastily drew their bowstrings, readying their arrows for an imminent assault on the target. "Stay calm. It has not yet entered our range." Noticing that one of his companions was nearly trembling with tension, Lloyd patted him on the shoulder, urging him to regain his composure. However, in the next moment, another comrade behind him panicked, having realized that the outsider, Yechin, who had been lingering at the back of the group, had mysteriously vanished. "Where's that outsider gone? Did he run off? Forget about him. We must unite and avenge Ponson. Indeed, let us exact revenge for our leader and skin that beast alive." The group roared in unison, their spirits soaring. At that very moment, the enormous shadow had finally reached the base of the hill, now merely 50 meters away from the guards. As the distance lessened, although the figure's face remained cloaked in the shadows of the trees, Lloyd and his companions discerned that it was gripping something grotesquely in its massive hands. They observed that the shadow and Apos' left hand clutched a dripping, block-like object that continuously oozed liquid onto the ground, while its right hand raised a long, gruesome item to its mouth, mimicking the actions of a figure gnawing on chicken legs as it walked. What could it be holding? The revelation struck them. The dripping block was the carcass of their former leader, Ponson, reduced to a grotesque state, having been severed of its limbs and head, blood cascading to the earth. In its right hand, the shadow held a bloodied human arm, flesh and bone alike being consumed with morbid delight. In that moment, the guards comprehended the horrific truth. The shadow was feasting upon their once revered leader, now a tragic meal for the monstrous ape. Just as the fallen beast littered the cold, windswept pine forest, as the air turned icy around them, the shadow's true form was finally revealed in the light, a massive ape. Its rotund belly prominently displayed. Its fur, once pure white, was now marred by patches of dark, viscous mud, staining its coat a ghastly half-black, half-white, with countless tiny tendrils writhing within its fur. Upon catching a glimpse of the terror etched upon the face of the frostbitten man, the colossal ape stretched its maw into a sinister arc, cackling malevolently as it proceeded to devour the remnants of Ponson's arm, reducing it to a grotesque pulp accompanied by the sickening sound of splintering bones. "Fire!" commanded Lloyd, whose intellect evidently surpassed that of his companions by several magnitudes. Seizing the moment before his comrades' resolve crumbled entirely, he issued a directive for a desperate stand. His commanding shout jolted those around him back to lucidity. Although fear gripped their hearts at the sight of the towering fiend, they understood that the arrows must be loosed, for they would not succumb to inaction. Meanwhile, Yechin crouched silently atop a lofty pine tree near the gathering of villagers, attentively monitoring the unfolding scene below. Prior to their arrival at Ponson's marked location, Lloyd had informed Yechin of the recent assault on Frostwind Village by the head ape. During that encounter, the guard squad discovered that no conventional gunpowder could penetrate the ape's formidable hide. Their weapons could only inflict superficial wounds that bled, but proved ineffective otherwise. Following this realization, the guard squad, under Ponson's leadership, altered their strategy, ultimately deciding that arrows laced with a potent toxin would serve as their primary weapon against the head ape. This lethal concoction, meticulously crafted by Ponson, was exceptionally virulent. Beasts tainted by it in the Frostwind Pine Forest never lasted beyond 10 seconds, invariably meeting a swift demise. Thus, even though the power of their arrows paled in comparison to that of firearms, should the arrowheads breach the target's skin and allow the deadly poison to infiltrate the ape's being, the guard squad still held a glimmer of hope for vanquishing this fearsome creature. Now, the youth concealed among the treetops yearned to witness the efficacy of this audacious plan. With a flurry of swift movements, the guard squad unleashed 5 arrows, each tipped with the lethal toxin, aimed directly at the giant ape. However, in the face of this onslaught, the head ape remained unfazed, merely opening its mouth to consume the last remnants of Ponson's corpse. Indifferent to the arrows raining down upon its hide, the arrows struck true, embedding themselves into the ape's belly and chest, albeit with some difficulty. Success! Several members of the guard squad erupted in cheers, believing the foolish and arrogant beast was unaware of the true nature of their arrows, and thus had neglected to defend itself. Surely, in mere moments, it would come to regret its underestimation. The head ape stood motionless, gnawing on Ponson's remains, when suddenly its body convulsed. Just as the onlookers prepared to revel in the apparent effects of the toxin, the creature belched loudly, nonchalantly informing them that it had merely choked on its hasty meal and that there was no cause for alarm. The toxin hasn't accumulated sufficiently. Shoot again. Enraged by this mockery and humiliation, Lloyd commanded his companions to prepare for another round of fire. The poisoned arrows fell upon the head monkey's body like relentless raindrops, yet it merely grinned mischievously, trudging forward with heavy steps towards the village guard, undeterred even as its belly and chest were pierced by arrows. It seemed as though the abyss had consumed all these toxins for the head monkey. The strategy of the guard had utterly failed. Perched atop the treetops, Yechin, with a composed expression, reached this conclusion in his mind. He then drew his revolver, allowing the freshly spilled blood from his arm to drip into the chamber, swiftly solidifying into a vivid red blood bullet. Chapter 12. Whispers of the Wraith. The relentless barrage of poisoned arrows struck the muscular chest of the colossal ape like a torrential downpour, leaving its front bristling with arrowheads, resembling a hedgehog at first glance. Yet, despite this, the corners of the beast's mouth remained twisted in a grotesque grin as it methodically plucked the arrows from its body. Advancing towards the group with a tremulous gait, "Lloyd, the poisoned arrows are utterly ineffective. Shouldn't we flee?" The members of the guard squad, having unleashed 6 volleys upon the beast without effect, grew increasingly alarmed, their spirits waning, casting helpless glances at their leader. Lloyd clenched his jaw, acutely aware that the failure of this hunt was now an undeniable certainty. Thud. In the next moment, the massive ape collided with the small hill like a meteor, fracturing the ground into a spiderweb of cracks, effectively blocking the retreat of Lloyd and his companions. "Look out, it's coming." As they beheld the descending behemoth, its gaping maw fixed upon them with hungry intent, the emotions of the guard squad reached a breaking point. "Oh no." All members, save for Lloyd, began to cry out in panic, hastily retrieving their rifles and unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the creature. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets pounded against the ape's fur. Yet to it, their assault was akin to the mere scratching of flies. Spread out and find an escape route. Faced with the dire situation, Lloyd issued his final command in a trembling voice, preparing to join his comrades in a desperate attempt to suppress the monstrous foe. However, as Lloyd's gaze inadvertently fell upon the ape's enormous, undulating belly, his finger poised to pull the trigger suddenly faltered. For, as the distance between the beast and Lloyd dwindled to a mere 5 meters, he realized that the irregular contours on the creature's swollen abdomen were not mere folds of skin, but rather the grotesque visages of its previous victims. From the vast expanse of the ape's belly, Lloyd discerned the features of deer, wolf, and bear faces, indigenous denizens of the Emerald Forest, instinctively knowing they were the unfortunate souls consumed by the beast not long ago. And then, there was a human face. A face marked by despair, mouth agape, wailing in torment. Though only a vague outline remained, the features of that visage would forever haunt Lloyd's memory. It was the face of his former mentor, the leader who had taught him the art of combat and led the guard squad to protect Coldwind Village. It belonged to a man named Ponson. Once, Ponson had been strong, dependable, a paragon for Lloyd and every villager of Coldwind. Yet now, the sight of this man's demise was pitiful, powerless, and steeped in terror. Upon witnessing such a harrowing and sorrowful scene, even Lloyd, the most psychologically resilient member of the Guardian squad, found the last bastion of his mental fortitude beginning to crumble. as his will disintegrated. The phantom of Ponson emerged from the depths of the ape and Apos' belly, enveloped by a myriad of dark, viscous substances, and floated directly before Lloyd. The specter of Ponson pressed its visage against Lloyd's, who gazed intently into the distorted features wrought by despair, listening to the bone-chilling lament that emanated from the ghostly figure. Lloyd, I am in such pain. It is so dark, so damp, so suffocating. I feel so uncomfortable. Why couldn't you have come sooner? If you had arrived earlier, perhaps I would not have perished. I am so lonely. I wish for you all to accompany me. I hope the members of the Guardian Squad can reunite. Therefore, relinquish your resistance. Follow in my footsteps. Let us journey to that place. Let us descend into the abyss and become one with it. Upon hearing this, Lloyd's grip on the shotgun faltered, ultimately slipping away in a moment of helplessness. Ponson's ghostly whispers exuded an eerie power. Mere words shattered several vital strings within Lloyd's heart, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance and unconsciously planting the desire to follow this specter. Simultaneously, Lloyd's comrades, standing beside him, began to take notice of the terrifying manifestation upon the ape's belly. Like Lloyd, the shadow of Ponson materialized before them, its icy voice dismantling their resolve, causing their hands to involuntarily loosen. Thud, thud, thud. The shotguns fell to the ground with a dull thud. Just a brief moment of close observation led to the immediate collapse of the Guardian Squad and Apos' spirits. Even the notion of fleeing was extinguished. Faced with these stunned and compliant prey, the corners of the ape's mouth twisted even further in a sinister grin. It slowly approached the nearest Lloyd, extending its massive arms, and in an instant seized the defenseless Lloyd, lifting him into the air, preparing to devour him whole. However, just as the leader of the Guardian Squad was on the brink of meeting his demise within the ape's maw, a young figure, long concealed among the treetops, finally sprang into action. His prolonged silence had been a strategic wait for the moment when the ape would be within the optimal range for his assault. At that instant, a surge of potent oral energy converged at Yechin's feet, and as he leaped with force, this extraordinary energy transformed into a formidable explosive power, propelling him across a distance of over 10 meters, directly toward the gaping vulnerability of the ape and Apos' back. The youth brandished a bloodied longsword in one hand while maintaining his balance with the other, executing a graceful spin in midair. He then channeled the pent-up strength from his waist into the razor-sharp blade, aiming a fierce strike at the back of the head monkey's neck. However, just as the edge of his sword was poised to cleave the creature's throat, the inky sludge clinging to its back began to writhe, as if issuing a warning to the beast. Danger was imminent. Heeding this alert, the head monkey instinctively hurled aside the Lloyd it had been grasping, promptly leaning forward and rolling away. This agile maneuver caused the trajectory of the youth's blade to veer, merely slicing through the outer layer of skin that the dark sludge obscured on its spine and severing its tail, failing to deliver a fatal blow. Originally, the youth had intended to swiftly incapacitate the head monkey by severing its spine in close combat, followed by a rapid draw of his firearm to unleash blood bullets at its vital points, maximizing the damage inflicted. Yet, he had not anticipated that the creature, under the influence of the abyss, possessed awareness even from behind. Moreover, propelled by the explosive accumulation of Auling power, the speed of his downward slash had transcended that of ordinary beings, yet the creature still managed to evade with remarkable agility. Clearly, the abyss had significantly enhanced the monster's swiftness. Had the youth opted to fire blood bullets from the shadows initially, it was highly likely that the creature would have detected the attack and evaded its crucial areas, suffering only slightly more severe injuries than it currently bore. This abyss truly posed a formidable challenge. As he landed gracefully, the youth contemplated these thoughts, soon noticing that his longsword, now tainted with a trace of abyssal substance, emitted a hissing sound, as though it were igniting. Looking down, he observed the dark sludge, writhing like maggots, hastily making its way toward his hand that gripped the sword's hilt. However, before it could reach him, the blood smeared along the blade purified these repugnant substances, reducing them to mere ash that dissipated into the air. It appeared that his Auling techniques held a powerful restraining effect against such abyssal matter. The injured head monkey, after rolling in the snow and mud, did not relent. Instead, it immediately pounded its legs against the tree trunk, unhesitatingly curling its form into a compact ball, launching itself toward the youth with fierce determination. In that fleeting clash, it had come to realize that this young man was no ordinary individual akin to the Guardian Squad. The blade that had so easily sliced through its fur signified that the youth was not an opponent to be underestimated. Henceforth, The head monkey's demeanor transformed from lethargy to fervor. The gushing wound had fully awakened its primal instincts, compelling it to unleash its strength and, in unison with the dark sludge adorning its flesh, to rend the youth into shreds, savoring his tender blood and flesh to quell their insatiable hunger. The duel between hunter and prey was now poised to commence in earnest. Chapter 13. The first encounter with the abyss. The colossal figure of the head ape curled up like an enormous boulder, launching itself high into the air, casting a shadow that enveloped Yechin entirely. In the next instant, it unleashed a fierce gust of wind with its terrifying weight, akin to a mountain crashing down upon Yechin. With a resounding boom, the massive ball of flesh that was the great ape smashed down, causing the hillside to collapse. In that fleeting moment, the earth shattered, and snow and mist erupted violently. The strength of the head ape was formidable, yet its speed was even more astonishing. Had it not been for Yechin harnessing the power of the Auling beneath his feet to swiftly evade the impending attack, he would have surely sustained grave injuries. Thus, even though Yechin's body had undergone the relentless trials of nightmares, he found himself unable to confront the beast head-on. Instead, he had to exploit its weaknesses while leveraging his own strengths. After dodging the head ape's ferocious strike, Yechin chose not to pursue but instead leaped down from the collapsing hill. The immense shadow in the swirling snow and fog followed closely in its wake. With legs measuring 2 meters in length, the head ape effortlessly closed the gap, its half-red, half-black arms suddenly raised, raining down blows towards the fleeting figure of Yechin. The thuds echoed relentlessly as the giant ape pursued the youth, battering the surrounding pine trees, yet it could never quite land a hit. Listening to the cacophony of destruction behind him, Yechin maintained a calm and composed demeanor. After a relentless chase of over 100 meters without touching a single hair on Yechin, the head ape's frustration grew palpable. In a fit of rage, it seized a nearby pine tree trunk and hurled it at the youth's retreating figure. With a resounding crash, the head ape beamed with foolish delight, believing it had finally subdued Yechin, who lay motionless on the ground. However, just as the ape prepared to savor the sweetness of Yechin's flesh, a sharp iron trap suddenly snapped shut from the snow, inflicting numerous dark crimson wounds upon its broad foot. Startled, the head ape stumbled forward, triggering 2 hidden animal traps concealed beneath the snow, which clamped down on its hands, staining the pristine white ground with warm ape blood. While Lloyd and his companions had been distracted by a lost hat moments before, Yechin had swiftly set these traps at the foot of the hill, then climbed a pine tree to observe the unfolding events, ultimately leading to the current predicament. Now that the head ape had fallen victim to its own fury, Yechin, with merely a slight bruise on his shoulder, found no further need to feign incapacitation. He sprang to his feet, raised his gleaming revolver, and as the head ape struggled to rise, he aimed for the glaring vulnerability of its heart and pulled the trigger. Bang! The vivid crimson blood bullet surged forth, accompanied by a dazzling spark, and struck fiercely against the chest of the great ape, effortlessly tearing through its skin and piercing its flesh, directly infiltrating the enormous heart within. Then, with a ferocious explosion, it detonated. Boom! With a resounding crash, a gaping hole was left in the left side of the ape's chest. In an instant, the great ape ceased all movement, collapsing backward, its formidable weight stirring up a flurry of snowflakes from the uneven ground beneath it. Yechin stood 5 meters away from the colossal creature, frozen in place as he witnessed the scene unfold. Though he was certain that his blood bullet had undoubtedly pierced the creature's heart, he sensed, albeit faintly, that the abyssal entities clinging to the giant ape's exterior had not ceased their activity. They clung to its fur like sludge, seemingly swirling and tangling, and emitting an unsettling buzzing sound. A foreboding feeling arose in Yechin's mind, prompting him to prepare to cleave the ape's head in two. However, as he approached within 3 meters of the ape's body, he suddenly noticed the strange wrinkling of its massive belly beginning to writhe ominously. Yechin instinctively retreated a few steps, and within mere seconds, the dense folds of skin on the ape's abdomen morphed into outlines of various animal faces: wolf, deer, bear, culminating in the visage of a large human face. The owner of that human face was none other than Goda, the fugitive he had hunted down earlier that morning in the abandoned village. Having observed the Snow Wind Village's guard squad attacking the great ape from his perch in the treetops, Yechin had sensed something was amiss. As the ape approached within 3 meters of the guards, led by Lloyd, they inexplicably lowered their firearms. Yet from Yechin's vantage point, the ape had made no aggressive move, nor did any spectral entities emerge from its belly. It merely ambled slowly toward them, while the guards appeared to lose their will, surrendering without resistance. Such an odd spectacle would arouse suspicion in anyone's mind. And while Yechin was certain Goda had indeed perished at his hands, he soon realized that these folds, transformed by the abyss, were capable not only of manifesting the various victims consumed by the ape, but could also directly tap into the memories within his mind, launching even more sinister and efficient psychological assaults. As Yechin pondered this, he continued to retreat, while Goda's face materialized on the ape's belly, suddenly surrounded and coalesced by the abyssal substance, swiftly transforming into a ghostly form that flew rapidly toward Yechin. Then, a torrent of reproaches and desperate pleas emanated from the specter's lips, piercing the air and echoing in Yechin's ears. Why is it that despite having no enmity towards you, you chose to take my life? Oh, how I yearn for one last glimpse of my beloved wife. Why can you not show mercy and allow me to see her once more before my demise? You are truly heartless, so utterly heartless. Come with me, take me to my wife, and in that moment, I shall forgive you. You desire forgiveness as well, do you not? Faced with the specter, the youth listened intently to the chilling voice, although a flicker of emotion passed across his countenance. It lasted but a fleeting moment before he severed it with his bloodied blade. Begone! With a mental fortitude surpassing that of ordinary men, Yechin raised his arm in wrath, wielding the blood blade to rend the soul of Gadar into countless fragments. Having learned from Lyle that Gadar's wife had been slain by his own hand, Yechin felt no unease from the moral condemnation. Instead, it only incited his disdain, allowing him to swiftly regain his composure. As the blade's light swept through the air, Gadar's shattered form did not reassemble but rather dissipated into a multitude of dark particles, ultimately vanishing into the frigid atmosphere. The abyss, truly not to be underestimated. The shadow of that man-eating monstrosity had, unbeknownst to him, already vanished from sight. Chapter 14. Fear and determination upon witnessing the head ape's disappearance, leaving only a chaotic scattering of snowflakes and blood, Yechin's expression shifted dramatically. He had clearly not anticipated that during the brief moment he had been distracted by Goda's ghost, this behemoth, whose heart had been thoroughly obliterated, not only retained its vitality but could also rise from the ground and scuttle away, even with 3 traps still clamped onto its body. Where could it possibly go? Crack. Creak. The sounds of bones shattering and flesh tearing echoed from the gaping maw of the giant ape. A symphony of carnage as torrents of blood erupted from its razor-sharp fangs, staining the snow a vivid crimson. Yechin quickly surveyed the scene, noting that the only survivors were 2 dazed members of the guard, unresponsive to the head ape, and the captain of the guard, who had been knocked unconscious by the earlier assault. All other unfortunate souls had left behind only bloodstains, their fate sealed by the beast's maw. Beast. A flicker of regret coursed through Yechin's heart, yet as a hunter, he swiftly quelled his emotions with reason, refraining from impulsively attacking and instead observing the head ape's peculiar behavior. He soon discerned that as the monster feasted, the gaping wound in its chest, created by the blood bullet, was rapidly being filled and mended by a substance from its fur, as if it were fabricating a second heart on the spot. This creature, tainted by the abyss, was consuming living beings to perpetually regenerate itself. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yechin brandished his blade and charged at the back of the head ape. However, the warning from its inky, muddy exterior alerted the beast to his approach. Without hesitation, it seized another dazed guard member, executing a deft leap and roll to narrowly evade Yechin and Appos' strike. The head ape then made a grand leap, swiftly retreating into the depths of the forest, leaving behind a pool of mingled blood, quietly flowing at Yechin and Appos' feet. Seeing this, Yechin did not rush after the quarry, for he understood that his own speed would not suffice to catch it. He quickly approached the remaining 2 members of the guard, addressing the one who stood in a stupor. Are you all right? Yet, the individual paid him no heed, merely staring vacantly into the void, muttering incoherently. I'm sorry, Ponson. I am truly sorry. It is all my fault that you have come to this. I will come to accompany you. I will atone for my sins. With that, the member bent down to retrieve the fallen hunting rifle. Yechin could not discern his words clearly and was momentarily oblivious to his intentions. By the time Yechin comprehended the situation, the member had already taken the gun into his mouth and without a moment's hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang! Blood and flesh splattered before Yechin as members fell to the ground, their heads shattered, brains smeared upon the earth, their deaths tragic. Gazing at the lifeless body beneath him, utterly devoid of spirit, Yechin took a deep breath, clenched his fingers tightly, and approached the dazed Lloyd. He crouched down and forcefully slapped Lloyd's cheek. Lloyd, wake up. After several resounding slaps, The captain of the guard quickly regained consciousness. Outsider, so you didn't escape. Lloyd, holding his throbbing cheek, looked at Yechin with confusion, only to realize the nearby snow was soaked with blood. And beside him lay a corpse with a crushed skull. Panic surged through him, and he began to scream in terror. Yechin had initially feared that upon awakening, Lloyd would succumb to despair and take his own life, and he was prepared to intervene. However, seeing Lloyd's frightened demeanor, it was evident that his spirit had not shattered as completely as others. There was still hope for him. Others, have they all perished? Facing Lloyd and Appos' sorrowful inquiry, Yechin silently nodded. Upon seeing this, Lloyd's face turned ashen. He had once believed that as long as they united, they could ultimately vanquish that man-eating monster, just as the guard team had defeated formidable foes in the past to protect their village. But once the adversary was entwined with that dark, viscous, sinister sludge, everything changed. Reality became brutally harsh, filled with despair, leaving Lloyd unable to see any glimmer of victory. Yet, just as he was about to succumb to utter hopelessness, the calm voice of the youth resonated like a tolling bell, reigniting the cold embers of Lloyd's spirit. Stand up, Lloyd, the hunt is not over. I injured the head ape, but it fled deep into the forest. If you do not wish for your comrades' sacrifices to be in vain, lead me. What? Upon learning that the head ape, impervious even to poisoned arrows and gunpowder, had been injured to the point of retreat, Lloyd's expression froze in disbelief. He looked up at the young man before him, only to find a pair of unwavering blue eyes, devoid of fear or hesitation, fixed intently upon him. Are you serious? Lloyd's voice trembled in response. Indeed, otherwise that monster would have no reason to abandon you. It was I who frightened it away, Yechin stated matter-of-factly, his demeanor devoid of any boastful pretense, merely recounting the truth. On one hand, his recent close encounter with the head ape had left his psyche battered. Although Lloyd's mind seemed relatively intact, the fear that the head ape had instilled in him was already deeply rooted. Lloyd could no longer bear the sight of that terrifying beast. He wished to vanish from its view entirely. At that moment, all he desired was to flee to the world's edge, seeking refuge in a hidden cave, willing to subsist on leaves and mud for the rest of his days, rather than confront that creature cloaked in dark filth. However, on the other hand, he found it impossible to ignore the sacrifices made by Panson and numerous companions. Furthermore, the villagers of Snow Wind Village, along with his own wife and daughter, required someone to stand up and protect them. The sense of responsibility cultivated over the years rendered Lloyd incapable of abandoning them. He yearned to shield the villagers and his family from being torn apart by the creature's razor-sharp fangs, not wanting them to suffer the same brutal fate as his fallen comrades. He truly wished to avert his gaze from the gruesome spectacle of others being devoured by that beast, especially his beloved wife and daughter. The thought of such a cruel outcome was more excruciating and despairing than his own demise. Make your decision swiftly, Lloyd. Will you come or not? Yechin glanced at the pocket watch in his hand. It had been a minute since the beast had vanished. If Lloyd remained unwilling, he would have no choice but to follow the blood trail, bracing himself for the search. For the longer they delayed, the more time the prey had to recover. And Yechin could not afford such delays. I will go. Lloyd furrowed his brow, finally managing to voice his answer through trembling lips, nearly on the verge of tears. Count me in. His determination ultimately shattered the grip of fear. Struggling to rise, he shouted in defiance, reclaiming the fallen rifle and bow. His eyes reddened as he boldly declared to Yechin, "Follow me. I know exactly where that beast will retreat to heal." Chapter 15. Unforeseen circumstances. The cliff at the innermost depths of the pine forest, chilled by the biting wind, serves as the lair of the ice monkeys. Should the mutated leader of the monkeys seek a refuge to heal its wounds, it is highly likely it would venture there. Historically, the leader monkeys that we, the guardians, have wounded in previous years have always sought this shelter. Although this year's leader monkey has undergone extraordinarily peculiar transformations, I still believe its instincts will guide it to that very place. Lloyd led Yechin through the rugged terrain of the pine forest, attentively observing their surroundings while sharing his insights. The intelligence of the leader monkeys has always been significant. They would not easily reveal the location of their lair to outsiders. When pursued by enemies, they deliberately take convoluted paths, leaving behind disordered tracks to mislead pursuers within the labyrinthine pine woods. Thus, opting against a direct pursuit was indeed a prudent decision. That beast has ruthlessly slain the majority of my comrades, if it is not dealt with. It won't be long before Cold Wind Village faces calamity. I must ensure it pays for its bloodshed, without fail, Lloyd murmured softly, as if to reinforce his own resolve. Following this, the two fell into silence, meandering along the winding earthen slopes of the pine forest. Along their path lay the remains of various creatures, all unfortunate victims targeted by the leader monkey. Amidst the pervasive stench of blood, Yechin and Lloyd finally arrived at the entrance of the cliff. Here, countless dismembered corpses of ice monkeys were carelessly strewn across the snow, silently narrating the horror and madness of the leader monkey. With practiced ease, Yechin ejected the revolver's cylinder, squeezing drops of blood from his arm into the chamber. Under Lloyd's astonished gaze, a brand-new blood bullet rapidly materialized. Despite having surpassed the 10-minute threshold, Yechin still felt a slight dizziness upon the bullet's creation. However, he managed to endure it, knowing it would not significantly hinder the forthcoming battle. He tucked the revolver back into his cloak and then picked up the longbow and quiver. These were weapons Yechin had scavenged from one of Lloyd and Apos' fallen comrades. Yechin quickly checked the durability of the bowstring and ensured that his blood on the arrowheads was functioning correctly. The surface of the sharp tips was entirely enveloped in his blood, completely masking the original dark green poison, and emitted a faint, shimmering glow. On the journey to the cliff, Yechin disclosed to Lloyd that his blood possessed the ability to enhance the potency of weapons, although the intricate details were to remain confidential. Initially incredulous, Lloyd had no choice but to accept this absurd principle given the urgency of their situation. Lloyd's expression momentarily froze. He had initially believed Yechin was inviting him to engage in battle alongside him, only to realize that he was merely to serve as a guide. It is perilous for you to venture alone. Allow my arrows to be stained with your blood as well, so that I may contribute to our combat strength. After a brief hesitation, Lloyd clenched his fists and made this suggestion to Yechin. He had long been prepared for a life-or-death confrontation with the head ape along the way. Now, it seemed utterly unjust for him, a local, to stand idly by while the outsider, Yechin, took it upon himself to face the beast alone. Nevertheless, Yechin resolutely shook his head in refusal. I cannot guarantee that my blood will be effective in another's hands. The risk is too great. You must not accompany me. His firm denial left Lloyd momentarily speechless. However, in a bid to be cautious, Yechin shared some of the blood from his arm with the tip of Lloyd and Apos' arrow. Should it prove effective, Lloyd would possess a means of resistance if he found himself isolated, a gamble worth taking. Very well, be careful. I shall wait for you here. Yechin nodded, raising his bow and stepping forth towards the cliff. Yet, scarcely had he taken 10 steps when a fleeting glance revealed small, insect-like shadows crawling among the scattered skeletal remains of the ice apes in the snow. Instantly, the youth's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance. As he focused on the nearest ape carcass, Yechin recognized the true nature of those tiny shadows. They were identical to the dark muck that had previously clung to the head ape, substances known as abyssal matter. At that moment, an unsettling thought pierced Yechin's mind. The abyssal matter on the head ape might be stripped away and utilized as a surveillance tool to signal him. Under the watchful gaze of these black substances, his current position could very well have been revealed to the head ape. Had their roles been reversed, Yechin would undoubtedly have seized the initiative, launching a preemptive strike before being ambushed, catching his foe unprepared and decisively altering the unfavorable circumstances. As this realization dawned upon him, a severed tree trunk in the distant sky plummeted like a spear, hurtling towards Yechin and Apos' location. With a thunderous crash, the massive log struck the ground, shattering the tranquility of the pine forest. In an instant, snow and dust erupted, and the earth trembled. Behind him, Lloyd's face drained of color, his body trembling uncontrollably. What's happening? He stammered, gripping his bow tightly as he beheld the sudden chaos. Yet, the swirling snowstorm obscured much of his vision, leaving him in a state of utter confusion, unable to discern the enemy's presence. However, a figure soon emerged from the snowstorm, sprinting towards him. It was Yechin, who had narrowly evaded the falling trunk. Upon his arrival, he shouted urgently, "Fall back." Lloyd was momentarily stunned, before he could fully comprehend the situation. The shadow beneath his feet began to expand and deepen ominously. "It's above you." With another shout from Yechin, Lloyd looked up to see a colossal, blood-red mouth, adorned with sharp fangs, descending from the heavens, poised to strike with ferocity at his head. Lloyd stared vacantly at the insatiable maw before him. In the darkness deep within that throat, the eerie force that had once tormented the minds of many of Lloyd's companions reemerged, manifesting as the mournful specter of Ponson, directly instilling a sense of dread within Lloyd's consciousness. In that fleeting moment, Lloyd forgot to move, forgot to breathe, standing still with a pallid visage, quietly awaiting the abyss to consume the entirety of his existence. Chapter 16, Overwhelming Bang. In a desperate bid to preserve Lloyd's life, he unleashed his trump card, the blood bullet, right from the outset. This action was an instinctive response driven by Yechin's nature, executed without a moment's thought, as his body moved autonomously. The vivid red blood bullet struck the massive form of the head ape, exploding violently upon impact on its flank. A wave of horizontal force erupted, sending the entire creature crashing into a nearby pine tree, timely rescuing the dazed Lloyd below. Crash! The towering pine, unable to withstand the exaggerated weight of the giant ape, splintered into countless fragments, while the beast continued to careen into the subsequent tree trunks, toppling 5 pines in succession and carving out a 10-meter swath of snow before finally coming to a halt. Lloyd stood just behind me, and as soon as he appeared, he fired. Boom! Accompanied by a tremor in the earth, the silhouette of the head ape dashed out from the mist. Both Yechin and Lloyd, prepared for this moment, released their bowstrings in succession before the ape could react, launching arrows tainted with Yechin's blood. Whoosh! Both displayed remarkable accuracy. Yechin struck the ape and Apos' shoulder while Lloyd hit its thigh. However, only Yechin and Apos' arrow successfully pierced the creature and Apos' flesh, while Lloyd and Apos' arrow merely grazed the surface, leaving a shallow mark that failed to affect the head ape significantly. Indeed, it was only in my hands that the art of blood could demonstrate its true potency. Realizing the nature of his own arcane abilities, Yechin promptly instructed Lloyd to retreat, for the battle had escalated beyond Lloyd's capacity to engage. Fall back, but do not stray too far. If it turns to pursue you, I may not reach you in time to protect you. Though reluctant, Lloyd gritted his teeth and, in a bid not to hinder Yechin, decisively withdrew to the side. Meanwhile, the head ape, struck by Yechin's blood-infused arrow, rolled several times in the snow before staggering to a stop, clutching its shoulder and roaring in agony. During its struggle to dislodge the arrowhead, Yechin keenly observed that the blood wound he had inflicted on the ape's flank, as well as the penetrating injury on its shoulder, had all been completely filled by abyssal matter. This, however, caused the darkened patches on the giant ape's exterior to significantly diminish. It appeared that this creature, tainted by the abyss, had a limit to its regenerative capabilities. As long as substantial wounds continued to be inflicted, it might ultimately be slain. Grasping this crucial insight, Yechin swiftly nocked a second blood-stained arrow, aiming directly for the ape's thigh. Whoa! The head ape evaded successfully, landing on all fours, stirring up a chilling wind as it charged at Yechin with ferocity. The youth, unhurried, consecutively released his third, fourth, and fifth arrows. Yet each was deftly evaded by the agile head monkey. Regardless of its imposing size, it remained a nimble creature. And for Yechin to strike this swiftly moving and evasive quarry with arrows proved exceedingly challenging. Recognizing the futility of his approach, Yechin decisively discarded his bow and arrows, drawing forth the long blade from his waist. In the next instant, the head monkey lunged towards him, its fierce and frenzied visage revealing a clear intent. It sought to engage Yechin in close combat, unleashing its brute strength to the fullest. However, even with the beast mere inches away, Yechin's gaze remained unwavering. The monkey raised its massive fist high before delivering a crushing blow aimed at Yechin. In response, Yechin calmly sidestepped, avoiding the powerful strike, and swiftly drew his revolver from his coat, aiming it directly at the monkey's head. This action provoked a visceral reaction from the head monkey, conjuring memories of the earlier encounter where the blood bullet had effortlessly shattered its flesh, prompting the beast to instinctively raise its arms in a desperate bid to shield its face. Though Yechin's revolver at that moment contained only 5 rounds of ordinary ammunition, devoid of any additional blood bullets, it nonetheless served to elicit a defensive response from the head monkey. Yechin had previously fired only 2 blood bullets during their confrontation, never employing standard copper ammunition. His intention was twofold. Firstly, the ordinary rounds would have minimal effect on the monkey, whose physical resilience surpassed even that of Goda. Secondly, he aimed to instill the illusion that the revolver still held more blood bullets. As long as the head monkey recalled the terror of having been struck by a blood bullet, it would likely feel trepidation every time Yechin raised his weapon. At such a close range, any hint of apprehension could lead to a vulnerability. This was the crux of Yechin's strategy, to project an aura of menace and create an illusion of danger. Observing the head monkey's defensive posture, Yechin swiftly placed the revolver between his teeth, gripping his bloody long knife with both hands. He then executed a decisive strike at the exposed left leg of the head monkey. The razor-sharp blood blade sliced through the creature's flesh, inflicting a wound deep enough to reveal bone, eliciting a pained howl from the monkey. Yet, just as the beast, startled and enraged, flung its arms wide in an attempt to counterattack. Yechin would release the revolver, grasping it firmly in his hand, once again presenting the intimidating prelude to firing. Startled by the cold barrel aimed at it, a wave of unease surged within the head monkey, compelling it to protect its head with both arms while launching a series of ferocious kicks towards Yechin with its remaining limbs. However, the head monkey clutched its head with both hands, one foot struggling to support its body while the other attempted to launch an attack. This strained posture significantly diminished the speed and power of its counterattack, with its erratically flailing leg barely grazing the hem of Yechin's garment, yielding no substantial effect. The young man, biting down on the revolver's grip meant to intimidate, firmly grasped the hilt of his long blade, moving with agile and steady steps to evade the monkey's fierce kicks. He continuously brandished the elongated blood blade, creating swirling arcs of crimson, ultimately inflicting numerous lacerations upon the monkey and Apos' right leg. Swish, swish, swish. For a full minute, the head monkey unleashed a flurry of powerful kicks towards the shadow before it. Yet it achieved nothing. Instead, most of the flesh and blood from its right leg was mercilessly severed by the nimble figure, spilling warm monkey blood upon the white snow. With a pained howl, the head monkey began to wail in agony. At this point, it finally comprehended that Yechin was far from an ordinary opponent. Both in courage and skill, relying solely on brute strength was futile against him, and soon the thought of fleeing began to form in its mind. Nevertheless, Yechin's blade remained steadfastly fixed upon the head monkey, affording it no opportunity for escape. It was evident that the youth would not release his quarry, particularly since the head monkey had voluntarily engaged in close combat, now seeking to withdraw from the fray. Such behavior appeared exceedingly reckless and naive. After all, this was no mere game. It was a genuine battle of life and death. The head monkey wished to retract its decision. But how could Yechin grant it that chance? Swish, swish. Yechin and Apos' blade continued to carve away at the head monkey and Apos' flesh, nearing the point of severing its kneecap. The head monkey found itself unable to retaliate or escape, left only to continue its futile and enraged roars, persisting in its meaningless resistance. Yet, as the outcome of this deadly struggle loomed near, an unexpected turn of events presented itself before Yechin. He observed the pitch-black sludge that had once enveloped the head monkey's body suddenly converging toward its throat, swelling alarmingly in a matter of moments, transforming into a grotesque growth comparable in size to its head. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, an ominous premonition began to stir within Yechin and Apos' heart. Chapter 17. The commitment. The inky sludge surged into the throat of the head ape, causing its neck to balloon grotesquely, pulsating like a heart, evoking a sense of imminent explosion. Faced with this sudden transformation of its own flesh, the expression on the head ape's face was one of utter astonishment, clearly taken aback. It appeared that this series of events was not of its own volition but rather a consequence of the abyssal substance that governed its actions. Beholding the bizarre spectacle before him, a myriad of danger signals coursed through Yechin's nerves, compelling him to immediately harness the power of the Auling, propelling himself at full speed away from the prey. Just as Yechin retreated 10 meters, the mass swelling at the ape's neck reached its maximum limit. In the next moment, it began to contract violently, expelling the unknown substance stored within its body into its mouth. Driven by this peculiar energy, the head ape could not resist the urge to open its maw wide, allowing torrents of dark saliva to spew forth, accompanied by an ear-splitting, piercing roar. At the instant the ape and Apos' cry reverberated through the air, the atmosphere before it was ripped apart by terrifying sound waves, creating countless distorted ripples that radiated outward from the ape. Within mere milliseconds, these ripples had surged toward Yechin. Although he promptly raised his arms and knees, preparing for an emergency defense, the moment the ripples made contact, he still perceived a resonating sound that surged violently within him. Boom. Almost immediately, a profound discomfort engulfed the boy's mind. The pressure within his body became drastically unbalanced, causing his internal organs to tremble and convulse. Puff. A series of mournful cries erupted from within him, prompting Yechin to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. Simultaneously, he was hurled several dozen meters by the tempest generated by the ape's roar, tumbling multiple times before finally coming to rest on the soft snow-covered ground. Ugh! Yechin groaned painfully as he struggled to rise from the ground, despite his body having endured the trials of nightmares. The deafening roar of the ape still sent his internal organs into disarray, an overwhelming sense of dizziness and nausea assailing him, making it difficult for him to maintain his footing. Had he not fortuitously landed in the soft, snowy mire, which cushioned most of the impact, he would have surely sustained far greater injuries. The boy forcefully patted his head, striving to regain his composure, and immediately raised his revolver in a gesture of intimidation, wary of the prey's potential pursuit. However, the distant-head ape did not charge at Yechin. After unleashing that terrifying roar, exaggerated gashes appeared on either side of its mouth, continuously gushing with ape blood, rendering its expression one of extreme fatigue and weariness, as if it had suffered a significant backlash from its own ferocious cry. With a soft whimper, the head monkey scratched the corner of its split mouth with its fingertips, then touched the thick layer of pitch-black muck that had congealed around its neck. In a fit of frustration, it began to pound the ground beneath its feet, its fierce gaze directed menacingly at Yechin in the distance. Despite feeling dizzy and nauseous, Yechin maintained an air of composure, gripping a gun in his left hand and a knife in his right, unwavering in the face of the head monkey's violent intentions. He exuded a fierce determination, as if he were prepared to dismantle the beast before him. The young warrior understood that in such dire moments, revealing any hint of fear would only incite the primal rage of his adversary, transforming him into prey rather than predator. The man and the monkey stood frozen in the snowy expanse, each observing the other's every move, locked in a tense standoff for a full minute. Eventually, as Yechin tentatively stepped forward, feigning an intention to attack, the head monkey scratched its cheek in irritation before unleashing a long, anguished howl, seemingly seeking to vent its frustration elsewhere. It then turned abruptly and sprinted down the mountain, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Not long after the head monkey's departure, Yechin exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground to vomit as he struggled to expel the dizziness and nausea from his system. Regaining his composure, he staggered to his feet, and as he lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings, he quickly realized the sheer force of the monkey's roar had knocked down pine trees in the vicinity, causing them to tilt precariously. A sense of foreboding crept into Yechin's heart, and as he turned to look for the white frost man who had been following him, he spotted a motionless figure lying in the snow at the other end of the forest. It was Lloyd, sprawled in a pool of blood, the snow beneath him stained a vivid crimson. Yechin's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed to Lloyd's side, only to find him unrecognizable. Blood flowed profusely from his ears, eyes, nostrils, and lips. When Yechin tore open Lloyd's shirt, he discovered that the man's chest and abdomen were grotesquely contorted, and even the previously closed wound on his stomach was now oozing dark crimson. Yechin knelt beside the white frost man, remaining silent for a long moment. He refrained from administering any first aid, placing his palm gently on Lloyd and Apos' shoulder and softly calling out his name. The young man understood that there was nothing more he could do. Lloyd's injuries were beyond salvation. After all, Lloyd was merely an ordinary man, untested by the crucible of nightmares, his body frail and vulnerable. Though he had stood farther from the epicenter of the head monkey and Apos' earth-shattering roar than Yechin, even at a distance of 30 meters, his body had still been mercilessly ravaged by the sharp sonic waves. At present, the man's internal organs lay devastated and shattered by the cacophony of the ape's howls, with profuse bleeding evident throughout his body. It was clear that his time was limited. On the outsider hearing Yechin's call, Lloyd struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, blinking a few times to expel the blood pooling within his eyes, and then, with a trembling and hoarse voice, he softly inquired of Yechin, "Am I to perish?" "Indeed, I regret to inform you." Yechin nodded solemnly, articulating the grim reality. "I am sorry for failing to protect you." "Is that so?" Lloyd blinked again, his bloodshot eyes reflecting a hint of tears. He drew several labored breaths, softly murmuring, "Alas, you were never obligated to protect me. It is I who should apologize. As a local, I have been of no assistance to you." Upon hearing this, Lloyd's crimson eyes seemed to shimmer with tears. After gasping for air, he suddenly raised his hand with great difficulty, and Yechin, without hesitation, grasped it firmly. "Outsider, though it may seem presumptuous, I have one final request. Might I trouble you for assistance?" Lloyd choked on his words. "The monster is fleeing towards the direction of Coldwind Village. It has devoured nearly all the creatures in this area. Therefore, it is likely to slaughter the villagers next to replenish its strength." Furrowing his brow, Lloyd painstakingly forced each word through his bloodied teeth. "My wife and daughter are also in the village. Outsider, I implore you, save the people of Coldwind Village, save my wife and daughter. Protect them. Do not allow that demon to take away more lives." Upon hearing this, Yechin clasped the dying man's cold, damp hands with determination. "I promise you, I shall do my utmost." With a bloodied face, Lloyd managed a bitter smile, revealing his crimson lips, and then gazed at the flurrying snowflakes against the dim sky. The light in his eyes ultimately faded, extinguished along with his last breath. Chapter 18. The Rescue of Coldwind Village. Yechin gently set down Lloyd's lifeless hand, then swiftly raced to a higher corner of the cliff. After confirming the direction of the nearest road leading out of the forest, he immediately retrieved an ancient whistle from his pocket and brought it to his lips. The shrill, clear sound of the whistle pierced through the pine woods of Coldwind, and without hesitation, Yechin sprinted towards the road. With the eruption of his Auling power, the young man dashed forward, breaking through the forest's edge in mere minutes. Ahead, in the center of the wide road, the sturdy horse, Yechin, was already prepared to gallop. Yechin, take me to the village in the south, and do so as swiftly as you can. Yechin leapt onto the saddle of Yechin's back, pointing towards the outline of the village nestled below the mountain. The horse immediately understood his intent and, with a powerful kick of its hooves, surged towards Coldwind Village. The sound of Yechin's solid hooves rhythmically struck the ground, sending plumes of snow and earth flying into the air, creating waves of white. The scenery around Yechin shifted rapidly, and the biting winter wind lashed against his face, tousling his hair. The horse picked up speed, hurtling forward at a terrifying pace of over 100 kilometers per hour, emerging from the mountains and racing towards the open plains, quickly approaching the entrance of Coldwind Village. Despite the piercing cold, Yechin kept his eyes wide open, and what he saw at the village entrance shocked him. The walls and fences lay in ruins. A scene of utter devastation, clearly the aftermath of the monstrous man-eating ape's rampage. Lloyd's concerns had proven correct. After eliminating Yechin as a threat, the creature had indeed launched an immediate assault on Coldwind Village, seeking to quench its wounds with the flesh and blood of the villagers. Slow down, Yechin urged, prompting Yechin to gradually reduce its speed. As they approached the village gates, Yechin was met with the cacophony of collapsing structures and the terrified screams of the villagers. Following the sounds, he beheld a colossal figure wreaking havoc in the center of the village road. Surrounding it stood a handful of armed guards, desperately resisting, while dozens of terrified villagers fled in panic. The situation left no room for hesitation. Yechin quickly surveyed the chaotic surroundings and formulated a strategy. He picked up a spear, perhaps dropped by one of the village guards. Yechin, charge forward. Yechin swiftly scraped the spear's tip against his palm, staining it with bright red blood, and shouted towards the horse. Humph! Open fire. Cover the villagers' retreat. The remaining guards of Coldwind Village formed a semicircular formation around the giant ape, raising their firearms and bows to shoot at it, attempting to buy precious time for the fleeing villagers. However, the severely injured creature, now devoid of any inclination to toy with its adversaries, swung its powerful arms, sending the leading two guards soaring through the air, while the rest were violently thrown back by the shockwave of its devastating blow. The guardians were engulfed in a cacophony of despair, yet the head ape paid no heed to the armored crowd, swiftly bypassing them in pursuit of the pair of women, mother and daughter, who lagged behind. For the ravenous head ape, the soft, unadorned flesh of these women was undoubtedly more delectable and inviting. Run faster! The terrified mother clutched her weeping daughter's hand, desperately fleeing forward as the monstrous creature fixated its gaze upon them. However, in the blink of an eye, the head ape swiftly intercepted their path, its massive hand extending to seize them both, lifting the frail duo into the air. Mom, the girl, overwhelmed by fear, gazed into the abyss of the head ape's gaping maw, wailing inconsolably, while her mother could only embrace her daughter in despair, fervently praying that the impending agony would be fleeting. Just as the head ape greedily leaned in to relish its living prey, the dense, dark sludge clinging to its body began to stir, signaling an imminent threat approaching with alarming speed. The adversary's right hand was raised high, brandishing a bloodied spear. In an instant, the arcane power coalescing within Yechin's arms and shoulders erupted forth, propelling the spear with tremendous force. The projectile cleaved through the air with unyielding velocity, affording the head ape no chance to evade or defend itself, piercing through its lower body with astonishing swiftness. Gae! The head ape howled in agony as its vital essence was brutally torn asunder, casting the pair of women aside into the snow, thus granting them a temporary reprieve from death. The head ape had never anticipated that Yechin possessed the remarkable steed, Yechin, capable of traversing vast distances in mere minutes, tracking it all the way to Coldwind Village. In that moment, the head ape found itself struck at its core, the searing pain overwhelming its mind, rendering coherent thought impossible. In a one-on-one confrontation, its defeat seemed inevitable. However, the abyssal material clinging to its form would not acquiesce to such a fate. The dark sludge paid no mind to the head ape's anguished cries. nor did it attempt to staunch its wounds to alleviate its suffering. Instead, it once again coalesced in the creature's throat, forming a grotesque mass. Clearly, the abyssal material sought to unleash another terrifying roar from the beast. Should it succeed in emitting that dread sound wave once more, not only would Yechin be imperiled, but the villagers of Coldwind Village, still too close to escape, would face a fate of excruciating demise akin to that of Lloyd. Anticipating this dire outcome, the young man resolved to thwart the head ape's intentions. He aimed to shatter the dreams of this brutal, sadistic creature in an instant. Throw me towards its chest. Upon hearing the shouts emanating from his back, the agile old Mahiki skillfully halted his front legs, lowering his body with grace, and, harnessing the formidable strength of his powerful waist, propelled Yechin forward. Yechin, aided by the momentum bestowed by Hiki, soared through the air like an arrow, leaping several meters before landing squarely before the head ape. Just as the dark lump at the prey's neck was about to take shape, the youth's elongated blade, gleaming with a brilliant crimson hue, pierced the creature's neck with swift precision, driving the sharp, fearless blade cleanly into the ominous mass. The blood, infused with the essence of Auling, erupted from the tip of the blade, engulfing the interior of the lump in a fiery torrent, causing the dark sludge within to emit a series of piercing, mournful cries. The sounds were laden with immense suffering and profound injustice. Chapter 19. Regret. Yechin clenched the straight knife embedded in the neck of the head monkey with one hand, while gripping its dark fur with the other. Suspended before the beast's chest, the sharp blade pierced through the ebony mass along with the monkey's throat, unleashing a torrent of blood mixed with mud from the wound, splattering much of it onto Yechin's face. In such close proximity to this abyssal entity, a cacophony of ghostly voices invaded Yechin's consciousness, echoing relentlessly in his mind. Why do you wish to harm us? We are not your enemies. Come quickly. Join us. Let us devour all the world's essence together. The sinister words struck at the core of the young man's heart, causing him to grimace in pain as he clutched his head. Yet, in the face of the abyss's seduction, his will remained steadfast and unyielding. The series of demonic whispers were soon forcefully dispelled by his indomitable fighting spirit. Begone, you loathsome creatures. Yechin struck his head vigorously, regaining clarity, only to hear the head monkey and Appo's hoarse, anguished cry. Having already suffered a fatal blow, the creature now felt the knife drive deeper into its throat, its brain nearly overwhelmed by a tsunami of agony, prompting it to thrash about wildly while attempting to rend Yechin apart. Ugh, now utterly bereft of reason. The head monkey rolled on the ground, striving to crush Yechin beneath its weight. With a resounding crash, a round canister struck the monkey's head, shattering and covering it with a brown liquid that emanated a pungent odor. Feeling the sudden dampness atop its skull, the head monkey's expression shifted, instinctively halting its frantic movements. However, before it could comprehend the perilous situation it found itself in, Yechin had already flung the ignited match forward. The head monkey, now frozen in terror, attempted to evade, but was a beat too slow. The moment the match made contact with the oil, a dazzling blaze engulfed its fur, transforming it into a fiery beast. The head monkey's anguished wail reverberated throughout the village of Coldwind. Listening to the monkey's tormented cries, Yechin involuntarily exhaled a long sigh. He had refrained from such measures when battling the creature amidst the dense pine forest. But now that the head monkey had recklessly ventured into the open village road, he saw no reason to hold back. Against such a fur-laden monster, fire proved to be the most effective means of combat. As he reflected on this, Yechin observed the now diminished giant, which rolled desperately in the snow, attempting to extinguish the flames consuming its body. As the last flickers of fire threatened to extinguish, Yechin hurled 2 more flasks of oil, reigniting the blaze and allowing the head monkey to continue reveling in its solitary barbecue feast. Ultimately, after several minutes of struggle and agonized shrieks, the flames finally subsided. The charred head monkey lay gasping on the ground, its eyes vacant, laboriously gnawing at the cold earth before it. Yechin approached the lifeless creature with his blade drawn, surveying the scene before him. Though the head monkey had suffered grievously from the flames, a mass of dark sludge clung tenaciously to the remnants of its flesh, writhing and gathering in an attempt to mend its grievous burns. It seemed that even the searing heat of the fire was powerless against the abyssal substance. Thus, even if the Coldwind Village's guards had devised a strategy of fire, they were unlikely to triumph over such terrifying regenerative abilities. In the end, only the power of the Auling could truly obliterate them. Standing before the head monkey, Yechin silently pondered. while the creature's bloodshot eyes fixated on the tip of his descending blade, embodying a newfound sense of unease, fear, and despair. The head monkey had once believed that merging with the abyssal material rendered it invincible, capable of devouring any living being in its path. However, it was mistaken. It was now merely a prey, and before a true hunter, it was about to pay the price for its indulgence and brutality. The moment for retribution had arrived. After a brief moment of silence, Yechin raised his long knife and swiftly thrust it forward, cleanly piercing the head monkey and Apos' sturdy skull before twisting the blade to sever its thick neck. Blood gushed forth, and the head fell away. Yet, even so, the dark sludge continued to writhe incessantly. Simultaneously, as Yechin separated the head from the body, he discovered a black stone embedded within the cross-section of the head monkey's trachea, with the surrounding sludge swirling around it in an unending dance. Without a second thought, Yechin struck down with his blade. The stone was fragile. Upon contact with the bloodied edge, it crumbled into countless particles, vanishing into thin air. With the stone's destruction, the remaining dark sludge on the head monkey's corpse swiftly solidified into dry ash, dissipating into the atmosphere alongside the stone. The boy watched as all traces of the abyssal material vanished, leaving the head monkey as nothing more than an ordinary beast carcass. His heart, which had been suspended in tension, finally experienced a moment of relief. However, the villagers of Coldwind, whom Yechin had saved, did not appear jubilant or spirited. Instead, they stood frozen in place, afraid to even take a deep breath, casting fearful glances in Yechin's direction. In their eyes, his ability to swiftly execute such a terrifying monster rendered him equally perilous. They knew not who Yechin was or whence he came, and thus, they could not discern whether he was a hero descended from the heavens or a second demon risen from the depths of hell. Yechin understood the apprehension of the crowd and bore no ill will towards the residents of Coldwind Village. He merely approached the two guards who had been struck down by the head monkey and inquired about their well-being. Noticing their resilient spirits, Yechin chose not to prolong the conversation. "Thank you for saving us, big brother." The girl looked up at Yechin, disregarding her mother's protests and attempts to pull her back, and expressed her gratitude in a childlike tone, subsequently breaking into a charming smile. Accustomed to witnessing her father hunt wild beasts, she felt no aversion towards Yechin's earlier execution of the head monkey. "Well, as long as you are safe." She mimicked Yechin's prior gesture, raising her fist and playfully exclaiming. Her words, though innocent, struck Yechin like a chilling breeze, causing his expression to stiffen noticeably. "Where is your father now?" Yechin hesitated for a moment before finally asking. "My father went up the mountain to hunt. He is the second strongest in the Coldwind Village Guard team, just after Uncle Pang's son. Although he may not be as strong as you, he is still very formidable." The girl proudly puffed out her chest, her tone brimming with admiration and respect for her father. Yechin and Apos' expression wavered immediately. "Ah, indeed. You are right. Your father is truly impressive, remarkably brave, and he loves you very much." Chapter 20. Refutation. Having successfully hunted the head ape, Yechin informed the villagers of the complete annihilation of the mountain's guardian squad and led them to search for the remains. He did not linger long, bidding farewell to the villagers before embarking on his journey home alongside Yechin. As the setting sun nestled against the mountains, the dim crimson twilight cast a melancholic glow upon Yechin and Apos' visage, deepening his sense of solitude. The old horse trod silently, carrying the youth across the vast, unending snowfields. Although Yechin had only a fleeting acquaintance with the villagers, witnessing their tears and sensing their sorrow inexplicably tightened his heart. In that moment, he was no longer an unfeeling hunter pursuing prey, but rather a boy who felt a profound lament for strangers. Before the enigmatic and unfathomable abyss, ordinary individuals like Lloyd resembled mere reeds, easily fragmented and obliterated with a mere flick of fate. Only those like Yechin, who had established a connection with the nightmare and the Auling Labyrinth, gaining dominion over the power of Auling, possessed the strength to resist the abyss. Otherwise, Yechin's fate would scarcely differ from that of Lloyd and his companions. With a sigh, Yechin sat atop the galloping old horse, gazing at the increasingly distinct silhouette of the church on the mountainside, and rubbed his weary eyes. In the morning, he had hunted a fugitive driven mad by nightmares. And in the afternoon, he had slain a giant ape tainted by the abyss. The sustained exertion of Auling techniques, coupled with several assaults from abyssal matter that had clouded his mind, had inflicted a severe psychological burden on him, leaving him drowsy and disoriented. Yechin carried the fatigued Yechin up the snowy mountain until they reached the entrance of the old church, gently caressing Yechin's cheek in gratitude. Yechin entered the prayer hall of the church, approaching the figure seated on the front pew. "Master, I have completed the hunt," Yechin reported in a low voice, struggling to keep his heavy eyelids open. Yet, Lao remained silent. As Yechin observed Lao's lack of response, he too fell into silence, standing motionless. The two were soon enveloped in a long and profound quietude. Gradually, Yechin felt the air in the hall grow increasingly oppressive and intimidating, the source of which was undoubtedly Lyle's silhouette. The youth understood that his teacher was once again incensed. Lyle, having clearly witnessed Yechin's conduct in the pine forest and the village, recognized the unnecessary emotions displayed during the hunt. The rising tension in the atmosphere served as a testament to Lyle's discontent. "I have warned you twice before. Do not let compassion become your downfall. Yet you have once again engaged in many unnecessary actions, expending much superfluous thought." Lyle finally broke the silence, his voice as cold as ice. "I was not encumbered by any misfortune during the hunt. Therefore, I believe my actions in this task were justified," Yechin replied, resolutely maintaining the conviction that his behavior was beyond reproach and undoubtedly correct. "Ah, is this the essence of nature?" After a considerable duration, the middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. "Yechin, if it were within my power, I truly wish for you to become cold and unfeeling, even despicable and shameless, if necessary. For in the realm of hunters, the more benevolent a person is, the more susceptible their heart becomes to turmoil, ultimately leading to their consumption and destruction by the abyss, or by the labyrinth itself. All the colleagues I have known, those who are overly sentimental, seldom survive for long. My endurance through the years has been sustained solely by the principles of selfishness and self-interest. I have employed everything as mere pawns for my own advantage, reaching a realm unattainable by other hunters through decades of exploration and conflict. Yet, in time, I became sentimental, and that singular moment of emotion brought catastrophic consequences upon my life, forcing me to hide within a puddle in the labyrinth, concealed in this narrow world. For this reason, I hope you do not tread the same path. Yechin, I wish for you to remain steadfast in your role as a hunter, never to become the prey. Alas, I cannot compel you in this matter. Take your time to ponder it." After another long sigh, Lal shifted the conversation to a different topic. "Now, there is something else I must inquire. When your body made contact with the abyss, did you perceive any anomalies in your mind? What kind of voice did you hear? What did it convey?" Lal calmly pressed on. "Very well, let us conclude for today. You may take your rest. The final trial shall be addressed once you have thoroughly recuperated." Upon hearing this, Yechin nodded and departed. The continuous hunts of the day had left him so fatigued that he could scarcely stand at this moment. All he longed for was to cleanse himself and partake in a meal, then envelop himself in a blanket for much-needed slumber. Lao remained alone in the prayer hall, facing the shattered statue, and within his calm gaze, a trace of concern flickered. Chapter 21. Experimentation and exploration. The youth stirred from his slumber, his bleary eyes gazing out at the simplicity of the room's window. The dusk deepened, and the evening glow flickered faintly. As he peered at the dim remnants of clouds on the horizon, Yechin found himself lost in contemplation for quite some time, only to realize that it had already grown dark before he had even settled into bed. Now, as the sun began to set, it dawned on him that he had slept an entire day. After tidying himself up, Yechin made his way to the prayer hall, where he found Lal seated in quietude before the idol, as was his custom. Upon inquiring, he learned that he had remained in bed for a staggering 3 days, a duration that far exceeded his expectations. There is no need for alarm. After all, you have only recently awakened to your arcane abilities. The 2 consecutive bouts of intense combat must have weighed heavily on your body, Lal explained in a calm tone while sitting on the bench. Yet it is all worthwhile, for combat is the most efficient means of cultivation. After a day of battle and 3 days of rest, your physical vessel should now be in much greater harmony with the arcane energy. Yechin nodded, indeed feeling the vibrant flow of arcane power coursing through him upon awakening, its richness surpassing anything he had previously experienced, rendering his physical form even more formidable. He listened intently to Lyle's words, his fingers instinctively clenching. The innate arcane abilities bestowed upon each individual following their trials in the labyrinthine nightmares manifest differently based on one's spiritual essence. Much like blood, each person can typically possess only one unique set of these abilities. They are easy to grasp yet challenging to master. On the other hand, the general arcane techniques are accessible to any who have endured the labyrinth's horrors, though they come with a high threshold of complexity, presenting myriad forms that are difficult to enter yet easier to refine. What I require of you now is to learn a few fundamental general arcane techniques. Once you have extracted the contents of this scroll, return to me, while instructed, handing Yechin a white cloth handkerchief. Yechin accepted the handkerchief and examined it closely, discovering an intricate rune drawn in blue ink upon its surface, subtly emanating a peculiar force field that seemed to attract the arcane energy flowing within him, causing it to fluctuate restlessly. Suddenly, he noticed that the strange rune absorbed this energy completely, itself beginning to glow with brilliance. Yechin felt a mix of astonishment and joy as he awaited further developments. However, the radiance of the runes soon dimmed, plunging the room into silence. And nothing else transpired. Puzzled, Yechin scratched his head and directed his arcane energy toward the enigmatic rune once more. With his insatiable curiosity ignited, he embarked on various attempts with the handkerchief, yet despite depleting his arcane reserves, the handkerchief remained unchanged. Frustrated, Yechin propped his chin on his hand. But with his energy now exhausted, he found himself reluctantly resigned to the prospect of retreating to bed that night, his mind swirling with restlessness. As dawn broke the following day, a restorative slumber rejuvenated Yechin's innate magical energy, granting him the fortitude to continue his exploration of the enigmatic handkerchief. Yet, like a gambler, he soon squandered this newfound power, leaving the handkerchief indifferent to his efforts. Frustration mounted as he sat by his bed, fixated on the small piece of fabric that had consumed so much of his time and energy. He delved into deep contemplation, tirelessly devising strategies to unravel the mystery surrounding it. As dusk descended, Yechin realized he would have to abandon his endeavors for the day. After a brief session of physical training, he climbed back onto his wooden bed, seeking to replenish his magical energy through sleep. This energy, seemingly drawn from dreams, could only be restored in such a manner. On the third day, Yechin embarked on a bold experiment, channeling the entirety of his accumulated magical energy into the white cloth handkerchief all at once. This audacious act led to a significant revelation. The brightness of the runes on the handkerchief varied with the rate of energy input. However, these variations were subtle, only observable when he poured in all his magical energy at once. Moreover, he noted that the peak brightness of the runes did not coincide with the highest rate of energy input. As the clouds of confusion lifted, clarity dawned upon him. After a night of rest to gather his experimental materials, he resolved on the fourth day to meticulously document the precise amount of magical energy needed to achieve the rune's maximum luminosity and to sustain that brilliance. On the afternoon of the fifth day, as Yechin, filled with anticipation, steadily and precisely infused his magical energy into the white cloth, the peculiar runes radiated with an intense glow for 3 seconds. Suddenly, a new phenomenon emerged. From above the runes, an intricate circle inscribed with obscure symbols materialized. And from its center, a shadow far larger than the handkerchief descended toward Yechin. Startled, he instinctively extended his arm to catch it. As he felt the weightlessness in his grasp, he examined the mysterious object that had emerged from the fragile fabric, soon discovering it to be a pure black cloak adorned with golden engravings. The boy gazed at this treasure from the void in astonishment, a smile of uncontainable joy spreading across his face. After 5 days of relentless pursuit, he had finally unraveled the mystery of the handkerchief and achieved a remarkable outcome. Just as he was about to share his triumph with Lyle, his fingertips, inadvertently emanating magical energy while resting on the cloak, suddenly detected a distinct vibration. Immediately, the cloak began to float, then detached itself from the boy's grasp as if it had suddenly acquired a vitality of its own, gently hovering before him. Chapter 22. The golden embroidered black cloak under the astonished gaze of Yechin. A ring of light suddenly emanated from the center of the pure black cloak adorned with golden patterns. In the next moment, a slender beam of light diffracted from the circle, directly illuminating Yechin's chest. The instant this radiant beam made contact, Yechin felt the surge of his entire innate energy, the Auling power, awakening within him. Overwhelmed with astonishment, the young man did not resist the transformation occurring within. Instead, he followed his instincts, allowing the energy within to forge a connection with the enigmatic cloak, enabling a gentle convergence and fusion between his Auling power and the beam of light emitted from the cloak. Minutes later, the beam of light began to dissipate. The Auling power radiating from Yechin seemed to gain the cloak's approval, causing it to gracefully glide over his head and settle upon his shoulders and back, enveloping him as if by its own volition. The moment the peculiar cloak draped over him, a wave of softness and warmth enveloped his senses. Simultaneously, an unfamiliar name was inscribed into his consciousness, golden embroidered black cloak. Is this its name? Yechin pondered in silence. A mixture of curiosity and excitement etched upon his face as he grasped a corner of the cloak, running his fingers over its lightweight and breathable texture. After some time spent exploring the cloak, he stepped out of his room to report his findings to Lyle in the prayer hall. Indeed, since you have donned this cloak, it signifies that you have mastered both the spatial storage and artifact contract techniques of Auling, Lyle remarked, casting an approving glance at the golden embroidered black cloak draped over Yechin. Scratching his head, Yechin gathered his thoughts. The spatial storage his teacher had mentioned likely referred to a technique that utilized Auling power and corresponding runes, employing small items such as handkerchiefs as mediums to compress and store larger objects within. As for the artifact contract, it was presumably the process through which he had just established a connection with the golden embroidered black cloak. By remembering the patterns of the runes on the handkerchief and the force exerted when you successfully retrieved the cloak from it, once you grasp these two aspects, you will no longer need to carry cumbersome belongings during your hunts. The spatial storage technique is immensely convenient and crucial for a hunter's career. Lyle calmly elucidated the first general Auling technique before elaborating on the origins of the cloak resting on Yechin's shoulders. It turned out that the Auling maze was a realm of wonders, containing various entities known as maze relics, which could be utilized by individuals like Yechin and Lyle, who were nightmare sensitives. These relics, scattered throughout the Auling maze in countless numbers, encompassed a variety of items including weapons, armor, and accessories. However, they were not ordinary equipment. Rather, they were ancient artifacts imbued with the laws of the Auling maze, possessing an array of extraordinary effects and formidable abilities. Yet, for a nightmare sensitive to utilize these relics, they must first establish a mental connection and sign a contract with them. The relics are classified into 6 tiers based on the threshold of their contracts. And the golden patterned black cloak that Yechin currently adorns is an artifact of the first tier, previously wielded by Lyle as a defensive item. However, Lyle severed his contract with it long ago, thereby transferring ownership to Yechin. It is precisely due to the low threshold of this cloak that an empath like Yechin, who has only traversed a single layer of nightmares, is eligible to establish a connection with it and assume the role of its new master. How poignant it is to realize that this cloak was once the equipment of my mentor Yechin, mused inwardly while examining a corner of the golden patterned cloak. Before inquiring of Lyle, teacher, what transpires if an empath lacking sufficient qualification forcefully contracts a higher tier relic? Their sanity would be obliterated, they will plunge into madness, ultimately becoming enslaved by the labyrinth, reduced to a state of delirium akin to those defeated by the nightmare that ravaged their resolve, thus becoming another form of Apos, fallen, Apos. Lyle rested his finger against his cheek, his profound gaze swiftly traversing the memories of his past. Such reckless individuals abound in the labyrinth. Many of my former companions have met similar fates, drawn by the allure of power. Most of them I executed with my own hands. Lyle spoke these words with an impassive expression. Yechin, upon hearing this, could not help but swallow hard. It appears that the labyrinth relics are a dreadfully terrifying existence. He must avoid the impulsive acceptance of any other relics he might encounter in the future, lest the consequences be dire. By the way, teacher, what special properties does this golden pattern cloak possess? Yechin inquired, flicking the cloak about him. However, he was utterly unprepared for Lyle's immediate demand for the revolver at his waist. A sense of foreboding surged within Yechin, yet he complied. Lyle seized the silver revolver, glanced at the filled chamber, and then pointed the muzzle at the nervously tense Yechin, pulling the trigger towards the side of him concealed by the golden patterned cloak. Bang! He looked down at the cloak and discovered that the bullet had neither penetrated it nor harmed him, merely bouncing off onto the floor. Though a shallow imprint marked the area where the bullet struck, the surrounding fabric began to recover. As if imbued with a remarkable self-restorative power, just as Yechin felt astonished and exhilarated by this revelation, Lyle had silently appeared behind him, drawing the long knife from Yechin's waist and thrusting it toward his unguarded back. With a muffled sound, the tip of Lyle's blade, infused with potent arcane energy, swiftly pierced the unsuspecting youth, sending him crashing to the ground. A subtle stinging sensation arose in Yechin's back as he stood up, his face a picture of grievance. He touched his back and discovered that even the piercing strike infused with the power of Auling could not penetrate the golden-threaded black cloak, leaving only a self-repairing dent upon its surface. This mantle remarkably mitigated any harm inflicted upon its wearer, regardless of whether the adversary wielded Auling power or abyssal energy. It proved effective, thus earning its status as a rare artifact among first-tier relics. Law remarked, suddenly flicking the blade and leaving a crimson mark upon Yechin's unsuspecting arm. Next, you shall learn how to utilize Auling energy to swiftly staunch the bleeding from your wound. This constitutes the third universal Auling technique, self-healing, which is indispensable for a sensate like you, who frequently relies on bloodshed in battle. I grant you 3 days to practice and refine these new skills. After 3 days, we shall commence the final trial. Chapter 23. The third trial in the snow-covered courtyard of an ancient church. Yechin sat upon a wooden stump, exhaling puffs of warm breath. He then raised the blade and swiftly nicked his wrist, allowing the crimson droplets to cascade into the chamber of his revolver, coalescing into a vivid red bullet. With the revolver in hand, he aimed at a massive boulder ahead and fired. A resounding explosion echoed as the blood bullet shattered the stone into fragments. The power of this bullet was evidently superior to that of the one he had crafted days prior. After enduring 2 intense battles and several days of recuperation, Yechin had not only enhanced the purity of his Auling power, but also significantly improved the efficacy of his innate Auling technique. He glanced at the remnants of stone scattered across the snow and retrieved a thermos. Inside, it brimmed with steaming, pale red liquid, adorned with vibrant petals that exuded a rich aroma of tea. The young man savored a generous sip of the hot tea, then extracted a pocket watch to keep time. Once the minute hand completed its 5th rotation, he pressed the wound on his wrist to extract fresh blood, forming a second and oppos, blood bullet and oppos, before aiming at another boulder. The stone crumbled under the force of the shot, its potency undiminished, while Yechin remained lucid and free from any dizziness. The hot tea he consumed was brewed from the local plant known as bloodflower, whose petals were renowned for their ability to invigorate and replenish blood. Recently, Yechin had been struck by a whim and began to explore whether nutritional supplements could influence his Auling techniques. After imbibing the bloodflower tea, he received a gratifying confirmation. The infusion enhanced his ability to craft blood bullets, reducing the time required from 10 minutes to 5, while their duration remained at 10 minutes. Consequently, Yechin could now possess a maximum of 2 blood bullets within a short span, thereby significantly augmenting his combat capabilities and margin for error in critical moments. Forged through the crucible of nightmares, his body had become remarkably resilient, both in self-healing and blood regeneration. In mere minutes, these superficial wounds would mend autonomously, leaving no trace behind. This time, however, Yechin consciously concentrated his Auling power at the surface of the wound to expedite the reconnection of skin and vessels. Within seconds, the injury vanished as if nothing had transpired. This technique, known as autonomous healing, was a universal Auling skill. After 3 days of study and refinement, including the skills of spatial access and relic contract, Yechin had fully mastered these 3 fundamental techniques within the realm of universal Auling. Tomorrow marked the day he would undergo the final trial. Upon its completion, the young man would depart from this snowy domain and behold the world beyond. As dawn broke the following morning, Lal sat upon a bench, bathed in bright sunlight, and began to elucidate the details of the trial to Yechin. Several years prior, the Lord of Frost City led his subordinates into the mountainous forests along the border for a leisurely hunt, inadvertently locking eyes with the abyss beyond the boundary for a fleeting moment. In the common perception of the Frost people, the abyss outside the border was merely a dark expanse where light dared not venture, a notion they had long accepted. However, this lord was different. Having once experienced a nightmare, he gleaned something from that boundless abyss, which gravely affected his psyche. Learton paused, continuing his narrative. The dreamer, seduced by the abyss, had been devising ways to summon it for years. Lear shook his head, asserting that all the experiments and rituals conducted by the Lord were meticulously monitored and interfered with by him. The rising of the abyss was unrelated to the Lord's actions. Nevertheless, this did not preclude the Lord from becoming your quarry. Furthermore, eliminating the Lord would not suffice. You must eradicate all traces of the abyss from his household. Lear pondered momentarily before imparting further details. The difficulty of this third trial far exceeded that of the previous 2, thus you must not underestimate it. Always remember the 3 tenets of a hunter. Do not let compassion become your burden. Now, mount Black Chi and proceed into the city. With that, he waved his hand, signaling Yechin to rise and take his leave. The young man politely bowed his head before turning and departing briskly. The middle-aged man remained seated on the bench, facing the shattered statue, occasionally tapping his forehead with his fingertips, seemingly placing great importance on the young man's performance in this final trial. An hour later, Yechin, having made thorough preparations, finally set out. This time, he traveled light, eschewing the heavy backpack of his previous journeys, carrying only a revolver, a straight knife, a black cloak adorned with golden patterns, and a white handkerchief imprinted with blue runes. As Yechin approached the church's grand entrance, the old steed, Black Chi, awaited him in the snow, just as before. Yechin affectionately patted Black Chi's neck before mounting the saddle, and together, they galloped down the mountain. Gazing ahead, Yechin spotted a vague, expansive silhouette at the northern edge of the snowy plain, where lay the largest and sole city within this eternal winter, Frost City. Frost City and the numerous farms and villages surrounding it occupied the northeastern and northwestern regions of this frigid realm. Although the city spanned less than 10 square kilometers, it boasted a vibrant and grandiose presence within this narrow world, serving as the capital of the Frost People's kingdom. Thus, Yechin rode Black Chi across the mountains, plains, and forests. After traversing countless complex terrains and braving the biting cold winds for several hours, the pair finally reached the main thoroughfare outside the gates of Frost City at the northern end of this small world. It seemed like only a year had passed since his last entry into the city. Observing the well-renovated, towering gates of Frost City and the heavily armed guards flanking either side, Yechin couldn't help but reflect on the swift passage of time. He then donned his cloak and mask for disguise, leading Black Chi to the stables outside the city gates. After securing high key's placement, Yechin promptly made his way alone towards the grand gates of Baishuang City. Two towering guards, stationed at the entrance with single-shot rifles in hand, swiftly obstructed his path and informed him that all entrants must undergo a thorough inspection, thus requiring him to reveal his true identity. However, Yechin chose to disregard their instructions and swiftly slipped a gold coin, the highest denomination of currency used by the people of Baishuang, into each guard's hand. The two exchanged glances, briefly assessing the other guards who were indifferent to their interaction. Then one of the guards scoffed lightly and questioned, "Are you attempting to bribe us?" As he spoke, Yechin discreetly pressed another gold coin into their palms. "Cough. Very well, you may pass." The guards coughed symbolically before parting to allow Yechin entry. Each time Yechin entered the city, he was accustomed to such negotiations, despite being the only major city in the region. The internal management of the guard squad in Baishuang City was far from exemplary, rife with the stench of corruption. Thus, bribing the guards to gain entry posed little challenge. A few extra coins would suffice. After all, the funds provided by Lyle were always more than Yechin could expend. He remained oblivious to the source of Lyle's seemingly endless wealth, as Lyle had never bothered to explain, simply instructing him to use it without question. Thus, in his guise as a human, Yechin successfully infiltrated Baishuang City. On the spacious streets, a diverse array of Baishuang citizens bustled about. Through the gaps between the buildings, Yechin gazed towards the city's center, where the most imposing mansion loomed. It was a grand and palatial residence, and even from several streets away, Yechin could perceive its opulence and nobility. It was the abode of the Lord of Baishuang City. However, after confirming the location of his target, the first action the young man took was to turn into a nearby alley, directing his steps towards the city's largest and most eclectic tavern. Yechin had already formulated a preliminary plan in his mind regarding how to accomplish the third trial, but before executing it, he needed to gather intelligence about the Lord. Therefore, a tavern, known for its mix of patrons and a hub for various rumors, was undeniably the optimal place for Yechin to seek information. The young man hoped to derive significant insights from this venture, thereby maximizing the success rate of his hunting plan, and ultimately, to conclude his final trial within this realm of eternal winter with a decisive flourish. Chapter 24, The City of White Frost within a bustling tavern at the corner of the city of White Frost. The atmosphere was rife with the clamor of voices and laughter. Although this establishment was not the most prestigious in the city, it attracted a considerable throng of patrons. Here, one could always find destitute souls, affluent individuals seeking romantic encounters, and unscrupulous characters contemplating nefarious deeds. Such a melting pot of society often served as a veritable treasure trove for rare and elusive information. Recognizing this, Yechin paid no mind to the drunken shouts at the entrance and swiftly entered the tavern's main hall. He settled into a corner at the bar, tossed a few silver coins onto the counter, and ordered the establishment's most expensive drink. The proprietor, glancing at the guest whose features were obscured, said little and slid the drink towards Yechin. However, Yechin disregarded the beverage, instead grasping the owner's rough hand and pressing a white frost gold coin into it. "I wish to inquire about the Lord," Yechin murmured after handing over the coin. "Such matters, you should seek another for that," the owner replied. casting a glance at the 5 gleaming coins in his palm, his brow furrowing as he engaged in an internal struggle. Ultimately, when Yechin offered 5 more gold coins, the proprietor's resolve crumbled. His expression turned avaricious as he deftly pocketed the 10 coins, then glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. Once satisfied that they were alone, he led Yechin to a secluded corner of the tavern's storage area. "You seek information on Lord Chevalis. What is your intention?" he inquired, his tone laced with tension. Although tavern etiquette would typically discourage prying into a patron's motives, the subject of inquiry was a lord, and such matters could not be taken lightly. After all, Chevalis was not only the Lord of Whitefrost, but also the king of the entire realm of the Whitefrost people. Should Yechin harbor ill intentions towards Chevalis, the repercussions for the owner could be dire if the guards traced it back to him. However, Yechin discerned the proprietor's apprehension and quickly adopted a conciliatory tone. "Fear not, I hail from a village outside the city. My purpose in visiting Whitefrost is merely to discuss a business proposition with the Lord. As I am a stranger to this land, I am unfamiliar with Lord Chevalis, which makes it challenging to navigate the nuances of negotiation during our meeting. As a fellow merchant, I trust you understand my predicament." Yechin leaned against the brick wall of the storage room, explaining with a cunning smile that revealed a certain shrewdness typical of seasoned traders. The owner scrutinized Yechin, noting that his attire did not align with that of a businessman. Yet the 10 gold coins in his pocket testified to Yechin's wealth, suggesting he might possess the means to negotiate with the Lord. "Very well. Please elucidate his background, personality traits, and any notable qualities he possesses." Yechin shrugged and put forth his demands. The proprietor chuckled and nodded in agreement. After all, when one is at the mercy of another, it is wise to accommodate those willing to part with 10 gold coins. Under the proprietor's eclectic narration, Yechin quickly gleaned a wealth of information. The lordship of Chevalis was inherited from the previous head of the Chevalis family, a seat of power held by them for centuries within the Frostbite civilization. As for the character of Lord Chevalis, he bore striking similarities to his predecessors of Frostbite City: an ardent desire for power, a penchant for the charms of women, a love for treasures, and a demeanor both domineering and proud. He was the quintessential image of a wealthy aristocrat. His notable quality, however, might be his exceptional ability to sway public sentiment. Under Lord Chevalis' rule, the law and order of Frostbite City have improved significantly compared to previous lords. Although the current state of the city leaves much to be desired, Lord Chevalis delivers speeches in the town square every few months, each invigorating and satisfying to the populace. This has resulted in over a decade devoid of any uprisings or rebellions among the lower classes, with the sole incident this year being the escape of a death row inmate. In this regard, Lord Chevalis indeed surpasses his predecessors. The proprietor, arms crossed, recounted the intelligence he possessed, the ability to sway public sentiment. "Speeches. Is he particularly eloquent?" Yechin's eyes flickered as he immediately inquired. Lord Chevalis' oratory skills might not be particularly remarkable. However, whenever I listen to his speeches, I find his voice exceedingly pleasant, evoking a sense of comfort. Perhaps it is due to his naturally melodious tone, the proprietor mused, scratching his thinning hair in contemplation. A pleasing voice. Yechin's expression grew contemplative, and he turned to the proprietor with another question. "I would like to know if there have been any peculiar changes in the Lord over the past few years. For instance, does he frequently seclude himself at home and rarely make public appearances?" Upon hearing this, the proprietor's demeanor shifted, and he instinctively nodded. That is indeed true. In the past, Lord Chevalis relished hosting banquets, often flaunting his wealth, but after returning from a hunting expedition a few years ago, he lost interest. Aside from participating in the town speeches every few months, he seldom presents himself before the public, spending most of his time in his grand estate, the activities of which remain a mystery. At this point, the proprietor glanced around, ensuring the utmost discretion of the warehouse, before leaning closer to Yechin and whispering his thoughts. "This is a remark I ought not to make, yet given the substantial sum you have bestowed, I shall venture to mention it. Although the residents of Whitefrost City dare not speak openly, a rumor has quietly circulated behind the scenes, suggesting that Lord Chevalis harbors a clandestine fascination with the study of corpses. For it is said that during the late hours of the night, goods are frequently delivered to the Lord's grand estate, and there are those who have dared to glimpse the contents, only to find them filled with the putrid remains of prisoners. Of course, this remains mere gossip. No one can verify such claims, nor would anyone dare to do so. This is all I can convey." Upon hearing this, Yechin refrained from further inquiries, offering a nod of gratitude to the proprietor before hastily departing the tavern. The owner, watching his retreating figure, felt a vague sense of unease wash over him, prompting him to down the untouched glass of wine in one swift motion, an attempt to quell the rising tide of anxiety within. Chapter 25. Lord Shovelus. After departing from the tavern, Yechin strode through the bustling streets, making his way into the affluent district of Frostwhite City. In this area, a vast estate loomed, with an imposing mansion at its center, the residence of Lord Shovelus. Upon arriving at the estate's entrance, he was confronted by two well-armed guards wielding firearms, who scrutinized this suspicious figure, whose face was thoroughly obscured. They sternly inquired about Yechin's intentions. "I have matters to discuss with the Lord, and wish to meet him," Yechin replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by their hostility. "You seek an audience with Lord Shovelus? That may be possible, but first, you must remove your mask. We will not relay messages for someone who conceals their identity," one of the guards growled, glaring fiercely at Yechin. "Apologies, but I prefer to keep my face hidden. I hope you can understand," Yechin responded with a light chuckle, offering them a coin. "Do you take us for fools? Remove that mask immediately." The guards barked in anger, their loyalty to Lord Shovelus evident, rendering Yechin's monetary persuasion ineffective. "That is not an option," Yechin replied, shrugging his shoulders decisively. "Do you comprehend what you are saying? We are the personal guards of Lord Shovelus in Frostwhite City. You will comply with our demands. Now, remove that damned mask." Another guard shouted, exasperated, as he reached to forcibly remove Yechin's mask. However, Yechin swiftly sidestepped, evading the guard's grasp, and with a swift motion, seized the guard's throat. A faint aura of ethereal power emanated from his fingertips, constricting the guard's carotid artery, rendering him incapacitated before he could retaliate, his expression contorted in agony. The second guard, witnessing this, was taken aback and immediately raised his firearm, preparing to shoot Yechin. Yet, Yechin was quicker. He drew his revolver and pulled the trigger, the bronze bullet striking the guard's weapon, shattering it into pieces. "What?" The guard stared in disbelief at the remnants of his firearm, while Yechin maintained his grip on the incapacitated guard's neck, casting a cold gaze at the remaining one. "Hurry and inform the Lord. Tell him the Abyss's emissary has come to pay a visit, or I shall take the life of this insolent fool," Yechin commanded sternly. The guard, realizing he had no means to contend with the enigmatic figure before him, anxiously opened and closed the estate's iron gate. Sprinting towards the mansion within, Yechin, having disposed of the unconscious guard, infused his ethereal power into his feet and leaped effortlessly over the towering iron gate. Landing upon the marble floor of the estate, the young man walked calmly towards the mansion, encountering numerous servants engaged in their duties along the way, all of whom cast curious and puzzled glances in his direction. However, the youth paid them no heed, focusing solely on the location of his quarry. He traversed the vast, smooth stone-paved avenue of the estate, ultimately arriving at the entrance of the fountain courtyard before the grand residence. Awaiting him in the courtyard was a formidable line of lordly guards, armed with single-shot rifles and poised to fire, numbering over 20. Evidently summoned due to the warning from the fleeing gatekeeper. "Raise your hands quickly, otherwise we will shoot," bellowed a tall, frost-skinned captain of the guards, aiming his weapon at the young man. Seeking death, the captain roared in fury, unhesitatingly firing at the youth. In response, the young man cloaked his face with his cape, and with a surge of aural energy, he sprinted forward at full speed. Utilizing the shock-absorbing properties of his golden-patterned black cloak, he barreled through the bullets, charging directly at the captain. The remaining guards were taken aback, hastily opening fire. However, the bullets either missed the young man or were deflected by his cloak. A few projectiles grazed his cheek, yet they failed to leave even a scratch on his skin. His terrifying speed and formidable defense enabled him to effortlessly navigate through the barrage of gunfire, reaching the captain in a matter of moments. The captain, utterly astonished, attempted to discard his gun and draw his sword, but the young man was quicker, landing a perfect uppercut that struck the captain's chin. With a resounding thud, the captain was sent soaring into the air, eliciting stunned silence from the onlookers. Blood spewed from his mouth, and his consciousness faded as he soared past the apex of his flight, plummeting headfirst towards the ground. Fortunately, the young man caught hold of the captain's collar just in time, preventing a fatal spinal injury. "Now, if you do not wish to meet a similar fate, I suggest you step aside," warned the young man, hoisting the unconscious captain before the remaining guards. To his surprise, even in the face of their captain's dire condition, the guards showed no sign of retreat. They merely maintained their formation and retreated with their weapons drawn, seemingly intent on defending the Lord's mansion at all costs. Observing the scene before him, the young man first marveled at the unwavering loyalty of the guards to their lord. Yet, upon closer inspection, he noted that each guard, firmly gripping their rifles, bore identical, expressionless faces. Just moments ago, they had been astonished by the sight of their captain being struck down. Yet in the blink of an eye, their demeanor had reverted to an unsettling calm. It became clear to him that the Lord's oral magic was indeed at play. At that moment, the mansion's grand doors were forcefully pushed open by a figure, followed by a commanding voice that shattered the standoff between the guards and the young man. "Lower your weapons. Do not be disrespectful to our esteemed guest." As Yechin followed the source of the sound, he beheld a middle-aged figure clad in resplendent robes, his pale and emaciated visage revealing the essence of a frostborn. Upon hearing his voice, the royal guards immediately bowed their heads in unison, acknowledging their transgressions, and then retreated in an orderly fashion to either side of the grand entrance, forming a ceremonial line to honor the esteemed guest. The tall, slender frostborn then gracefully emerged from the ranks of the guards, offering a courteous nod and a smile in greeting to Yechin. Sensing the aura of nobility that radiated from him and listening to the distinctive tone of his voice, Yechin swiftly discerned that this individual was none other than the Lord of Frost City, the King of the Frostborn, and his final trial's quarry, Zayawallis. Indeed, he was not mistaken. Chapter 26. Hypnosis. My guardians act with haste and lack adaptability. I sincerely apologize if you have felt offended, and I assure you that I will make amends. I earnestly hope for your forgiveness. Zayawallis bowed gracefully to Yechin, his demeanor exuding an innate noble aura befitting his aristocratic lineage. "It is nothing. I am not bothered," Yechin replied. "Rather, let us discuss the matter at hand. I trust you have learned of my identity from the gatekeeper. Thus, you should comprehend the motives behind my visit." Upon hearing this, Zayawallis's previously amiable expression abruptly transformed, his eyes twitching in barely contained excitement. Of course. Esteemed envoy, please follow me inside. We shall converse at our leisure." His hands clasped before him, he ushered Yechin into the room with a quivering voice, his eyes and the corners of his mouth arching dramatically with joy and enthusiasm, displaying an utmost respect for Yechin. Merely claiming to be an envoy of the Abyss was sufficient to induce such ecstatic delight in the noble lord of Frost City. It is truly unfathomable to imagine the extent of his fervor for the Abyss. Clearly, the Abyss had deeply eroded Zayawallis's psyche, rendering him oblivious to the impropriety of summoning its forces to annihilate this world. His values had been fundamentally altered by the Abyss. Yet this very fervor would serve Yechin's plans well. After all, Yechin was the hunter and Zayawallis the prey. This night would mark the occasion of the hunt, when Yechin would liberate Zayawallis from his madness and obsession, an eternal liberation. Yechin followed Zayawallis into the opulent and lavishly adorned reception hall of the mansion. Treading upon the soft, exquisite golden carpet, traversing a bright corridor adorned with precious paintings, and encountering numerous servants who greeted both Zayawallis and himself, he then ascended the grand, white spiral staircase, arriving at a spacious room situated at the center of the second floor. Upon entering, Yechin briefly surveyed his surroundings. Rows of shelves filled with documents lined both sides of the room, while a cluttered desk occupied the center, strewn with a multitude of papers. "I apologize. This is the primary site of my research into the abyssal summoning ritual. Your visit was somewhat unexpected, and I lacked the time to tidy up the documents. I hope you do not mind," the Lord said, offering Yechin a sincere smile. According to Zayawallis, the documents and materials within this study were likely connected to the summoning of the Abyss, suggesting that he had spent several years ensconced here, tirelessly poring over vast amounts of text, all in pursuit of summoning the Abyss and obliterating every living being in the eternal winter domain. Yechin remained silent, his gaze shifting as it was suddenly drawn to a glass display cabinet at the back of the study. Within the display case lay a weapon, its entirety adorned in a silvery hue, resembling a rifle yet possessing a notably elongated and rugged form, exuding an air of distinctiveness. Noticing the gaze of Yechin, Shovelus smiled and introduced the weapon, stating, "This rifle was specially crafted for me by the town's gunsmith in my youth. A sniper rifle whose power and range far surpass those of ordinary firearms. It serves as a talisman in this study. Of course, should you, esteemed messenger, take a liking to it, I would be more than willing to bestow it upon you after successfully summoning the Abyss, as I would no longer have any need for it. Ha ha ha." After sharing this jest, Shovelus gestured for Yechin to take a seat on the sofa before the desk, pouring him a glass of red wine as a gesture of welcome. However, Upon witnessing Yechin's disinterest as he politely declined, Shovelus, displaying an understanding demeanor, began to drink alone. Oh dear! These past years of relentless study on the abyss, researching it tirelessly, and continually using the corpses of prisoners for human sacrifices have yielded nothing. Yet, just as I began to feel disheartened, unexpectedly, you, who claimed to be the messenger of the abyss, appeared. Could it be that the abyss has sensed my devotion and sent you to accept me? Shovelus chuckled, savoring a sip from his glass, his face alight with mirth. No, I am not from the abyss itself, but rather a devotee who sensed your persistent attempts to summon it and have come to assist you, Yechin replied, shaking his head in explanation. Oh, I see. I see. Shovelus nodded in understanding, his smile unwavering. Yet, in the next moment, a glimmer appeared in his half-closed eyes as he fixated intently on Yechin, his voice imbued with a magnetic quality as he inquired, So, esteemed one, do you truly possess a means to aid me? Upon hearing Shovelus's words, Yechin felt a sudden tingling sensation surge through his mind. The Lord of Frostbite City's words were akin to a spider's web, unexpectedly ensnaring Yechin's consciousness, causing an immediate sense of mental paralysis. Yechin maintained a stoic expression, though his gaze darkened slightly. He understood that Shovelus harbored a modicum of doubt and had commenced employing arcane techniques to test him. Indeed, the Lord's arcane abilities were a form of mental manipulation, utilizing vocalization as a medium to induce hypnosis and other forms of psychological control. The youth concluded thus in his mind, drawing from the tavern keeper and Apos' earlier words and the steadfast resistance of the guards at the entrance. He easily deduced the essence of Shovelus's magical prowess. Therefore, from the very moment he met Shovelus, Yechin had concentrated arcane energy within his ears, ready to block any auditory assault should any anomaly arise. Yechin remained silent, and Shovelus ceased to speak. The two individuals sat facing each other, their gazes locked in a wordless confrontation that extended for a full minute, enveloping the atmosphere in a palpable silence and tension. However, despite Yechin's prior preparations, the effects of Shovelus's hypnotic influence were strikingly potent in such close quarters, causing Yechin's mind to succumb to a distinct sense of numbness. A momentary lapse could lead to his downfall under Shovelus's verbal assault. It appeared that the Lord of Frost City had mastered the art of owling technique with remarkable finesse. Outwardly, Yechin maintained his silence while inwardly he grappled with his thoughts. He was acutely aware that should he fall prey to Shovelus and Apos' hypnosis, he would soon divulge the truth, resulting in an abrupt end to this hunt and the failure of the third trial entrusted to him by Lyle. Yet, despite the palpable tension where a single misstep could spell disaster, Yechin's expression remained composed and unyielding, betraying no signs of wavering. His training under Lyle had instilled within him a resolute mindset, allowing him to maintain his calm in critical moments. Subsequently, Yechin casually crossed his arms, but secretly he pinched the flesh of his upper arm with his fingers. As the owling energy surged, a wave of intense pain flooded his consciousness, which he effectively harnessed alongside the energy barrier within his ear, enabling him to withstand Shovelus's verbal hypnosis. I can indeed assist you. However, before we proceed, Shovelus, it would be wise for you to abandon these trivial tactics, for they are of no consequence to me, Yechin stated, suppressing the sting of his flesh. His tone laced with disdain, even crossing his legs in a display of confidence, exhibiting an air of superiority that dismissed Shovelus's owling technique entirely. Chapter 27. The performance realizing that his intentions had been completely discerned, the hypnotic powers of the arcane arts were thoroughly thwarted. Shovelus's expression first stiffened, then filled with palpable trepidation. My apologies, my lord, he stammered. I have been in this position for too long and inadvertently slipped into old habits. I meant no offense. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, esteemed envoy. With that, the lord immediately bowed in deference to the youth before him. Humph, Yechin uttered disdainfully, releasing the flesh beneath his nails and resting his chin on his hand. However, my appearance was indeed rather abrupt. It is only natural for you to harbor doubts. Therefore, allow me to reveal my visage. With that, Yechin lowered his mask, exposing his human features entirely to Shovelus's gaze. Upon witnessing Yechin's true countenance, Shovelus could not suppress a loud exclamation. After all, his features were starkly different from those of the Frostborn. And despite having served as Lord of Frost City for many years, Shovelus had never encountered, nor even heard of, other sapient races in this eternal winter domain. Why your appearance? Could it be that you hail from? The astonished lord nearly dropped his goblet in his shock, stumbling over his words. Indeed, I come from a vastly broader world, one inhabited by other races that revere the abyss. The reason I present myself before you is to expand the dominion of the abyss. Now, you must surely believe in my identity, he asserted, repeatedly bowing his head until his forehead was smeared with blood, and the tea table bore the marks of his fervent gestures. Yechin produced a handkerchief inscribed with blue runes from his robes, focusing his energy. Instantly, a sheet of white paper emerged from the peculiar symbols on the handkerchief, leaving Shawalis utterly astonished, evidently unfamiliar with the concept of spatial retrieval, a common arcane art. In the center of the white paper, a mysterious circular array filled with obscure symbols was drawn in red ink. Shawalis took the paper and scrutinized the crimson array, quietly pondering, could this be the ritual array required to summon the abyss? Precisely. I do not know where you have amassed the chaotic information cluttering this study, but they are mere worthless scraps. Otherwise, you would not have toiled for years without any results, Yechin replied, dismissing Shawalis's past research with a wave of his hand. The array recorded on this paper is the correct method to summon the abyss. It is how I once brought the abyss to my homeland. With that declaration, Yechin let out a chilling, mocking laugh, embodying an aura distinctly characteristic of a malevolent overlord. Shawalis stared blankly at the paper in his hand. Yet his mood was not soured by Yechin's derision. Rather, he felt a sense of clarity and exhilaration. As long as he could summon the abyss, Shawalis was content, caring little for whether his previous efforts had been in vain. His obsession with the abyss had reached such an extent. I command my subordinates to proceed to the 4 cardinal points of Frostwhite City, where they shall utilize plain white paper as a template to inscribe a circular formation with a radius of 10 meters in crimson ink. In the center of each circle, they are to spill 10 milliliters of your blood. Furthermore, it is imperative to expel every inhabitant from the city gates, for once the formation is activated, Frostwhite City will become the epicenter of the summoning ritual. All beings beyond this center shall serve as offerings to the abyss. The greater the number of sacrifices, the more delighted the abyss shall be. In due time, we shall have the privilege of witnessing the blissful satisfaction of the abyss indulging within your abode. Yechin chuckled coldly as he approached the balcony of his study, gazing out at the dimming sunset. He imparted his final instructions to Shawalis. The summoning ritual demands precise timing. The formation must be initiated promptly at midnight. Although less than 6 hours remain, I am confident in your capabilities. My lord, you will manage everything, will you not? Shawalis paused momentarily, softly repeating the key points of the ritual Yechin had outlined, embedding each step into his memory before bowing earnestly in promise to Yechin. After exchanging polite farewells, Shawalis hurriedly exited the study, rallying all personnel within the estate with a series of urgent directives, transforming the once tranquil manor into a flurry of bustling activity. Left alone in the study, Yechin exhaled a sigh of relief, concealing his face once more with his mask before stepping out of the room. He requested the servant appointed by Shawalis to guide him through the opulent mansion and its surrounding grounds, expressing his desire to explore every corner. The servant readily acquiesced, leading Yechin through the intricate architecture of the vicinity. Meanwhile, Shawalis commanded his personal guard to prepare the ritual formation at the 4 corners of the city. He then urgently mobilized all city guards, instructing them to arm themselves and forcibly expel every resident from Frostwhite City, regardless of age or gender. Such a sudden and outrageous decree bewildered the guards, who inquired about the reasons behind it. However, Shawalis, disinterested in providing explanations, utilized his voice imbued with arcane power to mesmerize them, rendering them obedient puppets. Thus, under Shawalis's control, the guards swarmed through the streets and alleys of Frostwhite City, expelling residents from shops and homes, even dragging those who were indisposed into the throng outside. Shawalis's expulsion order was executed with fervor, and this abrupt, unexplainable mass action naturally incited widespread unrest among the populace, who armed themselves and began to revolt. However, just as the guards struggled to quell the fury of the populace, Shawalis made his timely appearance, once again unleashing his magnetic voice to cast a wide net of manipulation over the crowd. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the full moon ascended into the night, the once cacophonous Frostwhite City gradually fell into a serene hush, while the plains beyond the city gates swarmed with a sea of people. Within the Lord's mansion, Yechin stood upon the balcony of his study, gazing out at the subsiding turmoil within the city, before shifting his gaze to the luminous and ethereal moonlight in the night sky, remaining silent yet resolute. Absolutely not, Yechin vowed with unwavering determination. Chapter 28. The assault. At this moment, the grand hall of the mansion lay desolate, devoid of any presence. All the servants had been hypnotically dispatched by Shawalis to the outskirts of the city, reduced to mere offerings for the abyss, much like the ordinary townsfolk. To ensure that every citizen was cleared from the city, Shawalis personally led the guards in meticulous patrols across all districts after the eerie silence descended upon Frostwhite City. He incessantly employed arcane arts to suppress any burgeoning riots during this time. Consequently, he found himself drenched in sweat, utterly fatigued, with his eyes heavy. And the disheveled state in which he now stood to welcome the arrival of the abyss was, undeniably, a sight he wished to avoid, for it would be utterly disrespectful. He retrieved his pocket watch, noting there remained over half an hour until the commencement of the ritual, a seemingly ample amount of time. Thus, before receiving Yechin in his study, he proceeded to the bathing chamber to cleanse himself thoroughly, afterward tending to his appearance with the utmost diligence he had ever mustered in his life. As the clock struck 11:55 in the evening, Shawalis entered the study, enveloped in a cloud of fragrance. "My Lord Messenger, I apologize for the wait. I took considerable time to ensure no lingering souls remained within the city," he explained with a tone of reverence. Yechin stood by the windows, gazing silently at the moonlit sky, only turning his head after a prolonged silence to respond in a tone that was almost indifferent. "No matter. Have all the guards and attendants accompanying you also exited the city?" Shawalis nodded enthusiastically, a smile gracing his face as he replied, "Yes, they have all departed. Now, in this mansion, it is just you and I, so rest assured, my Lord Messenger." "Excellent. With such a multitude of souls available for consumption, the abyss shall surely be most satisfied upon its arrival, and may even grant us additional favors thereafter. Now, let us proceed with the final preparations for the ritual," Yechin declared, ensuring that no other presence lingered within the room as he cast a glance toward the pendulum clock. Less than a minute remained until midnight. "Very well. Whatever you command, I shall comply," Shawalis exclaimed, his delight palpable as he eagerly nodded. Yechin instructed him to retrieve the circular parchment he had previously provided, laying it flat upon the desk surface. He then placed a lit candle at the center of the circle with an air of solemnity and issued his final command to Shawalis. "Come, stand before the circle, and focus intently on the candle, allowing the abyss to sense your summons. I shall not contest you for this honor. Indeed, thank you, my Lord Messenger. I am grateful for your boundless generosity," Shawalis replied, his hands clenched in excitement, tears of joy sparkling in his eyes as he approached the desk with trembling steps. And thus, the Lord of Frostwhite City devoted himself wholly to the flickering flame of the candle within the circle, silently extolling the mysteries of the abyss and singing praises of its grandeur. Simultaneously, Yechin stood behind Shawalis, swiftly raising the revolver loaded with blood bullets, pressing the muzzle against the unsuspecting nape of Shawalis' neck. In the next instant, Yechin decisively pressed his finger against the trigger. Bang! The crimson bullet, cloaked in flames, erupted from the muzzle, penetrating the brain and then gruesomely shattering. The mere few centimeters of distance caused Shawalis to endure the maximum lethal impact of Yechin's blood-based arcane art, rendering his head akin to a shattered watermelon, its contents splattering violently. The Navi Shawalis, blissfully ignorant, did not even complete the congratulatory words for welcoming the abyss in his mind before collapsing beside the desk, his remaining jaw powerless to extinguish the candle on the blank sheet of paper. With a deep breath after completing his grim task, Yechin maintained his aim at Shawalis' silhouette, showing no sign of relaxation. After all, the primary ape associated with the abyss in the previous trial could regenerate even after having its chest pierced and brain shattered. Who could guarantee that this deranged individual, obsessed with summoning the abyss, had not similarly encountered it, leading to some horrific transformation of his body? Regardless, Yechin would not overlook any suspicious signs emanating from Shawalis. However, even if Shawalis' physical form had indeed been parasitized by the abyss, gradually regenerating itself, Yechin was fully capable of dismembering it piece by piece, ultimately shattering the core of the abyss, severing its means of regeneration. With an almost supernatural finesse, Yechin toyed with Shawalis, leading him to a state of utter vulnerability and resistance-less slaughter. Though the unfolding events were all within Yechin and Apos' expectations and aligned with his desires, he felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. The hunting process felt overly effortless. The teacher had remarked that the difficulty of this third trial far surpassed the previous two. Yet, while Shawalis and Apos' hypnotic arcane art was indeed somewhat challenging, it was manageable with prior anticipation, contradicting the teacher and Apos' assertions. Could it be that the Lord harbored other secrets? Filled with doubt, Yechin resolved to dismember Shawalis and Apos' corpse, seeking to confirm the presence of any entities resembling the core of the abyss. Just as he raised his bloody long knife, intending to completely sever Shawalis' remains, an eerie sound of footsteps unexpectedly echoed from behind him. In that moment, Yechin and Apos' pupils constricted, fortunately remaining in a state of heightened vigilance. He swiftly turned his head after a brief hesitation of 0.3 of a second. It was his remarkable reflexes that allowed him to catch sight of the shadow lunging towards him before his neck was pierced. Instinctively, the young man raised his right hand, lifting the knife to defend himself. However, the blade could not keep pace, forcing him to absorb the incoming shadow's strike with his left hand. Swish! Crash! The sound of bone and flesh fracturing mingled with the clatter of the fallen long knife, echoing in Yechin and Apos' ears. A sharp, obsidian blade pierced directly through the palm of his right hand. Had it not been for Yechin's swift evasion, this sudden thrust would have claimed not only his life but also his left eye. As he narrowly dodged the lethal assault, Yechin was confronted by the figure of an assassin who had inexplicably appeared before him, overwhelming him with a surge of shock and confusion. Nevertheless, his instinct for combat compelled him to decisively raise his left hand and fire at the adversary. However, in the very moment Yechin aimed his weapon, the assassin swiftly extended his other hand, pinning Yechin's revolver and preventing him from shooting. The two immediately engaged in a fierce struggle, entwining their bodies in combat. Despite Yechin enveloping his limbs with the power of Auling in a desperate bid to resist, the assassin matched him in strength, proving to be a formidable opponent who could not be easily shaken off. They grappled in a chaotic dance of violence before the lifeless body of Shawalis. As the assassin forced Yechin to the ground and swiftly drew the blade from his right hand, intending to deliver another strike, Yechin managed to kick the assassin in the abdomen with his heel, propelling him several meters back against the wall. The assassin crashed into the wall with a resounding thud, unable to suppress a cry of pain. Yechin and Apos' kick had left numerous cracks etched in the wall and Apos' surface. However, in comparison, Yechin's own condition was dire. Blood gushed from his left hand, where the bone had been pierced, causing him to break into a cold sweat. His visage contorted in agony. Who is this person? Where did he come from? Why did I not sense him earlier? Yechin steadied his mind amidst the turmoil, grappling with his astonishment. The young man gritted his teeth as he cast his gaze upon the assassin, who was hastily rising from the ground. To his shock, he recognized this assassin as a stranger, a young frost man he had never encountered before, clad in aristocratic attire reminiscent of Shawalis. The young man's features bore a striking resemblance to Shawalis's, albeit with a notable youthfulness. Before he had shot Shawalis, Yechin had meticulously ensured that there were no lingering presences in the study or the corridor outside. Yet, why was there an unknown individual suddenly appearing behind him, launching an attack? Why had he remained oblivious to the man's existence from the outset? A torrent of questions flooded Yechin's mind as the young frost man, with bloodshot eyes filled with fury, fixed his gaze on Yechin. In a voice hoarse with rage, he began to utter, You have killed my elder brother. You deceived him and manipulated him for an entire night, only to stand behind him and launch a treacherous ambush. How could he have been so warm, so trusting towards you? Ah, you ungrateful wretch. Oh, dear and innocent Shawalis. Ah. The enigmatic assassin muttered incessantly before letting out a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the entire lord's estate, fully expressing his sorrow and fury with a hoarse voice. Although Yechin remained oblivious to this individual's origins and the reasons for his sudden appearance, he was acutely aware of one undeniable truth as he gazed at the gaping wound in the palm of his right hand, from which blood surged forth incessantly, and the abyssal substance within that clamored and howled. It was the grim reality of his current predicament, fraught with peril. The situation had begun to take a dire turn. Chapter 29. Brotherhood. Yechin fixated intently on the sanguine wound on his right hand, soon noticing the scattered, minuscule, jet-black sludge hastily burrowing into his flesh, akin to ravenous maggots vying for sustenance. The youth, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, concentrated his spirit, channeling streams of arcane energy through the blood pooling within the wound, incinerating the repulsive intruders before they could invade his body. These writhing entities within my injury are reminiscent of the substance that once clung to the surface of the head ape, all originating from the abyss. Yechin pondered, raising his gaze to the figure before him, who continued to emit mournful wails. He observed that the black dagger clutched in the opponent's hand was not deliberately crafted to appear thus. Rather, its blade was encrusted with a thick layer of the inky sludge, imparting an overall obsidian hue. The enigmatic assassin continued to roar for a brief span before regaining composure. His blood-red eyes fixated fiercely upon Yechin. He then flicked the blood from his dagger, adopting a derisive expression as he began to mock. "Humph. I once believed, much like my esteemed brother, that you, a being from the outside world, were unfathomable, someone not to be trifled with. However, after our recent skirmish, I perceive that you are but a mere charlatan, a pretender devoid of substance." Yechin's expression contorted as he scrutinized the mysterious assassin. "Who are you? And why do you wield abyssal weaponry?" he inquired, astonishment lacing his voice, while surreptitiously tearing a corner from his shirt to bind his wounded hand. Simultaneously, he invoked the newly acquired universal arcane technique of self-healing, utilizing arcane energy to staunch the flow of blood. "Humph, a filthy swindler like you hardly deserves to know my identity. Yet, in the name of avenging Lord Shawalis, I shall grant you the privilege of carrying the answer to your grave. I am Shaolin, the beloved disciple of Lord Shawalis, the Lord of Frost City." At the moment Shaolin uttered this declaration, Yechin abruptly raised his firearm, poised to discharge a blood bullet. However, his adversary was already prepared. The instant Yechin made his move, Shaolin sprang into action. In that fleeting moment, his physical form became blurred and distorted. Under Yechin's astonished gaze, he swiftly merged with the chaotic surroundings of the study, vanishing from view in an instant. This individual. Yechin paused for a heartbeat, regaining his composure and immediately re-aiming his firearm, on high alert for any signs of movement, any shifts in the environment. The Frostman named Shaolin. Upon witnessing his figure blend seamlessly with the surroundings, Yechin finally grasped the nature of Shaolin's evasion and the means by which he had launched a surprise attack at such close range. His arcane technique is fundamentally invisibility. Moreover, it was that kind of invisibility capable of completely concealing one's presence. After reaching a conclusion, Yechin's gaze swept across every corner of the study, and he quickly discovered that the glass display cabinet, previously locked in the corner, had been stealthily opened without his awareness. Within it, the sniper rifle that Zayawalis had once showcased to Yechin had vanished without a trace. A dangerous intuition erupted in Yechin's mind, compelling him to abruptly turn towards the direction of the sound of the bullet being chambered. At that very moment, the exquisitely crafted sniper rifle hovered ominously in the air, its pitch-black muzzle glaring menacingly at Yechin's body. "Die, scum!" A cold snort emanated from the air beside the rifle, followed by an invisible finger pulling the trigger. In the next heartbeat, a blinding flame erupted from the barrel, and a bullet, entirely black and encrusted with thick sludge, soared across a mere few meters, striking Yechin squarely in the abdomen. Bang! The gunshot reverberated through the air, and under the fierce impact of the sniper rifle, Yechin was instantly sent sprawling, crashing through the study's doors and windows, hurtling off the second-floor balcony and landing in the fountain courtyard below. However, despite having been shot away, Zayawalu's expression was one of sheer astonishment. He had not been reduced to a mere heap of flesh on the spot. He deactivated the invisibility, hefting the weighty sniper rifle as he wandered towards the study and Apos' balcony, murmuring in confusion. In Zayawalu and Apos' eyes, the combination of the rifle and Apos' foundational components, the proximity of the shot, and the enhancement of abyssal material should have unleashed a terrifying force capable of obliterating Yechin instantly. Yet, the opponent had merely been sent flying as if struck by a gigantic hammer, a situation that seemed exceedingly peculiar. Zayawalis stepped through the shattered doors and windows, peering down from the balcony's edge, but all he could see on the courtyard floor was a blurred pool of blood. Yechin's figure was nowhere to be found. Clearly, he had relocated. This individual undoubtedly hailed from the outside world. It was no surprise he possessed some protective treasures. Nevertheless, no matter what abilities you may possess, today you shall not escape. Oh, Lord Zayawalis, my benevolent brother, my tragic brother. I am deeply sorry. In truth, I had harbored doubts about this so-called emissary of the abyss from the very beginning. Yet I hesitated to act, ultimately leading to your untimely demise. I sincerely apologize. May you find eternal rest in the embrace of the true abyssal deity. Zayawala knelt beside Zayawalis, weeping profusely as he bid him farewell. Before long, a sudden commotion of hurried, thunderous footsteps echoed from outside the study. As the door was flung open with great force, Zayawalis's personal guard appeared promptly before Zayawalu. Lord Chivalrous. Upon hearing the gunfire, we hurried from the basement. The captain of the guards, his chin bandaged, rushed in and exclaimed, yet before he could complete his words, He beheld Lord Chevaluin kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face, beside a headless corpse. Lord Chevaluin, could this be? The guards, filled with confusion and dread, witnessed Chevaluin wipe away his tears with a handkerchief, slowly rising to his feet. His voice low and hoarse as he delivered the grim news. My brother has perished, ambushed by that cloaked deceiver. How could this be? The faces of the guards turned ashen upon hearing the tidings. Although chivalrous had now passed, the years of relentless hypnotic influence had indelibly etched his loyalty deep within their souls. With the death of their master, sorrow and despair were etched upon each countenance. Yet, upon glimpsing the hatred and murderous intent in Chevaluin's eyes, the expressions of the guards swiftly morphed into ferocity, frenzy, and fury. In that moment, silence spoke louder than words. The thoughts of the Lord's brother and his guards converged upon a singular notion: vengeance. For the Lord of Frostwhite City, for Lord Chivalrous. They were resolute in their determination to capture the fleeing Yechin tonight, subjecting him to a fate most brutal. Otherwise, this seething hatred would remain eternally unresolved. Chapter 30. The assassin Xiao Walu. When Xiao Walu was the illegitimate son of the former head of the Xiao Walu family and the former Lord of Frost City, who was notoriously captivated by women and had accrued considerable debts of infatuation. Xiao Walu came into being as a result of a fleeting liaison during one of his father's escapades with a woman from the countryside. However, the former head regarded this affair as a mere dalliance, subsequently renouncing all responsibility, leaving Xiao Walu to lead a life of poverty alongside his mother from the moment of his birth. Upon learning of this matter, the heir to the lordship, the adult Xiao Walu was instantly intrigued and sought to visit this half-brother he had never met. To his astonishment, he discovered that Xiao Walu had also endured a peculiar and haunting nightmare, albeit with a different manifestation of their innate spiritual abilities. While Xiao Walu wielded his voice to hypnotize and influence the minds of others, his brother possessed an innate ability that utilized his skin as a medium, granting him the power of invisibility, allowing him to merge seamlessly with his surroundings. Upon realizing this, Xiao Walu unhesitatingly welcomed his brother into the family fold and secured their father's consent for Xiao Walu to formally adopt the family name. From that moment on, Xiao Walu and his mother were liberated from their impoverished existence, stepping into the illustrious ranks of the nobility. This act of kindness from Xiao Walu left Xiao Walu utterly astounded and profoundly grateful, viewing his brother as a savior. In his desire to repay this debt of gratitude, Xiao Walu was willing to go to great lengths and offer unwavering loyalty. Thus, Xiao Walu appointed Xiao Walu as his shadow protector, enforcing stringent confidentiality regarding his identity, known only to a select few relatives, servants, and members of the personal guard. Xiao Walu's role encompassed being Xiao Walu's most formidable bodyguard and assassin, utilizing his invisibility to neutralize any sudden attacks and eliminate potential threats to Xiao Walu's dominion. Recently, a powerful prisoner, who was ostensibly subdued by the guards through sheer numbers, was in reality brought down by a covert strike from Xiao Walu. Consequently, he became Xiao Walu and Appo's most loyal and potent weapon, capable of removing any detrimental elements that might hinder the flourishing endeavors of the Xiao Walu family. Together, the brothers forged an alliance, one employing hypnosis to sway public sentiment, while the other utilized invisibility to eradicate dangers, ensuring that their governance over Frost City remained untroubled. Even though their encounter with the Abyss at the border during a hunting expedition years prior had drastically altered their temperaments, their bond remained unscathed, instead drawing them into a shared obsession with the Abyss. The Xiao Walu brothers collaborated harmoniously. Xiao Walu dedicated himself to researching the rituals for summoning the essence of the Abyss, while Xiao Walu extracted numerous abyssal materials from the precipices, embarking on an exploration of their properties and functionalities. It was only on a fateful day that a self-proclaimed abyssal envoy named Yechin appeared before the two brothers, thereby altering the course of their lives. Initially, Xiao Walu harbored considerable doubt regarding Yechin's true identity. However, once his elder brother was personally tested and discerned, and Yechin proactively proved himself to be a being from the outside world, Xiao Walu could no longer suppress his brother's fervent enthusiasm, instead choosing to remain discreetly vigilant of Yechin's every movement. In truth, the moment Yechin stepped into the opulent mansion, Xiao Walu maintained a state of invisibility, shadowing Yechin wherever he went. During the several hours Yechin rested in the study, Xiao Walu stood persistently in the dimly lit corner, his gaze scarcely departing from Yechin's form. Simultaneously, he clandestinely gathered all 30 members of the personal guard, informing them of a change in the Lord's orders. They need not venture outside the city, but should conceal themselves in the mansion's basement. Should any hint of danger arise, they were to rush to the Lord's study, prepared to rescue Xayawallis. However, Xayawallis could never have anticipated that, after a night of relentless vigilance, an unforeseen complication would arise at the last moment. As Yechin placed a candle upon the magical array, rendering Xayawallis utterly entranced and tearfully overjoyed, Xayawallis, witnessing the happiness of his brother, who had labored for years now bearing fruit, felt a profound emotional stir within him, raising a hand to wipe away his tears. Little did he know that in that fleeting instant, Yechin, standing beside Xayawallis, drew forth a glinting revolver with lightning speed, ultimately shattering the skull of his beloved brother with a single shot, as he beheld the figure of Xayawallis, who had followed him for half a lifetime. Collapsing helplessly upon the desk, Xayawallis' heart shattered, consumed by despair, and ultimately engulfed by an inferno of rage. He could not allow that scoundrel to escape. He must be killed. I shall ensure his demise. Drawing a deep breath, he approached a corner of the study. Retrieving a beautifully crafted long box from a drawer, which he then presented to his loyal guard, slowly unveiling its contents. Inside the box, divided into 3 layers, lay numerous small depressions neatly arranged with dozens of pitch-black bullets. However, the surface of the bullets was not smooth. Rather, they were coated in a viscous, muddy substance that seemed to writhe and crawl, emitting a disconcerting hum akin to the buzzing of flies. This is, observing the bizarre sight before them, the guards swallowed hard, rendered speechless. This is the culmination of my years of diligent research. Abyssal bullets, crafted from abyssal material, Xayawallis explained darkly while holding the long box. The murderer of Lord Xayawallis possesses abilities that rival my own. Ordinary bullets pose no threat to him. This is precisely why your efforts of firepower during the day proved futile against him. However, should you employ these abyss bullets, the circumstances would undoubtedly be vastly different. I can assure you, in their presence, that fellow would resemble an ordinary person, and with just a few more hits, damn it, he would certainly perish. Thus, these abyss bullets present you with the opportunity to eliminate that murderer and vindicate yourselves in the eyes of Lord Chivalrous. This box contains a total of 180 abyss bullets. With your team of 30, each shall receive 5, while I shall retain 30 for myself. I have strategically placed abyss sentinels around the manor, so I am aware that scoundrel has yet to escape the premises, hiding somewhere within this estate. At this point, a fierce glint flashed in Chivalrous's eyes as his mind began to conjure the gruesome image of Yechin being riddled with bullets like a honeycomb. I shall continue to operate independently, while you will divide into groups to track his whereabouts. Upon the sound of gunfire within the mansion, gather immediately at the source, and strive to avoid isolation lest that scoundrel seizes the opportunity. Yes, the members of the guard resounded in unison, accepting Chivalrous's command, orderly collecting their 5 abyss bullets, and subsequently splitting into 3 groups of 10, dashing in various directions within the mansion, diligently searching for Yechin's trail. With that, Chivalrous tucked the box of bullets into his cloak, hefted the weighty sniper rifle, and brandished the sharp black dagger, leaping from the balcony of the study. Following the trail of blood left by Yechin, advancing forward with determination. Chapter 31. The Hunt List gasping for breath. Yechin concealed himself in a dimly lit warehouse within the estate, employing the art of spatial access. He retrieved a lightweight short sword and a slender wire from his handkerchief, deftly binding them to his injured left hand with bandages. With his long knife having fallen in the study, he now had no choice but to rely on these diminutive tools for close combat. He cast a glance at the deep dent in his black cloak, adorned with golden patterns, which was slowly regaining its shape. His gaze then shifted to his left arm, stripped of a significant portion of flesh and the bruised, swollen area around his waist. With determination, the young man invoked the power of the abyss to cleanse the writhing abyssal matter within his wounds, eradicating the grotesque worms that sought to further ravage his body. Fortuitously, at the moment he was struck by the sniper's bullet from Xayawallis, Yechin had instinctively shielded his abdomen with his left arm and golden-patterned cloak, slightly twisting his body to significantly diminish the bullet's lethality. As a result, he only sustained superficial injuries. Had he not taken that decisive action, he would have likely suffered the loss of 1 or 2 vital organs, rendering him incapable of fighting and leading to failure in the 3rd trial. Afterward, he tore off some excess bandages, hastily wrapping his left arm and waist. He then extracted a thin cord from the handkerchief and secured the revolver's grip to his still functioning right wrist. Before Yechin embarked on this journey, Lyle had solely mentioned the target of the third trial, Lord Xiao Walu's. He had merely instructed Yechin to cleanse everything related to the Xiao Walu's family and the abyss. Lyle had never mentioned Xiao Walu's brother, Xiao Walyuan, who also possessed the elusive ability of invisibility, a skill that caught Yechin entirely unprepared. Despite being at a significant disadvantage with his left hand nearly incapacitated and his waist injured, Yechin felt no anger towards Lyle's deliberate omission of crucial details. Instead, he began to concentrate on how to turn the tide of battle, meticulously crafting his strategy. He understood that Lyle's intent was to test his adaptability in such an unexpectedly challenging situation, to see if he could turn the tables against overwhelming odds. After all, Lyle's expectations of Yechin had always been exceedingly high, and it was only natural for each trial to become progressively more arduous. Although Yechin had shattered Xiao Walu's head with a single shot, he could not afford to overlook Xiao Walyuan, who was entangled with the abyss. Moreover, he had yet to ascertain whether Xiao Walu's harbored an abyss core within, necessitating a final strike to ensure his kill. There remained much to be done, and the trials ahead promised to be formidable. Thus, it is precisely for this reason that Yechin's singular focus is to exhaust every ounce of ingenuity and risk his very life to surmount all obstacles, thereby achieving the third trial with resounding success, allowing Lyle to unequivocally recognize his capabilities and bear witness to his growth. With a deep breath, he resolved to begin. The young man, resolute in his determination, advanced with swift steps along the path firmly etched in his mind. Making his way directly to the electrical control room of the Shawala mansion, he raised his revolver and unleashed a volley of 5 shots at the massive electrical switch. Bang, 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 bang. The 5 ancient bronze bullets instantly obliterated the switch, igniting a shower of sparks and plunging the mansion into darkness as all the lights extinguished in an instant. Why have all the lights suddenly gone out? It must be because that fellow has destroyed the switch. This indicates he is currently in the control room. Let us go and eliminate him. Avenge our lord. The commotion caused by Yechin alerted all enemies within the mansion to his location, prompting them to rush towards the control room from various points at full speed. Yechin was acutely aware of the risks associated with his actions. As soon as the gunfire ceased, he swiftly fled, relocating himself in haste. Xiao Walu, concealed in the shadows, moved quietly through one of the long corridors within the mansion. Although he too had heard the gunfire emanating from the control room, he did not hasten towards the source of the sound. Instead, he furrowed his brow involuntarily. The rapid discovery of the mansion's electrical switch location indicated that this scoundrel had memorized the entire layout of the building, which posed a considerable challenge. Xiao Walu murmured to himself, now understanding why Yechin had previously requested the butler to guide him through every nook and cranny of the Shawalu estate. It was evidently a preparation for the current situation, a notion that seemed rather far-sighted and meticulous. Nevertheless, this house ultimately belongs to the Shawala family. Let this outsider struggle in vain, ha. He scoffed softly before vanishing around the corner of the corridor. The first group of elite guards to arrive at the control room, failing to spot Yechin, quickly dispersed to investigate the traces left at the scene. Within mere moments, one of the guards, noticing drops of blood on the floor, immediately lowered his voice to alert his companions. Hey, I see blood here, come quickly. The 10 guards swiftly gathered together, discovering a trail of blood leading toward the dining room ahead. Without hesitation, they followed the bloodstains into the dining room, only to find it in disarray. The tiled floor was strewn with shattered plates, teacups, and fragments of porcelain. The guards exchanged a gesture for quiet action, then, armed with single-shot rifles, stealthily entered the dark, silent dining room in search of Yechin and Apos' whereabouts. Meanwhile, Yechin, concealed in the shadowy corner of the dining room, furrowed his brow as he listened to the faint sounds of footsteps crunching on the shards of porcelain. He cautiously peered out, using the cover of moonlight to discern the true identity of the intruders. It was not the Xiao Warren he had anticipated, but rather the entourage of Xiao Waris, whom he had encountered earlier that afternoon at the mansion's entrance. Had Xiao Waris deceived him by not allowing the guards to venture beyond the city? As Yechin gazed at the vigilant assembly ahead, he could not help but feel perplexed and bewildered. He had been quite satisfied with his own theatrical display, yet it appeared that Xiao Waris had retained a measure of suspicion. Although the youth remained unaware that the guards were, in fact, secretly concealed in the mansion's basement by Xiao Waris's brother, Xiao Warren, such details had become inconsequential. What mattered now was whether these individuals posed a threat to him. In his mind, Yechin swiftly constructed 2 hypotheses. The first, these individuals were merely a diversion orchestrated by Xiao Warren to capture his attention. while the true threat lay in the lurking presence of Shao Warren nearby, poised to strike when he let his guard down. The second, these guards, like Shao Waris, possessed bullets infused with abyssal material capable of inflicting harm upon Yechin, representing the gravest scenario. For he would then have to contend with the lethal onslaught of several dozen adversaries simultaneously. Let us assume the situation has reached its direst state. At this juncture, there was no room for leniency. Having concluded his contemplations, Yechin promptly included all present guards in his list of targets, though he comprehended that these guards might be oblivious to the fact that their lord, Shao Waris, had been attempting for years to execute a nefarious ritual capable of annihilating all beings within the eternal winter's hidden domain. Yechin could no longer afford the luxury of mercy. He was not a deity but a hunter. Regardless of their awareness, if they harbored murderous intent towards him, they were all his enemies, all his prey. He would not spare any of them, not a single one. If one seeks to take my life, I shall assuredly take theirs. The youth resolutely recalled his mentor's teachings and, in that moment, vowed he would never allow compassion to become his downfall. Chapter 32. Blade against gun. Yechin, resolute in his determination, flicked the frost-white gold coin held between his right fingertips towards the makeshift trap he had set at the far end of the dining hall. Striking a broom propped against the wall, draped in a tablecloth, with precision, the sudden noise startled all the loyal guards present, their gazes converging upon the fallen broom, which, shrouded in shadow, resembled a figure sprawled on the ground. Fire! Someone from the guard squad shouted, prompting the others to instinctively aim at the direction of the toppled broom and unleash a barrage of gunfire. Bang! 10 rounds of abyss bullets riddled the broom, leaving it in tatters, yet the aftermath echoed in silence. As the guards grappled with uncertainty over the accuracy of their shots, Yechin had already approached swiftly from the opposite side, raising the silver revolver that gleamed under the moonlight with unwavering steadiness. Bang! 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 The youthful focus, teetering on the brink of life and death, combined with the near-perfect steadiness of his right hand melding with the gun, allowed each of the 5 bullets to find their mark in the chests and backs of the 5 nearest guards, who collapsed to the ground, issuing muffled groans of defeat. This technique, which allowed one to triumph over many, demanded an utmost concentration of the user's mind, ensuring that the arm gripping the revolver exhibited no extraneous tremors. Each movement had to be precise to the millimeter, and every bullet aimed at the vital points of the adversary. This was the third core combat technique of the hunter that Lyle had imparted to Yechin: point-target multi-shooting. 5. Yechin silently reminded himself as he sprinted toward the back door of the dining hall. Yes, over there. Don't let him escape. Shoot. The remaining 5 guards, disregarding their fallen comrades, hastily reloaded their rifles and initiated a second wave of intense fire towards Yechin's fleeing figure. However, due to the dim lighting and Yechin's terrifying speed, their bullets merely shattered the large window behind him, leaving only the cacophony of breaking glass in their wake. Crash! In the next instant, Yechin vanished at the back door of the dining hall. Load and pursue. The remaining 5 guards pulled back their gun bolts, swiftly chambering the third abyss bullet, and raced towards the back door from which Yechin had disappeared. Yet, Yechin had not distanced himself from the dining hall. He merely concealed himself beside the back door. As the first 2 guards burst through the door, they found Yechin standing less than a meter in front of them, his left hand tightly gripping a bloodied short sword, its edge radiating a deadly glimmer. Swish! The 2 guards had no time to raise their weapons before their heads were severed cleanly, soaring through the air. What? The third guard, following closely behind, was met with the shocking sight of his 2 companions inexplicably decapitated, his expression immediately filled with disbelief and trepidation. He hastily aimed his gun at Yechin and fired. Bang! Yechin crouched low, skillfully evading the abyss bullet that zipped past him, and charged forward, closing the distance to his enemy. With a firm grip on the blood-stained steel wire, he swung his arms, executing a swift maneuver that not only deflected the guard's rifle, but also ensnared his neck with the wire. A sickening crack echoed through the air. Empowered by the potency of blood, the slender wire transformed into a merciless executioner, instantly producing a sound of shattering bones. The guard, caught unawares, had no chance to scream as his spine was brutally severed by the wire. The 2 guards inside the door witnessed their comrade's gruesome demise and swiftly raised their rifles. Yet, he kicked the corpse of a 3rd guard, causing it to topple onto the 4th, while he himself rolled aside to evade the bullet fired by the 5th guard. The 4th guard, pinned beneath his fallen companion, struggled to rise, but he swiftly reloaded his rifle and delivered a fatal shot. As the last guard fell silently, the dining hall was cleared of its prey. 10, he mentally counted, taking refuge behind a stone pillar in the corridor. Wary of the lurking shadows at either end where Yechin might lie in wait with a sniper rifle, although the bullets in that rifle were coated with abyssal material. As long as they remained untouched in the chamber, they could still serve him in his quest for vengeance. Having personally verified this, he quickly confirmed that 2 abyss bullets remained in the rifle before slinging it over his shoulder. Next, he deftly ejected the revolver cylinder, securing the revolver against his left arm while his right hand meticulously loaded the bronze ammunition into the chamber. At that moment, a faint sound emerged from the ground 5 meters to his side, a result of the porcelain shards he had scattered near the pillar, now disturbed by an unseen footstep. With a sudden pivot, he turned and discerned the spectral figure of Yechin materializing from the void. In the next instant, 2 daggers, encrusted with black sludge, sliced through the frigid air, aiming for his throat. I knew you would attempt this again. Fully prepared for Yechin and Apos' ambush, he raised the short sword entwined in his left hand, countering Yechin and Apos' assault with a horizontal slash, illuminated by the cold moonlight. The bloodied blade of his short sword emitted a crimson glow, while Yechin's abyssal daggers carved 2 dark paths through the air. The clash of single red against dual black resulted in an inevitable outcome. The red brilliance erupted like flames, while the black trails shattered into fragments. Yechin's 2 obsidian daggers crumbled into countless shards under the force of the blood-red blade, helplessly raining down before him. How could this be? Yechin gasped in disbelief, utterly unprepared for the realization that this seemingly unremarkable short sword could not only contend with his abyssal creations but could also obliterate them in the blink of an eye. In his perspective, Yechin's sword appeared to be a weapon expressly forged for the annihilation of the abyss. However, Yechin was oblivious to the fact that the true catalyst was the blood of Yechin that stained the blade. Yechin's arcane arts possessed a formidable counter against the abyss. Yechin's expression stiffened in shock, yet Yechin's swordplay remained undeterred. After shattering his opponent's dagger, he deftly swung the blade once more, delivering a ferocious strike towards Yechin's head. Yechin summoned every ounce of his arcane energy, raising his left hand to forcibly deflect Yechin's lethal assault. Although this maneuver cost him half of his palm, the outcome was undeniably preferable to having his skull cleaved in 2. Clutching his severed hand, Yechin leapt out of the reach of Yechin's strike. His visage contorted in fury. As Yechin lifted the revolver in his right hand, preparing to unleash the final blood bullet, Yechin simultaneously concealed his form, merging once more with the surrounding shadows. When a slender sniper rifle materialized from the air at the corridor's end, aiming its barrel at Yechin, it was then that Yechin's finger, which had been poised on the trigger, sprang into action. At that moment, despite Yechin's efforts to shroud himself, the imposing sniper rifle betrayed his position. Without hesitation, Yechin fired into the air beneath the gun barrel, while Yechin retaliated by firing at Yechin and Apos' chest, the latter's response lagging behind the former's by a mere heartbeat. Bang! The echo of gunfire resonated seamlessly through the corridor. In the next instant, crouched on the ground, Yechin felt a savage bullet tear away a significant portion of flesh from his right shoulder, while Yechin, leaping to the side, sustained a minor injury to his left shoulder, narrowly evading the opposing sniper's shot. Chapter 33. The fire attack. Yechin sustained only minor injuries. While Yechin was drenched in blood, his ability to conceal himself compromised. Witnessing his disheveled state, Yechin contemplated seizing the moment to eliminate this most formidable quarry. However, the sudden sound of numerous footsteps outside the restaurant indicated the approach of the royal guard. Without hesitation, Yechin opted against the reckless pursuit of the wounded Yechin and swiftly retreated to the far end of the corridor, disappearing into the shadows. The second and third contingents of the royal guard arrived in succession, their faces paling upon encountering the 10 uniformed corpses. They rushed to the back corridor, only to discover Yechin leaning against the wall, drenched in sweat and blood. "Lord Yechin, are you all right?" they asked, their voices trembling. Yet, Yechin merely gestured for silence. "It's nothing. I can tend to these wounds myself." As he spoke, a thick, viscous black sludge surged forth from beneath his shirt, splitting into 2 streams that began to mend his severed left hand and shattered right shoulder, enveloping, filling, and replacing the damaged flesh. Within seconds, Yechin flexed his newly restored black left hand and right shoulder, rising to face the incredulous expressions of his companions with a grave demeanor, issuing new commands. The enemy's responses, techniques, speed, strength, awareness, and experience surpassed my expectations. A single miscalculation in handling him could spell the doom of the Xiao Walu family today. Xiao Walu inarticulated, his tone fragmented. He had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike while Yechin was preoccupied with reloading. Xiao Walu had believed this unexpected assault would conclude the encounter, yet he was taken aback by Yechin's swift reaction. Even finding himself on the receiving end of a counterattack that nearly resulted in a fatal blow. Yechin's calm demeanor, resolute decisiveness, and pathological vigilance had transformed him into a formidable specter in Xiao Walu 1 and Amp. Appo's mind, the strongest adversary he had ever encountered. Thus, we must alter our strategy. Whatever the cost, tonight must mark the end of his life. If he excels in combat within the shadows, then we shall illuminate the estate entirely, leaving him nowhere to hide. Set the place ablaze. Upon receiving Xiao Walu and Appo's new orders, the remaining 20 members of the Royal Guard were enveloped in confusion and terror. Set fire to the building. Lord Xiao Walu, are you certain? This is the ancestral home of the Xiao Walu family, over a century old. However, undeterred by their doubts, Xiao Walu nodded firmly. I have made my decision. This is our most viable tactic for success. Even if this place becomes but a ruin, I shall avenge Lord Xiao Walu. Go and set the oil ablaze. Once the mansion is engulfed in flames, remain outside to guard. I will first relocate my brother's body, then ascend to a vantage point to provide sniper support. With that, Xiao Waru hastened towards the study without a moment's hesitation. The loyal guards exchanged glances, left with no choice but to heed Xiao Waru's commands, preparing to sound the frenzied horn of counterattack. Yechin concealed himself in a bedroom on the second floor of the mansion, raising the crimson blood flower tea extracted from the handkerchief to his lips, taking a significant gulp before spilling the blood, which solidified in the revolver's chamber, becoming the third blood bullet of the night. In just 5 minutes, he would be able to forge the fourth. After the recent skirmish with Xiao Waru, Yechin had ascertained that his opponent could not maintain invisibility while executing close combat maneuvers. Moreover, the types of objects that could remain concealed were limited, currently comprising only his clothing and dagger. The massive sniper rifle lay outside the scope of Xiao Waru's arcane abilities. This revelation simplified matters considerably. Leaning against the window, bathed in moonlight, Yechin completed the revolver's loading and began to prepare for his next move, only for his pupils to suddenly perceive an eerie crimson glow. He turned to gaze outside, only to discover thick black smoke billowing from the opposite loft. Fiery flames danced joyously within, displaying their seductive ballet, transforming the previously dim and silent loft into a scene of vibrant chaos. These individuals were burning down their own home. Yechin gazed in astonishment at the inferno across the estate, observing several figures emerging from the flames, brandishing torches, as they continued to incinerate the rooms adjacent to the loft, causing a once grand section of the mansion to succumb to the raging fire. Yechin could hardly fathom that the adversary would resort to such ruthless measures to flush him out. Yet, it must be acknowledged, this was indeed a shrewd maneuver. After all, illuminated by the flames, he could no longer lurk in shadows as he had before, catching them off guard. Moreover, as the blaze spread rapidly, the ample hiding spots within the vast mansion dwindled, inevitably forcing Yechin into the open, where he would likely fall prey to ambushes laid by Xiao Waru and his allies. It was clear that this was their intention, deploying such a ferocious fire attack. How cunning, though I am hardly in a position to criticize. Yechin mused, taking a deep breath as he glanced at the poised revolver in his hand, and then resolved to act. Since Xiao Waru sought to drive him outdoors, he would instead choose to turn defense into offense and strike first. As long as he could eliminate the prey before the flames completely consumed the mansion, all challenges would be surmountable. The logic was as straightforward as it was ruthless. Yechin holstered his revolver and brandished the single-shot rifle he had just wrested from the corpse of a guard, rushing headlong towards the advancing flames. Simultaneously, Xiao Waru, having relocated his brother's body, hefted the weighty sniper rifle and opened the skylight atop the mansion, swiftly ascending to the circular roof of the Xiao Waru estate. From this vantage point, he was afforded a panoramic view of the expansive grounds surrounding the mansion, while also being able to observe a significant portion of the interior scenes on the first and second floors through the various doors and windows from different angles. Undoubtedly, this was the most advantageous position within the Xiao Waru estate for a sniper to remain concealed. Should Yechin attempt to flee outdoors and escape the confines of the Xiao Waru estate, he would inevitably traverse an open area spanning half a kilometer. By that time, Xiao Waru would not falter as he did earlier in the back corridor. This time, he would be wholly focused, steadying his rifle with precision. skillfully unleashing the shooting techniques he had honed over decades, transforming Yechin into a shattered target, rendering him incapable of rising again. Very well. I shall see how long you can endure amidst this inferno. With the rifle stock in hand, Xiao Warren gazed down at the Xiao War mansion. A place once filled with memories of a life now succumbing to the ravenous flames, a smirk of indifference gracing his lips, swiftly followed by a cold, mocking laugh. The frosted one allowed the abyssal substance beneath his neck to crawl and twist upon his visage, his eyes reflecting the towering inferno, flickering with the hues of madness. Chapter 34. The night of the hunt. Cough, cough, cough. A member of the guard, while coughing, lifted an oil barrel and gradually filled the familiar living room and chambers with fuel, subsequently tossing in a torch. One corner of the once magnificent Shawala mansion was thus engulfed by terrifying flames. Alas, what a pity! This was a precious house with a history spanning over a century, now reduced to ashes. After igniting the fire, the guard carrying the oil barrel could not help but express his lamentation. Enough of the fuss. Let's move on to other tasks, aiming to leave promptly. Otherwise, we might succumb to the smoke before the mansion is entirely consumed by flames. Cough, cough. Urged another guard, rifle in hand, who then succumbed to a fit of coughing. Given the mansion's vast expanse, the guards had to toil for nearly 10 minutes to ensure it was swiftly engulfed in flames. Even with damp towels wrapped around their mouths and noses, they still felt immense discomfort. What is that? The expressions of several guards who first spotted a shadow changed instantaneously. However, the opponent had already steadied his rifle, aiming directly at the guard team. In the next moment, a brilliant flash of gunfire erupted, and a dark bullet traversed several dozen meters, embedding itself into the chest of one of the guards. 11. The enemy has come to us. Eliminate him. Gazing at their fallen comrade, who lay lifeless and unblinking on the ground, the 8 guards in the front row were immediately consumed by rage. Raising their rifles in unison and charging toward the direction where Yechin had vanished, intent on turning him into a porcupine of bullets. Hey, halt! Don't charge recklessly, commanded Captain Kaminger, whose chin was wrapped in bandages. Yet, whether due to the prolonged proximity to the abyssal substance within the bullets or not, the guards who charged forth had their minds thrown into disarray, utterly losing their composure, disregarding the captain's admonitions entirely. Next, with the last round of ammunition loaded, Yechin leaned out from the corridor once more, raising his rifle to fire at the guards rushing in the front. Bang! The bullet struck the first guard, piercing through his throat, claiming yet another victim. Witnessing Yechin lean out again, the remaining guards wasted no time and swiftly aimed their fire at him. However, at that very moment, Shawalyuan, who had been lurking atop the mansion's roof, had already sensed the commotion within. Adjusting his position, he aimed his weapon, pulled the trigger, and a dark abyssal bullet erupted from the elongated barrel of his sniper rifle, crossing the night sky over 100 meters, shattering the corridor's glass, and heading straight for Yechin's side. Crash! The instant he heard the glass shatter, Yechin immediately dove deeper into the interior, seeking refuge within Shawalyuan's blind spot. However, his leg was still grazed by a bullet, leaving a trail of crimson on the floor. The reaction remained as terrifyingly swift as before. Xiao Warren could not help but murmur in awe as he stowed away his sniper rifle, awaiting the next opportunity to strike. Had that elusive figure taken refuge on the rooftop? Upon sensing Xiao Warren's position, Yechin glanced at the wound that he still need not address immediately, then discarded his empty rifle and dashed towards a spacious bathhouse in the rear. He was hit by Lord Xiao Warren. Quick, pursue him with fervor and eliminate him. Hurrah! Avenge us all. The 7 members erupted into maniacal laughter, retreating the spent shells and grimacing as they continued their pursuit towards Yechin and Appo's hiding spot. Captain, shall we follow them? One subordinate of the personal guard inquired anxiously. No, there is no need. Xiao Warren has instructed me that if certain members of the team lose their composure and refuse to heed commands, we must decisively abandon them. Our mission is simply to ensure that the enemy is driven out of this estate as swiftly as possible. If he refuses to emerge, he will inevitably seek us out. We should be on the offensive, not the defensive. The 7 frenzied guards trailed the bloodstains along the path, entering the vast bathhouse. This place had once been a sanctuary for Xiao Warren to unwind and alleviate fatigue. Yet it was now destined to become a bloody arena for hunter and prey to clash. The bloodstains extended inward, and the only exit was this grand door. 2 of you guard this entrance. The rest follow me inside and split up, commanded the guard with the most remaining sanity among the group. That man is already severely wounded. We could easily bury him beneath a pile of corpses. though the bathhouse had escaped the ravages of fire. The large glass window above the bathing pool allowed the moonlight to permeate the interior, rendering the space less dim. The guards, armed and vigilant, searched every dark corner yet could not locate Yechin. "Come out, you despicable coward," one guard shouted into the silent bathhouse hall, suddenly hearing a faint sound emanating from the center of the bathing pool. Could he be hiding in the water? He muttered to himself, maneuvering around a tall stone pillar to peer over the edge of the pool, where he indeed spotted a curled-up shadow at the bottom of the clear water. Instinctively, the guard raised his weapon and fired. Bang! The bullet pierced the shadow, curiously causing no immediate commotion. However, a plume of crimson began to rise from its surface, slowly floating to the water's surface. "Aha! Everyone, I have dispatched this self-satisfied fool." Seeing the blood emerge from the shadow, the guard was certain he had struck gold. His face alight with excitement as he pulled the rifle and amp, Oppos, S-bolt, and, amidst laughter, fired 4 more and amp, Oppos, abyss bullets and amp, Oppos, at the target. Meanwhile, the remaining 6 companions were drawn to his laughter and gunfire. Gazing at the increasingly crimson waters, the crowd erupted in joyous laughter, exhilarated as they raised their firearms to take aim at the targets. Yet, while these fools reveled in their misguided fantasies, Yechin remained concealed atop a towering stone pillar, silently observing the scene below. The shadowy figures in the water were naught but a makeshift decoy, crafted from 2 bath stools bound together with fine string and towels, with a half-empty kettle of red floral tea placed within. In that fleeting moment, as the crowd gathered and let down their guard, the youth leaped from the summit of the pillar, heralding the toll of death for them. Yechin descended with remarkable grace, landing squarely upon the outermost member of the guard, his left hand swiftly plunging a short sword through the back of the man's skull without hesitation. The others, startled by the sudden commotion, turned to witness the scene, only to find Yechin and Oppos' revolver steadily raised. In the next instant, the trigger was pulled in rapid succession, and the gun was swung. Bang, 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 bang. The echoes of 5 gunshots reverberated through the bathhouse as 5 figures of varying heights collapsed onto the ground. The last remaining guard was consumed by an overwhelming wave of terror and despair. With a piercing scream, he aimed his weapon at the swiftly approaching youth. However, Yechin deftly released the revolver, pushing aside the guard's gun barrel with ease, and then, with a nimble leap, he clamped his legs around the guard's neck like a pair of scissors, sending him crashing to the ground. The guard, pinned beneath Yechin, began to thrash and scream in desperation. Yet, Yechin maintained a firm grip, methodically reloading his revolver while pressing the barrel against the guard's temple. With a final shot, the last prey in the bathhouse met its demise. 19, Yechin silently counted, ejecting the spent shell and replacing it with a new bronze bullet. With an expression devoid of emotion, he exited the bathhouse, ready to continue savoring his night of hunting. Chapter 35, To Fight to the Death Captain. 60% of the Shawala mansion is already ablaze, a team member reported breathlessly, rushing to the side of the captain of the personal guard, Kamenji. Excellent. The flames will spread naturally to the remaining areas, so we need not ignite further. Let us proceed. Surround the mansion and lie in wait for the enemy. Kamenji commanded loudly to the remaining 10 members of his team. However, a sudden gunshot from the rooftop shattered a stained glass window in the burning hall, startling everyone. It was Lord Shawala's gun. This means the enemy has infiltrated our rear, one of the guards exclaimed in panic, raising his weapon but only finding the fierce flames within the hall, with no one in sight. Captain, what should we do? Should we advance or retreat? Another guard urgently sought Kamenji's next command. Retreat. Lord Shawalu will provide cover for us. The original plan remains unchanged. After a brief hesitation, Kamenji resolved to lead his subordinates in the opposite direction of the hall, rushing towards the nearest exit. Bang, bang, bang. As they sprinted, the sound of Shawala's bullets erupted behind them, growing increasingly pronounced, indicating that Yechin was evading Shawalu's sniping while swiftly closing in on them. Listening to the commotion behind him, Kamenji urged his team forward, yet his mind lingered on a pressing question. Why was Yechin deliberately maneuvering to their rear? That area was engulfed in flames. If he intended to thwart their arson, it would have been more prudent to ambush them ahead. But why rush into the inferno? It was akin to a shepherd herding his flock towards a designated location. As this thought crystallized in Kamenji's mind, he bellowed to his comrades, "Wait. Stop moving." However, his warning came too late. 2 guards at the forefront of the corridor were ensnared by a concealed wire strung across the floor, causing them to lose control and crash to the ground. The weight of their bodies pulled the oil canisters hanging from the walls, spilling the viscous liquid over the unfortunate duo. At the same time, the lighter entangled at the other end of the wire was activated by the force. And with a whoosh, sparks erupted amidst the oil, instantly transforming into a blinding inferno that mercilessly engulfed the two guards. Two guards engulfed in flames. One rolling desperately on the ground, only to be consumed further by the fire, unable to escape his grim fate. The other, in a frenzy of irrationality, clawed his way upward, sprinting forward, only to inadvertently trigger a hidden snare in the shadows, becoming ensnared and helpless, still doomed to the fate of being burned alive. Kamingi watched in horror as his companions perished, yet he dared not act recklessly, instead bellowing to his remaining subordinates. Indeed, the enemy had deliberately circled to their rear, intending to drive them into a trap. The path ahead was likely fraught with deadly mechanisms, and retreat was no longer an option. At that moment, another guard proposed an alternative. "Captain, there's a storage room to the side of the corridor. It has a window. We can escape through it." With that, he rushed toward the small door of the storeroom and flung it open. "Fool, wait!" Kamingi shouted in a panic, but he was a second too late. The moment the guard opened the door, he sent a mountain of flour cascading throughout the room, and simultaneously, the wire attached to the doorknob was pulled taut, triggering a lighter on the wall. Boom! The explosion of dust hurled the guard several meters away, crashing him violently against the wall, leaving him helplessly crumpled on the floor. By the time Kamingi lifted him, the guard's face was unrecognizable, a grim sight of death. That cunning bastard. Damn it! Damn it! Kamingi lamented as he released his fallen comrade's body, pounding his chest in anguish. "Captain, what now?" The last 8 members looked at Kamingi with despair, utterly lost and unsure of their next move. If he was to fight, then let it be so. For our Lord Shawalis, for our Lord of the White Frost people. Let the brave guards offer their lives. And I, Kamingi, shall fight alongside you to the bitter end. His eyes ablaze with fervor. Kamingi's valiant proclamation resonated deeply with those present, reigniting the previously somber atmosphere. For Lord Shawalis, for our Lord of the White Frost people. The furious battle cries of the guards echoed throughout the mansion as they steadied their rifles, resolutely charging toward the position where Yechin had previously stood. TSK. He's gone into the blind spot again. This fellow's skills are truly exceptional. Are the people from the outside world all this formidable? Shawalyuan on the rooftop muttered to himself, reloading his sniper rifle with a fresh abyss bullet. During the brief moment Yechin had been in his line of sight, Shawalyuan had fired 8 shots, only hitting 5, none of which struck a vital point, leaving him feeling deeply ashamed. Nevertheless, the enemy's condition was evidently deteriorating, and Shawalyuan remained confident that the scales of victory in this battle of vengeance would ultimately tip in his favor. It appears that the scoundrels have effectively cut off their escape routes. Very well, let us endeavor to deplete the adversary's strength as much as possible. I, Shawalyuan, shall ensure that your sacrifices are not in vain. Shawalyuan murmured, then readied his sniper rifle, poised to fire at any moment. Huff, huff, huff. Yechin concealed himself within a piano room, gasping for breath. The floor before him was strewn with shards of glass, shattered by Shawalyuan's bullets. Adjacent to him, the parlor was engulfed in flames, acrid smoke billowing forth. Fortunately, due to having soaked himself in the bath earlier, Yechin was relatively unscathed by the nearby inferno. However, the bullets fired from Shawalyuan's elevated position had left him bloodied and covered in wounds. Had it not been for the golden-hued black cloak absorbing several sniper shots, Yechin would surely find himself in a dire predicament, incapacitated if not dead. Teacher, this third trial is indeed far more arduous than the previous 2. Yechin muttered to himself as he bandaged his wounds. With a bitter smile, he swallowed a few painkillers, gripping his silver revolver tightly, and once more steeled himself against the torment of his injuries. Chapter 36. Deceit and Betrayal. Upon the rooftop of the opulent mansion, Shawalyuan's gaze, fixed through the scope, remained unwavering on the solitary entrance of the piano room on the ground floor. That portal was the sole exit. Should Yechin, concealed in the corner, manage to escape his field of vision and attempt to flee, Shawalyuan would not hesitate to pull the trigger, aiming for a swift and lethal strike. Of course, Yechin could opt to remain hidden in the blind spot, but doing so would mean that the flames from the neighboring room would soon engulf him, resulting in a fate more agonizing and tragic the longer he delayed. Come now, let me see which fate you will choose. Shawalyuan murmured with an excited lick of his lips. Yet, Yechin harbored no intention of abandoning his concealment, nor did he plan to wait in despair for death to approach. Instead, he brandished his blood-stained short sword, wrapped in bandages, and with a fierce swing. He cleaved a square opening of human size into the thick wall of the piano room, empowered by the arcane arts of blood. Though the short sword's exceptional sharpness could have allowed Yechin to slice through the ceiling and ascend to the rooftop for a duel with Xiao Huayuan. Failure to secure a decisive kill would likely enable Xiao Huayuan to activate his troublesome invisibility once more, allowing him to escape unscathed. Hence, the likelihood of Yechin's efforts being in vain was far too great. Thus, he resolved to eliminate the remaining guards before settling the score with Xiao Huayuan. With this resolution, he deemed it unnecessary to keep A and Appos, Blood Bullet and Appos, in the chamber. As he contemplated, he replaced the precious blood-infused bullet in his revolver with an ordinary bronze one. He pondered how many of his traps might befall the enemy. If they all managed to flee outdoors, he could preemptively ascend to the roof, seize the high ground, and systematically pick off the remaining prey. Therefore, their first course of action should be to lay an ambush, preparing for a sudden assault against him. Navigating the corridor where Xiao Huayuan could not perceive him, Yechin briefly considered various strategies for potential scenarios. He then retrieved a small mirror from his handkerchief and subtly extended it around the corner. Through the reflection, he immediately glimpsed a dimly lit, elongated passageway. The corridor was devoid of life, flanked on either side by glass display cases housing curious antiques. However, illuminated by the pale moonlight, Yechin discerned a slender shadow lurking at the far end of the passage, reflected upon the glass surface of one display case. The first thought that crossed his mind upon seeing that indistinct silhouette was the barrel of a rifle. The youth paused momentarily before stepping into the adjacent room, slowly lifting the bloodstained short sword. If footsteps echo down the corridor, do not rush to fire. Wait until he has traversed half the distance before making your move to ensure he cannot escape, Kamingji instructed quietly, steadied his grip on the weapon. Understood. However, the sound seemed utterly disconnected from the footsteps of a person, resembling the heavy thud of some substantial object repeatedly crashing to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Captain, could that be him? One of the guards, upon hearing the eerie noise, furrowed his brow and quietly inquired of his companion. No. It must be the intense flames consuming the mansion, causing certain areas to collapse. Pay it no mind, another guard calmly advised, signaling his comrade to remain composed. Though Kamingji remained silent, a vague sense of unease stirred within him, yet he could not articulate the precise reason, so he continued to maintain formation with his subordinates, lying in wait. Then, within mere dozens of meters, a tremor suddenly reverberated through the wall beside the guards. Startled, they turned to observe, discovering that the wall, which had previously appeared unremarkable, now bore 4 distinct cracks. These fissures interlinked, forming a square of human size, poised to detach from the wall at any moment. Fire! Shoot at that wall! At that instant, Kamingji roared, pivoting his firearm to be the first to fire upon the square formed by the cracks. Bang! Xiao Huayuan, initially puzzled by the absence of any movement from Yechin despite the flames engulfing the piano room, was jolted by the sound of gunfire from the far side of the mansion, his face instantly flushing with horror. In confusion, Xiao Huayuan muttered to himself, swiftly aligning his scope towards the source of the gunfire. Under Kamingji and Appos' command, the guards unhesitatingly followed suit, unleashing 8 abyss bullets that shattered the massive square on the wall, revealing a dark, gaping tunnel that pierced through the structure. Upon catching sight of the opening in the wall through his scope, Xiao Huayuan's complexion turned ashen. He quickly comprehended Yechin's means of escape, realizing that his prolonged aim at the piano room had merely been a futile battle against thin air. He had excavated a tunnel from the adjacent room. Ridiculous. How could he possibly accomplish such a feat alone? Be cautious. He must be within the tunnel. Everyone, reload quickly. The guards erupted into chaos, their panicked cries serving as excellent cover for Yechin. When Kamingji discovered the tunnel was devoid of anyone and instinctively turned to glance at the slender corridor, a sudden wave of terror washed over him as he perceived a figure sprinting towards him at breakneck speed. The emergence of the tunnel had merely been a diversion to draw their attention, and even Xiao Huayuan atop the roof had been among the intended targets. Immediately after completing the tunnel, Yechin had swiftly returned, and by the time Kamingji spotted him in the corridor, Yechin had already traversed half its length. At that moment, the distance between hunter and prey was perilously close. P.S. coming from the corridor. Fire! Kamingji shouted, drenched in sweat and terror-stricken. Upon hearing the captain's anguished roar, the members of the guard instinctively turned towards the approaching specter of death, immediately raising their weapons in readiness to fire. However, Yechin was swifter. drawing his revolver and unleashing a dazzling display of 6 rapid shots upon the crowd. After toppling 6 figures within the guard, the youth swiftly crouched down, tugging at the golden-patterned black cloak to shield his vital areas. Bang! Bang! 2 abyss bullets erupted from the muzzle, striking the surface of the cloak and leaving 2 deep imprints. The significantly diminished impact of the bullets penetrated Yechin's chest and arm, instantly provoking a muffled crack of shattering bones. Yet, as long as he remained alive, that was sufficient. The hunter still retained the ability to move, while the prey was rendered incapable of firing a second shot. For Yechin, everything was already adequate. It was time to draw the curtain on this hunt. Chapter 37. At last, I have you with the reliable defense of the golden-patterned black cloak. Yechin charged directly towards the last 2 royal guards. At that moment, on the roof of the estate, Xiao Weruan hurriedly squeezed the trigger. Bang! However, due to his anxious state of mind, the bullet fired from his gun failed to accurately track Yechin's path, merely grazing the heels of his feet, causing no significant disruption to his movements. Yechin, undeterred by the stray bullet, remained focused, his azure eyes locked onto his 2 intended prey. The closest guard, unable to chamber another round in his rifle, wore a bewildered expression as he raised his weapon defensively. Yet, under the influence of Yechin's arcane powers, this was ultimately a futile struggle. With a swift motion, the bloodied short sword in the boy's left hand cleaved through the rifle positioned across the guard's chest, severing it in 2, while a vertical line of crimson appeared on the guard's face. In the next instant, blood gushed forth, spilling from both sides of the severed head. After dispatching the third-to-last target, Yechin unhesitatingly advanced towards the second-to-last prey, the current leader of the guard, Kaminger. However, Kaminger's subsequent actions took Yechin by surprise. He made no attempt to reload his rifle, nor did he adopt any defensive posture or attempt to flee. Instead, he tossed aside his firearm, opened his arms wide, and lunged towards Yechin. In the next moment, the blade's edge pierced through Kaminger's abdomen, contorting his face in agony as blood gushed forth. Yet, at the cost of such a fatal blow, Kaminger managed to embrace Yechin fiercely. In that instant, a triumphant and wild smile emerged on the pale face of the man. At last, I have you. Ha ha. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of bloodied teeth, exhibiting the fierce determination of a dying man. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hearing the strange sounds emanating from Kaminger's body, Yechin immediately lowered his gaze and discovered that within the open garb of the guard lay a bundle of detonators. The hissing sound was produced by the sparks igniting the fuses. Seeing this, Yechin's expression changed dramatically, and he summoned all his arcane power, forcefully breaking Kaminger's arms. However, barely had he freed himself from the man's grasp when the fuse had already reached its end. All for the Lord. Kaminger laughed maniacally, feeling the searing heat on his skin. Having long been in contact with the material of the abyss, his mind had slipped into madness, devoid of any fear, replaced instead by an overwhelming sense of joy and pride. In the next second, an immense explosion of fire and searing heat engulfed Kaminger's entire body, pulling Yechin into the inferno as well. Boom. The terrifying power of the explosives caused the corridor where Yechin stood to erupt in flames and billowing smoke. A powerful tremor suddenly swept through the entire Shawalu estate, nearly causing Shawalu to lose his footing atop the lofty roof. The air was thick with swirling smoke, and flames danced menacingly. Outside the estate, on the spacious floor of the fountain courtyard, lay scattered 9 figures of varying heights. 8 of them were clad in tattered uniforms of the Shawalu family's personal guard, while the remaining figure draped in a pure black cloak adorned with intricate golden patterns exuded an air of nobility. However, after the brutal onslaught of the preceding heatwave, the cloak had twisted into a grotesque form, faintly contorting as if trying to regain its original shape. It appeared that these 9 figures were the ones who had been embroiled in a fierce skirmish within the corridors of the estate, now violently thrust into the fountain courtyard by the explosive shockwave. Witnessing this chaos from the towering rooftop, Shawalu's furrowed brow softened in relief. With an involuntary whistle of excitement, he raised the corners of his mouth and swiftly adjusted the angle of his sniper rifle, unhesitatingly firing a shot at the figure cloaked in gold-trimmed black. The bullet traversed the night sky, illuminated by the cool moonlight, striking the vulnerable rear entrance with deadly precision. The lethal projectile left a deep crater on the surface of the golden cloak, causing it to spiral into a vortex, centered ominously at the figure's heart. This individual was shrouded in mystery and should not be underestimated. Just to be safe, I shall fire a few more rounds. No, dozens more. Ha ha. Shawaluwan laughed maniacally. skillfully reloading his sniper rifle and unleashing a torrent of abyss bullets upon the target's heart, then the back of the head, followed by the limbs. The night air around the Shawalu estate resounded with the deafening crack of gunfire, a cacophony of madness. It was not until the figure beneath the golden cloak was nearly flattened by the barrage of bullets, and the magazine of his sniper rifle was entirely depleted, that Shawaluwin, wearing a satisfied expression, lowered his weapon and leaped down from the second-floor balcony to the ground below. Lord Shawalu, my dear brother, he intoned passionately as he approached the fountain courtyard littered with fallen figures, gazing fervently at the full moon above. Though we have suffered heavy losses, we have ultimately executed this despicable wretch. As he stepped over the numerous bodies of his fallen guards, his gaze remained fixed on the cloaked figure ahead. Continuing his solemn recitation, I have avenged your honor, so please rest in peace. As Shawaluwin drew nearer to his target, the sincerity of his expression began to warp grotesquely, contorted by the abyssal essence creeping upon his skin. In an instant, his visage transformed from that of a man into a ravenous beast, dripping with salivation and exuding an insatiable desire to devour all. Very well. Since it is the abyss that seeks, I shall consume you and harness all your power for myself. I trust that my brother in the heavens will smile and bear witness to this moment. Hee. Shawaluwin laughed maniacally, drawing ever closer to the figure shrouded in a golden-patterned black cloak. However, in the next instant, his contorted visage froze in place. At that moment, Shawaluwin perceived a faint sound behind him. With decades of experience in handling firearms, he instantly recognized the sound for what it was, the click of a revolver's hammer being cocked. With a twitch of his eye, he turned his head to look back. There, he beheld the youth clad in the guard's uniform, lying on the ground, silently gazing at him. At last, I have caught you. In that moment, the boy's cerulean eyes seemed to convey this thought. Then, with resolute determination, his finger pressed decisively on the revolver's trigger. Chapter 38, The Transformation Bang. The vibrant crimson blood bullet, the final projectile forged by Yechin this evening, soared through the air, traversing a mere 10 meters with unerring precision, striking Shawaluwin and Apos' left leg, which had yet to retreat into the shadows. Boom! The explosion of blood erupted, instantly perforating Shawaluwin and Apos' thigh, scattering the flesh below the knee into the night. In that fleeting moment, flesh rained down upon the dark sky, and bone fragments littered the ground. Shawaluwin collapsed, his features contorted in agony, unleashing a wail that seemed to rend the very heavens. Gasping for breath, the young man lowered his revolver and slowly rose from the ground. He removed his bodyguard's coat, revealing a shirt nearly consumed by the searing heat, then pressed his hand against his bleeding waist, unsteadily making his way to Shawaluwin, casting a weary gaze upon his fallen prey, the last quarry of the night. Now, Shawaluwin was utterly incapable of employing his stealth abilities, irrevocably ensnared by Yechin. Clearly, he had become a fish in a barrel. Despite his cautiousness throughout the night, a crucial misstep had led to his downfall. That blind complacency and carelessness had ultimately turned the tide against him, leaving him prostrate at Yechin and Apos' feet. Shawaluwin grimaced in pain, clutching his wounded leg, and then raised his blood-red eyes to Yechin, hurling curses in a hoarse voice. Yet, Yechin remained impassive, unmoved by the insults, not even batting an eyelash. For he understood well that he was the hunter, not a knight. Thus, Shawaluwin's vitriol was merely inconsequential, and from another perspective, it might even serve as a perverse form of flattery. Abyss. In light of the devotion shown by my brother and me, I beseech you for assistance. Help me reverse this predicament, please. Eliminate this wretch. Shawaluwin, his face slick with cold sweat from excruciating pain, began to plead. Immediately, the dark, viscous sludge clinging to his skin surged toward his severed left leg, coiling and twisting in an attempt to mend and restore it. However, Yechin's bloodied short sword, like a phantom, sliced through the air, plunging directly into the heart of this mass of abyssal matter. In the next moment, the viscous sludge writhed in agony as it was seared by the sword's blood, emitting a cacophony of wails, before disintegrating into countless ashes that danced away on the evening breeze. Yechin's strike not only obliterated a considerable portion of the abyssal substance on Shawaluwin's body, but also reopened the wound on his thigh, causing his mournful, hoarse cries to reverberate once more through the silent Shawalu manor. Yechin gasped a few more breaths, enduring the pain that coursed through his body. Circling to Shawaluwin's upper body, raising the bloodied short sword, poised to pierce the skull of his prey. Despite being engulfed in excruciating agony, Shaolin's instinct for survival compelled him to desperately raise his hands, firmly seizing Yechin's wrist in a valiant effort to halt the descent of the blade. The two became entangled in a fierce struggle, one weakened by pain and the other fatigued. Neither could gain the upper hand. The collision of the bronze bullet with the fragile orb of an eye elicited a heart-wrenching wail from Shaolin. Seizing the opportunity presented by Shaolin's momentary lapse in control, Yechin mercilessly thrust his sword, piercing through Shaolin's forehead. With a swift motion, the blade breached the skull, and Shaolin's hands ultimately fell powerless to the ground. Yet, Yechin and Appo's expression remained grave, for he understood that any being connected to the abyss would not succumb so easily to death. He knew he had at least two more tasks to accomplish: to confirm the demise of both Shaolin and Shawalis, along with the abyssal substance contained within them, ensuring their complete obliteration. With this thought, Yechin drew his dagger and delivered a decisive strike, severing Shaolin's head from his body. In the trachea, he indeed discovered a pitch-black orb, identical to that of the previous ape, a core of the abyss, ensnared in murky matter. With a swift motion, he shattered the abyssal core into fragments. Following this strike, the dark sludge upon Shaolin's body began to wail and transform into fine ash, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Breathless, Yechin staggered back a few steps, unable to suppress a gasp for air. At that moment, he was utterly exhausted, his body battered and consciousness fading. Even the art of self-healing became difficult to maintain, causing previously sealed wounds to reopen and bleed anew. Nevertheless, his mission was not yet complete. He still needed to ascertain the precise death of Shawalis to bring this night of hunting to a satisfactory close. Where could Shawalis's body be? He resolved to search patiently, lifting his gaze toward the horizon. In that moment, he caught sight of a shadow creeping along the ground at the opposite end of the fountain courtyard, locking eyes with him across the water. Initially, the true form of the shadow eluded him, but as the thick clouds in the night sky dispersed, revealing the brilliance of the full moon, he discerned that it was a humanoid creature, crawling like a lizard with its limbs folded beneath its body, dressed in blood-stained noble attire. Its head was crowned with a grotesque conical mass of dark flesh above the chin. A sharp intake of breath escaped Yechin's lips, a surge of danger coursing through him, tightening every muscle in alarm. The creature exulted, danced, and contorted its bizarre form, advancing with rapid steps. The resurrected Shawalis crawled fervently towards Yechin. Chapter 39. Bestiality with their acute perceptiveness and formidable physiques honed through nightmares. Shawalus and Shawalin successfully established a connection with the abyssal essence, becoming chosen hosts and nurturing the abyssal core within their bodies, thereby granting the brothers a measure of regenerative power. However, the abyssal core harbors a characteristic that the brothers cannot comprehend through experimentation, nor dare to explore. This trait is that once a host perishes, the abyssal core will supplant their brain, allowing the host to resurrect in a wholly new form. Presently, Shawalus, who stands before Yechin, embodies this peculiar state of being. Though referred to as resurrection, Shawalis' consciousness has long been replaced by the abyssal core. Thus, at this moment, the ferocious, cackling figure seeking vengeance from Yechin is merely a ravenous, abyssal monstrosity donning his guise. Gurgling, as Yechin gazes at the terrifying figure drawing ever closer, listening to its piercing, jubilant shrieks, his facial expression relaxes entirely, calming the ripples and waves stirring within his heart. Do not panic, do not rush, do not succumb to fear. First, remain composed. Next, contemplate. Finally, act. His mind is as tranquil as still water. This is the mindset of a hunter, the direction I must pursue, for I am the hunter, and it is the prey. The youth's pupils dilate, his blue eyes widening, and in the next moment, the surroundings seem to slow before him, while Shawalus's every movement appears to decelerate as well. Everything becomes vividly clear, everything slows and becomes manageable. Yechin understands that at such a close distance, he lacks the luxury to reload. He relinquishes the revolver in his right hand and decisively draws a swift, bloodied arc with the short sword strapped to his left hand. Swish. A gash opens in his palm, fresh blood pouring onto the edge of the short sword, rendering it even more crimson and resplendent in the darkness. Upon completing this brief action, the altered Shawalus lunges towards him, opening its abyssal maw, brimming with tendrils, directly aiming to bite into Yechin's skull. The youth remains unperturbed, steadying his right hand against his left arm, and as Shawalus enters his attack range, he thrusts the bloodied short sword deep into its gaping mouth. Crack! The sword tip pierces through countless layers of dark flesh, driving towards the depths of Shawalus's throat. However, Simultaneously, Yechin finds himself overpowered and toppled to the ground by Xiao Walu's fierce assault. The two figures entwine, rolling across the ground in a chaotic struggle. Thud, 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 thud. Yechin grits his teeth, enduring the dizzying whirl of the world around him, desperately attempting to push the short sword towards the abyssal core within Xiao Walu's. Yet, the creature clings tenaciously to his arm, thwarting Yechin's crucial endeavor. After a fierce struggle, the two finally come to a halt. Ultimately, the disoriented human succumbs to the overwhelming vitality of the monstrous entity. The battered body lay firmly pinned to the ground by powerful limbs. Amidst muffled sobs, Xiao Walu clutched Yechin without relent, its head teetering with unbearable excitement as it strained to press closer to Yechin's face. Although Yechin had sealed Xiao Walu's mouth with his dagger, rendering it unable to open or close, the appendages sprouting from its sides lunged toward Yechin's neck and visage, seeking to suffocate him alive. Yechin, exhausting his nearly incapacitated left hand to push the dagger upward and prevent Xiao Walu's mouth from drawing near, employed his weakened right hand to shield his throat from the encroaching tendrils, striving to avert being strangled into unconsciousness. Yet, maintaining this precarious situation was already the limit of the youth's endurance. He found his dagger unable to delve deeper into Xiao Walu's form, while his body and spirit buckled under the creature and Apos' overwhelming strength. We are not your enemies. Embrace us. Join us. Together. Let us devour all living beings in this world. Yechin's face flushed crimson as he gazed into the abyss of Xiao Walu's maw. Listening to the murmurs of its tendrils, his eyes gradually dimmed, becoming ethereal and forlorn. It seemed merely a matter of time before the hunter was overpowered by the hunted. Am I destined to fail? Is there truly no other way to resist? If only my mentor were here, what counsel would he offer me? At this juncture, could he possibly alter the course of this predicament? It felt as though he could do nothing at all. It was futile. Defeat loomed near, and all hope appeared lost. The sensation of suffocation increasingly eclipsed the pain, beginning to consume Yechin's mind. Yet, just as his spirit teetered on the brink of collapse, the words of his mentor unexpectedly echoed in his ears. As a hunter, never lose your humanity. But more importantly, never forsake your beastly nature. Beastly nature? At this moment, Yechin grasped the profound meaning within his mentor's words, and his previously shut eyes flew open. The hunter must employ every means necessary to bring down the prey. Moreover, Yechin's blood magic, aside from crafting potent ammunition, also enhanced the efficacy of all sharp implements, not merely those of metal. Thus, even as Yechin lay bound, there remained one weapon at his disposal, the sharpened tool fashioned from the calcium of his very own teeth, now stained with blood. With a fierce grimace, the youth opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of bloodied fangs, and lunged desperately to bite down on one of the dark tendrils that ensnared his throat. In this moment, the arcane art of blood summoned forth all its might to wholeheartedly support its master, transforming his teeth into a multitude of gleaming blades, effortlessly severing the inky mire and tearing apart the flesh of the abyss. The sickening, viscous taste surged into Yechin's mouth, but he remained unfazed, akin to a lion cornered in a desperate plight, tearing away a tentacle before lunging at the next. In less than 10 seconds, the youth had bitten through a third of the tentacles belonging to Xiao Walu. His frenzied, uncontainable fury exuded a primal savagery, embodying the beastly nature that coexisted with his humanity within his very soul. The abyssal creature clad in the skin of Xiao Walu instinctively halted at the sudden turn of events. It clearly did not anticipate Yechin's choice of such an ancient, beast-like method of resistance, nor did it foresee that Yechin's teeth would bear a striking resemblance to the sharp sword in its own maw, possessing an undeniable advantage against its body. A guttural cry escaped Xiao Walu as it swiftly maneuvered its remaining tentacles toward Yechin's mouth, attempting to seal his biting power completely. However, Yechin had anticipated this action. As soon as the tentacles loosened their grip, he seized the base of several tentacles near Xiao Walu's mouth and bit down, severing the majority of its appendages in one decisive motion. Xiao Walu wavered noticeably, its head instinctively tilting back. Yet, once Yechin had ensnared his prey, he would not relinquish his hold so easily. He resolutely clamped down on the severed tentacles before lunging towards the dark, viscous throat of Xiao Walu. Like a lion pouncing on its quarry, he sealed the creature's throat with a powerful bite. The foul, black blood gushed forth from Xiao Walu's neck, as Yechin mercilessly tore away the thick flesh with his blood-stained teeth. In the next moment, a round stone embedded in Xiao Walu's trachea was exposed to the air. Realizing death was imminent, The transformed Xiaowaris began to wail in despair, desperately attempting to flee. However, as its fangs loosened their grip on Yechin's left hand, the freed bloodied sword immediately pierced through Xiaowaris's throat, shattering the core of the abyss. With the core's collapse, the creature abruptly ceased its cries, halted its flight, and came to a standstill. Finally, it lay helplessly on the floor of the fountain courtyard, allowing the dark mire on its surface to slowly separate, collapse, and dissolve. Chapter 40. The outcome of the trial. Yechin withdrew his bloody dagger, releasing Xiaowaris, and stumbled backward, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. After confirming that his final prey had been thoroughly dispatched, the tension that had gripped his heart began to ease. This relief made him acutely aware of the strange, foul odor lingering in his mouth, prompting him to bow his head and cough, even retching uncontrollably. Following his brutal tearing into Xiaowaris's flesh, Yechin had inevitably swallowed a significant amount of abyssal matter. This act not only intensified his profound sense of nausea, but also allowed the writhing sludge to assault his insides, exacerbating the agony in his mind. As the youth struggled to vomit, he concentrated what remained of his faculties, channeling the power of the Auling to cleanse every corner of his body, swiftly purging and incinerating the remnants of the abyss. After a considerable struggle on the ground, Yechin and Apos' complexion began to improve. He wiped his mouth of saliva and shakily rose to his feet. Then he beheld a world spinning chaotically around him, grasping his forehead tightly. He stepped forward with stiff movements towards the body of his decoy, draped in a black cloak adorned with golden threads. With great effort, he grasped the cloak and turned to face the Xiaowaris manor behind him. With a silent sigh, Yechin, using his trembling and feeble right hand to support his nearly incapacitated left arm, took one step after another, exiting the gates of the Xiaowaris estate. Heading towards the exit of Frostfire City, the streets were congested with a multitude of figures, all residents of Frostfire City, forcibly expelled by Xiaowaris. Among them were many hurried citizens who brushed past a bloodied youth cloaked in black. Yet, amidst the chaos, none noticed the strangeness of this boy. Huff, huff, huff. Yechin gazed at the bustling, clamorous crowd, while weakly drawing breath, dragging his feet towards the city gates. Just a little longer, he thought. Gritting his teeth, forcing his heavy eyelids open, straightening his shattered ribs, moving slowly yet laboriously against the flow of people, steadily reducing the distance to the city gate. The excruciating ordeal persisted for 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, ultimately extending to 30 minutes. When Yechin finally staggered out of the city gates, utterly exhausted, he collapsed into the snow. At that moment, old horse Yechin sensed his approach, disregarding the stable manager and Amp Apos' protests, leaping over the barrier to reach Yechin and Amp Apos' side. Yechin. Yechin half opened one eye, gazing at the familiar hooves before him, instinctively reaching out to lift himself from the ground. However, he ultimately succumbed, collapsing and surrendering to the enveloping darkness. With a deep sigh, the old horseman lowered his gaze upon the fainted youth, letting out a meaningful grunt. He then grasped the collar of Yechin's garment, effortlessly hoisting him onto his steed's back. The youth's eyes flew open. In the first moment of his awakening, a jolt of unease surged within his heart. What? Yechin exclaimed, abruptly sitting up from the long bench, scanning his surroundings. The spacious yet frigid hall, the dilapidated walls, the shattered divine statue illuminated by a radiant light, and the middle-aged man beside him, who sat in silence with closed eyes, all painted a vivid picture. This is the prayer hall of the old church. As Yechin surveyed the scene before him, the confusion on his face began to dissipate step by step. He murmured to himself, casting a glance at his left palm, where the bandages had vanished, and the deep wound that had pierced his palm's bone was nowhere to be found. Moreover, his attire was in tatters. Yet his skin bore no signs of injury or blood, and the previously broken ribs and arm bones had all healed completely. It was as though the fierce battle he had fought was merely a fleeting dream. In his current state, he was unscathed and restored to his former self. Yechin fell momentarily speechless, then swiftly realized this was the result of his mentor's intervention. Subsequently, he opened his palm, which involuntarily clenched into a fist. A wave of discontent surged within him, compelling him to bite his lip. At this juncture, how could he possibly face Lyle and claim, "Teacher, I have completed the hunt"? It was so close, yet so far. With his teeth gritted, Yechin clenched his left hand until it creaked, clearly filled with regret, resenting his body and spirit for not being a tad stronger. However, at that moment, Lyle, sitting beside him, slowly opened his eyes and regarded Yechin, immediately discerning his thoughts. With a calm tone, he spoke, "You have passed the third trial. Well done, Yechin." Upon hearing his Minor-S assessment, the youth stared blankly upward. He then noticed the slight upturn of Lyle's lips. In the 17 years prior, Yechin had never witnessed such an expression from the man. Lyle had always maintained a frigid demeanor towards him, yet now, this enigmatic figure was smiling at him, a smile that emanated genuine warmth and satisfaction. Yechin and Lyle locked eyes, momentarily rendered speechless. However, the tumult of regret and resentment that had once filled Yechin's heart was now replaced by profound warmth and emotion, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of comfort and pride. "Thank you, teacher. I have completed the hunt." The youth touched the slightly sore tip of his nose and then smiled knowingly, proudly reporting the outcome of his endeavors to his mentor. Chapter 41. Gazing into the abyss. By the way, Yechin, how do you feel physically now? Is there any discomfort? Lyle reined in his smile, adopting a calm tone filled with concern. Upon hearing this, Yechin rose from the bench, turned his head, and shook his shoulders, executing several swift strikes and kicks. He soon realized that his body showed no signs of further injury, whether in the skin's surface or the bones within. Lyle shook his head. "The reason you are able to fully recover now is due to the effect of one of my contract relics. If possible, I would love to pass it on to you. However, the contract for high-tier relics is bound to my soul. As long as I am alive, you cannot take it away, alas." As he spoke, Lyle's expression suddenly dimmed, leaving Yechin utterly perplexed. "Let us not dwell on that. I have placed new clothing in your room. Change after washing up. You look rather unseemly in your current state." Hearing Lyle's reminder, Yechin glanced down at his tattered and torn garments, his face turning an intense shade of embarrassment. He resembled a beggar in this state. Thus, the youth hastily washed up and donned a pristine white shirt, black trousers, and a thick, warm wool fur coat. He appeared quite presentable and was now able to move freely, facilitating his actions in future battles. Observing this, Lyle reached out and handed Yechin a long sword that had been resting horizontally on the nearby bench. Indeed, the slender blade that the latter had left behind in the study of the Shawala mansion. Yechin accepted the sword with surprise. Although the blade was still relatively smooth and mirror-like, the leather wrapping around the hilt was charred to a degree resembling ash. "His teacher is truly formidable." Yechin murmured quietly, his admiration for Lyle growing exponentially. Heaven knows how many rare treasures this man conceals in secret. After a prolonged silence, Lyle and Apos' face suddenly took on an expression of slight remorse. "Yechin, I apologize for concealing numerous crucial details prior to your third trial, which resulted in your continuous encounters with unforeseen circumstances. I hope you can forgive me for this." Yechin, feeling awkward, began to explain. He held Lyle in the highest regard, and even during their previous confrontations with prey, he had borne no resentment towards his mentor. Now that the trial had passed, how could he possibly harbor any ill feelings? Lyle and Apos' tone shifted, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. "However, your performance this time truly exceeded my expectations. Throughout the third trial, I observed from the sidelines, often tempted to intervene. Yet, you navigated through numerous challenges using your intellect and courage, ultimately completing the trial alone. Yechin, you have proven your strength through your actions, successfully passing the test with both power and wisdom, emerging as a qualified hunter. At this juncture, I acknowledge your independence and feel confident in allowing you to venture alone into the world beyond the labyrinth, to soar with wings unfurled." Yechin quietly absorbed Lyle's unreserved praise and admiration. Initially, his face flushed as he scratched his head in bashfulness. However, upon hearing Lyle's final words, an unexpected jolt surged through his heart. "Alone?" the youth repeated in bewilderment. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted outside the prayer hall, as if countless cannons had simultaneously ignited, causing the very floor of the hall to tremble violently. "Boom. Teacher, what is happening?" Yechin's expression shifted to one of alertness, reminiscent of a hunter's instinct, as he hastily inquired of Lyle. "Do not panic. This is thunder, one of the phenomena preceding the abyssal invasion. For now, it poses no immediate threat to us." Lyle replied calmly, his demeanor unperturbed. Abyssal invasion. Yechin's heart sank further at the revelation. He had believed that after completing the third trial, he would have ample time to prepare. Yet, he had barely awakened from his stupor when the ominous abyss was poised to encroach upon this world. Lyle fell silent, merely striding steadily towards the exit of the prayer hall. Yechin quickly checked his revolver and dagger, then cautiously followed in Lyle's wake. Together, the master and apprentice stepped outside into the expansive, snowy courtyard, gazing towards the distant horizon through the gates. In the next moment, Yechin's face was frozen in shock at the sight before him. No longer did his retinas reflect the familiar, undulating snow-capped mountains, dense snow-laden forests, and vast snowfields. Instead, he beheld an endless, impenetrable abyss of darkness, akin to a night sky bereft of stars, swallowing everything except for the snow-laden peaks of the ancient church. All of this, could it be the abyss? Yechin stared at the black ocean engulfing the entire snowy realm. Unable to suppress a nervous gulp, and with a trembling voice, he questioned his teacher. In the previous trial, he had barely survived against 2 abyss-tainted creatures, and now, he could scarcely fathom how to contend with such a terrifying force that encompassed an entire world. However, just as the youth was engulfed by doubt and fear, Lao placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Do not be afraid, Yechin. The abyss thrives on fear. The more you succumb to terror, the easier it is for them to invade your mind. Face them directly, just as you did in your final trial. Make them remember that when the abyss gazes upon you, you are also staring back into its depths. Always hold on to your humanity and your primal instincts. Never yield. Under any circumstances, never yield. Lyle and Apos' resolute words served as a potent elixir, igniting within Yechin the spirit and resolve of a hunter. His hands clenched tightly, and a renewed spark of determination illuminated his eyes. Yes, teacher. Excellent. As the disciple swiftly regained his composure, Lyle nodded in satisfaction, then refocused his gaze on the encroaching abyss of darkness. Within the depths of his tranquil eyes, a brilliant golden hue suddenly emerged. In the next moment, a resplendent beam of golden light surged forth from the heavens above the ancient church, piercing through a corner of the pitch-black ocean like molten lava cascading into a glacier. Countless shadows of the abyss swiftly dissolved and separated, carving a hollow path through the boundless darkness. Yechin, momentarily stunned, lifted his gaze and beheld an enormous eye floating at the apex of the heavens. This eye, with a radius extending several kilometers, showcased a dazzling golden iris, identical to the hue within Lyle's own eyes at that moment. Gazing upon this indescribably vast and previously unseen phenomenon, the young man should have felt a sense of the uncanny and terror. However, as he encountered it, a wave of familiarity and warmth flooded his heart. His intuition revealed that it was this golden eye, lurking at the zenith of the sky, that enabled Lyle to perceive all within this icy realm, allowing him to safeguard Yechin's life at any moment, guiding him from a frail infant to an independent hunter. Chapter 42. The Golden Eye, the medium of the teacher's innate arcane spirit art. Is the eye? The youth lifted his gaze to the vast golden eye looming above, witnessing its pupils persistently emitting scorching beams of light while its body rotated to incinerate the boundless darkness surrounding the snow-capped mountains. Under the silent yet profoundly intimidating bombardment of the golden eye, the infinite abyssal realm was swiftly scorched, revealing countless openings and fissures that exposed a chaotic void. The youth then glanced down at Lyle beside him, who stood motionless, his golden eyes wide open in fierce defiance, fearlessly meeting the gaze of the engulfing abyss. Despite the terrifying expanse of the golden eye and Apos' bombardment, an insurmountable chasm still lay between it and the abyss that could eclipse the very sun. As the radiant gaze swept across one area of the inky ocean, other regions of the abyss surged forth, attempting to engulf the ancient church nestled halfway up the mountain. However, as the viscous waters approached the church's height, they were halted by a barrier of golden hue, causing the abyssal matter that touched it to evaporate instantaneously. Upon careful observation, Yechin quickly discerned that this barrier was a formidable bulwark constructed by his teacher, Lyle, utilizing an exceptionally rich and pure arcane power. The purity of the energy flowing through it was worlds apart from the arcane power currently coursing through Yechin and Apos' own veins, a realm he was utterly unqualified to compare with. Teacher, you are truly remarkable. Yechin's eyes widened in awe as he watched Lyle single-handedly confront the encroaching abyss, an overwhelming sense of reassurance washing over him, causing his previously clenched fists to relax. Although he had always believed in the unfathomable strength of his teacher, witnessing it firsthand left him profoundly astounded. Based on the power Lyle exhibited, even if all 3 of the previous trials' prey were to unite, no, even if their numbers multiplied exponentially, they would pose no threat to Lyle. For this man, merely casting a glance at his adversaries would render them as ephemeral as ice shards beneath a blazing sun, silently dissipating. The might displayed by Lyle was nothing short of terrifying and exaggerated. Yet, the abyss that this man faced was equally formidable. With every colossal fissure the golden eye carved through the obsidian depths, legions of dark figures rushed to fill the void. The searing golden light continuously dispersed the abyss surrounding the ancient church, while the abyss relentlessly surged forth, undeterred by the radiant onslaught. In stark contrast to Lyle's astonishing firepower, the Abyss possessed an unwavering regenerative capability, gradually gaining the upper hand, casting an ever more oppressive gloom around the ancient church. Upon witnessing this scene, Yechin's previously animated expression quickly darkened. Based on his prior experiences, he understood that unless the core of the Abyss was destroyed, these abhorrent entities would continue to regenerate indefinitely. However, locating and dismantling the core within such an expansive abyssal domain was akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. Although Lyle possessed formidable power, there would inevitably come a time when his strength would wane. What would become of the two of them when that moment arrived? Master, the anxious youth murmured softly, at a loss for suggestions, his face reflecting bewilderment. Yet, despite the dire situation, the man turned leisurely, offering Yechin a gentle smile. Do not fret. As long as I am here, the Abyss shall not harm you. As he spoke, where Lyle's gaze fell, where golden light swept across, and where the Abyss had encroached, an immense conflagration suddenly erupted, incinerating the dark waters once more. Simultaneously, these flames intertwined, mysteriously forming an intricate array of light that, in an instant, scattered the Abyss surrounding the old church, pushing it back temporarily. The luminous strands emanating from the center of the array pointed directly towards a specific point in the ink-black deep sea. I have found the core, Lyle murmured, his gaze locking on to that distant point in the ocean. The golden eyes at the apex of the heavens followed, their radiance piercing through the light array. With a resounding roar, Yechin was astonished to witness the abyssal waters where Lyle had struck suddenly twist and convulse, as if in agonizing struggle, their inky hue fading away. From the dissipating dark mist, Yechin soon discerned the outline of a colossal entity. Its exterior bore some resemblance to the abyssal core he had previously destroyed, yet it had swollen 1,000-fold, its surface adorned with robust flesh and visible veins, resembling a mountain-like heart from afar. However, at the center of this heart, a gaping void had been seared, rendering it motionless. Lyle, having discerned its location, had ruthlessly pierced through it with the golden eyes of the dome. As the heart met its demise, the surrounding dark ocean of the old church crumbled and dissolved in tandem. The Abyss dissipated, and Yechin and Apos' expression initially brightened, only to be shaken once more by the bizarre sight before him. Aside from chaos, there was nothing else. Master, where have the others gone? Could it be that they were all consumed by the Abyss? The youth inquired anxiously. If Yechin and Apos' fears were realized, it would mean that every region beyond the old church and all beings residing within those areas had succumbed to the Abyss's grasp. The mountains, forests, and plains he once hunted in, the villagers of Snow Wind he bravely rescued, and the enchanting yet pitiable Frostborn girl. Along with the Frost City, an emblem of Frostborn civilization, everything he cherished has been utterly obliterated, consumed by the Abyss, vanishing without a trace. This was undeniably a sight that Yechin could not bear to witness, a conclusion that his very nature could not accept. However, upon seeing the urgency etched upon Yechin's anxious face, Lyle could not help but shake his head with a wry smile. He then spoke in clear and concise terms, soothing the tumultuous heart of Yechin. Rest assured, the other regions of the eternal winter domain have already been evacuated during your unconsciousness. After all, the Abyss is interested only in you and me, so there is no need to drag these innocent beings into its depths. Upon hearing this, Yechin's expression shifted dramatically. Initially, relief washed over him upon learning that the multitude of lies would not be reduced to mere ashes. Yet, upon discovering that the Abyss's focus was directed squarely at him and Lyle, he was left in stunned disbelief. Then, Lyle's calm yet resolute words echoed once more in Yechin's ears. Now, it is your turn, Yechin. Chapter 43. The Cruel Reality, It Is My Turn. Upon hearing Lyle's words, Yechin was suddenly engulfed by an ominous premonition. As Lyle had conspicuously omitted the crucial term we, referring solely to Yechin himself. Teacher, what do you mean by this? Yechin stammered. Disbelief etched upon his face, his voice trembling with trepidation. Once the abyssal entity manifests, it will no longer be able to oversee other matters from the shadows. At that moment, it will be your only chance to depart from this place. Lyle analyzed the situation with an impassive demeanor, stepping into the prayer hall with unwavering resolve. While Yechin followed closely behind, his pallor deepening as anxiety mounted within him. The two reached the center of the prayer hall, where an ancient statue loomed, a statue that Lyle had contemplated daily for over a decade. Beside it stood a majestic black steed, the same horse Yechin had greeted and caressed for many years. The old horse, Yechin, awaited the arrival of the master and disciple alongside the fractured statue. In that moment, Yechin swiftly grasped the myriad cracks and fissures adorning the statue's surface, which now emitted a faint luminescence in the dim hall. This phenomenon mirrored the golden eye he had once seen on the dome, a sight he had never encountered in the past 17 years. It dawned upon him that this statue was not a permanent fixture of the prayer hall, but rather another relic of the labyrinth possessed by his teacher, Lyle. When the abyssal entity officially manifests, and I can no longer attend to the shadows, I will unveil a hidden passage within this statue, Yechin. At that time, Heike will lead you away from this place and into a new world. I trust that you can now comprehend the gravity of the situation, Lyle stated calmly, surveying the damaged statue with a discerning gaze, ensuring its stability while explaining to Yechin in a soothing tone. However, upon hearing these words, Yechin was rendered speechless, trembling uncontrollably. But, teacher, what about you? Will you not accompany us? Are you truly planning to remain here alone? He exclaimed incredulously, his voice escalating in volume and growing hoarse. Despite having a sense of the answers to these questions, the youth desperately wished to prove himself wrong, to believe that it was all merely a misunderstanding. Yet, Lyle, with his back turned to Yechin, paused for a moment before finally nodding his head. Yes, I must stay behind to delay the abyssal entity. Otherwise, neither you nor Heike will escape, regardless of how long that day may take. Please, tell me. Assure me that we shall meet again someday. The boy implored, beads of anxious sweat forming on his brow. However, Lyle closed his eyes. He never lied to Yechin. No, we likely shall not meet again. You shall depart from this place alive, while I am destined to perish here. This, indeed, is the most probable outcome. The man's voice fell coldly. The boy's palms slackened helplessly. Such a sudden and unprecedented situation plunged Yechin into a bewildered silence. He had once brimmed with anticipation about leaving the snowy realm, yearning for the vast world beyond, which had caused him countless sleepless nights of restlessness. However, all this anticipation and longing was predicated on the belief that he would venture into the expansive new world alongside Lyle and Heike. In Yechin's heart, Lyle held a stature equal to that of a father, his role model, his aspiration, and an irreplaceable family member. Thus, it was profoundly difficult for Yechin to accept this harsh reality, leading him to harbor resentment towards Lyle for never having mentioned this truth before. It is not the same. It is fundamentally different. Yechin gazed at Lyle, shaking his head and murmuring in confusion. This is entirely unlike what I had envisioned. His irrational roar echoed through the cold, empty prayer hall, resonating in the last remaining corner of the snow-capped mountains of the Everwinter secluded domain. Until now, he had never directed his anger at Lyle, never once lost his temper. Yet the stark, chilling facts before him rendered Yechin's rationality powerless against his emotions. In this moment, he was not a heartless hunter, but merely a child yearning desperately for familial love. After all, for 17 years, aside from the old horse Heike, Lyle was the only family member by Yechin's side. He had not a single friend. Heike and Lyle constituted his entire world. And now, he was faced with the prospect of losing half of that world. It is not the same. It cannot be the same. If that is the case, then the outside world. I shall not go. I care nothing for what lies beyond. I wish to stay here with my teacher. I desire to go nowhere. Nowhere at all. Yechin collapsed to the ground, pressing his hands tightly against his forehead and eyes, murmuring incessantly. Despite having endured countless injuries and perilous situations over the years, and having brushed against death innumerable times, Yechin's resolve had never wavered. The mindset of a hunter had always governed his being. Yet, upon learning of the impending loss of a loved one, he appeared deeply sorrowful and utterly despondent, so much so that tears began to well in his azure eyes, tears that no physical pain could ever elicit. Lyle looked down at his weeping disciple, his once serene and composed visage now betraying a flicker of struggle and helplessness. However, these wavering emotions were quickly subdued by a steadfast conviction. After all, Lyle had come to terms with such a fate a century prior. Nowadays, nothing and no emotion can deter him, nor can they ever impede his resolve. Chapter 44. Farewell. Lyle bent down, squatting beside Yechin, gently resting his hand upon Yechin's shoulder. Golden eyes shimmered with reflections of bygone days, and a bittersweet smile unconsciously graced his lips. Yechin, from the tender age of 3, I have compelled you to endure rigorous training and delve into obscure texts, while the parents of the Frostborn shower their children with toys. I have only bestowed upon you blades and firearms, where Frostborn parents engage in playful companionship. I have subjected you to relentless and brutal discipline that has ravaged both your body and spirit. While other parents encourage their children to forge friendships, I have insisted that you master the art of rhetoric and deception, perpetually vigilant against betrayal. Because of my existence, your childhood has been devoid of the joy and fullness experienced by your peers, instead marred by monotony and sorrow, saturated with bloodshed and violence. For this, I am truly remorseful. As your teacher, I feel I have failed in my duties. Upon hearing this, Yechin and Apos, as emotions erupted uncontrollably, and he could no longer contain himself, shouting, "But I am not a Frostborn. I care not for any of this. I have never held it in my heart. Whenever you impart new knowledge and memories, I feel genuine joy. I understand the earnest intentions behind your strict demands. My days spent with you have brought me such happiness. I am already content, deeply content. But, if you were to perish, would that not render everything meaningless? I do not wish for this. Truly, I do not." Yechin clasped his face with both hands, his fingers drawing crimson lines upon his cheeks as he cried out in despair. "You have already made me proud." Lyle and Apos, as calm and resonant words reached Yechin and Apos' ears, prompting him to lift his tear-stained gaze, meeting Lyle's serene yet resolute expression. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. "If possible, I hope this is the last time you display such vulnerability in your hunting career. Just this once. I permit you to be weak. Just this once." Lyle spoke earnestly, revealing a pristine, beautifully crafted journal before Yechin. "In the first half of this journal, I have recorded various insights and information beneficial for your future endeavors. Remember to peruse it immediately upon your departure. The latter half contains secrets concerning your life and safety. My identity, as well as your lineage, are all inscribed within. However, only when your connection to the labyrinth reaches a certain threshold will you be able to access it. Remember, this journal is of utmost importance. Absolutely do not allow anyone to witness its contents. The reason behind my actions will become clear to you in due time, so refrain from questioning anything for now. Just firmly remember all that I have said." After finishing, Lyle assisted Yechin to his feet, producing a handkerchief adorned with enigmatic runes, and utilized spatial access to store the journal within it, subsequently handing it over to Yechin. Lyle spoke with grave seriousness. "The Auling Hunter?" Yechin wiped away his tears, instinctively repeating this peculiar designation. "Indeed, I was once a member of the Auling Hunters. Upon arriving at the Holy Light Sanctum, I proceeded to the Auling Hunters and Apos' main base and joined their ranks. It is the only place where you may find solace in this external world." Lyle spoke calmly, yet suddenly. The ground of the prayer hall began to tremble, an overwhelming sound wave descending without warning, shattering every stained glass window within the hall. The sound wave violently swept through every corner of the prayer hall, converging frantically towards the shattered statue at the center. However, Lyle and Apos' expression remained unfazed. He extended his hand, unleashing a potent force of Auling energy that enveloped both Yechin, Heike, and the broken statue within its embrace. The sound wave relentlessly assaulted the barrier, yet it could not breach its formidable defense, ultimately dissipating into the void under the searing embrace of Auling power. The abyssal entity is about to manifest. It is time to send you on your way. Lyle's gaze pierced through the prayer hall's grand doors towards the distant, nebulous chaos, where an ominous dark singularity loomed. And he issued his final proclamation. He swiftly approached Heike, affectionately stroking the sturdy neck of the creature. "Heike, I cannot guarantee that the abyss will not dispatch pursuers. So I entrust Yechin to you. This is my last command as his master. Please ensure his safety and escort him beyond the labyrinth. After that, you are free to go wherever your heart desires." Lyle's voice resonated with solemnity, his gaze toward Heike reminiscent of a steadfast comrade, imbued with both reluctance and unwavering trust. Heike let out a resounding call, then vigorously nuzzled Lyle and Apos' cheek. In this final moment, the old steed displayed an unwavering reliability, bidding farewell to his master, allowing him to depart with peace of mind. With a crisp sound, the surface of the shattered statue cracked open. From the fragments and dust emerged countless motes of light. They swiftly coalesced, ultimately merging into a vast entrance to a spatial tunnel, within which shimmered with vibrant, stardust-like colors. Lyle disregarded Yechin's resistance, seizing him and casting him onto Heike's back, his fingertips immediately radiating two streams of extraordinary Auling power that adhered Yechin firmly, rendering him unable to escape. "Yechin, in the future, when I am no longer here, there will be no one to silently watch over you and protect you. Thus, on the path ahead, you must rely solely on yourself and trust in your own strength. As your teacher, I can assist you only to this extent. Yechin listened intently to Lyle and Amp. Apos' words, rendered almost speechless, allowing helplessness and sorrow to swell within him like an unfathomable sea. If you do not yet grasp the significance of survival, then establish a goal. Any goal will suffice. At the very least, it will provide your life with direction and motivation. Now, let us conclude our idle chatter. It is time to part ways. Yechin, persevere, for I believe you will not disappoint me, as you are indeed my most esteemed disciple. Upon finishing his words, Lyle revealed a faint smile, then turned away, walking with calm yet resolute steps toward the doorway of the prayer hall. Back turned to Lyle. As he was about to step into the spatial tunnel created by the shattered statue, at that moment, Yechin, mounted upon his steed, gazed longingly at Lyle's increasingly hazy silhouette, biting his lip, and ultimately found the courage to utter his farewell. Teacher, you have always been like a father to me. Upon hearing this, Lyle's figure abruptly halted. His once tightly clenched fingers began to tremble violently, as the resolve he had long held was swayed by Yechin's heartfelt address. I am immensely grateful that throughout these years, it has been you by my side. I will become a formidable hunter, and I will not let you down. Nor will I betray your earnest efforts. So, Yechin and Amp, Apos' voice faltered, choked with emotion, yet he managed to voice his final words. Teacher, farewell. The young man bid his farewell, ultimately unable to utter the phrase eternal parting. He then followed the old horse into the spatial tunnel, vanishing amidst the myriad constellations. With the departure of both man and beast, the spatial tunnel abruptly dissipated into the void, and the shattered statue, seemingly worn down by the passage of time, collapsed heavily upon the cold floor, disintegrating into countless particles, losing all its radiance. In the blink of an eye, within the dilapidated old church, only Lyle remained. Alone. Lyle could not contain his laughter, his expression reflecting utmost satisfaction. After his amusement subsided, he took a deep breath and began to converse with himself. Just a single address evokes in me the feeling that a century of time has been worthwhile. Human emotions are indeed a terrifying phenomenon. Yechin, I hope you will not allow this to burden you, and that you become a hunter of unyielding coldness. Moreover, you must strive to surpass me. You must venture further than I ever could. Lyle murmured, his smile gradually transforming into a state of excitement and fervor, escalating to the brink of madness. It was an aged hunter, after a century's pause, eagerly yearning to resume his former trade, to slay his prey and savor the taste of blood, a visage that had long been concealed beneath a mask. In the next moment, he retrieved his own handkerchief, from which emerged a golden cross, equal in size to himself, entwined at its extremities with countless thorny blades. Even in the dimmest recesses of the prayer hall, the surface of the cross gleamed resplendently, exuding an aura of noble divinity. Merely placing it upon the ground shattered the floor into countless fragments, each emanating a faint golden glow. This cross was the first relic of the labyrinth that belonged to Lyle. With a casual grace, he lifted the grip at the cross's apex with one hand, resting it upon his shoulder, and stepped boldly out of the ancient church. Outside the doors, there existed neither earth nor sky. The entirety of the world, the vast expanse of space, was engulfed in an infinite abyss of darkness, an abyss cold and greedy to the extreme. The chasm was poised to consume all, with Lyle as its next target. Long time no see, he greeted fearlessly, shouldering the cross. As he spoke, a colossal silhouette began to materialize from the heart of the encroaching darkness, revealing countless ravines and textures, reminiscent of a human brain from afar. You deceiver, the outline uttered indistinctly, sending tremors throughout the space. You are simply too naive. Lyle replied with disdain, and in that instant, the entire church behind him began to transform, coalescing into a vast golden eye, precisely that which had earlier vanquished the dark abyss. In the next heartbeat, the abyss roared, radiating golden brilliance. Darkness and gold exaggeratedly cleaved the space apart. Amidst the chaos and upheaval, Lyle smiled faintly and recited the hunting declaration unique to the Auling Hunters. The golden-eyed hunter Yechin now commences the hunt for the abyssal abomination Arbitrageur. Chapter 45. The old horse. A youth rode upon the back of an old horse, soaring through the weightless expanse of a cosmic tunnel. This realm was shrouded in an enigmatic allure. The stardust around them ebbed and flowed, sometimes distant, sometimes near, varying in size and form, radiating myriad colors and lights. As if it were floating aimlessly in the void, yet simultaneously fixated upon the boy and the old horse, spiraling around them with unwavering intent. Amidst the kaleidoscope of colors reflecting off the celestial bodies, 3 striking black gleams materialized seemingly out of thin air. Under the astonished gaze of Yechin, They swiftly transformed into 3 ominous portals of darkness. Immediately thereafter, 3 peculiar shadows emerged, gliding through the constellations like phantoms, advancing towards Yechin and the old horse with a ghostly yet ferocious momentum. The youth's complexion paled as he swiftly comprehended the perilous situation, urgently warning the old horse. Yechin, the pursuers from the abyss are approaching. Yechin's eyes darkened, its powerful hooves pounding the void with renewed vigor, propelled by the explosive force of Auling. Charging deeper into the tunnel at full speed, instinct told him that these 3 creatures, hailing from the abyss, were elite warriors of unfathomable caliber, far superior to the adversaries encountered during the trials of the small world. They posed an extreme threat to his current self. Yet, despite Yechin's relentless sprint in an attempt to outpace the pursuers, the weightless realm, akin to the deep sea, was not its domain. The foes thrived in such an environment. Swiftly closing the distance, it seemed inevitable that a confrontation lay ahead. With this thought in mind, Yechin decisively drew his long blade, slicing his arm to draw forth blood, then casting out a revolver and Apos' chamber to forge a crimson blood bullet. Tentatively, he first fired 5 bronze bullets towards the pursuing entities. Bang! The bullets struck the abdomen of the abyssal elite, akin to stones falling into water, creating merely a ripple before falling silent, absorbed and digested within their bodies without a trace. Excellent. Bang! The vivid blood bullet soared through the stars, striking true against the unyielding abyssal elite. It had proven effective. Reacting swiftly, Yechin swung his blade fiercely, aiming to cleave one of the pursuing creature's tentacles. However, he was met with a stark and palpable resistance. What? Yechin gazed, astonished, at the blade's tip, realizing that after striking the first tentacle of the enemy, his blade was ensnared within its dark, sinewy flesh, unable to execute the intended cleave. How could this be? In the past, whenever Yechin wielded his bloodied blade, he would cleave through obstacles effortlessly. Yet now, his vigorous strike was firmly restrained by a single tentacle, and notably, this tentacle was the weakest among them. At Yechin's current level, he was utterly unqualified to contend with them. In a one-on-one duel, he could only await his fate, let alone face multiple foes. In the fleeting moment that followed, 4 arms adorned with menacing fangs lunged ferociously towards Yechin's torso, just as the youth was on the brink of being subdued by the 2 pitch-black beasts. The aged steed beneath him unexpectedly unleashed its formidable power. At that instant, the mouth of Yechin opened wide, and a radiant light erupted forth, conjuring countless strands of luminescence that swiftly coalesced into a long, deep black scythe, its handle firmly grasped by Yechin. The scythe, imbued with an overwhelming energy, gleamed ominously as it was hurled with precision, effortlessly severing the 4 arms of the abyssal elite and simultaneously slicing through the tendrils that ensnared Yechin's blade, reducing them to mere fragments. The 2 abyssal creatures, now bereft of their hands, could not help but slow their advance, only to be flung backwards by the might of the old steed. Yechin, you are truly formidable. The youth thought in astonishment as he shook off the blood and flesh from his blade, his gaze irresistibly drawn to the elongated scythe in Yechin's mouth. Previously, he had merely regarded Yechin as a swift and intelligent horse, never fathoming that it harbored such terrifying power, capable of wielding a scythe with such remarkable finesse. The monstrous foes posed an insurmountable challenge for Yechin, yet with a single sweep, Yechin repelled them entirely, proving itself a worthy steed of Lyle. Shrouded in the same enigma as its master, it became evident why Lyle placed such unwavering trust in Yechin, entrusting it with the monumental duty of safeguarding Yechin. Chapter 46. Choices and Destiny. The old horse surged deeper into the spatial tunnel, disregarding the boy's admiration. Instead, it let out a long, powerful neigh and shook its back vigorously, leaving the boy momentarily stunned. Having spent over a decade with the black steed, Yechin understood that this gesture was a unique way for the horse to express disapproval. In his youth, during his equestrian training, whenever he made a mistake, Black Chi would perform this very shake to remind Yechin of his oversights. Now, the horse's actions conveyed a deeper meaning. Yechin's expression faltered as his gaze instinctively fell upon the long knife he had just swung at the abyssal elite. To his dismay, he found the blade's surface inexplicably coated with a thick layer of black sludge, resembling a river rock overtaken by moss. He had clearly shaken off the abyssal flesh that had clung to the blade, yet, despite his efforts, remnants had rapidly regenerated. These repugnant substances had even overpowered the blood he had shed, consuming it entirely and greedily crawling towards his hand that gripped the hilt. My blood cannot even suppress the regeneration of these abyssal entities? Witnessing this, Yechin was struck with horror, instinctively wishing to discard the knife along with the vile material. However, at that moment, a surge of searing Auling power rushed from the horse beneath him into his body, infusing the long knife with a purifying force that incinerated the abyssal matter, restoring the blade to its former gleaming state. With a second rescue of the boy completed, the old horse let out another long cry, and in that instant, Yechin felt he understood its inner thoughts. Do not engage. Leave everything to me. Hearing Black Chi's silent message, Yechin's expression softened with gratitude, leaving him momentarily speechless. At this juncture, Black Chi was the only family he could rely upon. A steadfast protector akin to Lyle, fiercely defending his life. This steed and its master were alike. Both were formidable guardians. Thank you, Black Chi. I will do my utmost not to burden you. Moments later, behind them, the abyssal elites that Yechin had previously felled with blood-infused bullets, along with two others that Black Chi had repelled with its dark scythe, quickly regrouped. They resumed their ghostly movements, pursuing Yechin and Black Chi with renewed fervor. As the abyssal elites drew closer, they simultaneously launched an assault on the greatest threat, Black Chi. Black Chi, they are coming again. Black Chi, agile and practiced, maneuvered deftly beneath the onslaught of the three beasts, wielding its long, sharp scythe with precision. The three fiends continued to weave and dodge, brandishing their menacing fangs. However, despite the relentless onslaught of the scythe-like blades, the obsidian forms of the abyssal elites continuously manifested wounds, only to be restored to their pristine state by their terrifying regenerative abilities. In contrast, in a bid to shield Yechin from even the slightest taint of the abyss, Heichi bore the brunt of countless attacks that it could have evaded, its dark fur increasingly marred by blood. Amidst the frenzied pace of combat, facing three foes at once, Heichi found it impossible to accurately strike at the abyssal core of any of the jet-black beasts, and the ever-growing scars on its body rendered it only temporarily equal to the horde of abyssal monsters. The perilous situation of the young lad and the old horse was undeniably escalating. At this rate, Heichi would eventually falter. Just as Yechin and Appo's heart brimmed with anxiety over this predicament, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared at the distant end of the spatial tunnel, reminiscent of the radiance that had accompanied the shattered deity's entrance into the tunnel. Clearly, this was the exit of the spatial passage. Yechin's eyes brightened with hope as he called out to Heichi, uncertain of whether what awaited them beyond was fortune or misfortune, yet fervently praying that this light would assist them in evading their dire straits. Having narrowly evaded another wave of assaults from the abyssal pursuers, Heichi strained to shift its gaze toward the luminous end of the tunnel, its eyes flickering with a glimmer of hope. Gritting its teeth against the searing pain, it forcibly broke through the encirclement of three abyssal elites and charged towards the exit of the tunnel. Upon realizing Yechin's intentions, the three abyssal elites immediately dissolved their forms, merging their fragmented bodies into a terrifying behemoth adorned with countless tentacles and eyes. Rapidly surging forward in pursuit of Yechin and Heichi, it was evident that the abyssal pursuers were unwilling to allow their quarry to escape the spatial tunnel. They aimed to conclude everything within this kaleidoscopic realm of stars. The unified abyssal elite's aura intensified, as if suffering from significant backlash. However, simultaneously, its speed and strength surged to unprecedented levels, swiftly closing the gap on Yechin and Heichi. In the next instant, a multitude of tentacles, resembling a tsunami, engulfed the young lad and the old horse. Without hesitation, Yechin fired his weapon, utilizing the blood bullets to carve a narrow path through the writhing mass of tentacles. Heichi, seizing the opportunity, bit down on the scythe and vigorously swung its neck, striving to carve a bloody route through the tentacle throng. Yet, the abyssal tentacles seemed to grow endlessly, becoming denser and more formidable with each slash, their relentless advance only intensifying, rendering the light at the tunnels and increasingly elusive and ethereal in the eyes of Yechin and Heichi. Just as hope was on the verge of total extinction, the old horse Heike seemed to have resolved himself. He raised his head and let out a powerful cry, then abruptly lifted his hindquarters, flinging the boy upon his back toward the small rift amidst the writhing tendrils, casting Yechin with all his might toward the last glimmer of light at the farthest end. Heike, caught off guard by being hurled from the mass of tendrils, Yechin reached out in shock, exclaiming Heike's name, utterly taken aback by the other's decisive and resolute actions. However, the old horse, on the brink of being completely engulfed by the tendrils, did not call out to the boy again. He merely nodded silently, much like that man, bravely making a choice and confronting destiny with equanimity. The tendrils enveloped Heike's entire body, Yet he turned this predicament to his advantage. Opening his mouth wide and sinking his teeth into the monstrous beast's flesh, pulling it back and preventing it from advancing a single step further, thus halting its pursuit of the young Yechin. The ferocious beast roared, and the old horse cried out. The two formidable creatures wrestled fiercely, ultimately tumbling toward the other end of the spatial tunnel. Yechin! The boy screamed in despair, yet as he soared into the heart of the light, into the exit of the tunnel, the figure of the old horse vanished from the boy's sight, disappearing alongside the monstrous beast into the depths of countless stars on the other side. Chapter 47. The incident as Yechin flew into the exit of the spatial tunnel. The dazzling burst of white light engulfed him, obscuring the vibrant celestial phenomena he had once seen. In its place emerged a dismal, gray sky. Thud. Yechin plummeted from midair, landing heavily on the ground. However, his body was met with a substantial softness that spared him much of the pain. With astonishment, he opened his eyes to find himself sprawled upon a lush green lawn, seemingly a segment of another world. Yet, Yechin initially paid little heed to this revelation. Instead, he anxiously craned his neck to gaze at the sky above. Despite searching in every direction, the radiant light that had expelled him was nowhere to be found. After Yechin was delivered to this location, the exit of the spatial tunnel vanished without a trace. Yechin sat despondently on the grass, staring into the overcast sky. And after a prolonged silence, he clenched his fists and struck them forcefully against the ground beneath him. Bang! His fist, infused with the power of the Auling, created a deep crater in the earth, a testament to his sorrow and despair. Ah! The boy's hoarse scream reverberated across the desolate prairie, resonating with profound heartbreak and desolation. In less than 10 minutes, Yechin had lost both Lyle and Yechin, the only two family members he had. He could no longer see the silhouette of that man, could no longer touch the neck of that noble steed, and even his former home had ceased to exist. In the blink of an eye, Yechin had lost everything he held dear. Now he was utterly alone. If only I could be stronger. Yechin clutched the earth amidst the grass, his expression frenzied as he whispered repeatedly, his furrowed brow betraying feelings of regret and self-blame. If he could have been just a little more powerful. If he could have offered just a bit more assistance, how could events have spiraled to such a tragic conclusion? However, just as the boy lingered in his sorrow, a dark rift unexpectedly manifested in the void before him, accompanied by a grating, piercing sound. Yechin looked up to see a pair of clawed, black hands emerging from the fissure, which were soon followed by a grotesque figure that forcefully widened the gap, squeezing its viscous body through. Upon gazing at this aberrant creature from another dimension, Yechin immediately recognized its identity. It was the abyssal elite that had previously pursued him. Who would have thought that even with the exit of the spatial tunnel obliterated, these terrifying beings could still track Yechin to this place? Their obsession with their target had truly reached a fever pitch. Yet, the abyssal elite that crawled out from the rift was now significantly diminished in size compared to before. Its form appeared deformed and twisted, resembling a flawed entity that had been forcibly severed from its origin, which allowed it to bypass Yechin's obstruction in pursuit of Yechin to this very realm. Yechin fixed his gaze upon the unsettling visage of his opponent, devoid of mouth yet piercingly intense, and instinctively drew a deep breath, momentarily suppressing his emotions with rationality. He swiftly calmed his mind, restoring the composure of a seasoned hunter. As he contemplated his strategy, he sliced his own skin with the long blade, allowing crimson blood to flow down its edge. It had been less than 5 minutes since he last crafted a blood bullet, thus he could only rely on the bloodied weapon at hand. Taking advantage of the creature's gradual emergence from the fissure, he charged towards the abyssal elite without hesitation, launching the initial wave of his assault. Despite the sluggish movements and glaring weaknesses of the abyssal remnants, Yechin did not immediately strike at its torso. Instead, he cautiously aimed for a small, protruding flesh fin on its surface. With a resounding crack, he struck the fin with great force, successfully severing it, yet the process was fraught with difficulties. The rigidity of the flesh and the viscous sludge clinging to the blade made it clear to Yechin, even in its diminished state. This grotesque monster remained a formidable foe from the abyss, one that he could not conquer in his current condition. Realizing his predicament, Yechin hesitated for a fleeting moment before pivoting and sprinting away, decisively shifting his strategy to one of escape. Although emotionally he yearned to fight to the death, unafraid of perishing in the process, rationally he could not squander the sacrifices made by Lyle and Yechin, who had acted solely to ensure his safe retreat. With the relentless surge of Auling power propelling him forward, he dashed across the vast prairie, striving to evade the abyssal elite's line of sight. However, Once the creature fully emerged from the spatial rift, it pursued him at full speed. The expansive prairie was utterly flat, offering no cover for Yechin to maneuver or evade. And the dark beast's speed far surpassed his own. Within mere minutes, the grotesque elite from the abyss was hot on his heels, closing in rapidly, poised to pounce. Suddenly, an unexpected commotion drew the attention of both Yechin and the abyssal elite. Gazing across the prairie, he beheld a surging wave of emerald green rising from the horizon, rushing towards them with astonishing velocity. What on earth is that? Yechin's heart raced in astonishment as he hastily veered to the side, seeking to evade the peculiar green tide, while the abyssal elite instinctively fled in the opposite direction. In the instant they separated, the verdant wave surged forward, but to Yechin's surprise, it disregarded him entirely, instead targeting the dark beast with unmistakable intent, engulfing it whole. As Yechin sprinted forward, he beheld a peculiar sight, his face adorned with an expression of bewilderment. It soon became evident to him that the verdant wave was not a genuine water surge, but rather a lush carpet woven from countless emerald green vines. At that very moment, as Yechin grasped this reality, the vine-laden green carpet erupted in a dazzling luminescence, sending ripples through the surrounding air. With the expansion of these ripples, familiar waves of energy surged toward Yechin, embodying the essence of the arcane power he was well acquainted with. Simultaneously, the abyssal remnant, pinned beneath the relentless embrace of the vine carpet, emitted a hoarse wail, as if this ocean of flora, infused with arcane power, was nothing short of hell itself for it. Chapter 48, The Hidden Domain of Sandgrass. With a resounding gasp, the abyssal remnant was engulfed by a deluge of twisting vines, its limbs ensnared by countless tendrils, its form consumed by searing energies. The excruciating torment compelled it to emit a mournful wail. Yet, summoning its resolve amidst the agony, the abyssal remnant chose to dismember itself into hundreds of fleshly fragments. By virtue of its diminutive size and multitude, it swiftly ascended from the thicket of vines, scattering in a frenzied escape akin to a startled ancient tree. In the blink of an eye, this pursuer from the abyss had vanished, retreating in disarray. How remarkable that it managed to elude capture, Yechin mused, his mind clouded in bewilderment, when a raspy yet leisurely voice resonated from the opposite end of the verdant vine tapestry. With a sharp intake of breath, Yechin gripped his revolver and dagger, directing his gaze towards the source of the voice. A trembling figure soon emerged, navigating the vines with an unsteady grace, revealing its true form before the young boy. Before him stood a diminutive, peculiar old man, his face a map of wrinkles and his hair a cascade of white. Yet his skin mirrored the verdant hue of the flora surrounding him. He was adorned, or rather, enshrouded in an array of living plants, his legs cloaked in leafy greens, his arms draped in blossoms, his torso entwined with branches, and atop his head, a vibrant assortment of mushrooms served as a cap. The sight was utterly bizarre and captivating. From the very first glance, this eccentric elder etched a vivid and profound impression upon Yechin's mind, rendering him momentarily speechless, rooted in place. The plant-clad elder narrowed his aged eyes, scrutinizing the young boy as he ambled closer. As the distance between them diminished to less than 5 meters, Yechin emerged from his stupor, instinctively raising his weapons in a futile attempt to signal the elder to maintain his distance. However, a fleeting moment of clarity struck him. This elder, who had effortlessly repelled the abyssal elite, possessed strength far exceeding his own. At that moment, Yechin felt akin to an infant, utterly powerless. Thus, exhibiting hostility would be both reckless and foolish. With this realization, Yechin swiftly sheathed his revolver and dagger, lowering his arms and extending his palms in a gesture devoid of aggression, welcoming the advancing elder. "Ha ha ha, the little one is rather astute," the plant elder remarked as he approached Yechin, gazing up at the boy's anxious, tense visage with a twinkle of amusement in his eye. Shifting his tone to one of calm inquiry, he asked, "What is your name, and who sent you here?" "My name is Yechin, and I was sent by my teacher, Lyle," Yechin replied without hesitation, a sense of understanding dawning upon him regarding the peculiar circumstances surrounding him. A person as astute as Lyle, having brought himself to this place, must undoubtedly be aware of the presence of the enigmatic elder before him. Thus, it is highly likely that the latter is an ally, Yechin pondered. "Yechin? And is that Lyle's mentor? I see." The elderly botanist mused for a moment, then shook the mushrooms atop his head, gently patted Yechin on the back, and gestured towards the still and verdant carpet of vines ahead. "My name is Mu, and I can be considered an acquaintance of your teacher. Naturally, you may also refer to me as Grandfather Mu, haha. However, let us embark on our journey first, and I will share more along the way." With that, the botanist stepped lightly, leaping onto the surface of the vine thicket. After a brief hesitation, Yechin followed suit, bounding onto the vast, woven carpet of vines. And together they settled upon the soft, plant-made seats. As soon as they landed, the vine carpet began to ripple, creating a tremendous wave that surged across the expansive meadow, heading toward the distant, lush mountain range. Sitting upon the carpet, Yechin curiously surveyed the verdant realm devoid of snow and ice, feeling the refreshing breeze that brushed against him. His previously burdened heart unconsciously lightened a bit. After waiting patiently, Mu observed the furrowed brows of Yechin gradually relax before he prompted him to recount the sequence of events that had led him here, what transpired before his arrival, and how the minions of the abyss had followed him into this realm. Yechin nodded. Although he still harbored some reservations, he relayed the entire situation to Mu candidly. And that is how it is, Grandfather Mu. I see, so that man has already departed. Alas, but this was bound to happen sooner or later. I believe he was well prepared for it, Mu said, rubbing his aged brows after hearing the account. A flicker of gentle regret briefly crossed his face, only to be quickly replaced by a composed serenity. I share a deep bond with your teacher and owe him many favors. Many years ago, he foretold that such a day would come and entrusted me with the task of ensuring your safe passage to the Holy Light Sanctuary. That is why we must now make our way to the Sun Moon Mountain Range. Upon its summit lies a teleportation altar, and only through it can you truly enter the Holy Light Sanctuary. Mu, stroking his white beard, gazed at the distant peaks as he elucidated. The Holy Light Sanctuary, Yechin murmured, turning his gaze toward the towering, undulating Sun Moon Mountain Range in the distance. He had initially thought this lush land was the new world that Lyle had described to him, but it turned out to be merely a way station. The true new world lay further ahead. Mu's gaze fixed upon the mountain of their destination, his kindly demeanor abruptly shifting to one of solemnity. Had the minions of the abyss not infiltrated this realm, this journey would have been a delightful and effortless endeavor. However, since you previously eluded its grasp, you are now destined to endure considerable hardships, my young friend. Mu turned to face Yechin, his tone grave as he cautioned him. What do you mean? Yechin replied, his expression laden with vigilance. I cannot ascertain the nature of the fragmented world from which you hail, but the realm you currently inhabit, known as the Sandgrass Vale, operates under the influence of a remarkable law, forming a vast expanse. Here, the cycle of a day spans 24 hours, with a fixed 18 hours of daylight and 6 hours of night. All flora emerges from the soil to engage in vital activities solely during the daylight hours. Once night falls, they are subdued by the power of darkness, and, if exposed to the air for too long, they wither and perish, necessitating their retreat into the earth for a period of dormancy. During this time, the entire world will transform from what you currently perceive. All meadows and forests will morph into desolate sands and wastelands. Moreover, I shall be unable to move during these 6 hours. Thus I will not be able to protect you as I have just done. As for the creature from the abyss, I surmise it to be a member of the abyssal seekers, a breed characterized by neither extraordinary strength nor speed, yet possessing an acute sensitivity to spatial fluctuations. Additionally, it can freely split and recombine its form, endowed with formidable regenerative and reproductive capabilities. When the moonlight descends, this abyssal seeker will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to relentlessly pursue your trail, seeking you out time and again. Upon hearing this, the youth's expression faltered, yet he soon grasped the gravity of the elder's words. For 18 hours each day, I can assist you by harnessing the power of the vines to aid your journey. But during the subsequent 6 hours, you must rely solely on your own wits to navigate. By my rough estimate, achieving the summit of the Sun Moon Mountain with this method will require no less than half a month. Therefore, during these many days, you must devise ways to fend off the abyssal creature's relentless pursuit and endure the fleeting darkness of those 6 hours. Should you falter at any point, I shall be powerless to assist you, my young friend. Do you comprehend the gravity of the situation? Having delivered his weighty explanation, the elder sighed in resignation. I understand, Yechin replied. Chapter 49. Extreme resentment across the vast expanse of the grassland. A magnificent wave of verdant green surged towards the distant mountains, upon which sat two figures. One was an eccentric old man adorned with vibrant flora, while the other was a youth clad in a golden-black cloak, with a thin garment beneath. The temperature in the daytime of the Shakai Hidden Realm was significantly higher than that of the Eternal Winter Realm, allowing Yechin to temporarily forego his wolf fur coat. However, according to Mu, as night fell, the temperature would plummet, necessitating Yechin to prepare for warmth once more. With a gentle huff, Mu stood beside Yechin, utilizing the spatial access and technique to extract a large pot, several ingredients, and a pile of dry firewood from a wooden slab. He busied himself, and soon began to hum an unknown tune with a joyful countenance. To Yechin's astonishment, the old man ignited a fire and commenced cooking atop a bed of vines, which remained unaffected by the heat or sparks, retaining their smooth and even surface throughout. This bizarre and incongruous scene left Yechin momentarily taken aback, leading him to speculate that the vast expanse of vines beneath him might indeed be an embodiment of Mu's innate arcane prowess, thus impervious to ordinary flames. After a considerable time, Mu ladled a thick mushroom and vegetable soup into a wooden bowl and approached Yechin with exuberance. "Come, Yechin, this is my signature dish. Hurry and enjoy it while it's hot, for you are still growing, and vitamins are essential." Mu laughed heartily, handing the bowl to Yechin. Gazing at the mushrooms in the soup and then at the ones atop Mu's head, Yechin could not help but twitch slightly, despite knowing these were not directly plucked from the old man's crown. Although he had recently consumed some emergency rations prepared by Lyle, merely to stave off hunger, he felt it would be impolite to refuse such kindness after witnessing the old man and Apos' efforts. Thus, he steeled himself to accept it. Thank you." Yechin managed to stammer, forcing a stiff smile as he lifted the wooden bowl. Swallowing hard, he took several large gulps, emptying the contents into his throat. Little one, no need to rush. There is plenty more." Mu, witnessing Yechin's hearty appetite, became even more delighted, promptly serving him several more bowls of the mushroom and vegetable soup, causing Yechin's complexion to pale slightly. As Yechin valiantly battled with his bowl, Mu's barrage of questions came forth like a rapid-fire cannonade. "By the way, Yechin, how old are you this year? What is your height? And your weight? What was the fragmentary world you lived in like? How does it differ from here? What was your life like there? What techniques has your teacher imparted to you?" Mu was unable to contain his eagerness, and the incessant questions placed considerable pressure on Yechin. However, when the former mentioned the world where Yechin once resided and his mentor, Yechin's expression suddenly darkened. This is unfortunate." The elder realized he had inadvertently tread upon the youth's sensitive topic and quickly scratched his head, offering an apologetic grin. "I beg your pardon. It has been decades since I last conversed with anyone, and I got carried away in my excitement." Yechin, upon hearing this, gently shook his head. "It's all right. After all, with Grandpa Mu here, I am not alone. Moreover, had it not been for your intervention, I would have long since fallen victim to that abyssal creature. I cannot thank you enough." Seeing Yechin's politeness deeply moved Mu, who promptly served him several more bowls of hot soup, leaving Yechin with no inclination to lament or sigh. "By the way, Yechin, if you need to relieve yourself, feel free to do so over there. In our world, animals are scarce, making waste a valuable resource." Mu, noticing that Yechin had emptied the mushroom and vegetable soup with great difficulty, pointed cheerfully towards a pit at the other end of the vine-covered carpet. "All right." As the two advanced towards the Sun and Moon mountain range amidst the towering green waves, they engaged in casual conversation. Subsequently, Yechin confirmed the time of night with Mu. Upon learning that there were still nearly 10 hours until darkness fell, Yechin promptly decided it would be wise to take a nap to restore his energy. After all, once night descended, Mu would no longer be able to accompany and protect him. At that point, his survival would hinge solely upon his own abilities. Observing Yechin preparing to sleep, Mu kindly reminded him, "Please wake me up as it approaches dusk, Grandpa Mu." Yechin expressed his gratitude, and upon receiving a nod from Mu, he lay down on the vine-woven bed net, gazing at the dim sky, slowly closing his eyes, allowing his mind to settle. However, despite the day's events having filled Yechin's mind with pressure and fatigue, a deep-seated pain continued to gnaw at his spirit. Vaguely, a sentiment of resentment surged within Yechin's consciousness. It cursed the avaricious and malevolent abyss, while simultaneously denigrating his own weakness and impotence. Ultimately, this resentment planted a seed of desire deep within the youth's heart, igniting an intense longing to become stronger, strong enough to vanquish the abyss, to slay the abyss, to hunt the abyss. "I yearn to grow stronger. I yearn to grow stronger, 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 stronger. I long to eradicate those insatiable abyssal creatures." A profound desire to annihilate them consumes the youth, an incessant thought that washes over his mind and purifies his very soul. Driven by this overwhelming impulse, an intangible force extends from the depths of the unknown, once again transporting the young man's consciousness to that place, a realm composed of pools of blood, walls of mist, and countless remnants of weaponry. Chapter 50. The scent of presence cold, damp, and reeking. Yechin's consciousness, accompanied by several discomforts, gradually awakened from a haze. He soon realized he was seated upon a wooden chair, his feet immersed in a thick pool of blood. Yechin's pupils constricted sharply as he lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings, only to behold a vast blood pool, shrouded by a dense wall of mist, and the surface littered with fragmented weapons. Despite being unable to discern that he was ensnared in a dream, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within him, compelling his body to instinctively rise from the chair and tread through the blood-soaked ground towards the nearest object, a shattered revolver, slowly drifting in the blood pool. As he gazed at the surreal scene before him, he fell into silence. Suddenly, ripples began to emanate from the far end of the blood pool, entering his line of sight. Following the source of the ripples, he spotted two figures advancing into the distance beneath the mist wall, their silhouettes resembling that of a person and a horse. Upon witnessing this, Yechin's expression shifted dramatically, the stupor on his face replaced by shock. "Teacher, Heike." He could not help but call out to the retreating figures, yet they paid him no heed, continuing their solitary journey further away. "Wait, it's me, Yechin. I'm here," he cried out in desperation. Then, in a panic, he bolted toward the direction of the disappearing figures. Moments later, they vanished beyond the mist wall, leaving the boy to tumble within the blood pool, struggling to rise from the blood-soaked water. Yechin's initial expression of desolation and sorrow swiftly morphed into one of defiance and resentment. "Ah!" he roared, howling in anguish. Grasping a broken dagger from the pool and viciously slashing at the veins on his wrist, blood gushing forth like a spring. In a fit of rage, Yechin flung the revolver's cylinder aside, filling each chamber with the sanguine fountain, then aimlessly fired in all directions, reloading for another round. Thus, the once somber and lethargic atmosphere of the mist-laden blood pool was incessantly pierced by the gunfire, echoing the anguished cries of a youth who had lost his kin. As he fired 5 rounds, Yechin's countenance turned ashen. Just as he was about to succumb to the overwhelming loss of blood, a piercing, thunderous sound erupted from all directions, striking directly at his heart. With the arrival of this sound, a familiar wave of nausea surged into Yechin's mind, causing him excruciating pain. It was a signal of scent, a fragrance potent enough to completely obscure the original stench of the blood pool, an odor far beyond mere foulness, wafting slowly toward his nostrils as he clutched his ears tightly. Upon catching a whiff of the scent, a wave of discomfort surged within Yechin's mind, causing his limbs to twitch and contort uncontrollably. In that moment, the world as perceived through his eyes transformed into slender, fragile lines, reminiscent of an abstract painting, mirroring the grotesque expression on his face. Unable to endure the overwhelming odor, Yechin plunged headlong into the pool of blood beneath him, gulping down the sanguine liquid, desperately seeking to mask the stench with the metallic taste of blood. Yet, no matter his efforts, the scent relentlessly clung to his senses, rendering him utterly shattered, his fragile psyche on the brink of collapse. However, amidst this excruciating torment, 3 figures suddenly flickered in Yechin's mind. He recalled Lyle, Black Chi, and the abyss that had claimed these 2 family members. An intense hatred ignited within him, erupting from the darkness like molten lava, consuming his doubts and pain, replaced instead by a resolute clarity of purpose. He vowed to hunt the abyss, sparing not a single creature. At this thought, rage surged within his brain, nearly causing it to explode, compelling him to unleash a primal roar, which miraculously dissipated the pain enveloping him. When Yechin finally opened his eyes again, he discovered that he was no longer surrounded by a blood-soaked haze, but rather by a lush green carpet of vines and a landscape of ever-changing grasslands. The bewildered youth gazed around, soon spotting an elderly man, his body adorned with plants, seated behind him, observing with a stoic expression. "You are awake. There is still an hour until dusk," Mu gently reminded him, having witnessed Yechin's torment from the dream and the aura of Auling energy radiating from him. Mu understood the youth and amp, Apos, condition well. A second time. A second nightmare, indeed, and it has come at a most opportune moment. The old man and amp, Apos, gaze deepened, and he earnestly explained to the boy, "The Auling Labyrinth establishes a connection with our minds through nightmares. Whenever one and Apos, spirit reaches a certain level of strength, it senses a new layer of nightmare, thereby forging a deeper bond with the labyrinth. It seems that the events of today have stimulated the foundations of your spirit, leading to this critical period of new growth." Upon hearing Mu's words, Yechin rose swiftly from the bed, engaging in some physical movements, and indeed felt a surge of energy coursing through his limbs, invigorating his mind and flooding him with an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. "Is it so? So that place was the second layer of the dream," Yechin murmured, clenching his fists tightly, the bones cracking under the pressure. In other words, it was the sacrifice of Lyle and Black Chi that had catalyzed Yechin and Apos' mental growth, leading him to experience the second layer of nightmare, granting him a qualitative leap in both his physical form and owling techniques. As night descends, Yechin may finally possess the strength to engage in a fierce battle against the remnants of the abyss. Mu, witnessing Yechin's sudden yet timely growth, could not help but break into a beaming smile, applauding in admiration. "Congratulations, little one. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be merely the one who hears its song. The one who senses its presence shall be your new identity," the old man cheerfully declared. Feeling a profound sense of relief at the thought of the youth's significantly increased chances of survival in the darkness. Chapter 51. Dawn. As the first light of dawn broke, Yechin dipped his finger into the fresh blood oozing from his arm, meticulously applying it to the edge of his long sword. With a soft chime, the moment Yechin's blood touched the blade, it began to spread and conform to its contours, quickly transforming into a thick sanguine band that enveloped the sword's edge. In that fleeting moment, the slender blade metamorphosed into the blood blade, radiating a brilliant crimson light, its sharpness on full display, while exuding an intense chill, as if it sought to rend apart all flesh that dared to obstruct its path, mirroring Yechin's deep-seated hatred and loathing for the abyss. The young man lifted the bloodied sword, scrutinizing the quality it now exuded. The blood blade he had forged was visibly superior to its previous incarnation, both in hue and thickness, elevating it to several tiers of excellence. With both hands firmly gripping the sword, he swung it powerfully through the air, generating a thunderous whoosh. And upon receiving Mu's consent, he directed a decisive strike at a massive protruding vine beside him. Crack! The glimmering blade, suffused with bloodlust, met the vine brimming with owling power, producing a resonant thud. Although Yechin's strike did not cleave the sturdy vine in two, it successfully severed 3/4 of its width. With another strike, complete separation would be assured. "Remarkable blade. Yechin, is this your owling technique? You wield it like a master blacksmith crafting extraordinary weapons," Mu exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Though uncertain if he could sever the essence of the abyssal seeker, he was confident in his ability to dismantle its spawned manifestations. Having endured the trials of the second layer of nightmares, Yechin, now ascended seeker, could simultaneously maintain a reserve of 3 blood bullets within a short span of time, coupled with the invigorating properties of the bloodflower tea. His theoretical maximum capacity could increase to 4 bullets within 5 minutes. After enduring the second layer of torment, the blood products in Yechin's possession appeared as if meticulously refined, boasting smoother curves and more distinct textures, exuding a nobility far surpassing their prior versions. Yechin loaded the blood bullets into the revolver's chamber and, without hesitation, fired 3 shots at another massive vine nearby. Bang, bang, bang. Each gunshot echoed as the thick veins of the vine were instantaneously pierced, creating 3 substantial holes. Though it did not obliterate the vine entirely, it effectively breached the barrier formed by the owling power, shattering its internal structure. "Oh, such formidable bullets. Not only a swordsman but a gunsmith as well. This is certain to yield results," Mu observed, his expression shifting from anger to delight as he witnessed his vines being systematically devastated, praising Yechin once more. The resilience of Mu's vines is intrinsically linked to its own strength. Although Yechin can presently only destroy 1 or 2 of the countless vines in the vast sea of green, this already attests to his growth. Had it been the version of himself before his dreams, facing any single vine would have rendered him utterly powerless, even if he exerted all his might. Should he establish a deeper connection with the Auling Labyrinth, Yechin's strength could surge remarkably in the brief span of a single slumber, a testament to the labyrinth's awe-inspiring and fearsome intricacies. Leaning on his gnarled wooden cane, Mu turned to gaze at the horizon, which was gradually dimming and blurring. He then cautioned Yechin, "You have less than half an hour before darkness falls. It would be wise to take this time to rest and prepare for the battles that may come." The twilight gradually enveloped the sky, the light within the shattered realm dimming ever more, and the verdant grass that blanketed the earth began to wilt. The boundless prairie transformed from vibrant green to a muted brown hue. Amidst such scenery, the once tumultuous green wave, woven from countless vines and carrying Yechin and Mu toward the distant sun and moon mountains, began to slow its pace and shrink in size. Eventually, as the concentration of law energy in the air reached a certain threshold, every blade of grass on the ground instinctively retreated, burying its stem deep within the soil, succumbing to slumber. At this moment, the expanse of vines, once a mighty wave, diminished to the scale of a mere blanket. After safely lowering Yechin and Mu to the ground, they crumbled under the pressure of the law energy, dispersing into countless motes of light in the air. The elder of plants, standing beside Yechin, now displayed a pale visage, his limbs trembling, revealing that his life was indeed closely intertwined with the plants that grew upon him, rendering him unable to escape the mysterious constraints of this shattered realm. Then, Yechin, I can only accompany you this far today. Mu's lips quivered as he spoke, his whole being rigid with the effort of bidding farewell. I hope you can overcome this trial. We shall meet at dawn. Please, do not perish. After struggling to utter these few words, Mu and Apos' form, along with the myriad plants, began to wither and shrink. Under Yechin and Apos' astonished gaze, he swiftly burrowed into the soft earth, disappearing beneath the surface. With Mu and Apos' departure, a radiant moon rose beyond the horizon. Under its luminous glow, the land touched by moonlight swiftly transformed, changing the soil's texture and type, transforming fertile ground into barren desert in an instant. Thus, Yechin grasped why this small world was known as the sand-grass hidden realm. By night, a desert; by day, a prairie, an apt and succinct description. For Yechin, however, there was little time to marvel at the grandeur of this new world. A far more pressing matter loomed before him: survival. Evading the relentless pursuit of the abyss, he vowed to survive at any cost. We shall meet at dawn, Grandfather Mu, Yechin murmured softly, then unsheathed the slender blade from his waist. With heightened vigilance against the swirling winds and shifting sands from all directions, he sought a suitable hiding place, preparing to face the first night in this concealed expanse of sand and grass. Chapter 52. Pursuit. The chilling winds howled, and grains of sand danced through the air. Once a sunlit expanse, warm and tranquil, the vast prairie had transformed under the eerie glow of the moon into a shadowy wasteland. A frigid desert that exuded an atmosphere of desolation. Yechin, clad in a wolfskin coat and enveloped in a black cloak adorned with golden patterns, concealed himself atop a towering sand dune. This location offered ample light and a clear view, while the steep, high-arched sand slope below provided an advantageous position for both surveillance of the enemy and a swift escape, making it an ideal temporary refuge. He excavated a shallow pit beneath the summit of the dune, just large enough for him to hide within, and there he nestled, rubbing his hands together and exhaling warmth to endure the biting cold of the desert night. Occasionally, he peered out, leveraging the moonlight to scrutinize the surrounding sands, remaining vigilant for any lurking shadows. On the first night in the sandy realm, Yechin chose not to hasten towards the distant sun and moon mountain range, but rather to adopt a strategy of concealment and energy conservation. This decision stemmed from two considerations. Firstly, the vast emptiness of the desert afforded excellent visibility, and should he focus solely on travel, his position could easily be compromised to the abyss, presenting considerable risk. Secondly, he sought to discern the methods employed by the abyss in their pursuit. If their search tactics were simplistic and inefficient, he could evade confrontation by merely hiding throughout the night. If Yechin could remain undetected atop this dune for an entire night, his chances of survival would be significantly enhanced. Moreover, his speed paled in comparison to Mu's vine-like agility, rendering it wiser to forego the peril of traversing the night in pursuit of insignificant distances and instead fully commit to the quest for survival, leaving the journey to Mu. He pondered the abyss's potential actions. If they could detect his scent from 1,000 meters away and come directly to confront him, he would have no choice but to escape. As the youth considered various scenarios in his mind, he remained alert to the movements of the barren expanse below the dune, occasionally sipping from a thermos of preheated blood-red flower tea to ensure his metabolism remained active. Thus, time slipped away quietly and under Yechin's silent vigilance. For hours passed without any sign of disturbance in the surrounding desert, save for a few desiccated tufts of grass, swaying in the cold wind. Strange, 4 hours had elapsed, yet nothing occurred. Had he truly navigated through 2/3 of the night so placidly? Could it be that the abyss had no intent to pursue him, opting instead for survival, perhaps even signaling their location to their comrades for assistance? As Yechin kept watch, confusion stirred within him, yet upon reflection, he recalled Mu's words. This sandy realm lay within Mu's closed control, utterly isolated from the outside world. The abyssal tracker was merely fortunate to be in close proximity to Yechin at that moment. With a keen perception of spatial fluctuations, it seized upon the lingering essence left at the exit of the spatial tunnel, managing to excavate another spatial rift nearby, thus fortuitously slipping into the realm of the sandgrass. Now, however, the tunnel's entrances had been irrevocably sealed, rendering any possibility of escape or communication with allies utterly impossible. Contemplating this, Yechin resolved to maintain his plan, continuing to conceal himself atop the sand dune. Thus, the young boy remained hidden for a while longer. Eventually, when the crescent moon was shrouded by thick clouds, a faint black dot finally emerged from the opposite end of the desert. A shiver coursed through Yechin, prompting him to take a deep breath and widen his eyes and focus upon the sudden appearance of this black spot. Although the obscured moonlight prevented him from discerning its features, the writhing and contorted movements indicated, without a doubt, that it was indeed of the abyss. The dot crawled into Yechin and Apos' line of sight from across the desert, only to veer off in a direction away from the dune, suggesting that it had not specifically locked onto Yechin's position, but was instead methodically searching for his trail. However, the footprints Yechin had left in traversing to the dune had long been obscured by the swirling sands of the frigid winds, making it an exercise in futility for anyone to seek him out in the vast expanse of the desert. Just as the youth pondered this, more black dots began to materialize from the desert's far side, continuously descending the sand slopes and entering Yechin's view. The total number of these entities astonishingly reached into the thousands. Yechin remained silent, though his lips instinctively pressed together for these numerous black dots, despite being unaware of his precise location, were systematically fanning out in search of their target, driven by their terrifying numbers. Among them, around a dozen black dots were making their way toward the dune where Yechin lay concealed. As the moonlight broke free from the clouds once more, illuminating the earth below, Yechin, aided by the moon and Apos' glow, discerned the true nature of these hunters. They were clusters of fleshy orbs, scuttling swiftly on 8 long legs, resembling spiders as they advanced toward him. Clearly, their strategy was to ensnare him with a wide net, and this method was proving effective. For after half an hour of searching, the location of Yechin's hiding spot was swiftly closing in on discovery by the 8-legged flesh orb scaling the dune. Was this the limit of time he could delay? Yechin mused, carefully observing the distance between himself and the leading orb. The moment the distance diminished to 50 meters, he quickly drew a blade across his arm, allowing blood to flow, and with utmost speed, loaded 3 blood bullets into his left revolver. At the same time, the dozen 8-legged orbs below seemed to sense Yechin's movements, instantly becoming frenzied as they charged toward the summit of the dune. As they rampaged, the myriad dark spots scattered throughout the vast expanse of the sandy sea beneath the dunes swiftly coalesced into a torrent of inky blackness, rushing directly towards the concealed position of Yechin. Had the breath released by the blood arcane arts caught the attention of these monsters? Their sense of smell was indeed remarkable. Yechin mused inwardly while retrieving a sturdy wooden plank borrowed from Mu, securely placing it against the steep slope beneath the dune. At that moment, the foremost 8-legged meatball from the abyss leapt over the crest of the dune, swiftly lunging towards the boy and Apos' head. However, Yechin, unfazed, brandished his blood blade and effortlessly cleaved the creature in two. With a swift motion, he discarded the abyssal residue clinging to the blade. Following the refinement through the second layer of nightmare, his blood had developed a stronger affinity against the abyss, rendering the remnants on the blade incapable of eroding his blood weapon as they had by day. Ultimately, they met a fate of howling disintegration under the searing power of the arcane, reminiscent of the abyssal entities that perished beneath Yechin and Apos' blood in the domain of eternal winter. Confirming that the abyssal matter on the sword had been purified, Yechin then reclined onto the wooden plank, using it as a sled to glide swiftly down the steep sandy slope. As he slid down, the once-crowned summit of the dune became engulfed by a wave of darkness, within which countless eyes fixated hungrily on Yechin's silhouette, revealing a greedy crimson hue. In the next moment, the black tide surged down the slope, rushing tumultuously towards the figure of the young boy. Chapter 53. Fusion and Transformation. The sphere rolled swiftly down the sandy slope before suddenly elongating, transforming into a bizarre and enormous creature resembling a centipede, measuring over 10 meters in length. It then burrowed seamlessly into the loose sand, gliding through the desert like a fish in water, carving a trench as it advanced rapidly towards Yechin. Witnessing this scene, Yechin furrowed his brow. After its metamorphosis into a centipede form, the abyssal pursuer moved through the desert with an enhanced swiftness. Before the youth could reach the end of the sandy slope, it had already arrived directly behind him. Yechin held his breath, keenly observing the changes in the sand's contours. When the pitch-black centipede suddenly thrust its head out of the sand and opened its gaping maw to bite, Yechin sprang from the wooden board, utilizing the cushioning effect of the golden patterned black cloak to land forcefully on the flat, barren ground at the base of the slope. Crack! The dark centipede shattered the sturdy wooden board into splinters and immediately turned to charge after Yechin, who had regained his footing upon landing. He had anticipated the relentless pursuit and was prepared to counterattack. With a peculiar howl, the centipede twisted its form through the sand and swiftly approached Yechin. As its enormous maw lunged at him once more, Yechin assumed a combat stance, his eyes fixed on the centipede's movements, hands gripping the silver revolver. With unwavering focus, Yechin reacted instantaneously, pushing off the ground with his legs and leaping high to evade the centipede's strike. In the next moment, the barrel of the silver revolver was aimed precisely at the center of the abyssal beast's torso. Bang! A new blood bullet, with its sleek lines and exquisite patterns, erupted amidst a shower of sparks, accurately piercing the centipede's body and violently shattering its flesh. In the wake of Yechin's blood explosion, the elongated form of the abyssal beast was blown into two halves, filling the air with fragments of the abyss and echoing the creature and Apos' lament. However, Yechin and Apos' foot, imbued with the power of the arcane spirit, mercilessly pinned down its head, obliterating its aspirations. Seizing the opportunity while the abyssal beast lay immobilized, Yechin gripped the blood blade, its edge gleaming under the moonlight, and with concentrated fury, he struck down. Swish! The blade sliced through flesh, cleaving the centipede's head once more in two. Yet Yechin did not relent. He continuously adjusted the angle of the blood blade, launching a relentless series of strikes against the creature's head. Even as the rear segment of the centipede suddenly attacked from behind, Yechin merely shifted his stance, deftly dodging its fangs while continuing to hack mercilessly at both sections of the centipede. Such terrifying knife techniques demand exceedingly rigorous standards of physical strength, agility, coordination, and precision. In the past, Yechin could hardly practice these skills adequately during his daily trainings, rendering their application in actual combat nearly impossible. Swish, swish, swish. Under the dazzlingly swift onslaught of Yechin's blade, the pitch-black centipede was left with no means of retaliation, merely succumbing to its fate. In an instant, blood erupted, and the blade's radiance flared. Ultimately, the entire centipede was reduced to mere chunks of flesh by the young man. However, Yechin could only discern a small, round object resembling an abyss core from the centipede's remains, slightly larger than the cores he had obtained from the head of the ape and the Shawala brothers, yet entirely disproportionate to the towering 10-meter form of the abyss tracker. After Yechin shattered it with his blade, the dark tide from the sandy slope showed no sign of abating, continuing its relentless advance towards him. This abyss core did not belong to the original entity. Yechin pondered, recalling the abyss tracker's ability to freely decompose and manipulate flesh. He had witnessed this previously. Thus, it was highly plausible that this centipede was merely a subsidiary entity, spawned from the division of flesh by the opponent. Yechin gazed down at the abyss material beneath him, which writhed in agony from the scorching power of the Auling, then lifted his eyes towards the remaining dark tide on the sandy slope. Given that the confrontation with the centipede concluded in mere moments, the dark tide had barely descended halfway down the slope. Furthermore, Yechin noted that, following the centipede's demise, the dark tide had evidently lost a fifth of its volume, indicating that the core of the abyss tracker, which governed the movement of these abyss materials, was likely concealed within. Should he take the risk and eliminate it all at once? Yechin contemplated the swarm of abyss creatures advancing towards him. However, upon witnessing their fearless and aggressive momentum, he swiftly altered his course, turning to flee towards the distant sun and moon mountains. He considered another possibility, that the dark tide before him was merely one of the many puppets of the abyss tracker. After all, this vast desert was boundless, and the abyss tracker might have scattered its fleshly minions throughout other regions in search of Yechin's whereabouts. Thus, entangling himself with these creatures would inevitably lead to an ambush by reinforcements, resulting in a perilous predicament. Taking these considerations into account, Yechin promptly chose to retreat. Upon seeing their target flee without a second thought, the dark tide swiftly transformed into 4 colossal centipede-like creatures, burrowing into the sand and writhing with powerful bodies and limbs, continuing their pursuit of Yechin. Chapter 54. Dawn. On the flat expanse of the sandy plain, a young lad brandished his blade and sprinted towards the distant mountains, while 4 colossal, pitch-black centipedes, their fangs menacingly exposed, surged through the sand, swiftly closing the gap between them and the boy. With each breath steady and measured, Yechin remained acutely aware of the movements of his pursuers. As the foremost centipede erupted from the ground, lunging at his back like a crocodile seeking its prey, Yechin pivoted sharply, grounding himself firmly. He swung the Apos, blood blade and Apos, in a sweeping arc, aiming directly for the gaping maw brimming with countless fangs. Clang! The boy and beast brushed past each other. The centipede, thwarted by Yechin's blade, missed its target entirely, losing half of its flesh and teeth in a clean, decisive stroke, before crashing down awkwardly onto the sand. After dispatching the foe, Yechin immediately redirected his gaze to the remaining 3 centipedes. Undeterred by the fate of their companion, they resolutely split into 3 distinct paths, emerging simultaneously from the ground at cunning angles to launch a coordinated assault on Yechin. Recognizing their intent to overwhelm him with sheer numbers, Yechin swiftly drew his firearm. Bang! Bang! The young warrior resolutely raised his right hand, firing the last 2 blood bullets with precision, executing the pointed multi-shot technique that struck true at the abyssal beast both directly ahead and to his right, in the same fluid motion. He seized the blood blade with his left hand and cleaved horizontally at the approaching creature on his left. Through his nimble adaptability, Yechin successfully dismantled the onslaught from the abyss. The 2 centipedes struck by the blood-infused bullets were obliterated on the spot, collapsing in contorted heaps, while the remaining centipede, lunging towards him, met its demise as his bloodied blade carved through its abdomen, toppling it onto the sand, spilling a grotesque array of blood and viscera. Panting, Yechin regained his breath and lifted the blood blade, approaching the writhing forms of the 4 abyssal beasts, delivering the final blows to ensure their demise. With the sanction of his ethereal power, these creatures swiftly succumbed, their breaths extinguished, rendered immobile and incapable of regeneration, reduced to foul-smelling carcasses. Yet again, there was no abyssal core. It seems my conjecture was correct. Yechin pondered internally, though he felt little surprise, after all. Despite his considerable enhancement in strength from the trials of the second layer of nightmares, this battle had been alarmingly effortless, leaving him with hardly a sense of pressure. That abyssal seeker, even severely wounded by Grandpa Mu, should not have fallen to such a lowly standard. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he cast his gaze towards the horizon of the desert, undulating in the distance. Amidst the uneven skyline, he had yet to discern any emerging shadows. But an unsettling premonition stirred within him, urging his feet to move swiftly. With 3 blood bullets expended, lingering here was unwise. He must go. With this resolve, Yechin resumed his rapid flight across the vast desert, each stride shrinking the distance between himself and the mountain of the sun and moon. His premonition soon became reality. After the youth had been running for several minutes, waves of varying sizes of pitch-black tides began to surge forth from the desert in succession. They pursued Yechin's footsteps, merging into the form of centipedes, launching continuous waves of assault against him. Fortunately, due to the distance, the abyss could not coordinate a unified attack, allowing Yechin brief moments of respite between each wave to catch his breath and replenish his energy to create bullets. In essence, Yechin was engaged in a war of attrition with the abyss. Having trained under Lyle from a young age and currently having undergone a second level of nightmare enhancement, Yechin found that he need not worry about his stamina even after just a few hours. As the scale of the tides varied, the assaults Yechin faced also differed. Sometimes there were 4 centipedes, other times 2, and occasionally just 1. Overall, he managed to navigate the abyss's onslaught with relative ease. The most perilous moment thus far had been when 5 abyss centipedes were dispatched simultaneously to intercept him. At the onset of this fierce battle, Yechin expended 3 blood bullets, swiftly bringing down 3 centipedes. However, the remaining 2 surrounded him with their elongated bodies, interweaving for cover while launching a series of cunning attacks. Fortunately, without blood bullets, the youth could still rely on the bloodied blade in his hand. After shaking off the blood from the blade's tip and ensuring that the abyssal substance had been completely purified by the Auling power, Yechin felt reassured and continued his advance towards the distant sun and moon mountains. Unbeknownst to him, the crescent moon in the night sky had leaned against one side of the mountain range, while the formerly dark horizon behind him was gradually being torn apart by the ascending light. Dawn was soon to break over the desolate sea of sand. Standing in the center of the sandy expanse, he raised a scarred hand to lift a teacup, sipping the chilled tea that had frozen overnight. His weary yet resolute gaze fixed on the increasingly radiant horizon. In the barren desert beneath the source of that brilliance, a surge of greenery was beginning to flourish. And Yechin understood that this was a portent of the vast grasslands soon to replace the endless sea of sand. Finally, dawn was approaching. The youth murmured softly, savoring the gradually warming air, his brow slightly easing. However, just as he was about to exhale in relief, The abyssal figures surged forth once more from the far side of the desert. Yechin gazed into the distance and beheld an amorphous mass of pitch-black sludge, far larger than any previous abyssal creature, slowly flowing from the desert's edge. It writhed and pulsed in place, locking eyes with Yechin from over 1,000 meters away. Merely catching a glimpse of it, the dense dark aura emanating from the creature filled Yechin's heart with a strong sense of nausea and discomfort, causing his eyelids to twitch involuntarily. At this very moment, the perilous signals, intertwined with the primal instinct for survival, invigorated Yechin's mind, revealing the dire situation before him. The abyssal seeker had manifested in its true form. His intuition conveyed this truth to him. Shortly thereafter, an eerie voice, propelled by an unseen force, traversed thousands of meters, directly reaching Yechin's ears. The abyss eternally gazes upon you. You can never escape the abyss. Forever. The sinister voice brushed past Yechin as the dark, viscous sludge, imbued with the remnants of the abyss's core, ascended towards the distant horizon of the desert, gradually fading from his sight, vanishing into the vast expanse. Chapter 55. Rest as the essence of the abyss seeker departed. The verdant expanse covering the distant desert rapidly extended towards Yechin. Tender, emerald blades of grass surged forth with remarkable speed, eagerly infiltrating the youth's vision, relentlessly expanding the territory of the prairie. Simultaneously, the sandy ground beneath the boy underwent a swift transformation under the dominion of the sun, shifting from loose to cohesive, from parched to moist, and from barren to fertile. Just as the scorching sun supplanted the cool moon, the vast sea of sand was ultimately replaced by the expansive grassland, ushering in a new day for the sandy grass-hidden domain, where the myriad green plants once again flourished vibrantly. Seeing the enemy retreat in the face of the rising sun, Yechin could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. His body, weary from a night of relentless struggle, finally relaxed as he collapsed onto the refreshing lawn. Just then, a noticeable tremor reverberated through the ground. But before Yechin could react, a riot of colorful mushrooms erupted from the soil before him, followed closely by Moo's concerned visage, gazing anxiously around. "Grandpa Moo," Yechin called out upon recognizing the familiar face. "Oh, how wonderful. You're still alive," Moo exclaimed, his face lighting up upon hearing Yechin's voice. He joyfully shook the colorful mushrooms atop his head. Propelled by the essence of Auling, Moo levitated from the cluster of grass and swiftly descended before Yechin. "How are you? Are you seriously injured?" he inquired, placing his flower-adorned hands on Yechin's shoulders with a worried expression. "Oh, right. How could I be so forgetful? We must set off at once." Realizing the urgency, Moo raised his old wooden cane high, releasing a halo of verdant radiance. Following this, several vines sprouted from his flower-laden arms. Under the illumination of the cane's green glow, the vines detached from their source and proliferated at an alarming rate upon the ground, ultimately transforming into the colossal green wave that Yechin was well acquainted with, a vast tapestry of plants so immense it left one speechless. As the youth and the elder leaped onto the surging green wave, they had scarcely begun their journey towards the Sun and Moon Mountain range when Yechin and Apos' curiosity overwhelmed him. He directly posed a question to Moo, eager to comprehend the nature of his innate owling technique. "Oh, you're curious about my owling technique? It's really nothing extraordinary. My ability merely allows me to grow various plants on my body that I can control. While it may not be a formidable power, with this cane in my possession, everything changes. This relic from the labyrinth enables my plants to detach and exponentially multiply, thus allowing me to command such a vast thicket of vines, wielding sufficient strength to deter that abyssal beast from approaching recklessly." After Moo finished speaking, he proudly waved the twisted wooden cane in his hand towards Yechin. Judging from his remarks, it indeed complemented his innate arcane arts, a truly remarkable treasure. "So it is," Yechin mused, lowering his head in contemplation, realizing that relics from the labyrinth would significantly influence the combat prowess of those who sense nightmares. "But let us set that aside for now. Come. Allow me to examine your injuries," Moo urged. The youth nodded, lifting his golden-threaded black cloak to reveal several bruises on his arm, thigh, and back for the old man's scrutiny. Though the injuries are numerous, fortunately, none are severe. Apply my salve, and you shall be healed within half a day," Moo swiftly diagnosed. Then retrieved a pouch of ointment from the weathered wooden fragment and began to apply it evenly to Yechin's wounds. As the ointment touched his skin, Yechin felt an invigorating and refreshing sensation. According to Moo, this was a secret formula he concocted using the sap from the buds in his possession, blended with his innate arcane arts. Though it sounded quite peculiar, the effect was immediate, alleviating Yechin's pain remarkably, prompting him to express his gratitude to Mu. Once the treatment was complete, Yechin recounted in detail his experiences on the first night in the sandgrass hidden domain, sharing his strategies, actions, and the state of his enemies thoroughly with Mu. Among the matters that concerned Yechin most was the form of the abyssal tracker. By day, it measured just over 10 meters and had been severely weakened by Mu's efforts. However, come nightfall, its size swelled alarmingly, enabling it to continuously spawn waves of abyssal creatures to relentlessly pursue Yechin throughout the night. That monster must have been feeding during the day to proliferate and split into so many offspring, clearly exerting considerable effort to capture you, Mu explained, stroking his white beard after hearing Yechin and Apos' description. Feeding? But Grandpa Mu, did you not mention that the fauna in this sandgrass hidden domain is exceedingly scarce? Yechin pondered for a moment before a sudden realization dawned upon him. Could it be that it consumes grass? Mu nodded slightly, his expression grave as he clarified. Although animals are rare in the sandgrass hidden domain, the vegetation flourishes abundantly, especially the grass, which serves as an endless source of delectable nourishment for the abyss. Based on your description, it must have consumed at least 1,000 acres of grassland during the day to produce such a multitude of offspring. 1,000 acres? At this revelation, Yechin's expression stiffened instantaneously. He had never imagined that a loathsome abyssal creature could devour an expanse exceeding 600,000 square meters of grassland in a single day. While he was already aware of the insatiable appetite of such beings, he was still taken aback by the terrifying speed at which it could consume. Moreover, this was merely the first day. Heaven knows how many lush meadows the terrifying beast will devour and how much vast territory it will devastate during the month-long journey of Yechin towards the Sun and Moon mountain range. Ultimately, what calamities will it bring to the ecology of the sandgrass hidden domain? Yechin was left speechless for a considerable time, ultimately bowing his head in remorse towards Mu. I am sorry, Grandpa Mu. It is entirely my fault for leading it here, which resulted in. However, Mu, with a beaming smile, shook his head and comforted Yechin by patting him on the shoulder. Ha, that greedy creature is the true culprit. You have no reason to apologize. After I escort you to your destination, I shall personally go forth to confront it. Moreover, do not underestimate the vitality of this land. Grass can regrow after being eaten, can it? Just a single abyssal creature attempting to stir up chaos in my homeland is nothing but a fool's dream. You need not worry at all, ha. As he spoke, Mu gazed towards the distant, verdant grasslands and the lush, thriving forests, his wrinkled face breaking into a confident and open smile. Chapter 56. Ready for departure, Yechin boarded a vehicle crafted from countless vines, speeding towards the Sun Moon mountain range. After tending to his bruises and partaking in a modest meal, Yechin suddenly requested a piece of bark from Mu, ideally of a size comparable to his cloak, with a preference for lightweight material. Certainly, but what do you need it for? Mu inquired, perplexed. He then utilized the Apos, spatial retrieval and Apos, technique to extract a pale yellow piece of bark from an aged wooden slab inscribed with spatial runes, which he handed over to Yechin. It will serve as a nocturnal garment, Yechin briefly explained. He spread the bark across the surface of the vines and began his work, first igniting a fire to carefully char the bark to a light black hue. Then, he produced a short sword and a length of rope, threading the bark with meticulous precision. Half an hour later, a rudimentary desert camouflage cloak was completed by Yechin's deft hands. Ah, so you intend to conceal your whereabouts with it? What a splendid idea! How did I not think of that earlier? Mu exclaimed, seeing Yechin don the cloak that harmonized beautifully with the desert under the night sky. Yechin nodded with a smile. Given that the Abyss had opted for a scattered search strategy while pursuing him, their routes were chaotic and convoluted. He deduced that they would still rely on sight to locate him, only able to sense his Auling power at a very close range. Thus, he believed this desert camouflage cloak would prove useful. After all, the Abyss had shown remarkable efficiency in tracking, making concealment during the night rather futile. Consequently, Yechin resolved to journey towards the Sun Moon mountain range with unwavering determination each night. Should the Abyss catch up, he would retreat while countering their advances, striving to avoid a direct encounter with their formidable essence. In light of this strategy, wearing a camouflage cloak while traversing the expansive desert would undoubtedly diminish the likelihood of being detected and ensnared in a conflict, though its exact efficacy remained uncertain. He anticipated it would offer some degree of concealment. Upon completing the camouflage cloak, Yechin reclined on the vine mat and closed his eyes, swiftly dispelling the fatigue and weariness accumulated from the night before. Awakening with bleary eyes, Yechin gazed up at the now considerably dimmed sky, slowly rising from the vine mat. There is still over an hour until nightfall. You may rest a bit longer, the elderly man, who was tending to the fire and boiling water, kindly reminded him upon noticing the youth and Apos as awakening. Additionally, the red blood flowers you brought are nearly depleted. I have added other herbs to the pot that aid in invigorating the blood. Their effects will certainly be beneficial. Yechin expressed his gratitude to Mu with a trembling voice, deeply touched by the warmth and care bestowed upon him, reminiscent of a grandfather's selfless attention to his grandchild. Moreover, Yechin has yet to fully emerge from the shadow of losing his loved ones. Thus, Mu's kindness appears to him as a brilliant torch in the silent darkness, serving as a beacon of redemption that warms his heart and profoundly moves him, rendering him almost speechless in this moment. Once his emotions settled, Yechin unconsciously clenched his fists, soon feeling the innate power within him solidifying significantly. Lyle once remarked that practical experience is the finest form of training, and during his prolonged slumber of over 10 hours, Yechin's body and mind seemed to have digested the fierce battles and struggles of the previous night, leading to a subtle, yet notable enhancement of his strength. The young man gazed at his increasingly powerful hands, his face initially alight with astonishment. However, the moment he recalled that the man who uttered those words was forever gone, a shadow of sorrow swiftly enveloped his countenance, lowering his gaze to his palms and then lifting it to the sky. He remained silent for a long while before retrieving the journal that Lyle had entrusted to him before parting, cautiously opening its cover with trembling fingers. As his eyes skimmed over the familiar script, Lyle's calm and steady voice seemed to echo in his ears once more, bringing forth a wave of nostalgia and profound anguish within Yechin. The opening lines of the journal briefly introduced the hidden realm of sand and grass where Yechin currently resided, and informed him that the elderly Mu owed Lyle a great debt of gratitude. Thus Yechin could place his complete trust in him. He was encouraged to seek help without reservation for any needs or uncertainties he may have. This simple message occupied 1/10 of the journal's pages, and Yechin found himself perusing these few pages for a full hour, before ultimately setting the journal aside, unable to continue reading. After all, Lyle was no longer present, and if Yechin wished to remember him, it could only be through this journal. Thus, he resolved to peruse the contents of the journal slowly until he departed from this realm of sand and grass. Though this approach may seem somewhat self-deceptive, it would at least allow Yechin to gradually accept Lyle's absence, providing him with a modicum of solace. At this moment, the sky had darkened considerably, the sun and moon exchanging their places, heralding the inevitable return of the vast desert to the verdant grasslands. The green waves woven from vines began to slow their pace and diminish in scale, and as they ultimately collapsed from exhaustion, Yechin found his feet once again sinking into the loose sand. Well then, Yechin, I shall see you off here today. Mu, his face drawn with fatigue, leaned heavily on his old wooden staff, whispering to Yechin, "All right, I will see you at dawn, Grandpa Mu." "Good, we shall meet at dawn. Little one, take care." With great effort, Mu managed to utter these words before withdrawing into the earth, succumbing to a deep slumber. Yechin lifted his gaze to survey the desolate expanse of the sandy sea. After pausing for a moment, he wrapped himself in the prepared desert camouflage cloak, enveloping his golden-threaded black mantle, and set forth in a furious dash towards the distant Moonlight Mountain range. Simultaneously, in a region behind the desert, an army composed of countless abyssal creatures, shrouded under the cover of moonlight, began to disperse and launch a new round of pursuit and competition across the vast sandy expanse. Chapter 57. Time flies. The sun ascended high in the sky. A gentle breeze caressed the land, and the grass swayed gracefully. By the edge of a lake in the vast prairie, a young boy was cleansing himself of sweat and blood, after enduring a night of relentless battle. His body bore numerous wounds, and his eyes reflected profound fatigue. Yet, accustomed to such sensations, the boy's expression remained remarkably composed. It had been 30 days since Yechin arrived in the small world known as the Sandgrass Hidden Domain. He spent his days recuperating and his nights engaged in combat and travel. During daylight, aside from allowing Mu to tend to his injuries and attending to essential activities such as eating and sleeping, he diligently perused the journals left behind by Lyle, gradually mastering the lore of the holy light purity. As night fell, the dark stage transformed into a battleground against the abyss. The desert camouflage cloak crafted by Yechin had initially proven effective, enhancing his concealment and complicating the abyss's pursuit, ultimately allowing him to reduce his encounters significantly and greet the dawn with ease. However, such fortunes were fleeting. Realizing their disadvantage, the abyss trackers escalated their hunting efficiency, dispatching countless centipede-like abyss creatures to pursue him on land, while sending myriad bird-like abyss beings soaring through the sky, employing their superior vantage to pinpoint Yechin and Apos' location. With this new tactic, Yechin's concealment was drastically compromised, and he was forced to confront the relentless onslaught of the abyss once more. As days passed, the abyss trackers intensified their pursuit. They were not foolish. They quickly discerned that Yechin traveled nightly toward the Sun and Moon Mountain range. Once they grasped the general direction of his movement, the abyss narrowed their tracking range significantly, leading to a dramatic escalation in the ferocity of their nocturnal skirmishes. From that point on, each night, Yechin found himself embroiled in dozens, if not hundreds, of life-and-death battles. Time and again, he relied on his golden-patterned black cloak to withstand the ferocious assaults of the abyss creatures, and countless times he gritted his teeth, wielding his longsword and revolver to retaliate against his foes, ultimately enduring until dawn, battered yet unbroken. Each day, Yechin grew stronger, while the abyss evolved in tandem. Night after night, he fought valiantly on the precipice of death, carving a bloody path through the encircling monstrosities of the abyss. On several occasions, he sustained grievous injuries, severe enough to expose bone, requiring Mu to devote nearly half a day to heal him. Thus, this month-long struggle against the abyss had undeniably become the most arduous and tormenting period of Yechin's life. Yet, whenever the young boy found himself utterly exhausted, feeling that he could no longer persevere, the visages of Lyle and Heike would emerge in his mind, accompanied by the haunting memories of their selfless sacrifice to shield him as he fled. He vowed to eliminate them. Kill them, kill them, kill them. Thus, driven by this obsession, whenever faced with the relentless onslaught of abyssal creatures on desolate nights devoid of allies, Yechin transformed his grief into strength, persistently propelling his battered body into fierce battles against the abyss, ceaselessly sprinting toward the Sun-Moon Mountain range, repeating this arduous cycle as days turned into weeks. Finally, after a protracted 30 days, the outline of the Sun-Moon Mountain stood vividly before Yechin and Apos' eyes. According to Mu, this daybreak would allow him to escort Yechin to the forest beneath the mountain. If Yechin could hasten his pace, he would reach the teleportation altar atop the mountain before dawn, thus escaping the clutches of the abyssal pursuers. After enduring countless days of strife and peril, the prospect of success was finally within his grasp. Everything might culminate this very night. On this final night, Grandpa Mu, let us proceed, the young man smiled, offering a reminder. Certainly, the elder responded warmly, tapping his wooden cane lightly on the vast carpet of vines, causing the verdant waves beneath their feet to surge forward at full speed toward the clearly defined summit of the Sun-Moon Mountain. Along the way, Mu placed a bracelet woven from green leaves and blossoms into Yechin's hand, its surface adorned with numerous arcane runes and inscriptions, and began explaining the crucial points regarding this last night. Before nightfall, I shall endeavor to take you deep into the Sun-Moon Forest. Afterward, you must make your way toward the Sun-Moon Mountain. Near the base of the mountain, there exists a staircase leading directly to the summit. If you ascend it, you shall reach the teleportation altar at the peak. Once you don the bracelet I have given you and stand at the altar's center, the teleportation ritual will initiate on its own, transporting you to the sacred light and Apos' domain. Grandpa Mu, do not worry, I have memorized everything. Yechin replied with a wry smile and a nod. You must remember, or it will lead to great trouble, Mu reiterated, then shifted his tone to impart another critical detail. Moreover, due to the ancient teleportation altar's presence at the Sun-Moon Mountain, its surroundings are imbued with a natural energy barrier, a realm of torment for the creatures of the abyss. While that abyssal tracker may persistently pursue you for an entire month, it is likely to be deterred by the mountain's barrier when the time comes. I suspect tonight it will exert its utmost effort to intercept you before you enter the Sun-Moon Mountain. Thus, Mu earnestly advised, you should rest now, conserve your strength, and when night falls, strive to avoid a direct confrontation with that monster. The faster you run, the better. Yechin, his expression calm, responded with a simple acknowledgement. In the face of impending adversity, it is imperative to maintain composure. Yechin understood this truth, which is why he refrained from his usual frantic pace, dedicating the daylight hours solely to travel. Instead, he opted to pause by a tranquil lakeside, allowing Mu to rest while he took 10 minutes to thoroughly cleanse his body. This was all in pursuit of maximizing both physical and mental relaxation. The abyssal pursuer and its myriad offspring would undoubtedly exert their utmost effort in the final nocturnal hunt. Therefore, Yechin knew he must be thoroughly prepared. Chapter 58, The final night after Mu had recounted all the information in detail, Yechin indulged in a fulfilling slumber, thoroughly rejuvenating both body and spirit. Upon awakening, he discovered that time flowed as usual, with more than an hour remaining until dusk. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately reached for the journal left behind by Lyle. Despite having slowed his reading pace to an extreme over the past 30 days, Lyle's succinct narrative led Yechin to the concluding page of his account today. Beyond that, only blank pages remained, an encrypted realm of information pertaining to Yechin's origins, accessible only when his connection to the labyrinth reached a certain threshold in the future. Yechin's gaze descended slowly along Lyle's handwriting. In line with most of the preceding content, Lyle continued to relay vital information about the sanctum of sacred light that Yechin should remember. It was only in the final line that Lyle subtly revealed his emotions. Thus far, I have given you all I can, Yechin. From now on, you must rely solely on yourself. If you find life confusing, establish a goal and live for yourself. Additionally, do not easily trust anyone in the sanctum of sacred light. Do not let kindness become your downfall. Well, let this be the end. May you live on in peace. Signed, Lyle. Yechin's eyes scanned the signature, and as his fingertips turned the page, he encountered only a series of blank sheets. With a deep breath, rather than sorrow, a steadfast light shimmered in his azure eyes. He rose, gazing at the fading brilliance of the setting sun, unconsciously tightening his grip on the revolver and the long blade at his waist, fully prepared to confront the final night within the domain of the sandgrass and to withstand the last wave of pursuit from the abyssal seekers. Meanwhile, the surrounding woods, bathed in the rising moonlight, began to wither into the earth. The once lush and dense sun-moon forest instantaneously transformed into a desolate expanse of barren sand. Oh, I had hoped to delve a little deeper, but alas, I can no longer hasten my pace. It seems I have grown old. I apologize, Yechin. But this is where I must leave you, Mu. With trembling hands resting on his cane, apologized to the youth in a muffled tone. If you run swiftly enough and reach the teleportation altar before dawn, then this shall be our final farewell. Mu blinked his wrinkled eyes, a pained expression crossing his face as he spoke with a sorrowful tone. Though I feel a twinge of reluctance, I sincerely hope that reality unfolds as such. May you navigate this last night safely, as you have in times past. Upon hearing this, Yechin felt a sudden sting at the tip of his nose. He then lowered his head sincerely towards Mu, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Grandfather Mu, I am truly thankful for your care over the past month. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall repay this kindness. Oh, I am merely repaying a debt of gratitude to your teacher. There is no need to take it to heart, Mu replied with a bittersweet smile, laboriously gesturing for Yechin to dismiss the matter. His form soon began to shrink away. Goodbye, Grandfather Mu, the young man said earnestly. Yes, farewell, Yechin. The elderly man gasped, managing to utter those few simple words with great difficulty. Now alone once more, the youth turned to glance behind him. At that moment, the desolate expanse behind Yechin remained silent and still, devoid of any unusual occurrences. However, he understood that this tranquility was merely fleeting. He promptly set forth, propelled by the power of Auling, racing toward the sun and moon mountain ahead. With a rough estimate of his vision, Yechin deduced that the distance to Sun and Moon Mountain was less than 100 kilometers. If no unforeseen events transpired along the way, he could reach the base of the mountain within 3 hours. With this thought in mind, the young man continued his swift journey. After an hour of relentless travel, he suddenly sensed a chilling presence approaching from behind. The Abyss Stalker was leading a multitude of its subordinates, coming to settle matters with Yechin once and for all. Yechin swiftly scanned his surroundings and noticed a swarm of dark, bird-like creatures soaring through the night sky ahead. These were the vanguard of the Abyss Stalkers, having covered several kilometers in advance. With their pairs of razor-sharp wings unfurled and long, barbed tongues extended, they dove at full speed toward Yechin. Slowing his pace, Yechin carefully monitored the distance between himself and the approaching foes while gripping his sword hilt firmly at his waist. As the leading creature breached his attack range, Yechin pivoted sharply, drawing his blade with a furious swing. The sharp-blood blade effortlessly sliced through the 1-meter-long body of the abyss bird, cleaving it in two. With a shriek, the leading bird fell lifeless at his feet, yet the remaining abyss creatures, undeterred by death, let out piercing cries as they pressed onward, maintaining their formation above Yechin. Facing the oncoming avian horde, Yechin breathed rapidly, brandishing his sword in a frenzy. Swish, 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 as he brushed past the flock. His hands and legs were marked with several gashes, while the abyss bird suffered considerable losses in that instant. The cold, sandy ground was strewn with countless severed wings and shattered skulls. Hissing, Yechin inhaled sharply and resumed his dash towards Sun and Moon Mountain, while the remaining birds circled in the air before launching another assault from behind. Compared to the abyss centipede, these abyss birds possessed merely keen eyesight and swift wings. In terms of combat prowess, they were nothing more than a horde of insignificant foes. At most, they could inflict minor injuries upon Yechin, but they were utterly incapable of halting him. They were merely expendable pawns employed by the abyss stalker to buy time. Understanding this, Yechin, after thwarting the offensive of the abyssal birds, immediately turned and fled, harboring no intention of delivering a final blow. Under the command of the abyssal tracker, all the eight-legged meatballs within the main force began to adhere to one another, coalescing into a mass. Subsequently, they transformed rapidly, akin to hatching insect eggs, into nearly 100 colossal centipedes, which then plunged into the sands, twisting their forms and frantically scuttling in pursuit of the young boy. Chapter 59. New species. The young man paid no heed to the tumultuous pursuit of the abyssal forces behind him, focusing solely on sprinting towards the Sun and Moon Mountain with unwavering determination. Despite the abyssal centipedes, which had proliferated from the abyssal maternal entity, moving with lightning speed across the sandy terrain, the target they chased matched their pace with remarkable agility. After enduring 30 days of brutal combat and competition, Yechin's internal power had solidified manifold, significantly enhancing his strength, speed, and endurance, elevating him to a level far beyond his former self. Thus, even though the centipedes surged through the desert at extraordinary speeds, their advantage over Yechin was negligible. To bridge the 1-kilometer gap between them, the abyssal pursuers would require nearly an additional hour. Meanwhile, the abyssal maternal entity, the architect of the month-long carnage, expressed dissatisfaction with the efficiency of its minions and bellowed a piercing command to the centipede swarm. The roar of the maternal entity reverberated through the frigid night sky, echoing across the desolate sands, and struck Yechin with a disorienting force, momentarily clouding his mind and nearly causing him to lose his balance. Clutching his throbbing head, he stumbled but managed to regain his composure. In the next instant, a massive creature erupted from the ground, a colossal whale-like monstrosity, measuring 30 meters in length, adorned with rows of sharp teeth and covered in numerous gas-exuding pores resembling a honeycomb. This dark behemoth, born from the amalgamation of nearly 100 abyssal centipedes, thrashed its powerful, broad fins, drew its menacing, blood-red maw, and extended its twisted, forked tongue, plunging into the sandy depths and accelerating rapidly towards Yechin. The emergence of such a new species at this critical juncture was indeed a formidable challenge. Yechin, taken aback by the creature's evolution, scrutinized the abyssal bone whale with a calm gaze, carefully noting its terrifying speed. Realizing that it would take the beast nearly 10 minutes to breach the surface and reach him, Yechin deliberately slowed his pace from a full sprint to a swift walk, retreating backwards toward the Sun and Moon Mountain while facing the impending threat. As he moved briskly backward, he inflicted another wound upon his arm, allowing more blood to flow, and retrieved his revolver, filling its chambers with the fresh crimson liquid. Soon, 3 elegantly curved, intricately patterned blood bullets were created in a radiant bloom of energy. At the moment the monstrous whale's fin broke through the surface of the sand, closing in to within 100 meters of Yechin, the minute hand of his watch completed its 5th rotation. In that instant, Yechin abruptly halted, inflicted another cut on his arm, drew his revolver, and with deft precision, conjured a 4th vibrant blood bullet within its chamber. At this moment, Yechin and Apos' revolver was loaded with 4 Apos blood bullets, and Apos, representing the maximum capacity of his blood-based arcane technique. As he completed this final preparation, the abyssal bone whale unleashed its cavernous maw, exuding an overwhelmingly foul black mist, and lunged ferociously toward him. Yechin seized the opportunity and leaped to the side with all his might, propelled by arcane energy. He narrowly evaded the monstrous jaws of the giant whale, yet his heel, exposed beyond the golden-patterned black cloak, grazed against the whale's jagged, toothy surface, leaving him with a painful scratch. Instantly, he felt a multitude of minute entities crawling and writhing from the wound, the abyssal material eagerly seeking to tear through his skin and delve into his veins and nerves. Boom! As the abyssal bone whale plunged into the ground, the crimson blood bullets erupted in a dazzling display of sparks, detonating against its voluminous abdomen and creating a gaping wound upon its surface. Although the colossal beast suffered significant injury from the blood bullet, it remained capable of movement. Once it had entirely submerged itself into the sand, the ground trembled violently under the weight of the abyssal bone whale, sending Yechin soaring into the air from the sheer force of the impact. With a rush of air, Yechin felt a jolt in his chest, yet he expelled a deep breath, regaining his composure and swiftly stabilizing himself mid-air. The abyssal bone whale, having launched him into the sky, immediately pivoted and leapt from the sand. It seized the moment, recognizing that Yechin had no foothold in the air, and unleashed its long, coiling tongue, ensnaring his waist and viciously dragging him towards its gaping maw. The excruciating pain radiating from his midsection contorted Yechin's brow in agony. The mere entanglement of its tongue made him feel as though his spine might snap under the immense force of the abyssal bone whale. It was evident that if he were to be subjected to the serrated row of teeth within its mouth, he would surely be torn to shreds, his demise complete. However, after countless nights of harrowing battles, Yechin had grown accustomed to the sensation of teetering on the edge of life and death. Confronted with such peril, his expression only hardened, unyielding and composed, devoid of any wavering. Enduring the torment in his waist, the young man tightened his right arm, clenching the revolver with resolve, awaiting the fleeting moment for retaliation. As the abyssal bone whale pulled him closer to its maw, poised to consume him, Yechin suddenly raised the revolver, aiming deep into the creature's dark throat, and unleashed the remaining blood bullets in rapid succession. In an instant, Yechin was engulfed by the whale's jaws. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of gunfire echoed across the sandy expanse as 3 bullets penetrated the whale's throat. The 3 blood bullets surged ahead of Yechin, detonating within the beast's body and triggering a series of explosive blasts. Boom. The scorching wave, born from the explosion of the blood of the fallen, surged through every corner of the colossal whale's body, causing it to swell dramatically. In the next moment, countless fragments of flesh erupted violently from the multitude of orifices scattered across the abyssal whale's head. It convulsed and struggled momentarily in the air before crashing heavily onto the sandy ground, sending particles of sand swirling into the atmosphere. Ultimately, it collapsed, motionless and devoid of breath. Chapter 60. Shells. The abyssal bone whale lay helplessly on the sandy ground, its massive form riddled with numerous gaping wounds, saturating the surrounding earth with the grotesque remnants of flesh and dark ichor that spewed forth from its body. In the next moment, a crimson blade suddenly pierced through the whale and Appos' rotting belly. With a swift twist of its edge, it carved a large cavity in the creature and Appos' abdomen. At that instant, the battered Yechin struggled to emerge from the whale's carcass, greedily inhaling the fresh, cool air of the outside world to dispel the foul stench of congealed blood and flesh that clung to him. Coughing violently, he expelled the abyssal matter he had inadvertently swallowed, all while grimacing as he lifted his cloak to inspect the numerous wounds that marred his skin. Although he had achieved the remarkable feat of slaying the abyssal bone whale with the devastating power of his triple-shot blood bullet, he had also been consumed by the creature. Not only had he been lacerated by the jagged teeth within its maw, but he had also been battered by the searing waves of heat emanating from its massive form. Fortunately, Yechin had managed to tightly wrap himself in the golden-patterned black cloak, which, thanks to its unique properties, had lessened the brunt of the assault, leaving him with merely superficial injuries. Had it not been for the cloak, he might have struggled to escape the depths of the whale at all. However, after enduring such a barrage of attacks, the cloak now appeared grotesquely distorted, resembling a mere rag. It seemed it would take considerable time for it to regain its original shape, rendering it temporarily incapable of further protection. With this thought in mind, the youth concentrated deeply, channeling the power of the Auling within him to swiftly infuse his skin, incinerating the writhing abyssal matter that had emerged from the whale's flesh. The abyssal entities, eager to penetrate his skin and explore the depths of his being, were reduced to ash under the relentless flames of his power. Through the Auling's innate ability to counter the abyss, Yechin eradicated all traces of the abyssal matter from his body, and then immediately invoked the universal Auling technique of self-healing to staunch the bleeding from his wounds. Turning his gaze towards the position of the abyssal tracker, he noted that, following his tumultuous encounter with the abyssal bone shark, the tracker had been propelled forward by a surge of dark waves and was now pursuing him from a distance of 500 meters. Seeing this, Yechin wasted no time and resumed his frantic dash towards the summit of the Sun and Moon Mountain, determined to continue the chase against the forces of the abyss. Fortunately, it appeared that the abyssal tracker could not simply transform into various forms such as centipedes, birds, or bone whales at will. Instead, it could only spawn a myriad of different offspring to hunt him down, which meant that its speed was somewhat diminished, unable to catch up to Yechin's swift pace for the time being. However, due to Yechin's inability to swiftly eliminate the abyssal creatures entangled around him, As the abyssal seekers traverse the fallen offspring, the latter swiftly wriggle back to life with the aid of their maternal forms. Dozens of abyssal birds took flight once more, while the severely injured abyssal bone whale split into numerous abyssal centipedes, diving back into the sands to intercept Yechin alongside the birds. Thus, both sides engaged in a war of attrition amidst the sandy sea, marking the final confrontation between humanity and the abyss within this hidden realm of sand and grass. The swarming abyssal birds and centipedes relentlessly harried Yechin, continuously inflicting new wounds upon him, only to be slaughtered by his blood-soaked blade, and subsequently resurrected by the pursuing maternal seekers. Time passed inexorably in this relentless struggle, second by second. 3 hours later, as Yechin, panting and weary, kicked away a centipede that had lunged at him and subsequently dismembered it with his blood blade, he finally repelled the last wave of the abyssal offspring's assault, successfully reaching the base of his destination. At that moment, a rugged, desolate mountain stood silently beneath the night sky, towering before Yechin. Simultaneously, a visible aura of high-concentration energy enveloped the mountain tightly, which Yechin surmised to be the barrier formed by the natural powers of the eternal spirit, as previously described by Mu. Following this, a grand staircase, bathed in moonlight, appeared in Yechin's field of vision, winding its way from the desert floor to the summit of the Sun and Moon Mountain. Drenched in sweat and covered in wounds, Yechin gazed at the pinnacle of the sun and moon, unable to resist touching the floral bracelet on his wrist, and he inwardly mused. As long as he reached the summit, he could escape this realm of sand and grass. With this thought, he dragged his exhausted body, limping over the corpses of numerous abyssal creatures, and staggered towards the entrance of the mountain staircase. Then, a familiar and terrifying roar erupted behind him, once again crossing the night sky and crashing into his ears, causing a momentary dizziness. The abyssal seeker's true form, a mass of gelatinous flesh akin to a tsunami, had closed in to within 100 meters of Yechin. Upon witnessing him nearing the base of the Sun and Moon Mountain, about to step into the protective barrier formed by the eternal spirit, the grotesque beast immediately coiled its form into a tight ball before violently expelling a significant portion of its mass towards Yechin like a cannonball. Following this self-destructive act, the seeker's size diminished drastically, its breath becoming weak and disordered, clearly suffering from a devastating blow. However, after paying such a heavy price, the chunk of flesh that had been ejected by the abyss seeker condensed mid-air into a colossal sphere, resembling a cannonball, and crashed heavily towards the ground beneath Yechin's feet. At that moment, Yechin's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze fixated on the massive abyssal projectile as it traversed the sky, while his body, driven by the instinct for survival, sprang into action. He forced his weary and aching legs to move, sprinting with all his might towards the myriad of steps leading to the summit of the Sun and Moon Mountain, narrowly evading the impact zone of the abyssal cannonball. Yet, as the enormous pitch-black orb struck the ground, it shattered into countless fragments, unleashing a ceaseless torrent of dark radiance that surged forth, resembling the grasping claws of the inferno. In an instant, it reached out to touch Yechin's back. At that moment, a chilling and eerie frost crept up the boy's spine, penetrating deeply, as if foretelling to him the toll of death spell was about to ring for him. Chapter 61. Survive the breath of death cold around Yechin's back, creeping into his nostrils. The youthful mind, overwhelmed by an intense sense of crisis, surrendered to the primal instinct for survival. Grasping the tattered black cloak adorned with golden patterns and wrapping it tightly around his torso. After all, failing to do so would mean the imminent end of his life, his existence, and everything he cherished. Then, a surge of darkness emanating from the shattered abyss cannon engulfed Yechin in a frigid torrent, consuming his form. In that fleeting moment, he perceived a faint sound whispering beside him, a chill seeping through the inner lining of the cloak into his shirt, penetrating his skin, and transforming into a myriad of icy tendrils that coursed through his limbs and bones. Simultaneously, for sensations, cold, tremors, stench, and pain intertwined, morphing into a ferocious spear that relentlessly tore at Yechin's flesh and tormented his spirit, contorting his features into a grimace. Within that brief instant, the discomfort his brain registered reached an unprecedented peak, rendering his thoughts paralyzed, abandoning rationality. Yet, fueled by an innate tenacity and resilience, he tensed every muscle, biting down on his lip, defiantly holding together the crumbling dam of his spirit, refusing to let the chilling tide of the abyss erode it. I must survive, to honor the sacrifices of my teacher and Heike. No matter what, I shall endure. This unwavering resolve shone like a sun in the darkness, illuminating the path within Yechin's heart, compelling him to suppress the anguish and doubt that threatened to engulf him, causing his azure eyes to glimmer with renewed brilliance. Suddenly, Yechin's eyes flew open, and he realized that under the onslaught of the dark luminescence, he had been propelled 50 meters into the air, plummeting vertically towards a jagged expanse of sandstone below. His expression shifted. He immediately commanded his bloodied body, bending his knees, drawing in his chest and abdomen, shifting his center of gravity forward, and channeling the ethereal power from his spirit into a dense membrane that enveloped most of his skin. As he made contact with the rugged terrain, Yechin rolled forward to dissipate the impact, using his shoulder to absorb the force. With a resounding thud, he tumbled 10 times across the uneven sandstone before finally coming to a halt. Through the trials of nightmarish endurance, the perfected landing posture, and the protective embrace of ethereal energy, Yechin narrowly escaped a fatal encounter with the jagged rocks, emerging with only additional superficial wounds. Gasping for breath, he steadied himself. Yechin gasped for breath, allowing the mingling blood and sweat on his cheeks to drip onto the cold surface of the sandstone, adding a new hue to its ochre appearance. The youth's hands felt the hard, frigid surface of the stone as he struggled to prop himself up, then lowered his gaze to survey his injuries. After enduring the terrifying bombardment of that pitch-black light, his clothing had nearly been reduced to tatters, with countless crimson streams flowing from the wounds on his skin. However, what weighed most heavily on Yechin's heart was the condition of the first-tier relic draped over him, the black cloak adorned with golden patterns. The once luxurious and exquisite garment, gifted to him by Lyle, now lay in shambles. Its edges were torn, its fabric punctured, and the golden motifs etched onto its pure black surface were grotesquely distorted, resembling wilted flowers scattered in decay, gradually approaching oblivion. This cloak, a precious heirloom left to Yechin by Lyle, had valiantly absorbed countless lethal wounds from the abyss, yet ultimately succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the abyssal fiend's devastating attack, shattering under the strain. Yechin remained silent, his gaze lingering momentarily on the tattered surface of the golden-patterned cloak, before swiftly invoking his self-healing ability to staunch the bleeding from his wounds. He then immediately scanned his surroundings with heightened vigilance. He understood that he had no time for sorrow or mourning. Adapting and surviving were his foremost priorities. This moment of assessment revealed to Yechin that he was now less than 100 meters from the entrance to the grand staircase leading to the summit of the Sun and Moon Mountain. It appeared that the earlier surge of darkness had fortuitously propelled him to this location. Before him loomed a grotesque mass of flesh, 5 meters in height and width, its surface revealing countless vein contours. It swayed and writhed, inching towards Yechin with a grotesque slowness. At its center protruded a massive, obsidian sphere, pulsating faintly as if it were the heart of this monstrous entity. Yechin straightened his weary spine and, breathless, gazed at the approaching mass. This repulsive flesh mound was none other than the abyssal seeker itself, and the exposed black sphere was undoubtedly its core. Yechin pondered this realization. Yet even as the abyssal seeker diminished the distance between them, his body did not hasten towards the staircase leading to the summit. The reason was clear. The grotesque mass before him moved at an exceedingly sluggish pace, resembling a snail despite its immense size, even slower than Yechin's own walking speed. Moreover, as it crawled forward, the abyssal seeker emitted intermittent groans, as if it were struggling to breathe, its condition pitifully feeble. The creature, enveloped in a shroud of darkness, quivered and trembled uncontrollably, as if it could no longer sustain its form, gradually fracturing and dissipating. The crucial abyssal core, prominently exposed at the center of its surface, perhaps lay bare for this very reason. Yet, despite being gravely wounded and weakened, this relentless pursuer from the abyss remained unyielding, intent on following the young boy, yearning to pounce upon him and devour him greedily. Chapter 62. The Art of Capture and Release. In this moment, Yechin hesitated. Despite the abyssal tracker employing a ruthless tactic that inflicted significant self-damage while still exhibiting an indomitable spirit, drawing ever closer to Yechin, its twitching body and labored breaths unmistakably revealed its frailty. On Yechin's side, although he too bore numerous wounds and was marked by the scars of battle, the protection afforded by the golden-patterned black cloak, achieved through self-sacrifice, still granted him the strength to fight back. He retained the ability to unleash his blood arcane techniques, capable of cleaving or detonating the exposed core of the abyssal tracker. It was precisely for this reason that Yechin found himself in a quandary. He contemplated whether he should take the risk of retreating, seizing the opportunity to eliminate the abyssal tracker in its moment of extreme weakness, thereby bringing an end to its greedy and malevolent existence, and simultaneously ridding Mu of this demon that threatened the countless lives within the sandgrass hidden domain. His adversary was exceedingly vulnerable, to the extent that its most crucial abyssal core lay bare. The openings were abundant. If it were now, he should be able to turn the tables. After all, no one could predict the chaos this creature might unleash upon the land once Yechin departed. Though Mu had asserted that the creature could not summon allies from the abyss while here, and promised to personally hunt it down after Yechin left the sandgrass hidden domain, who could truly know what secrets this elite from the abyss might harbor within? What if, after failing to capture Yechin, it resorted to guerrilla tactics against Mu in this sandgrass hidden domain, utilizing its adversary's age and frailty, as well as its inability to act during the night? This abyssal monster could potentially evade detection and grow in strength, possibly bringing catastrophic ruin to Mu's homeland. Should the situation indeed evolve in such a manner, it would undeniably weigh heavily on Yechin and Appos' conscience, creating an indelible scar within his heart. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the image of Mu's aged yet gentle face surfaced, an expression that had cared for him daily, healing his wounds and preparing his meals over the course of a month, akin to a loving grandfather. The youth was one who cherished gratitude and repaid kindness. He wished to leave no troublesome foe behind for this elder upon his departure. Yechin desired to ensure Mu's life was made easier, to sever any ties with these abyssal beings, and to prevent him from following the tragic paths of Lyle and Heike. Crack! The bloodied fingers of the youth instinctively clenched, causing his knuckles to crack audibly. Moreover, the abyssal tracker before him was a minion of the abyss, an accomplice responsible for the demise of Lyle and Heike. From the depths of his being, Yechin harbored a profound hatred for it, yearning to eradicate it entirely. Thus, with this abyssal behemoth finally weakened and incapacitated, if not now to dismember it, when else would he have the chance? Opportunity, but a singular instance. Should it be missed, it may never present itself again. Yechin's thoughts lingered here, fixating on the slowly advancing mass of flesh. His azure eyes swiftly ignited with a fierce, murderous intent. The abyss stalker, inching closer to Yechin, momentarily froze upon sensing his thoughts, yet after a brief pause, it stubbornly continued its approach, seemingly unfazed by the specter of death. At this moment, Yechin could still manage to conjure a blood bullet, but to accurately strike the abyss core exposed to the air, he would need to reduce the distance between them to approximately 50 meters. While mulling this over, he reached for the revolver at his waist. This necessitated that he, too, approach the creature. Yet, at that juncture, the hunter's instinct buried deep within Yechin's subconscious suddenly posed a question in his mind. Should he engage directly here? Just behind him lay the staircase leading to the summit of the Sun and Moon Mountain, a threshold formed by the natural power of the Auling. Even so, was it wise to risk a death struggle at the very brink of his destination? Such a notion seemed overly audacious. Always remain rational, consider every possibility. Do not let rage or fear cloud your judgment. Maintain composure, deliberate carefully. Yechin repeated these words, and in an instant, clarity dawned upon him, liberating him from his blind confidence. His mind regained its calmness and lucidity, swiftly conjuring an alternative scenario. The current guise of the abyss stalker might well be a deliberate ruse. Only by feigning weakness could it lure Yechin away from the foot of the Sun and Moon Mountain, drawing him into its trap. This was the very essence of feigned retreat. Simultaneously, the abyss stalker behind him, witnessing Yechin and Appos' sudden change of heart and retreat, had its facade of weakness violently shattered, revealing its true ferocity and greed. A guttural roar erupted from the center of the flesh mound, a gaping maw splitting open, disorienting Yechin and slowing his steps. Countless thick tendrils erupted from the fissure, followed by elongated arms adorned with razor-sharp fangs, forcefully tearing the opening wider. The once pulsating abyss core, enveloped in a viscous dark flesh, rapidly morphed into a colossal head brimming with eyes. The true form of the abyss stalker, at this moment, shed its fleshy disguise, reappearing before Yechin after a month's absence. Yet, compared to the visage he had encountered 30 days prior, the abyss stalker now appeared significantly diminished. As if hastily reverting to a form in dire urgency, its aura remaining weak and chaotic. I shall not permit your escape. The abyss shall not allow you to flee. Chapter 63, the final confrontation. As the ghostly whispers resonated within Yechin's mind, the abyssal tracker surged to a distance of less than 50 meters from him. Its enormous head, adorned with a multitude of eyes resembling a honeycomb, fixated intently on the youth's innocent visage. The myriad glances directed at Yechin radiated fervor and gluttony, saturating the atmosphere with a sense of ferocity and peril. In the face of such a sight, a wave of both luck and trepidation washed over Yechin. It was evident that the abyssal tracker, though severely wounded and in a state of weakness, still emanated a terrifying and sinister aura, nearly sensing the chilling dread creeping up his spine. Yechin instinctively grasped that despite having endured the second layer of nightmares and becoming a scent chaser, his strength remained merely sufficient to contend with the offspring of this creature. The abyssal tracker, as its progenitor, loomed as a profoundly dangerous entity in Yechin's eyes. Had Yechin been at his peak, there might have been a glimmer of hope against such an adversary. However, to pit the current, battle-worn Yechin, breathless and battered, unable to wield even the golden-threaded black cloak, against this monster would undoubtedly result in utter defeat. Had he been an ordinary fool, he might have charged recklessly into battle, driven by a desire to eradicate the threat, only to be outmaneuvered by the abyssal tracker and meet a gruesome demise at the hands of its powerful appendages. Fortunately, Yechin's disposition diverged from the norm. At this critical juncture, his inherent caution eclipsed any semblance of arrogance, anxiety, or hatred, allowing him to discern the abyssal tracker's ruse and thus evade a tragic fate. With the correct steps taken and the right path chosen, the abyssal tracker was left with no choice but to abandon its disguise and exert its utmost effort to detain Yechin. Its tendrils thrashed wildly beneath it, unleashing an intangible force that enabled the abyssal tracker to float in midair, undulating like a creature of the deep sea, relentlessly pursuing Yechin. Though its aerial speed paled in comparison to that of the centipedes, birds, and bone whales previously encountered, it nonetheless surpassed the current wounded and painted Yechin. Drawing ever closer. Halt. Do not flee. Accept us. Accept the abyss. Yechin bit down hard on his lip, drawing blood as he steadfastly resisted the mental onslaught of the abyss stalker. With determination, he vigorously swung his injured limbs, racing desperately towards the myriad steps leading to the summit of the Sun and Moon Mountain, towards the entrance of the barrier, forged from the power of the Auling that protected the mountain. Thus, the young man, bloodied and battered, sprinted forward, pursued by the monstrous creature, its claws outstretched and menacing. Time dragged on, each second stretching painfully, until, with his body racked by pain and his vision clouded, Yechin reached a point just 5 meters from the steps. At that moment, the vast shadow of the abyss stalker enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, 2 elongated, clawed hands, adorned with countless sharp fangs, lunged towards Yechin. With a surge of instinct, Yechin, attuned to the rapid breaths behind him, swiftly confirmed the enemy and Oppos as position. He threw himself forward, rolling away just in time to narrowly evade the stalker's grasp. However, as he quickly rose, another wave of attack from the abyss stalker was already upon him. Tentacles, swaying ominously from below, lashed out in an attempt to ensnare him completely. At the same moment, the silver revolver firmly gripped in Yechin's hand was aimed squarely at the stalker's massive head, which was grotesquely covered in eyes and encasing its core. Just as the tentacles were about to engulf him, Yechin's bloodied fingertips pulled the trigger with all their strength. Bang! The sharp report of the gun shattered the stillness of the sandy expanse, echoing towards the towering peak. The exquisitely crafted blood bullet, enhanced through a second nightmare, was the last round remaining in the revolver's chamber and fired at that precise moment. In less than a meter's distance, it broke free from the silver barrel, bypassed the stalker's outstretched arms, and struck true, hitting the center of its grotesque head, causing a brilliant burst of crimson. Boom! The stalker's head, encased around its core, erupted in a cloud of blood mist, momentarily freezing its entire form, causing the multitude of tentacles lunging at Yechin to slow. Panting heavily, Yechin staggered forward, finally stepping into the energy barrier of the myriad steps, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he collapsed inward. In the next instant, the 10 or so tentacles whipped around, generating a tempestuous wind as they lashed towards his back. Yet, as Yechin stumbled forward, he fortuitously evaded the assault, fully entering the protective barrier of the main mountain. Thud! The young man lay upon the lower steps, struggling to keep his heavy eyelids open, gazing towards the outside of the barrier. There, the terrifying beast remained, standing resolute, unyielding in its stance. Even though its head was shattered to a considerable extent by the shot from Yechin, the abyssal core at its center merely manifested a slight crack, far from the brink of destruction. Witnessing this scene, Yechin was engulfed by a wave of disbelief. He was certain that his previous blood bullet had undoubtedly struck the core directly. However, despite this, the close-range impact and explosion of the blood bullet failed to obliterate the abyssal core. The abyssal seeker, even its greatest vulnerability, surpassed everything Yechin had encountered among the abyssal creatures in the past. The latter would disintegrate effortlessly under the touch of his blood blade, while the former, even when subjected to a point-blank blood bullet, remained steadfast and unyielding. The disparity between the two was indeed staggering. At this juncture, Yechin felt a renewed sense of relief for not having engaged the abyssal seeker earlier. Had he done so, he would have needed to unleash 4 consecutive blood bullets upon its head to have any hope of vanquishing it, a task that was clearly beyond his current capabilities. For he was utterly exhausted and in profound agony. Throughout a relentless 3-hour battle that night, Yechin had crafted over 30 blood bullets, and coupled with the injuries he had sustained, he had lost an indeterminate amount of blood. Were he an ordinary individual, he would have surely succumbed to fatal blood loss in the wilderness by now. Thus, the blood bullet he had just fired was indeed the last he could conjure that night. It did not miss its mark, which was a stroke of fortune amid misfortune. Chapter 64. Obsession. Gasping for breath, Yechin was utterly exhausted, struggling to move his bloodied limbs as he slowly propped his battered body up. Meanwhile, the Abyss Tracker, standing outside the barrier of the Sun and Moon Mountain, with half of its head shattered, stared with its remaining 100 eyes fixed on the youth within the barrier, ultimately trembling its mutilated form and howling to the heavens. With a piercing shriek, it clawed and screeched, effortlessly reducing the surrounding sandstone to dust, emanating an aura of defiance and fury. Boom! Yechin, in a state of disarray, managed to rise to his feet, silently observing the impotent rage of the Abyss Tracker as it violently swung its arms and tentacles, effortlessly shattering the colossal rocks around it into mere rubble. The terrifying power displayed by the abyssal creature made Yechin once again grateful for his earlier restraint. Had he acted recklessly, the consequences of such force unleashed upon his already battered body would have been unimaginable. With this thought, Yechin inhaled deeply and, still shaken, turned to leave, ascending the steps toward the pinnacle of his journey, the summit of the Sun and Moon Mountain. However, upon noticing Yechin's departure, the Abyss Tracker became increasingly frenzied, charging directly at his retreating figure, only to collide violently with the energy barrier constructed from the natural essence of the mountain. Hiss! As the body of the abyssal creature made contact with the barrier, a sound reminiscent of flesh being scorched filled the air. The Abyss Tracker pressed its form against the barrier desperately, attempting to force its way inside. Yet its limbs and torso were continually melting and collapsing under the searing power of the natural essence. This horrific spectacle lasted but a few fleeting seconds. Then, the upper arms and numerous tentacles of the Abyss Tracker were utterly obliterated by the barrier, transforming into countless black ashes that dissipated in the radiance of the essence. As for the main body of the Abyss Tracker, it was left with merely half a head and a fragmented torso, mercilessly repelled by the barrier and ultimately collapsing lifelessly onto the sandy ground below, devoid of breath. The abyssal core, exposed to the air, now bore new fissures, quietly succumbing alongside its body to the sand, no longer exhibiting the pulsating motions akin to a heartbeat. After all, who could say whether this cunning Abyss Tracker was merely feigning death as part of its deceitful ploy? Regardless, Yechin was no longer willing to take such risks. He was determined to inherit the legacies left by Lyle and Yechin, to survive with all his might, and for that, reaching the altar at the mountain's summit was now his foremost priority. Thus, the youth abandoned the corpse of the monster lying at the foot of the mountain, laboriously ascending the steps, one cautious step after another. However, it was not long before Yechin felt his vitality waning and his body racked with pain, compelling him to pause briefly by the roadside for respite. By employing spatial access, Yechin retrieved from the inner compartment of his handkerchief the painkillers left by Lyle, as well as the specially formulated new version of bloodflower tea crafted by Mu. Gradually consuming both, he managed to achieve a slight recovery of his physical and mental state, and then resumed his arduous ascent. 10 minutes later, bolstered by the power of Auling, which firmly supported and accelerated his bodily movements, Yechin, despite his haggard appearance, finally reached the 1000th step. Though the abyssal tracker was completely barred from entering by the Sun and Moon Mountains barrier, Yechin felt an inexplicable urgency within him, urging him to reach the summit as swiftly as possible. Thus, he swallowed another painkiller and took several sips of bloodflower tea, resting for less than a minute before continuing to ascend towards the mountain peak under the cold, indifferent moonlight. From that moment on, Yechin endured the throbbing agony of his body and the haze clouding his mind, gritting his teeth as he persevered through the torment, drawing ever closer to the pinnacle of Sun and Moon Mountain. 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000. Approximately 2 hours later, utterly exhausted, the young man finally stood upon the 10,000th step, his trembling legs finally finding stability. As the chilling night breeze caressed his blood-streaked face, the vast expanse of the mountaintop and the ancient altar, constructed from countless aged stones at its center, came into sharp focus within Yechin's gaze. He paused for a moment, then staggered towards the altar. "Ah, at last, I can leave," he murmured to himself, exhaling a long breath of relief as he walked. Yet, with the teleportation altar so close at hand, Yechin hesitated to depart. After all, his body was riddled with innumerable wounds. Though the bleeding had ceased, the pain remained excruciating. To recklessly enter a new world in such a condition would be undeniably unwise. Thus, the best course of action for Yechin was to sit beside the altar, patiently awaiting the dawn and the arrival of Mu, who would then assist him in a swift healing process. "Yes, that will do," he resolved, taking out his pocket watch and checking the time. The hour hand was just a notch away from the 6 o'clock mark, indicating that in 10 minutes, Yechin would greet the new day's dawn in the realm of Shachao Hidden Domain. Upon confirming the time, the youth felt a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth at the thought of seeing the Elder one last time. After all, from the moment of his birth, he had placed the utmost importance on the bonds of friendship. However, as he approached within 10 meters of the teleportation altar, his azure eyes, brimming with anticipation and hope, suddenly froze in place. The reason being, he spotted an unanticipated mound protruding from the barren ground just a meter away. His first instinct was to assume that Mu had awakened prematurely and was preparing to emerge from the earth. Yet, as he lifted his gaze to the sky, he discovered that the crescent moon continued to struggle at the horizon, while the rising sun remained concealed beneath the distant skyline. Night had not yet passed. Daylight had not yet arrived. Thus, it was impossible for it to be Mu. A chill coursed through him as he gasped, his body turning icy, and his limbs trembling. Gathering the remnants of his nearly exhausted strength, he desperately sprinted sideways in an attempt to flee. However, the ominous mound erupted even faster than he could react. In the next instant, a grotesque, bloodied head, covered in countless slender tendrils, burst forth from the shattered earth, colliding violently with the youth's side, pinning him to the ground with its writhing appendages. Subsequently, the visage of the abyssal tracker, half adorned with eyes and half grotesquely fragmented, loomed close before him, staring intently into his wide, terrified azure eyes. Ultimately, the chilling and enigmatic words of the entity echoed once more within the depths of his soul. "I have already stated. You can never escape the abyss. For the abyss gazes back at you, eternally, forever." Chapter 65. The turn of events. Yechin found his limbs firmly pinned to the ground by the tendrils sprouting from the head of the abyssal tracker, rendering him utterly immobile. He could only gaze vacantly at its horrifyingly grotesque visage, his pallid complexion betraying his inner turmoil. How did it come to be here? His azure eyes met the multitude of bloodshot orbs that bulged like a beehive, filling him with dread, confusion, and bewilderment. It should have been kept at bay by the barrier of the sun and moon mountain, shouldn't he? Feeling the obsessive aura emanating from the gaping maw of the creature, Yechin involuntarily shivered, his consciousness growing increasingly hazy. How did it arrive here? He stared blankly at the repugnant countenance of the abyssal tracker, then could not help but glance towards the shattered earth nearby, an absurd hypothesis swiftly surfacing in his mind. Earlier, while ascending the mountain, Yechin had sensed that the concentration of the natural Auling's power diminished the higher he climbed. Upon stepping onto the summit of the Sun and Moon Mountain, he not only felt a sense of relief and lightness but also quickly discerned that, compared to the foot of the mountain, the energy in the air around the altar at the peak was significantly diluted, evidently becoming the area with the lowest concentration of energy throughout the entire mountain. Faced with this perplexing situation, Yechin felt a wave of confusion. According to Mu's explanations during the day, the Auling's power that permeated the Sun and Moon Mountain was supposed to emanate from this ancient site of the teleportation altar, suggesting that the closer one was to it, the higher the energy concentration should be. Yet, the phenomenon before Yechin was entirely contrary to this expectation. After a moment's contemplation, Yechin speculated that perhaps the local energy, much like cold air, emanated from the teleportation altar, then sank to the mountain's base, accumulating and merging over the years, thereby resulting in the current state. With this thought in mind, Yechin dismissed it from further consideration and proceeded towards the ancient altar in the center of the summit. However, he suddenly came to a realization. Perhaps it was precisely this peculiar phenomenon at the Sun and Moon Mountain that had been exploited by the abyssal tracker, allowing it to bypass the energy barrier at the mountain's base, catching him completely off guard. Could it be that this creature, after Yechin left the foot of the mountain for the summit, it had burrowed into the earth, navigating through the subterranean depths to successfully evade the atmospheric energy barrier, and then reached the underlying rock layers of the Sun and Moon Mountain, gnawing through the stones and progressively carving a path upwards, ultimately emerging from the ground to bring him down? Though Yechin's conjecture seemed utterly ludicrous, it indeed provided a plausible explanation for the current predicament. Furthermore, this elite being from the abyss possessed the capability to execute such feats. A miscalculation, Yechin lamented inwardly. However, this could not entirely be attributed to him, as he had previously been unaware of the varying density of the energy barrier atop the Sun and Moon Mountain. This predicament could be deemed a stroke of ill fortune for Yechin, or perhaps a testament to the cunning and cleverness of the abyssal creature. Yet, now that he found himself ensnared in peril, he had no time for self-reflection. Seeking a new avenue for escape was his utmost priority. With a firm grit of his teeth, the young man tightened his fists and legs, channeling the last remnants of his Auling energy into his limbs. He then exerted all his strength in a desperate struggle to free himself from the dozens of tentacles that ensnared him. However, the abyssal tracker's bloody head offered no new response to Yechin's valiant resistance. It merely gazed silently, maintaining a steady grip on the tentacles that bound him, denying him any chance of liberation. After several minutes of relentless struggle, Yechin's strength waned, and he could no longer sustain his efforts. Having battled the abyssal creatures throughout the night and sustained numerous injuries, he had also endured the relentless bombardment from the self-destructive projectiles of the abyssal tracker. The ascent of 10,000 steps had left him in a state of utter exhaustion, rendering him incapable of breaking free from his captor's grasp. Despite this grim reality, Yechin and Apos' countenance did not reflect despair. Rather, he gradually regained his composure. Through his close confrontation with the abyssal tracker, he quickly noticed the emerging cracks on the exposed abyssal core at the base of its skull. The surrounding flesh and skin, influenced by the Auling energy permeating the air at the summit, were steadily melting and disintegrating, revealing a precarious state of instability. This was the pinnacle of the Sun and Moon Mountain, although the energy concentration in the air was significantly lower than at its base. The Auling energy emanating from the teleportation altar remained. Even at diminished levels, it continued to erode the abyssal tracker and Apos' head, causing the core, exposed to the air, to fracture further and further, on the brink of collapse. Moreover, the aura of the abyssal tracker grew increasingly feeble in this atmosphere, its vitality waning. Indeed, even though it had pursued him here, its condition was hardly superior to his own. Observing the tracker's struggles, Yechin concluded inwardly, his mind returning to a state of clarity. After pinning the young man to the ground, the abyssal had exhibited no further actions, no intentions to attack nor to release him, merely remaining silent and contorted, as if just maintaining its form to prevent being crushed by the mountain's air consumed all its energy. It was evident that both human and abyss were now utterly exhausted. Weary to the bone, the situation had reached a stalemate. However, it appeared that only the abyss was ensnared in a desperate plight, while humanity remained composed, tranquil as still waters. For on the distant horizon, a glimmer of light was captured by the corner of his eye. This heralded the impending departure of night and the imminent arrival of dawn. At that moment, Mu would awaken and ascend to the summit of the Sun and Moon Mountain. Thus, should the abyss tracker continue to linger here with the youth, it would undoubtedly be a path to self-destruction. The colossal wave formed of vines, conjured by the elder, would mercilessly engulf it, ensuring that the abyss tracker would be utterly obliterated. With this thought, Yechin tightened his grasp on the abyss tracker's tendrils. Since it had approached him willingly, he would not let it slip away. Should the adversary entertain thoughts of escape, he would exert every effort to impede its retreat. Consequently, the situation became starkly clear to the young man. Yet, this clarity was short-lived. In the next moment, the eyes atop the tracker's head began to move inexplicably. They converged towards the center of the skull, merging together until they coalesced into a singular, immense eyeball, gazing at Yechin with a profound and dark iris. Yechin's heart raced with suspicion, and before he could react, the abyssal gaze of the tracker, akin to a black hole, began to absorb the air and light around it, drawing Yechin's consciousness into its depths. Chapter 66. The Spiritual Realm. In that fleeting moment, the young man was engulfed by a profound dizziness and a relentless ringing in his ears, as if the world around him were spinning wildly. He tightly shut his eyes, gritting his teeth and biting his lips, valiantly enduring the discomfort akin to a howling tempest, struggling to maintain his flickering consciousness in the suffocating darkness. Time seemed to stretch infinitely until the tumult within his skull gradually subsided, allowing Yechin's mind to discern sensations beyond mere pain. Coldness, dampness, and a foul stench intertwined in a haze, creeping up to his heart, evoking a sense of eerie familiarity and profound shock. With a heart full of questions, Yechin slowly opened his azure eyes. In the next instant, an endless wall of mist, an immeasurable pool of blood, and countless remnants of weaponry materialized before him. This place, could it be? As Yechin pondered in astonishment, he absorbed the familiar ambience surrounding him, and with an expression of disbelief, he staggered to his feet from the blood pool. He raised his gaze, surveying the area, and swiftly confirmed the answer to his unspoken question. Accepting the grim reality that lay before him, at this very moment, Yechin found himself back within the confines of his nightmare. Why am I here? Was I not still engaged in a fierce battle with that creature known as the Abyss Tracker? Yet, why have I suddenly entered this dreamscape? Have I fainted? Only to find myself ensnared in a third layer of nightmare? No, it cannot be so. If I were truly experiencing a third layer of nightmare, I would not so easily recognize the fact that I am dreaming. What, then, is the nature of my current predicament? Countless questions surged through Yechin's mind like a torrential storm, leaving him rooted in place, bewildered and helpless, his gaze darting from the blood pool to the misty walls, uncertain of his next move. In any case, I must first grasp a weapon. With this thought, he trudged forward, heavy-footed and weary, toward the nearest rusted broken blade that floated upon the surface of the blood pool, gripping its hilt tightly with his bloodied fingers. However, scarcely had Yechin lifted the broken blade when a strange rustling sound began to assault his eardrums. Buzzing. Yechin and Appo's expression froze as he focused his gaze, only to discover that the once rust-red blade in his hand had inexplicably sprouted a layer of thick, black sludge. Upon this murky surface writhed thousands of tiny tendrils, incessantly crawling toward the palm that clutched the hilt. What? Startled, Yechin immediately flung the broken blade away, sending it soaring into the distant blood pool. The dark blade plunged into the depths without causing a single ripple, as if it had fallen into a black hole, its form becoming increasingly indistinct until it vanished into the abyss of the blood pool. Yet, the viscous black sludge on its surface detached itself from the broken blade, subsequently surfacing from the depths of the blood pool, transforming into pools of inky essence that spread in all directions, emerge, diffuse, contaminate. Ultimately, under the horrified gaze of Yechin, the once vibrant crimson pool was rendered a foul black, as if tainted by some insidious force. Immediately following, the blood beneath Yechin's feet emitted a series of ghostly whispers. Come, it is time to embrace the abyss. Upon hearing this, Yechin glanced down, only to discover a pair of elongated, distorted hands gripping his ankles. Before he could react, he was yanked into the space beyond the opposite side of the blood pool. The youth fell silently into the blackened blood, his eyes wide with terror as he surveyed his surroundings. What should have been a pool just deep enough to cover his heels had now transformed into a vast, unfathomable darkness akin to the depths of the ocean as depicted in books. Expansive, profound, and shadowy. Yechin held his breath, striving to prevent the tainted black blood from entering his mouth and nose, and looked downward once more, realizing that the hands that had dragged him to the abyssal depths belonged to the creature known as the Abyssal Tracker. At this moment, it was no longer the mere half-faced wretch from reality, but rather the fearsome entity that had once pursued Yechin and Yechin through the spatial tunnel in its prime. Witnessing this, Yechin's keen intuition quickly grasped the situation. This was all an illusion. However, even with this understanding, the circumstances showed no sign of improving for him. After all, Yechin was aware that beings of the abyss thrived on eroding their adversaries' minds, and once their will was utterly shattered, it would be effortless for them to ensnare their prey within their essence. The Abyssal Tracker, now bereft of its combat prowess in reality, was enacting such a scheme. Under the corrosive influence of its abyssal power, Yechin found it increasingly difficult to discern the line between reality and illusion, underscoring the severity of his mental degradation. Do not reject the abyss. Do not resist the abyss. Quietly, obediently, join us. No, I must not be dragged down. Yechin clenched his eyes shut, gritting his teeth as he struggled to think. If he were to be pulled under, his mental resolve would likely be lost forever. In such a case, all the sacrifices made by his teacher and Yechin would be in vain. I cannot yield. I must not allow the abyss to have its way. With this thought, Yechin's unwavering will surged forth, invigorating his limbs and torso with newfound strength, while the wounds and bloodstains across his body began to heal rapidly. After all, this was Yechin's mental realm, governed by the laws of idealism. As long as his resolve remained as formidable as steel, the Abyssal Tracker's sinister plot would inevitably crumble. The youth had not yet lost. Since this is the depths of his innermost being, he must make the Abyss Stalker understand who the true master here is. Ah! Yechin roared, thrashing desperately as he swam upwards. With the eruption of his will, Yechin radiated a brilliant light, shining like a meteor in the pitch-black deep sea, drawing the hideous abyssal beast beneath him inexorably toward the surface. However, at that moment, a voice powerful enough to shatter Yechin's focus and shake his heart arose suddenly from behind him, stimulating his eardrums, shocking his spirit, and awakening his memories. Yechin, stop. The boy's movements instantly froze. Then, with a rigid expression and trembling lips, he turned to see an all-too-familiar figure, the middle-aged man who had accompanied, nurtured, and taught him for the past 17 years. At this moment, Lal appeared before Yechin, ever-clad in his trench coat, his expression as calm as still water. Chapter 67. The reverse scale. The youth gazed at the middle-aged man before him, a figure he had yearned for day and night. One that evoked memories of cherished lost ones. Overwhelmed by shock, he stood in a daze, silent for what felt like an eternity, before finally uttering the name with a voice trembling to its core. Teacher? However, Yechin's resolve wavered only momentarily, for reason pierced through his ephemeral illusions like a sharp blade. No, you are not my teacher. You are merely an illusion conjured by the Abyss to ensnare me. Just a counterfeit. For his teacher had already been claimed by the Abyss. Yechin's expression was one of turmoil, his emotions a tempest as he roared at the illusory figure before him. Then, from behind the middle-aged man, a majestic black stallion emerged, its ancient, profound eyes fixed intently on the youth, silently observing alongside the man. Following Lal's appearance, Blackie too manifested before Yechin. The boy remained silent, despite his acute awareness that the figures of Lyle and Blackie were mere phantoms fabricated by the Abyss. Yet, his countenance was a tumultuous blend of emotions, his heart wrenched with anguish. He had believed he would never see Lyle and Blackie again in this lifetime. Yet now, in this abyssal darkness, he found himself reunited with them, a jarring circumstance that shattered his steadfast resolve. Throughout the months spent in the realm of the sand and grass, he had constantly longed for these two beloved family members. Stay away, you impostors. Otherwise, I will end you. Yechin clenched his eyes shut, biting his lip, hesitating momentarily before issuing a fierce threat toward Lyle and Blackie. But soon, he realized that the abyssal tracker, which had once ensnared his legs, had vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, Yechin had no time to ponder this. Having freed himself from his restraints, he vigorously propelled himself towards the surface of the sea above. Wait, Yechin. Lyle and Appos. S voice reached Yechin and Appos. S ears from below, calm and steady. Yechin paused, his body momentarily faltering, his eyelids twitching. Yet he chose to disregard the call and continued swimming upwards. Indeed, as you said, I succumbed to the Abyss and was ultimately consumed by it. His hands, once fluid in their movements, began to grow sluggish. However, I do not consider myself dead, for while the Abyss devoured my flesh, it also merged my thoughts and consciousness into its essence. Thus, I exist now in a state of symbiosis with the Abyss, and Blackie, like me, has undergone this transformation. Yechin and Appos' legs faltered, losing strength as he swam. The pressure on his bitten lips slowly eased. So do not reject the Abyss, Yechin. In the next moment, Lyle and Blackie and Appos' forms had unknowingly drifted beside Yechin, their gentle and kind gazes resting peacefully upon his rigid face. Then, Lyle gently placed his palm upon Yechin's shoulder, causing him to halt his movement. I know that for the past month, each day has been an arduous struggle for you, fraught with pain. Every night, you have been forced to navigate the precipice of life and death, teetering before the gates of the underworld. I have witnessed it all. Yet, despite the perilous journey, you have managed to endure, a testament to your remarkable growth. You have evolved into a hunter who fills me with pride. Well done, Yechin. However, trust me when I say this is all a misunderstanding. The Abyss, though clumsy and coarse, genuinely seeks to foster a bond with you. After all, our misinterpretations of it have run deep. So, Yechin, embrace the Abyss. Embrace us, for we are family. As soon as Lyle's words faded, Heike approached Yechin, nuzzling his cheek as he had in days of yore, conveying intimacy and heartfelt emotion. The young man lowered his head, adrift in the depths, encircled by his mentor and the old horse, engulfed in silence. After a prolonged moment, he unexpectedly burst into laughter. Huh! Yechin's eyes, shrouded in the shadows of his hair, gleamed as his lips curled into a broad smile, growing louder and more exuberant, shattering the stillness of the deep sea. Ah, Abyss, he murmured, gazing upward at the distant, murky surface of the ocean, bitterly conversing with himself. To what extent must you toy with human hearts before you are satisfied? With that, he raised his hands, palms open towards the surface above, asserting himself as the master of this spiritual realm, issuing a summons to the expanse beyond. Subsequently, a slender dagger and a silver revolver pierced the murky waters, plunging into the shadowy depths like twin bolts of lightning, landing firmly in Yechin's hands. I truly did not expect that as the perpetrator, you could brazenly utter such words, all while cloaked in the guise of my family, he whispered softly, raising the silver revolver in his left hand. He shattered Yechin's skull with a single shot, while his right hand wielded the dagger, severing Lyle's head. You have truly embodied the essence of hypocrisy to an extreme, evoking a sense of revulsion. After mercilessly obliterating the two phantoms, Yechin slowly turned, his azure eyes radiating a ghostly blue glow in the dark abyss, fixating intently on the abyssal tracker lurking in the shadows. You have truly provoked my ire, the youth declared coldly, before the abyss tracker could react. The silver revolver in Yechin's right hand fired 6 shots in rapid succession, the crimson bullets instantly transforming the tracker's ethereal form into a shattered, honeycomb-like wreck. Meanwhile, the slender blade in Yechin's left hand followed suit, unleashing a storm of sharp, scarlet light that engulfed every inch of the abyss tracker, relentlessly slashing, cleaving, and carving. In the blink of an eye, the young man's gun and knife combined forces to obliterate the tracker into mere fragments, ultimately expelling it from Yechin's mental realm, where it awoke in a state of horror. Upon awakening, it immediately realized that its fractured head in the real world was firmly pressed against the ground by Yechin. The defeat in the mental realm caused the abyss tracker to awaken a moment later than Yechin. This brief interval was sufficient for the enraged Yechin to break free from its constraints, draw the Apos, Bloodblade, and Apos, and sever all the tendrils from the tracker and Apos' head, completely subduing its true form. Chapter 68. My thoughts. The youth, initially harboring a flicker of hope for reality, yearned for the two shadowy figures in the abyss to embody fragments of his family's thoughts and consciousness. However, upon hearing Lyle's declarations, the boy's dreams were shattered in an instant. Yet, at times, excessive effects can yield counterproductive outcomes. The Lyle and Blackie, masquerading as abyssal seekers, were mere figments of Yechin's idealized imagination, yet Yechin, fully aware of the grim truth, understood that they would not express such sentiments nor act in such manners in reality. For 17 years of his existence in the eternal winter domain, Lyle had never uttered the word family, always assuming the role of a teacher. Likewise, Blackie would never approach him to touch the scars on his face during his moments of vulnerability. This old steed was far too astute to engage in such inappropriate conduct. A profound sense of dissonance surged within the depths of the youth and Apos' soul. Ultimately, he awakened to the harsh reality, accepting the bitter truth. Lyle was dead. Blackie was dead. His family had vanished entirely. Yechin would never see them again. All of this was the doing of the abyss, all thanks to this voracious species. Ruthless, fierce, and chilling. With a resolute heart, the youth pressed the head of the abyssal seeker beneath his shoe, eliciting a hoarse groan as it sensed the approaching wave of lethal intent. In an instant, its visage was marred by uncertainty. The boy, with his cerulean eyes wide open, gripped the hilt of his knife with bloodied fingers, wielding the blade with his injured arm, unhesitatingly and mercilessly severing the tentacles, cutting, and cutting again. Swish, 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 swish. Yechin unleashed his fury and hatred upon the Bloodblade, shattering every tentacle that the abyssal seeker spawned, his crimson knife transforming into a blur, demolishing them into fragments without exception. For an entire minute, the dance of the blade illuminated the chaos, flesh and blood splattering in the wake of his wrath. At this moment, even as the radiant moon descended and the sun ascended in the far-off horizon, the youth paid no heed to the dazzling brilliance. He only widened his bloodshot cerulean eyes, relentlessly hacking. After a minute, the abyssal seeker could no longer endure, letting out a mournful wail. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Subsequently, this elite from the abyss resolved to make a final stand. It summoned the last remnants of its strength, and in an instant, 10 slender new tentacles erupted forth, striking with terrifying speed, ensnaring both of Yechin's hands that clutched the knife's hilt. Nevertheless, confronted with this sudden restraint from the abyssal seeker, Yechin's expression remained unchanged. Still brimming with murderous intent, still resolute and unwavering, he forcefully lifted his arms, swiftly dragging the writhing tentacles to his mouth. With a decisive motion, he opened his jaws, revealing a glimmer of blood-red teeth, before snapping them shut with ferocity. In an instant, the 10 slender tentacles were severed, spewing forth a torrent of dark, viscous blood that stained his blood-soaked visage with an inky hue. Ignoring the trivial remnants of the abyssal substance on his face, he tightened his grip on the blood blade. In the next moment, the scene erupted anew with flashes of crimson light, a flurry of afterimages dancing as he relentlessly executed his strikes. With each of his numerous blows, not only did he sever the remaining roots of the tentacles, but he also shattered the honeycomb-like eyes on the creature's head, leaving only a solitary orb, forced to witness the gruesome dismemberment of its form. The blood-red glimmer of the blade continued to howl like a tempest. Before long, the head of the abyssal tracker was almost entirely stripped of flesh, leaving behind a massive, pitch-black stone that fell helplessly to the ground. At that moment, the core of the abyssal tracker lay amidst the sand, its surface marred with veins and cracks, pulsing weakly like a heart. Seeing that his adversary was utterly incapable of resistance, he wielded the blood blade in his left hand for defense while pressing his right hand against the core. His ethereal blue eyes locked with the last eye clinging to the surface of the core. Since the abyss so relished peering into the hearts of humanity, he gazed into the abyssal tracker's eyes and, with a frigid tone, slowly uttered, "Then perhaps you should experience my thoughts." As soon as the words left his lips, a torrent of emotion surged from his fingertips into the consciousness of the abyssal tracker, overwhelming it like a cataclysmic tsunami. "I will kill you." In the next heartbeat, the creature felt its awareness being drawn into a profound, cerulean ocean, transitioning from the master of the deep to a mere guest, ensnared by countless invading sentiments, dragging it down to the ocean's abyss. "I will kill you." This was a sea forged from the essence of murderous intent. "I will kill you." It was a tapestry woven from myriad hatreds and loathings. "I will kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you. I will consume you. I will kill 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 you." Accompanied by a cacophony of voices infiltrating the abyssal tracker's mind, the engulfing azure waters swiftly morphed from deep blue to pitch black, dragging the creature into an impenetrable darkness. Furthermore, his inner voice penetrated deeper into its psyche, bombarding its consciousness with relentless fervor. "Hunt the abyss. Hunt the abyss. Hunt the abyss. Hunt the abyss. Hunting 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 the abyss. Devouring the abyss. Consuming the abyss, engulfing the abyss, hunting 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 the abyss. An endless surge of murderous intent proliferates infinitely, ceaselessly inundating the surroundings. The abyss stalker, ensnared in the pitch-black depths of the ocean, finds itself powerless to resist, struggle, or evade, succumbing entirely to the relentless torment of Yechin's emotions, which mercilessly ravage its consciousness. Ultimately, its spirit shatters. Within the vast ocean of Yechin's hatred, the abyss stalker's awareness disintegrates, akin to a porcelain plate crashing to the ground, despairingly shattering into countless fragments, never to be restored forever beyond reclamation. Chapter 69. Ideals accompanied by the spiritual collapse and disintegration of the abyssal stalker. The core of the abyss lay on the ground, its pulsating rhythm gradually slowing, until it ultimately came to a gentle standstill. Nevertheless, Yechin had no intention of relenting. Having shattered the spirit of the abyss, the physical form of the abyss now became his next target. Yechin would not spare anything related to this abyssal creature. He aimed to seize everything from it, to annihilate all that it was. Just as the abyss had once wronged him, he would repay in kind. With a swift motion, Yechin spun the blade and without hesitation inflicted a deep cut upon his own wrist, letting the gushing blood empower the blade to its utmost potential. He then raised it high, directing it towards the abyssal core before him, and struck down in fury. Clang! The blood blade met the core, producing a sharp, resonant sound akin to the clash of metal. Although the will of the abyssal stalker had crumbled, its heart remained exceedingly hard, merely revealing a single crack under the full force of the Endopos, blood blade, and Opos, while also creating a notch along its edge. Yet, one strike was insufficient. Yechin would deliver 10 blows. 10 blows were not enough. He would unleash 100. Clang, 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 clang. The boy's bloodied longsword, mirroring the frantic visage he bore, radiated an aura of murderous intent, striking violently against the remaining core of the abyssal stalker, resonating through the stillness atop the sun and moon mountain. For a continuous 5 minutes, Yechin relentlessly struck, delivering over 1,000 blows. Ultimately, As he cleaved the detestable abyssal core in twain, his longsword had dulled beyond recognition. Utterly bereft of any sharp edge, not enough Yechin and Appos. S eyes were nearly consumed with blood vessels, his irises a deep blue, while the whites were marred with crimson. Coupled with his grimacing countenance, he appeared as a madman devoid of reason, embodying a bizarre and frenzied essence. Still far from sufficient, he glanced at the now unusable longsword. Then, with agitation, discarded it to the side. He swiftly drew his revolver from his waist, pouring the fresh blood from his wrist into the chamber. Ignoring his battered state, Yechin forcefully conjured 4 blood bullets. Then, disregarding the dizzying turmoil within his skull, he pressed the trigger of the revolver with his bloodied fingertips. Bang, 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 bang. For brilliant sparks erupted from the barrel, the dark red blood bullet striking the abyssal core with pinpoint accuracy. Under the ferocious explosion of the blood bullets, the already severed dark stone was further shattered into countless fragments, helplessly cascading to the ground at Yechin's feet. Thus, the once tenaciously resilient abyssal core finally met its obliteration. Beneath the resplendent rays of the morning sun, the scattered fragments gradually transformed into shades of black and gray, slowly dissolving into the air with the gentle caress of the morning breeze. Gasping for breath, Yechin anxiously scanned the ground for any remnants. After an entire month of cunning and conflict, the fearsome behemoth known as the Abyssal Tracker was finally vanquished by the young man's blade and gun, reduced to nothing but dust. Witnessing this scene, Yechin exhaled deeply, his tattered garments drenched in blood. Standing resolutely atop the expansive and tranquil summit of the Sun and Moon Mountain, he then turned his gaze towards the distant horizon, locking eyes with the rising dawn that illuminated the vast expanse of the sandy grassland. After a moment of silence, he raised his head to the heavens, clenched his fists, tensed his legs, and straightened his back, channeling the long-simmering excitement and exhilaration within him into a primal roar that erupted from the depths of his throat. In an instant, the dawn sky resonated with the young man's fierce cry. As he fervently expressed his emotions, Yechin resolved to forge his path, since Lyle had taught him, both before parting and in his journal, that if one felt lost about survival, they should seek a purpose in life to live with pride and dignity. Now was the moment for Yechin to discover his life's ambition. The youth harbored a deep-seated hatred for the abyss, loathing the colossal creatures that had ravaged his homeland and stolen his family away. Thus, he made a pivotal decision. To hunt down the abyss would be his objective, his ideal, and the very essence of his existence moving forward. I shall eradicate you. I will annihilate everything that is the abyss. I will exterminate every last one of your kind from this world, leaving no trace behind. He bellowed to the sky, vowing in his heart. The young man did not yearn for a long life, nor did he aspire to ascend to heaven. Instead, he believed that having taken countless lives since childhood, his hands stained with endless blood, he was destined for hell. However, when he arrived in hell, he would ensure it was filled with his enemies, filled with the creatures of the abyss, as many as possible, as many as possible. In this way, he could slay them once more, again and again. This was the ideal Yechin had now established. He would make the abyss understand that when the abyss gazed upon Yechin, he would always be staring back, no matter when, no matter where, until the end of time, until hell itself. Finally, bathed in the radiant glow of the morning sun, Yechin, overwhelmed by the weight of his resolve, collapsed onto the vibrant green grass of the Sun and Moon Mountain, ultimately losing consciousness. On the other side of the prairie, the elder who had recently arrived at the summit of the Sun and Moon Mountain now stood silently on the grassy expanse, gazing intently at the fallen form of the youth. Just moments before, he had witnessed the entirety of the process in which Yechin ruthlessly ravaged and shattered the abyss, observing with stark clarity the madness, brutality, and bloodthirst that characterized Yechin's terrifying demeanor as he mercilessly subdued the abyss. The elder, hunched over, remained in silence for an extended period, ultimately releasing a deep sigh. Leaning on his weathered wooden cane, he began to tread heavily towards the side of the young man. Chapter 70. Rest and recovery in the depths of unconsciousness. Yechin and Appos' awareness lingered in the darkness for an indeterminate duration. Gradually, a wave of warmth and a series of gentle itches cascaded into his heart like a meandering stream, eventually converging into a river, then a vast ocean, continually nourishing his spirit. Surrounded by this comforting sensation, Yechin's consciousness slowly returned, and he finally awoke. Opening his eyes, he revealed a pair of azure orbs, only to be greeted by a brilliant sky adorned with fluffy white clouds. The overwhelming light compelled him to shield his eyes with his hand. What is this? He murmured in confusion, as he gradually sat up from the soft grass, brushing aside the blanket that covered him. It was then that he noticed the myriad wounds on his body, all meticulously bandaged with emerald leaves, now devoid of any significant pain. Clearly, someone had tended to his injuries. Yechin stared blankly around, soon spotting Mu, who was seated on a nearby stone pedestal, gazing intently at the teleportation altar at the summit of the Sun and Moon Mountain, lost in thought. Grandfather Mu. The boy's initially bewildered expression transformed into one of profound emotion and gratitude, prompting him to call out the elder's name. Mubai raised his eyebrows in surprise and slowly turned around. Upon seeing the joy and relief etched on Yechin and Appo's face, he relaxed his furrowed brow and responded with a warm smile. You finally woke up, young one. Yechin, touching the leaf-wrapped wounds on his face, sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Grandfather Mu, for saving me. By the way, how long was I unconscious? Oh. 5 days. Upon hearing this, Yechin's face stiffened, and he could not help but exclaim loudly. If he had truly been in a state of unconsciousness for 5 days, as Mu claimed, it meant he had spent 5 long nights alone on the Sun and Moon Mountain, entirely unmonitored. Any unforeseen events during that time could have easily claimed his life, leaving him oblivious to the final farewell to existence. Fear not, the abyssal tracker is dead, and no other creatures in this sandy grassland can pose a threat to you. Furthermore, the energy barrier of the Sun and Moon Mountain provides warmth and protection from the wind, so your solitary nights were devoid of any issues. The elder reassured him with a wry smile, recognizing the source of the boy's anxiety. Oh, I see. That's a relief. Yechin sighed in relief, rising effortlessly from the grass. After a continuous 5-night slumber, coupled with Mu's medicinal treatment, his injuries had nearly healed, and the natural aura permeating the air of Sun and Moon Mountain had also aided in his recovery. In summary, the young man had emerged from his severe injuries, liberated from the brink of death, and was even capable of practicing a few rounds of airstrikes and kicks. However, the onomatopoeic sound symbolizing hunger soon emanated from his stomach. Yechin cast an embarrassed glance at Mu, who responded with a kind smile, extending his hand to offer Yechin a handful of berries for temporary sustenance. Subsequently, employing the technique of spatial access, he retrieved firewood, a large pot, and ingredients from a wooden piece, embarking on the simple act of cooking. After a considerable time had elapsed, a bowl of rich and aromatic mushroom and vegetable soup, steaming with warmth, was presented to the famished youth by the smiling elder. Clearly, the previous night's fierce battle had exhausted Yechin. Meals after such brutal encounters always seemed extraordinarily delicious. While Yechin marveled at this thought, Mu extended his wooden cane, commanding the surrounding vines to curl around various items and deliver them one by one to Yechin's side. The youth glanced down to find, before him, his familiar long straight sword, a set of pristine garments he had never seen before, and a partially torn cloak. This long sword, which had dulled while he desperately attempted to destroy the core of the abyss tracker, now gleamed with renewed sharpness, polished to a brilliant shine. Although Yechin had never encountered this set of clothing, it was evident that it was crafted from some kind of cotton material. Despite the frayed threads giving it a somewhat disheveled appearance, it was still 1,000 times superior to the tattered rags he currently wore. The last item, the damaged cloak, was the golden-patterned black mantle that Yechin had used to shield himself from the abyssal cannonballs during his fight against the abyss tracker, sacrificing itself to ensure his survival. I noticed your sword had dulled, so I took the liberty of sharpening it while you were unconscious. Although the blade's curve has slightly deviated, it should still serve you well for some time, Mu explained cheerfully while pointing at the long sword. He then gestured to the garments. As for this outfit, I fashioned it from local cotton and various materials, considering that your original clothes were nearly completely destroyed. It would be rather shabby to enter the sacred light's domain in such a state, so I made you a new set. The elder's expression turned slightly helpless as he examined the damaged golden-patterned black cloak. Regarding this first-tier relic, its damage is too severe for me to repair completely, so I could only trim away the twisted and ruined sections. However, despite its diminished appearance, the remaining portion can still retain some of its relic effects, allowing you to use it for a while longer. Yechin, overwhelmed, accepted the long sword, garments, and the golden-patterned black cloak, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally expressing his gratitude with a quivering voice. Grandpa Mu, thank you. I truly don't know what to say. The elder's aged laughter filled Yechin's heart with warmth, and he couldn't help but tremble as he held the sword and clothing in his hands. With a faint chuckle, Mu gradually reined in his humor, casting a gaze upon the teleportation altar nestled at the pinnacle of the Sun and Moon Mountain, before observing the spirited visage of Yechin. At last, the elder spoke in a deliberate and measured tone. "Well then, young one, since your injuries have nearly healed completely, it is time for us to bid our formal farewell. Though the teleportation altar can transport you to the Holy Light Sanctum, the destination will vary according to the timing of the array's activation. I am aware that your teacher wishes to send you to Hunter Town. Previously, I refrained from mentioning this due to the urgency presented by the abyssal tracker pursuing you at night. However, now that the threat has been neutralized, we must pursue the most efficient course of action." As he spoke, Mu lifted his weathered face towards the blazing sunlit sky. "While I am only able to operate during the day, I remain attuned to the changes in celestial phenomena. Throughout your days of unconsciousness, I have devoted my attention to this matter. The current positions of the sun, moon, and stars align perfectly, presenting a rare opportunity that will not occur again for another 6 months. Therefore, this moment is indeed the most opportune for you to depart from this hidden realm of sand and grass and step into the Holy Light Sanctum, Yechin." Upon finishing his words, a subtle smile graced Mu's aged face, revealing a hint of sorrow and reluctance, yet predominantly exuding joy and contentment, akin to a grandfather preparing to send his grandson forth into the world to seek his fortune. Chapter 71. The Old Man and the Youth. Upon hearing this, Yechin fell into a prolonged silence. During the 30 days spent in this sandy, grassy sanctuary, Mu's care for Yechin was nothing short of meticulous. Each dawn, the old man would assist the wounded youth to his feet. Throughout the day, he would tend to Yechin's injuries and prepare nourishing soups for him. Each evening, the old man would bid the boy farewell with a furrowed brow, anxious for him to survive the trials of the night. If the abyssal pursuer was the source of all pressure and suffering in Yechin's life during those 30 days, then Mu was undoubtedly the wellspring of all warmth and solace. It was evident that without the old man's presence, Yechin would not have endured to this point. Even if he had not perished on the first day, he would have ultimately succumbed to the relentless pursuit of the abyss, leading to the collapse of his body and the extinguishing of his will. Thus, even if Mu's actions were merely a means to repay a debt of gratitude to Lyle, Yechin remained profoundly grateful for the assistance he had received, reluctant to part ways with the old man. Grandfather Mu the youth hesitated, aware that he could no longer afford to squander time. He forced the myriad thoughts swirling in his chest into a few concise words, and, with a trembling voice, addressed the elder. "Thank you for your care during these days. I am unaware of the nature of your relationship with my teacher, but I understand that without you, I would not have made it this far. You are a good man, a veritable benefactor to me, akin to family therefore. I hope we may meet again in the future, at which time I shall endeavor to repay your kindness." Yechin spoke earnestly, his fingers instinctively intertwining. "Ah, you stubborn little fellow. I have told you countless times not to dwell on this matter." Mu sighed, shaking his head and causing the colorful mushrooms atop it to sway. Ultimately, he offered a bittersweet smile, conceding to the youth's sentiments. In the end, the boy bowed deeply to the old man. "Farewell, Grandfather Mu." The elder's smile faded, and with a serene expression, he nodded at the youth. "Farewell, Yechin." Yechin took a deep breath, reluctantly casting one last glance back, biting his lip as he turned toward the central teleportation altar on the summit of the Sun and Moon Mountain. After parting ways with Lyle and Black Chi, he was now faced with another farewell to Mu. However, despite the heartache of this separation and the uncertainty of the future, the youth's steps quickened, growing more forceful and resolute with each stride. After all, this was the direction that Lyle had long indicated for Yechin, a conclusion he had accepted long ago. Moreover, Yechin had now established a grand life goal, to completely eradicate the abyss from this world. To achieve this aim, he must first journey to the Holy Light Sanctum and join the ranks of the Auling Hunters, relentlessly enhancing his own strength and eternally hunting the abyss. Tap. Yechin's footsteps ultimately ascended the ancient altar steps. "Master, Yechin, I shall not betray your sacrifices." As he resolutely advanced towards the central teleportation array of the altar, his determination solidified. When Yechin's saws pressed upon the heart of the ancient altar's teleportation array, the floral bracelet adorned with runes on his wrist resonated harmoniously with the array's intricate patterns. In the next moment, a blush of pink and a vibrant green burst forth from both the bracelet and the array, intertwining and merging into a magnificent brilliance. Under the baptism of this radiance, Yechin and Appo's form became ephemeral, gradually transforming from a tangible being into a mere specter. Then, to devote my entire life to. Yechin cast his gaze upon his faintly dissolving palm, clenched it into a fist with fierce resolve, producing the sound of bones compressing. Hunt the abyss. Leave none behind. Eradicate them completely. Until the end of time. Until the depths of hell. The youth bowed his head, eyes wide, silently swearing within his mind. In that instant, his gaze radiated a deep azure hue, and the once tranquil countenance morphed into a fierce grimace, resembling a famished beast, eager to grow stronger, to unleash a massacre, to rend, crush, and devour the abyss. Then, as the kaleidoscopic brilliance of the teleportation altar reached its zenith, the boy's ethereal form dissolved into countless luminous particles, vanishing into the array and dissipating into the air atop the sun and moon mountain. Mu supported himself with a wooden cane, silently watching the now tranquil and dim teleportation altar for a long while, before finally stooping and unsteadily turning away. Yechin, steadfast and valiant, loyal and righteous. Your master has taught you well. Yet, there is one thing you have misunderstood. I am not truly a good person. The old man murmured to himself, gazing upwards as he ambled along. Otherwise, how could I allow you to depart this realm of sand and grass unscathed? I ought to have concluded your life 5 days ago, during your unconscious state. Had I done so, you would have been liberated from suffering. And it would have been a boon for you, for me, and for all sentient beings. Yet, I refrained from such an act, solely to repay the kindness your master showed me, and to honor my commitment. Not only did I spare your life, but I also tended to your wounds, releasing you in perfect health. Such a being as I possesses no merit to be deemed a good person. Nay, perhaps I am not even worthy of being called human. With these self-reflective thoughts, the elder lifted his weathered visage, gazing into the distant horizon shrouded in shadows of ominous clouds, eventually erupting into a bout of self-mocking laughter. Oh, ha ha ha. Yechin, you are truly a scoundrel, transforming me into your greatest accomplice, dragging me into this abyss from which there is no return. Both of us are wretches deserving of death 1,000 times over. With a profound sigh, the elder concluded his musings, then grasped his wooden staff with frail hands and slowly raised it toward the heavens. Thereafter, he surged forth upon a vast wave of verdant vines, racing through the boundless grasslands, ultimately vanishing at the horizon's edge where greenery met the sky. Chapter 72. A new world under the influence of an enigmatic energy. Yechin's form transcended into an ethereal state, entering a wondrous realm where the sun and moon coexisted and stars scattered across the vast expanse. The youth silently observed the resplendent, celestial phenomena before him, soon realizing that this place bore an uncanny resemblance to the spatial tunnel he traversed when journeying from the eternal winter domain to the sandgrass domain. In that moment, only the diminutive figure of the youth navigated the boundless galaxy. Yechin, with a tranquil expression, extended his limbs to maintain equilibrium, akin to drifting in the ocean, allowing the peculiar energies of this space to propel him forward. Thus, he floated in the weightless void for several minutes until suddenly, the scenery before him underwent a dramatic transformation. The sun and moon shifted, stars revolved, and the scene became tumultuous in an instant. Yechin's gaze shifted, and he instinctively raised his arms and knees, adopting a defensive posture. In the next moment, at the very heart of the spatial anomaly, a dazzling white light erupted, akin to a pure spring, enveloping the youth's small form entirely in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Yechin was blinded by the brilliance, instinctively closing his eyes. Then, a fragrant and warm aura enveloped him, instilling a profound sense of comfort and refreshment. Curiously, Yechin opened his eyes and found himself crouched by a rocky shore, facing a crystal-clear stream that reflected his silhouette while bubbling melodiously as it flowed past him. He locked eyes with the stream for several seconds before lifting his gaze to behold towering, verdant trees looming above him. Suddenly, a crisp chirp pierced the air, prompting Yechin to draw his blade, turning towards the source of the sound. However, what appeared before him were merely a few birds flitting across the treetops. These charming little creatures paid him no heed as they soared deeper into the forest, continuing their vibrant songs. Exhaling deeply, Yechin relaxed momentarily, yet first, he drew his long knife across his arm, allowing his blood to flow steadily along the blade's edge, transforming it into a scarlet blood blade. He then sheathed the knife and took out his pocket watch to check the time. The hour and minute hands rested at the 6 o'clock mark. However, upon glancing up at the sky, he observed the sun positioned high above, casting his shadow into a perfect circle, revealing that the time bore no relation to either the early morning or late evening. Could it be that the pocket watch was damaged during his spatial traversal? Yechin scrutinized the watch for some time but discerned no faults. Or perhaps, the temporal laws of the holy light sanctum differed from those of the Auling maze? Yet, no matter how he pondered, he could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. And it was clear that he could no longer rely on the watch. Temporarily setting this question aside, Yechin relied on his instincts to wander through the lush forest. Soon, Yechin encountered a myriad of fascinating creatures such as tortoises, flying squirrels, anteaters, and woodpeckers, whose chirps and calls imbued the unknown forest with vitality and exuberance. Previously, the species he had only glimpsed within the confines of biological encyclopedias were now before his very eyes, evoking a profound sense of delight that caused a smile to involuntarily grace his lips. Moreover, as these small animals locked eyes with him, they swiftly darted away, none daring to approach or attack, enveloping Yechin in an atmosphere of tranquility and serenity, allowing him to relish a long-lost sense of calm. As he ascended deeper into the forest, he contemplated his forthcoming plans. It appeared he had successfully arrived within the Sacred Light's domain. However, the location of Hunter's town remained a mystery, as did the distance to it. Given the circumstances, he resolved to seek the nearest human settlement and inquire with the locals. After several hours of walking through the forest, he finally reached a vantage point atop a cliff. Standing upon this elevated ground, he gazed upwards and beheld a lush sea of trees, a series of undulating mountains, and a broad road winding through the verdant expanse. Yet, despite the splendid view, Yechin could not discern any outlines resembling a village or town. The forest and mountains concealed the horizon, silently revealing the vastness of the Sacred Light's realm. This posed quite a dilemma. Yechin surveyed the magnificent landscape, his expression marred by frustration as he murmured to himself. Even though Lyle had left him a comprehensive map of the Sacred Light's domain and the dimensional handkerchief, its scope was so immense that Yechin could not ascertain his position or the direction of Hunter's town based solely on what lay before him. Thus, as an outsider transported into the Sacred Light's territory, he found himself hopelessly lost in the depths of this wilderness. His only glimmer of hope resided in the broad road that traversed the forest and mountains. Yet, he remained uncertain of its ultimate destination or which way he should proceed along it. The path ahead of the young man was shrouded in thick fog, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Never mind, since this road was so wide, it must connect at both ends to a human settlement. He would simply choose a direction and hope for the best. With a sigh, Yechin reluctantly resolved to this course of action. However, he was in no haste to press on. He decided to rest for a while on the cliff where the cool breeze caressed him, for he was but human. And in his solitary venture into the wilderness, he needed to meticulously manage his stamina and replenishment. Sitting upon a rock at the cliff's edge, Yechin employed spatial access to retrieve provisions and water from his handkerchief, beginning to enjoy a modest lunch. The Holy Light Sanctuary is a circular expanse nestled within the labyrinthine region of Auling, encompassing approximately 3 million square kilometers and housing a population of around 100 million. The very essence that governs this realm is the Holy Light itself. Revered by the populace as a deity, it is known as the Divine Angreno and a superior life form that transcends humanity. For countless millennia, it has served as the sovereign of this sanctified land. Concurrently, it exists in a state of equilibrium with the abyss, embodying a relationship of irreconcilable opposition. The inhabitants refer to the essence of the Holy Light as Divine Angreno, and while the embodiment of the abyss is known as the malevolent god Haviordan, this is the fundamental knowledge you must grasp. Yechin. Chapter 73, An opportunity arises moreover. Within the Sacred Light Sanctuary, there exist 4 primary factions, which one must keep firmly in mind. They are as follows: the Order Legion, the Beacon of Truth, the Knights of Sacred Light, and the Auling Hunters. First, the Order Legion is a vast military formation composed of a multitude of ordinary human soldiers, dedicated to serving the Divine Angreno and maintaining peace and stability across the various regions of the Sacred Light Sanctuary, effectively acting as the guardians of the Sacred Light's laws. Secondly, the Beacon of Truth is an academic organization formed by a congregation of highly knowledgeable intellectuals, supported by the Sacred Light Central, responsible for the research and development of various innovative technologies, remaining at the forefront of scientific advancement and continually propelling the production and development of Sacred Light Society. Next, the Knights of Sacred Light is a chivalric order established by fervent devotees of the Divine Angreno and who have acquired the power of the Sacred Light. This organization serves as the foremost administrative body within the sanctuary, wielding authority second only to that of the Divine itself. Both the Order Legion and the Beacon of Truth operate under the jurisdiction of the Knights of Sacred Light, tasked with formulating the laws of the sanctuary. Guarding the entrance to the Auling Labyrinth, eradicating any heresies that seep into the sanctuary from the labyrinth, and monitoring the activities of the Auling Hunters. Lastly, the Auling Hunters are an organization of individuals summoned by the Auling Labyrinth, who have endured nightmares and subsequently mastered the power of the Auling. They operate under the indirect governance of the divine Anglino, and yet remain exempt from the direct oversight of the Knights of Sacred Light, establishing a unique balance of power. The role of the Auling Hunters is to delve into the Auling Labyrinth, exploring its terrain with the aid of the Sacred Light Central, fulfilling commissions and tasks related to the labyrinth within the sanctuary, and hunting down any incursion of abyssal entities within the labyrinth. In summary, the Auling Hunters are the experts of the labyrinth. All matters pertaining to the labyrinth within the Sacred Light Sanctuary must be entrusted to them. After all, the power of the Auling Hunters is derived from the labyrinth itself, granting them an innate sensitivity to its changes, thereby ensuring their efficiency far surpasses that of the Knights of Sacred Light. It is precisely for this reason that Anglino and requires the Auling Hunters to thwart the infiltration of Haviorden within the labyrinth. Yechin sat on a rock at the edge of a cliff, chewing on dry, tasteless rations while continuing to peruse the pages of his journal, his mind solidifying the recollections of the factions within the Sacred Light Sanctuary. However, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a change in the distant scene, causing Yechin's expression to freeze abruptly. "What?" he murmured, abruptly diverting his gaze from the journal towards the source of the change. There, at the end of a broad road nestled between the forest and the mountains, a sparse line of shadowy figures gradually materialized within Yechin's sight. What could that be? With a look of curiosity, Yechin swiftly retrieved a telescope from his pack, peering into the distance to uncover the true nature of the shadows. Soon, he discerned dozens of figures seated upon several laden carts, seemingly a merchant caravan, now proceeding in an orderly fashion towards the other end of the broad road. An opportunity has presented itself, coming to me unbidden. Yechin beheld the scene before him, his countenance swiftly overtaken by a wave of surprise. He quickly deduced the speed and direction of the merchant caravan's progress at that moment, while also assessing the distance between himself and the nearest point on the main road. After a brief estimation, the young man promptly stowed away his provisions and water in a handkerchief, and with a vigorous burst of abundant ethereal energy, he set forth towards the precipice, racing down a wide, winding path on the thoroughfare. On the spacious, level road, the owner of the cargo caravan, Tangbo, sat within a wagon at the center of the procession, gazing through the window at the lush greenery surrounding him, savoring the unique fragrance of nature that this pristine wilderness offered. Moments later, a scout from the caravan rode up to Tangbo and Appos' window, delivering the news, "Mr. Tang, the road ahead is clear and undulating, with no signs of bandit ambushes. All is well." "Indeed," the scout replied with a bow, before riding back to relay Tangbo's words to the others. Alone in the wagon, Tangbo furrowed his brow in contemplation. This transaction, while considerable, was fraught with concern. The hunters were unable to spare anyone to escort our caravan, leaving me reliant on these non-superpowered civilians to act as bodyguards. What if we encounter some creature emerging from the labyrinth? With this troubling thought, Tangbo could not help but let out a sigh, directing a silent prayer to the heavens. Please, let there be no complications. Yet, scarcely had he completed this thought when the wagon, which had been moving steadily, came to an abrupt halt, causing Tangbo to lurch forward, nearly colliding with the interior of the vehicle. Alarmed, he poked his head out of the window and shouted towards the front of the caravan, fearing that his recent prayer might have already summoned his worries into reality. A moment later, a caravan worker hastily rode up to his window. "What has happened? Is there a robbery? Or perhaps a beast attack?" Tangbo inquired anxiously. "No, neither," came the reply. "Huh." The youth and Appos' bewilderment was palpable as he pressed on. "In such a desolate wilderness? How could that be? Are you certain he is not a ruse employed by a band of robbers to thwart our caravan?" The scout, maintaining a peculiar expression, shook his head. "The bodyguards have swiftly surveyed the area. There are no traps, no ambushers. The sole obstacle to the caravan is that unarmed youth, who is currently being monitored by several of our guards." After a moment of silence, Tangbo resolutely swung open the wagon door and leapt to the ground. Intending to investigate the situation himself, he swiftly made his way to the front of the caravan, where he soon laid eyes upon a young boy clad in a thin cotton shirt. At this moment, several mobile bodyguards, hired by Tangbo, stood poised with shotguns, their dark barrels aimed at the young boy, who remained frozen in place with his hands raised, exhibiting a demeanor of sheer terror. Upon witnessing this, Tang Bo realized that indeed a child had emerged from the desolate wilderness. His expression stiffened for a moment before he hurriedly approached, positioning himself behind the bodyguards and questioning the boy in a tone of disbelief. How could a child like you end up in a place like this? Listening to the boy's trembling words and observing his unarmed figure, marred by countless wounds on his skin, Tang Bo fell into a contemplative silence. His thoughts drifting back to his daughter, who was nearly the same age, far away in their hometown. The merchant and Apos' countenance shifted through various emotions before finally settling into a semblance of calm. So that is it. What is your name? Tang Bo continued to inquire. His tone softened considerably. Yechin. My name is Yechin. Chapter 74. The Kingfisher Merchant Guild Boss. Are you truly going to take in this mysterious lad? A member of the caravan, riding alongside, cast a concerned glance at Yechin, seated opposite Tang Bo within the carriage. What's there to fear about a defenseless child? Focus on your duties. Tang Bo waved dismissively, shooing the fellow away. He then turned to Yechin with a friendly demeanor, gently inquiring, Yechin, where do you hail from? Cold Wind Village. Upon hearing this, Tang Bo rested his chin on his hand, searching his memory for any recollection of that name, but found nothing, prompting him to curiously ask, I haven't heard of that place. Where is it located? At this, Yechin, in deep sorrow, covered his face with his hands, seemingly trying to stifle his tears. Tang Bo's words plunged Yechin into silence, and as he continued to act, a profound sadness welled up within him, dimming his gaze considerably. Observing Yechin's melancholic expression, Tang Bo sought to divert his attention by introducing himself. I realize I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Tang Bo, currently traveling with your caravan from the Kingfisher Merchant Guild, and I am the owner of this guild. You mentioned that you and your father intended to journey to Hunter Town, correct? How fortuitous, for our caravan is also bound for Hunter Town. Yechin's expression shifted, surprise illuminating his eyes. Really? The youth responded, momentarily taken aback. Why would I deceive you? The Auling Hunters require substantial supplies for their expeditions into the labyrinth. They are among our regular clients. At our current pace, we should arrive in Hunter Town by tomorrow afternoon, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the jovial merchant replied. If Tang Bo's words held true, it meant that Yechin could indeed catch a favorable ride straight to Hunter Town, a stroke of luck indeed. Yechin pondered for a moment, then retrieved a silver coin he had prepared beforehand, presenting it to the merchant. This coin, distinct from the white frost round coins, was a square currency, featuring a symbol resembling the sun at its center, evoking the imagery of sacred light. It was the holy currency that Lear had set aside for Yechin's urgent needs within the realm of holy light. Mr. Tang, I entrust you with my passage. I wouldn't wish to impose on you for free. This is all my savings for now. Consider it my travel fare. If it's insufficient, I shall find a way to compensate you once we reach Hunter Town. However, despite Lear's preparation of 10 gold coins and 100 silver coins for Yechin, he could only produce a single silver coin from his pouch at that moment. The reason lies in the fact that Yechin's character is that of a rural youth who has narrowly escaped the tribulations of the mountains. Carrying a significant amount of wealth, such as gold coins, seems rather incongruous. Thus, in order to fully embody the persona of a destitute young man, Yechin resorts to such miserly actions. Everything is orchestrated to render his performance more authentic and natural. Child, considering your current misfortunes, how could I possibly ask you for money? He chuckled. Do not worry. I shall escort you to Hunter Town. It is merely along my route, and I incur no loss. Yechin, taken aback, nodded in gratitude. Yet his vigilance towards Tang Bo remained unwavering. After all, from Yechin's perspective, merchants often tend to be avaricious and unprincipled, although Tang Bo presented himself as benevolent. Who could ascertain the truth of his words? Perhaps he was merely a human trafficker, seizing the opportunity to sell Yechin, alone and vulnerable, to a remote village. Regardless, Yechin understood the necessity of remaining cautious, as Lyle had once advised. One should not easily trust anyone within the sacred realm of holy light. By the way, Yechin, while I can take you to Hunter Town, what will you do thereafter? Tang Bo inquired, resting his chin on his hand as he gazed out at the mountainous scenery before abruptly turning to question him. There are relatives of mine in Hunter Town. Once you have delivered me there, I shall seek their assistance, so you need not worry, Yechin replied, scratching his head and fabricating a convenient excuse. Oh, I see. That is reassuring, Tang Bo responded, stroking his beard before adding. However, should your relative refuse to take you in, feel free to seek me out. I will ensure you have a place with the merchant caravan. Yechin shot Tang Bo a surprised glance, remaining silent. Tang Bo, with a wry smile, continued. You remind me of my daughter, as you are of similar age. Seeing you stirs my concern for your well-being. And I cannot help but think that your late father would share my sentiment. Alas, the hearts of parents are universally tender. Yechin nodded quietly. His wariness towards Tang Bo slightly alleviated. From the man's words, he sensed no deceit or artifice at present. It seemed that Tang Bo genuinely might be a good man, perhaps even a truly noble one. Nonetheless, Yechin resolved to set this matter aside for the moment. Reaching Hunter Town remained his immediate priority. According to Lyle's previous words, within this vast domain of holy light, only the Hunter Guild could provide refuge for Yechin. Only the Auling Hunters could potentially become his sanctuary. The youth, with his heart set on this moment, gazed out at the gradually deepening crimson horizon. His inner world a blend of anticipation and trepidation, uncertain of what fate would bestow upon him as an answer. Chapter 75. Towns and peaks. A slender crescent moon hung in the night sky, adorned by a myriad of twinkling stars, while a campfire blazed amidst the forest, encircled by a gathering of people. As darkness descended and travel became impossible, the members of the Kingfisher Merchant Guild set down their burdens along the broad avenue, kindling a fire on the spacious ground to partake in a meal, granting themselves and their horses a moment of respite. Yechin sat among a group of merchants, gathered around one of the flickering campfires. He gazed upwards at the moon, distinct from the eternal winter and the sand-grass domains, its pure and cool light seeping into his heart, stirring a medley of emotions within him. "Lechi, here's your share," Tang Bo said as he approached Yechin, his voice brimming with warmth, before presenting a steaming bowl of freshly prepared soup to the young man. "Thank you, Mr. Tang," Yechin replied, his expression one of heartfelt gratitude as he carefully accepted the hot soup with both hands. Once Tang Bo departed with a smile, Yechin swiftly cast his eyes upon the contents of the broth. Within the rich liquid, chunks of meat, radishes, and leafy greens floated, creating a seemingly ordinary yet delectable vegetable and meat soup. After a day of observation, Yechin concluded that every individual in the merchant caravan was unremarkable, devoid of any peculiar energy. Thus, even if the soup were poisoned, ordinary toxins would have little effect on Yechin's body, honed by the trials of the nightmare. Nevertheless, maintaining a cautious mindset, he seized the opportunity when a merchant briefly left his post after bringing over the hot soup, deftly swapping their bowls without arousing suspicion. As he lifted the new bowl, Yechin noted that its contents were significantly reduced, as if Tang Bo had purposely served him an extra portion in the previous serving. However, he dismissed the thought, carefully sipping from the less bountiful meat and vegetable soup, striving to blend into the camaraderie of the caravan and uphold his faade as a humble youth. Thus, Yechin journeyed with the merchant caravan through the dense forest for 2 days. Throughout this time, he exchanged the food brought by Tang Bo with the others, and no abnormalities arose. It appeared that Tang Bo had not poisoned him. Additionally, the caravan leader frequently inquired about the young man's well-being, demonstrating meticulous care that began to sow doubt in Yechin's mind. Could this man truly be a benevolent soul? As the dawn of the 3rd day broke forth, casting its resplendent light across the land, the caravan members gradually departed from their campsite, heading toward the edge of the forest. At that moment, seated within the confines of a wagon, Yechin gazed out the window, his vision piercing through the treetops to fixate upon a distant, indistinct silhouette. It was a towering, uniquely spiraled mountain, its summit lost in the clouds. Upon the mountain, faint outlines of buildings intertwined with the mist, silently exuding an enchanting aura of ethereal beauty. Beneath the mountain lies a town adorned with a multitude of pavilions, seemingly enveloped around the hills, with wisps of smoke rising gently, perpetuating the essence of daily life. Yechin gazed into the distant scenery, lost in thought. Nestled at the foot of the spiral mountain is Hunter Town. Tang Bo, noticing Yechin's profound interest, smiled and began to introduce it. The spiral mountain, known as the Pinnacle of Hunters, also serves as the stronghold for the Auling Hunters. Yechin nodded in response, continuing to admire the grandeur of the spiral mountain. The mere thought that the summit, that town, is the only place within this sacred land that could embrace him filled the young man's heart with excitement and anticipation. Perhaps it would become his second home. Who knows? Upon formally entering the sacred light land, your first task is to reach the Auling Hunter stronghold, known as the Pinnacle of Hunters. Within this sacred territory, only at the pinnacle can you find those well-versed in the power of Auling, which signifies that only there can you discover your refuge. Upon reaching the Pinnacle of Hunters, you must recount your origins and background to the hunters in detail. Naturally, they will conduct a thorough search. However, This logbook has been imbued with a secret technique. And as long as you keep it within a handkerchief, it will remain undetected by others, so be sure not to expose this log I have entrusted to you. Subsequently, they will send you to attend the Hunter Academy, and by passing the graduation assessment there, you will officially become an Auling Hunter, able to establish your life here. How you choose to live your life thereafter is entirely up to you. However, the key point I must emphasize pertains to the circumstances prior to your arrival at Hunter Town. Earlier, I introduced you to the 4 major powers within the Sacred Light Land, among which the Order Army and Auling Hunters typically do not interfere with one another and have little interaction. While the Lighthouse of Truth maintains a close cooperative relationship with the Auling Hunters, being regarded as their ally, yet you must remain vigilant of the Holy Light Knights. It has been previously mentioned that this is a group formed by fervent devotees of the Holy Lord Angriano Andi, in simple terms. This collective is rife with fanatics and lunatics. Throughout history, they have harbored a deep-seated hatred not only for the Abyss but also for heretics. Although the Auling Hunters are also governed by the Holy Lord Angriano Andi. Our response to the call of the maze and mastery of powers starkly different from the Sacred Light has led most members of the Holy Light Knights to perceive us as akin to heretics, with some harboring hatred towards us that rivals their disdain for the Abyss. The Holy Light Knights vigilantly monitor the Sacred Light Land for any anomalies in space, seeking to repel the encroachment of the Abyss through spatial traversal from the Auling Maze. The spatial rift caused by the transmission altar leading to the Sanctum of Light may not stir much commotion. However, upon your arrival at the Sanctum, should there be other Light Knights within a radius of several kilometers, they will swiftly converge upon your location. At that moment, it is imperative that you present yourself as weak and submissive, otherwise, they may not hesitate to act against you immediately. The Order of Light Knights is under the direct authority of the Holy Master Angrino, and the very embodiment of the Law of Light. The majority of these knights adhere strictly to its tenets, so even if you find yourself in their clutches, there is no need for excessive alarm. As long as you do not resist, these devotees of the light are unlikely to harm you. Nevertheless, as previously mentioned, the Church is not devoid of zealots and madmen, some of whom idolize the light, yet hold no reverence for the law. Their animosity towards the Labyrinth and Hunters has reached a pathological extreme. Should you encounter these unruly miscreants before reaching the pinnacle of Hunters, the situation will drastically alter. In that case, you must remain vigilant and prepare for a bloody struggle. For these lawless lunatics may very well decide to execute you privately before escorting you to the Church's headquarters. Your passivity would render you nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. Therefore, if you find yourself ensnared by these rogue knights before becoming an Auling Hunter, do not hesitate. Do not show mercy, eliminate them. Eradicate every last one of them without exception. I have faith in your abilities, Yechin. The pinnacle of Hunters is within reach, and no Light Knights are troubling him. It appears that Yechin may indeed catch a favorable ride with the merchant caravan straight to Hunter's Town, provided that no unforeseen events arise during the final half-day of travel. Chapter 76. The Knights of the Holy Light amidst the intricate labyrinth of the forest. A massive beast resembling a monstrous bull rampaged, relentlessly swinging its 2-meter-long horns with fury, shattering and demolishing the surrounding trees. The air was filled with the sound of splintering wood. From the swirling dust and debris emerged 4 figures, dusted with wood chips, revealing themselves to be young warriors clad in pure white light armor, wielding an array of weapons. Following their appearance, the towering creature, standing at 3 meters tall, charged out of the haze, its powerful limbs propelling it forward as it brandished its menacing horns in pursuit of the youths. "Carry, cover me," shouted a boy named Tucker, standing at the forefront, his face flushed as he brandished his sword and shield. "Do not presume to command me." With a resounding crack, 3 bullets radiating with white light soared through the air, striking the beast on its forehead and forelegs. Driven by a peculiar, pure energy, the bullets burrowed deep into the creature's flesh, eliciting a pained groan as crimson blood splattered across the verdant foliage. Seizing the moment as the beast faltered from its injuries, Tucker tightened his grip on his sword and lunged forward, aiming a fierce downward strike at its head. With a sharp sound, the gleaming blade left a deep gash across the bull's rugged visage. The creature's anguished bellow echoed through the forest, its eyes locking onto Tucker as it furiously tossed its head, summoning a gale from its 3 pairs of massive horns to strike him down. However, Tucker stood firm, raising his shield to withstand the oncoming assault. The moment their horns collided with his shield, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air. Contrary to the creature's expectations, Tucker did not tumble backward. Instead, he harnessed the radiant energy of his shield, countering with a force that matched the beast's own, creating a stalemate. Now's our chance. Take it down, Tucker urged, struggling against the bull's might. In response, the other two warriors, also clad in white armor, surged forward from either side, launching their attacks on the creature's flanks. A boy named Zhang In swung a shimmering hammer with great force, collapsing the creature's spine, while a girl named Markisha thrust a brilliant spear, piercing through its belly. With a final anguished roar, the beast collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, its lifeblood spilling forth as it lay lifeless, eyes wide open, as the creature breathed its last. The four young warriors sheathed their weapons and gathered around to inspect their spoils. Is this the creature that escaped from the labyrinth? It hardly put up a fight, Tucker remarked disdainfully, crossing his arms as he surveyed the fallen beast. Greetings, this is indeed the selection trial for our apprentice knights, and simplicity is paramount. What discontent do you harbor? Zhang In, shouldering his hefty hammer, found the collective dissatisfaction perplexing. Just as the youth began to murmur restlessly, an elderly man clad in resplendent white armor strode purposefully towards them from behind. Each of his steps resonated with a heavy thud, the sound echoing through the air, while his weathered visage bore a prominent scar, exuding an aura of formidable experience. Upon the appearance of this venerable figure, the youthful chatter ceased abruptly, and they bowed their heads in deference. Greetings, Instructor Josk. The elder, identified as Josk, acknowledged them with a slight nod, swiftly assessing their condition before casting a glance at the lifeless massive bull. He finally rendered his judgment. Indeed, to have dispatched this hexagonal bull without injury indicates commendable teamwork among you. The youth, upon hearing the instructor's candid appraisal, felt a wave of joy wash over them. Zhang In, brimming with excitement, eagerly inquired, "Does this mean we have all passed the selection?" "Such a delightful thought," Josk replied, a hint of sarcasm lacing his words. However, the labyrinthine creatures that have infiltrated the sacred light's realm are not limited to the one you have just vanquished. Though I have sealed all the spatial rifts emerging from the labyrinth, there remain 4 hexagonal bulls lurking in the nearby forest. Thus, the time has come for you to prove your individual prowess. Each of you must take down one. Those who fail will be eliminated on the spot. Now, time is of the essence. Do not linger idly, but move forth. May the sacred light guide your path. At Josk's commanding roar, the 4 youths promptly traced a 4-pointed star over their chest with their right hands, signifying their protection under the sacred light. May the sacred light bless us. They chanted in unison before grasping their respective weapons and dispersing into the verdant expanse, diligently searching for remnants of the labyrinthine beasts. Observing the vigor of this youthful assembly, Josk couldn't help but reflect on the eternal principle of age and vigor. Within the realm of the sacred light, they faced daily the spatial rifts birthed from the labyrinth of Auling. Sometimes there were only a few rifts, while at other times they numbered in the thousands. As the sacred light knights had yet to decipher the reason behind the emergence of these rifts, they remained uncertain on how to completely eradicate this phenomenon. Consequently, they relied on the astrological stone at the heart of the sacred light to continuously monitor the location of new rifts, dispatching knights through the portals of sacred light to seal them, while eliminating any threats that infiltrated the realm from the labyrinth. Among the myriad of tasks concerning the subtle energies of spatial rifts, a small fraction is entrusted to the aspiring knight squads, led by their instructors. This dual-purpose endeavor not only aims to eliminate the threats posed by the sanctified realms, but also serves as a practical assessment of whether the young aspirants possess the qualifications to ascend to full knighthood, a truly ingenious strategy. Josk sat serenely within the sea of trees, eyes closed, attuned to the energy fluctuations in the air, keenly perceiving the battle between his students and their quarry from a distance. His gaze swept over the group, and upon noticing that none bore injuries, he nodded in satisfaction. "Well, it appears none of you have disappointed me. Today's trial comes to a successful conclusion." At the instructor and Appo's pronouncement, the youths, filled with exuberance and pride, cast aside their broken antlers in unison. However, he cautioned them not to grow complacent, reminding them that many new trials awaited. If you aspire to become true knights of the Holy Light, maintain your composure at all times. Do not be reckless. With a grave expression, he urged them. And the group quickly reigned in their delight, adopting a standard knightly stance, awaiting their instructor's next command. Josk drew forth his cross-shaped longsword, etching a 4-pointed star formation into the soft earth, then raised the sword before his chest and began to murmur an enigmatic incantation. Yet, just as the sword began to emanate a pure white radiance, revealing the silhouette of a luminous portal before him, the pendant around his neck, set with a pristine crystal, suddenly flickered with a dark light. "What is this?" The young aspirants gasped in unison, unable to contain their astonishment. They recognized that the pendant, known as the Maze Perception Pendant, was custom designed by the Holy Light headquarters for knights, allowing them to sense the presence of labyrinthine rifts within a 5-kilometer radius. The sudden illumination of the sensor signified a grave portent. Josk regarded the darkened pendant in his hand, then silently lowered the cross-shaped sword at his chest, causing the nascent gate of holy light before him to waver and ultimately dissipate into nothingness. Turning to face the young aspirants, he solemnly declared, "It appears our selection trial must be postponed." Chapter 77. Interception. A shift in circumstances prompts us to first investigate the situation regarding the spatial pit. Should it be within your capabilities, consider it as the next round of selection trials, to be completed in one go today. Do any of you have objections? As Josk followed the guidance of the labyrinth perception pendant, he soared deeper into the tree sea, loudly inquiring of the 4 young squire knights trailing closely behind him. None. Instructor Josk, Tak, Kelly, Markeisha, and Zhang-En replied in unison, their excitement palpable. Earlier that day, they had hunted the labyrinth creature known as the 6-legged horned bull that had emerged from the spatial pit, and none had sustained injuries. They had even exhausted their enjoyment of the hunt. In fact, they eagerly anticipated more challenges should circumstances shift. Moreover, should they successfully continue and pass this new round of selection trials, it would signify a further step closer for these squire knights to the esteemed holy knights. For every child chosen by the holy light, becoming a holy knight represents their ideal and the pinnacle of their honor in life. Thus, the squire knights looked forward to the changing situation, eager to take action. The 4 squire knights, under the guidance of a knight instructor, swiftly traversed the layers of the tree sea, ultimately arriving at a hillside within the grove. At that moment, the black light emanating from the labyrinth perception pendant in Josk's hand had dissipated, replaced by a faintly flickering red dot. Observing this, Josk understood it signified the cessation of spatial fluctuations from the Auling Labyrinth into the Holy Light's purview, indicating that some creature imbued with the essence of the labyrinth had infiltrated this realm governed by the Holy Light. The pit has closed on its own, suggesting we are not required to manually seal it? Kelly, armed with her firearm, couldn't help but pose the question. Indeed, it is rather strange. Tak, bearing a sword and shield, scratched his head in bewilderment. Could it be that the abyss intentionally opened a tunnel? Markeisha, shaking her collapsible halberd at her waist, regarded the situation with caution. After all, most spatial pits that appear within the sanctified land do not require the holy light to seal them. They remain permanently in place. Such a pit, which closes on its own, is quite unfamiliar to these young squire knights. This phenomenon may be an unintentional occurrence from the labyrinth or a deliberate act by the abyss. Regardless, we must conduct an investigation before drawing conclusions. The seasoned instructor Josk explained, leading the squire knights towards the direction indicated by the red dot, continuing their exploration of the dense and intricate tree sea jungle. Before long, guided by the labyrinth perception pendant, they arrived at a cliff situated at a high point within the tree sea, offering an exceptional view. Standing at the precipice, they gazed down upon the vast expanse below, taking in the tree sea, the mountains, and the grand thoroughfare nestled between them. Subsequently, at the end of the thoroughfare, the group of holy knights beheld a series of intermittent figures. Josk extracted his telescope and beheld a caravan of merchant carts gradually vanishing at the far end of the broad avenue. At that moment, Zhang-En, wielding a hefty hammer, momentarily left the group to inspect the ground near the cliff. His expression shifted suddenly, and he crouched down, brushing aside the surface soil with his hands. Instructor Josk, it appears there are shoe prints here. With his alert, the others swiftly gathered around, soon discovering more evident signs of human presence in the surrounding sand. As Josk surveyed these footprints, he brought the labyrinth sensing pendant closer for examination. As he anticipated, the red dot on the pendant began to flicker rapidly, indicating that these prints exuded a strong labyrinthine aura, belonging to an individual who had emerged from the Auling Labyrinth into the sanctified land. It seemed that this time, the entity that emerged from the labyrinth's depths was indeed a person. Josk stood up and informed his apprentices. A person emerging from the Auling Labyrinth? How intriguing. The young aspiring knights, upon hearing this, were visibly shocked, soon followed by a surge of curiosity. The notion that what emerged from the labyrinth was not a monster but a sentient being of their own kind was a novel experience for these inexperienced newcomers, igniting their desire for an encounter. Of course, if possible, they even yearned for the opportunity to engage in a skirmish with this individual. The depth and distribution of the footprints suggested urgency, evidently left by their owner not long ago. By tracing the direction of these prints, it seemed this individual had witnessed something atop the cliff and hastily descended. Joss calmly conducted an analysis, and the group, almost instinctively, turned their gazes toward the distant end of the avenue, where the caravan was on the verge of fading from sight. Let us go. They are highly suspicious. We must intercept them. With Joska's declaration, the young knights quickened their pace. Under the guidance of their instructor, they swiftly traversed the woods and hills, fervently pursuing the direction in which the merchant caravan had vanished. The pursuit by the Holy Light Knights continued for 2 days and nights. Although chasing horse hooves on foot seemed somewhat impractical, they relied on the protective power of the Holy Light, skillfully timing their movements to coincide with the caravan's nighttime camps, thereby steadily closing the distance between them. Ultimately, on the afternoon of the 3rd day, the group managed to take a shortcut and preemptively positioned themselves at a location the caravan intended to pass. The towering, spiraled mountain in the distance was known as the Pinnacle of Hunters, the stronghold of the Auling Hunter Guild, with whom the Holy Light Knights had a tumultuous and entangled history. Joss gazed silently at the distant Pinnacle of Hunters before issuing commands to the aspiring knights. Surround the caravan from both flanks. Do not allow anyone a chance to escape. Tucker, Kelly, Shakima, and Zhongyan nodded in agreement, then proceeded into the surrounding woods by the main road, taking their respective positions, fully prepared and ready for action. Soon, a caravan laden with goods emerged from the opposite end of the broad avenue, making its way toward the Order of the Holy Light Knights. At that moment, an elderly man clad in pure white heavy armor, bearing battle scars upon his visage, stood resolutely in the center of the avenue, blocking the caravan's path. One of the guards escorting the lead carriage, witnessing Joska's fierce demeanor as he obstructed the caravan, immediately raised his shotgun, aiming it with trepidation, and shouted a warning. Hey, who are you? Do you intend to rob us? However, another companion beside him, upon seeing the elderly man's immaculate and imposing armor, turned ashen, swiftly swatting the shotgun from the guard's hands. This is a Holy Light Knight. Do you dare to point a gun at him? Have you a death wish? Upon hearing this, the guard was struck with fear, his eyes wide with disbelief as he scrutinized the elderly man and Apos' attire, realizing it indeed reflected the solemnity of the Holy Light Knights. Within the sanctified grounds of the Holy Light, the pristine white armor of the knights symbolizes the authority of the sacred light. Anyone daring enough to impersonate such a figure would face a relentless manhunt, ultimately meeting a grim fate by execution. Thus, in this realm, no fool would don such conspicuous armor unless he were the genuine article of a Holy Light Knight. Chapter 78. The turtle in the jar. As the cargo cart at the forefront of the caravan was obstructed by Josk, the bodyguards and assistants from the escort team swiftly approached the front, armed and prepared for combat, believing they were facing highway robbers. To their astonishment, they discovered that the one blocking their path was none other than a Light Knight, the most formidable entity within the sanctified lands. At that moment, expressions of terror, confusion, and dread washed over the faces of all members of the caravan, causing their fingers, which had been tightly grasping their firearms, to tremble and release their grip. Panic erupted among the crowd, their voices rising in chaotic murmurs. Why would a Light Knight appear in such a place? This area was well known as the territory of the Auling Hunters, a faction with which they were traditionally at odds. Had someone in their caravan violated the laws of the light, compelling these knights to travel such a distance to apprehend them? Amidst the whispers, Josk cleared his throat impatiently, instantly silencing the crowd. At that moment, everyone closed their mouths and awaited the directives of the mysterious Light Knight with bated breath. Summon your leader, Josk commanded. Casting a disdainful glance over the assembly, the caravan members exchanged nervous glances before dispatching an assistant to fetch their boss. Moments later, the caravan leader, Tang Bo, appeared, breathless and sweating profusely, as he hurried to Josk's side, his ample belly swaying with each hurried step. Huff, huff. Greetings, esteemed Light Knight. I am Tang Bo, the proprietor of this caravan. May I inquire as to your purpose here? Tang Bo, visibly anxious, completed his introduction and bowed deeply, entirely disregarding the gazes of his subordinates, his demeanor reflecting utmost respect for Josk. After years navigating the treacherous waters of commerce, he understood all too well the terrifying power wielded by the Light Knights. Opposing them could mean not only the end of his business, but potentially his very life. Briefly report your identities and the motives for your presence here, Josk ordered. arms crossed and adopting a condescending posture. "Yes, of course," Tang Bo stammered, nodding deferentially as he nervously fidgeted with his clothing. After gathering his thoughts, he began to explain the origins of his group. "We hail from the Kingfisher Trading Association in Valley City. We recently engaged in a transaction with the Auling Hunters, assisting them in procuring supplies for their expedition into the Auling Labyrinth, hence our presence here." Upon hearing this, Josk let out a derisive snort. "Ah, the Auling Hunters." Tang Bo's expression froze at the evident displeasure that washed over Josk's face upon hearing the mention of the Hunters, as he realized he had inadvertently tread upon a sensitive topic. However, Josk showed little inclination to dwell on trivialities with Tang Bo and directly stated the reason for his intervention with the Kingfisher Merchant Association. "A few days prior, we discovered an intruder from the Auling Maze had unlawfully entered the Sanctum of Light. By tracing his footprints, we determined that he was hiding within your caravan. Do you have any inkling regarding this?" Upon finishing his statement, Josk raised the pendant in his hand, which was flickering with a red dot. As the Kingfisher Merchant Association's caravan approached, the red dot on the pendant began to flash frantically, indicating a strong presence of labyrinthine energy. The target sought by the Order of the Holy Light was indeed among the caravan. Tang Bo, the owner of the merchant group, was left astonished, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. His thoughts immediately turned to a youth named Yechin, whom he had taken into his caravan 2 days prior, intending to send him to Hunter and Appos, S-Town. The Order of the Holy Light represented authority within the sanctum, hence Tang Bo had no reason to doubt Josk and Appos' claims. Consequently, he was profoundly shaken by the revelation that Yechin had escaped from the Auling Maze. This implied that everything Yechin had recounted about his experiences and origins was nothing but a web of deceit, and despite his many years in the business realm, Tang Bo had failed to discern even a hint of this deception. Before the anger of feeling deceived could take root, Tang Bo was first engulfed by a sense of dread and unease. The thought of having spent the past 2 days in the company of a boy who had emerged from the labyrinth, filled with falsehoods and pretense, instilled a deep-seated fear within him. How could this be? Tang Bo murmured in shock, only to be jolted back to reality by Josk's impatient, piercing gaze. "Quickly, bring Yechin to me." Regaining his composure, he commanded a nearby merchant associate. Understood." The associate swallowed hard, his face pale, and nodded in response, raising a loaded hunting rifle as he made his way toward the carriage where Yechin was stationed. After all, everyone present was acutely aware that the Auling Maze was both mysterious and perilous, and the creatures dwelling within it were even more so. Therefore, even if it was merely a boy who had emerged, the secrets he harbored were enough to send shivers down the spines of the Kingfisher Merchant Association. Who could say whether he was an undercover agent sent by the demon Harvey Jordan into the Sanctum of Light? Just the notion of it could lead to their swift annihilation. Josk silently observed the merchant associate rushing toward Lechy's carriage, remaining unfazed. He had already positioned 4 of his squire knights on either side and behind the Kingfisher Merchant Association's entourage. Even if the target attempted to flee, escape was utterly impossible. The adversary was already trapped like a fish in a net. With this thought, Josk continued to wait quietly in place. Moments later, under the vigilant gaze of an armed member of the caravan, a youth with glossy black curls, clad in a thin cotton shirt and exuding an air of timidity, finally emerged before Tang Bo and Josk. However, in contrast to Tang Bo's recollections, the boy was now draped in a short, peculiar cloak. The cloak, entirely black, was adorned with intermittent golden patterns, yet the design appeared fragmented and the edges were frayed, as if it had suffered significant damage, an object Tang Bo had never before seen on Yechin. Yet, the current predicament left no room for the proprietor of the Kingfisher Guild to ponder the origins of such a strange, tattered garment. "Yechin, did you emerge from the labyrinth?" Tang Bo could not contain his urgent inquiry upon laying eyes on Yechin. In response to Tang Bo's pressing question, Yechin opted for silence. At that moment, he resembled a prisoner escorted before a judge, awaiting the verdict of the Holy Light Knight with quiet resignation. Josk pointed the labyrinth-sensing pendant towards Yechin, causing the pristine crystal surface to tremble violently. "Indeed, this lad is the one who emerged from the labyrinth." Josk's icy words pierced Tang Bo's heart like an arrow. The owner of the Kingfisher Guild trembled with rage, the sense of deception and mockery igniting a fire within him. With a low voice, he continued to question the youth. "So, what you previously told me about your background and experiences, including the tale of your father perishing in a mountain disaster, was all a fabrication?" Yechin remained silent, ignoring Tang Bo's inquiries. Eventually, Tang Bo could no longer restrain his fury and erupted with a barrage of insults directed at Yechin. You deceiver. I treated you with such care. Damn it. I've been like a fool, kept in the dark by you for 2 whole days and nights. Despite the thunderous roar and reprimands from the Kingfisher Guild's owner, Yechin maintained a stoic expression, uttering not a word. At that moment, his azure eyes were fixed on the floor beneath him, avoiding the gaze of the imposing Holy Light Knight. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he remained acutely aware of every movement made by the knight, his hand discreetly clutching a white handkerchief emblazoned with blue runes, poised to retaliate should the need arise. Ready to fight for his life. Chapter 79. Silence is golden. With the appearance of Yechin, the entire contingent of the Kingfisher Guild gathered at the forefront near the carriage. Dozens of gazes were directed at the youth, followed by a cacophony of whispered conversations. This boy emerged from the labyrinth? No wonder he found himself in such desolate, remote mountains. It's surprising that Mr. Tang treated him so well. It turns out he has been playing a part all along. Thankfully, the Holy Light Knight intervened today, otherwise, we might not know what fate awaited us. Sigh, I had long advised the boss against taking in such dubious characters. Listening to the complaints of his subordinates, Tang Bo, the owner of the Kingfisher Guild, wore a grim expression, his gaze fixed on the ground, fists clenched tightly, refraining from uttering a word or casting a glance at Yechin. Soon, for youthful figures, appearing delicate and fair, clad in pure white light armor and wielding various weapons, emerged swiftly from the rear of the Kingfisher Guild's caravan, approaching Josk to report the situation. Reporting to the instructor, there are no concealed foes behind us. The individuals gathered here are all members of this caravan. Josk nodded slightly, then pointed to the silent, fear-stricken youth before them, who exhibited no intent to resist, and explained to the aspiring knights, this is the one who intruded upon the Holy Light Sanctuary. Upon hearing this, the young aspirants fixed their gazes upon Yechin's timid visage, their faces swiftly reflecting a mixture of confusion and disbelief. What? It's him? He asked, nearly our age. Zhang Yan, shouldering a hefty hammer, scrutinized the unremarkable Yechin, his lips curling in surprise. He had anticipated that someone emerging from the labyrinth would resemble an evil, grotesque sorcerer. Without even a weapon, he appeared to be nothing more than an unarmed, naive youth. Tucker, with sword and shield on his back, looked down at Yechin's bare limbs and unarmed body, his expression shifting to one of utter disappointment. He had expected a thrilling battle, yet the opponent not only seemed submissive, but was also entirely unarmed. How could he possibly engage in combat? This fellow appeared frail and utterly unfit to serve as a rival in the selection trial. Had they not pursued him for 3 days and nights in vain? Marquisa, with a folding halberd at her waist, scrutinized Yechin for a while, but failed to sense any threat from him. Ultimately, she sighed in disillusionment, feeling her distance from becoming a formal knight had grown even greater. Damn it. Kelly, armed with a rifle, couldn't help but mutter curses under her breath, her gaze toward Yechin filled with disdain and indignation. Her fingers instinctively brushed the trigger, wishing she could eliminate this coward who wasted her precious time. Since the target exhibited no intention of resistance, it seemed their selection trial could be postponed. Carrie, apprehend this scoundrel, while the rest of you detain all members of the Kingfisher Guild. Ensure none are left behind, and escort them all to the City of Holy Light for thorough interrogation at the headquarters. Following Josk's ruthless declaration, although Leech remained silent with his head bowed, the members of the Kingfisher Guild erupted in a frenzy. What? Isn't this brat the only one with issues? Why are you seizing us? Indeed. The Kingfisher Guild was merely deceived by this fraud. We are not his accomplices. Your actions are utterly excessive. However, in the next moment, the overwhelming aura emanating from the knights compelled the members of the Kingfisher Guild to instinctively silence themselves. That aura exuded indifference, laced with murderous intent, causing all present, driven by their primal instinct for survival, to cease their clamor and tumult. Tang Bo, the owner of the Kingfisher Guild, paused in silence for a moment before hesitantly approaching Josk, bowing his head in utmost respect as he made his appeal. Lord Knight of Holy Light, I understand you are acting in accordance with the laws of the Holy Light, but our destination, Hunter Town, is now within reach. Might we first deliver our goods before being escorted to the City of Holy Light? Yet, what awaited Tang Bo was Josk's resolute refusal. No. The madness of the Auling Labyrinth spreads like a contagion, transmittable among living beings. You have coexisted with this scoundrel for 2 days. It is conceivable that some among you have been tainted by the labyrinth's madness, thus posing a potential threat within the sanctified grounds of the Holy Light. Hence, as loyal servants of the sacred, we must eradicate this threat without delay. No further discussion is necessary. With this, Josk's stance was unmistakably clear. Meanwhile, Carrie, designated by Josk to apprehend Leech, flicked her ponytail and, brandishing her exquisitely crafted rifle, strode confidently toward Leech. Carrie had pursued the Kingfisher Guild relentlessly for 3 days and nights, only to confront a timid, unarmed peer who was utterly unqualified to be a trial opponent. Igniting her ire to a boiling point, with a furious gaze fixed upon Leech's youthful face, which mirrored her own yet was marred by cowardice and timidity, she could not help but deliver a scathing taunt. How did you even emerge from the Auling Labyrinth? Do you lack even the slightest notion of resistance? Truly pathetic. Carrie's biting words instantly reached Leech's ears. However, he remained silent, ignoring her furious tirade. Damn coward. Not only do you lack the courage to fight back, but you can't even muster a sound. Carrie furrowed her brow, raising her voice, her tone piercing like a sharpened cone, directly assaulting Leech's eardrums. The girl, unable to contain her pent-up fury any longer, erupted like a bomb with its fuse finally consumed. Do not disregard me. With a fierce shout, she swung the rifle in her hands, and in the next moment, she forcefully struck the heavy stock directly against the boy's cheek. Chapter 80. Restrained upon witnessing the butt of Kelly and Apos' gun mercilessly swinging toward his head, Yechin and Apos' expression shifted dramatically. Instinctively, he retreated 2 steps, allowing the solid weapon to graze his cheek before striking his shoulder. A dull thud echoed as Kelly's gun butt crashed into Yechin's shoulder, causing the already tattered cloak he wore to indent sharply, despite the fact that the golden-threaded black cloak had suffered significant damage. The remaining intact portions valiantly mitigated the impact of the girl and Apos' assault. However, Yechin feigned a stumble, toppling backward with a clumsy motion. Groaning in pain, he clasped his shoulder while sprawled on the ground, his appearance utterly disheveled, struggling to regain his composure. The young knights observed this spectacle, their faces reflecting astonishment, with Kelly herself struck by the most profound bewilderment. How could he be so weak? Kelly murmured in disbelief. She had merely swung the gun but at the boy without harnessing even a modicum of holy light. Yet, against all expectations, this lad, who had emerged from the Auling maze, found himself laid low by her casual strike, unable to rise despite his robust limbs. He resembled a yellowed leaf clinging to a tree, easily dispatched by a mere gust of wind. Truly, too fragile. Instructor, is this fellow really from the maze? Forget comparing him to the hexagonal bull from days past. I dare say he couldn't even best the 10-year-olds at our monastery. Shakima turned to Josk beside her, her tone laced with incredulity. The maze's sensing pendant does not lie. He indeed emerged from it, though he did not encounter trials today. It has certainly opened my eyes. Zhang En regarded the fallen Yechin, his expression stiffening into a forced smile. Indeed. I once thought those from the Auling maze were formidable, yet it appears there are indeed weaklings among them. Could he be a sickly wretch? Tax scratched the back of his head, shaking it in dismay. We wasted 2 days and nights for such a feeble creature? Kelly looked down upon Yechin, her beautiful visage initially filled with incredulity, which was soon overtaken by a surge of fury and frustration, causing her voice to tremble with indignation. Hey, trash. Get up. Now, rise immediately. Realizing he had perhaps overdone his act, Yechin intended to slowly rise from the ground, only to find Kelly, devoid of patience, delivering a swift kick to his side, sending him flying 3 meters away. Ugh! Yechin let out a pained groan once more, but fortunately, he had leaned back the moment he was kicked, and with the protective effect of the golden-patterned black cloak, his body suffered no significant harm. Because of you, we wasted a whole 2 days of training. Do you have any idea how precious my time is? Kelly raged, delivering several kicks to Yechin without regard for the gazes of those around her, her coarse actions starkly contrasting with her beautiful visage. Oh, Kelly's rage had flared up again. Who could blame her? After all, she was a fervent practitioner. If it weren't for the instructor still being present, I dare say this lad would not have survived the day. The other 3 aspiring knights watched their companion inflict violence upon the target with an air of detached amusement, even whistling, hoping Kelly would strike harder. Meanwhile, the crowd from the Kingfisher Merchants Association stood by, their expressions blank as they observed the unfolding farce. Regardless of the circumstances, Tangbo and Yechin had spent 2 days together. Although Yechin had deceived him during that time, he had at least behaved himself, showing no intent to harm Tangbo or the Kingfisher Merchants Association. Thus, witnessing Yechin, who was of similar age to his daughter, being relentlessly beaten by Kelly was akin to watching a tender sapling sway perilously in a storm, stirring Tangbo and Apos' kind heart into a knot of concern. He hesitated as he watched Kelly land a few more kicks on Yechin before shifting his gaze to the instructor, Josk, who stood at the rear of the knightly formation, the eldest and most seasoned among them. How could this elder merely watch as his student harmed Yechin? According to the laws of the Holy Light, they should not treat someone so utterly devoid of any will to resist in such a manner. Just as Tang Bo was grappling with this bewilderment, the silent Holy Light Knight Josk finally spoke. As his voice fell, Kelly momentarily paused, then nodded toward Josk. Rest assured, instructor. I am not using the power of the Holy Light. I am merely kicking him. He won't die from it. With that, Kelly delivered a few more kicks to Yechin, and Josk merely grunted, showing no inclination to intervene personally. Tang Bo stood dumbfounded at this scene, finally grasping the unsettling truth. Not only were the young aspiring knights eager to witness the brutality, but even their leading elder, a true Holy Light Knight, was indifferent to Yechin's plight. This group from the Holy Light Knight Academy did not regard Yechin as a human being at all. Upon realizing this fact, despite the fear that gripped his heart, Tang Bo and Appo's innate kindness compelled him to step forward, timidly urging the knights to cease their actions. Wait, noble knights. After Tang Bo and Appo's plea, the members of the Kingfisher Merchants Association stared blankly at their boss, while the Holy Light Knight Academy and Appo's group cast indifferent glances in his direction. What is it? Carrie halted her movements, glaring fiercely at Tang Bo with an expression of wrath and impatience. Tang Bo, drenched in sweat, reminded her, his voice trembling yet resonant. Thus, the knights have no authority to perpetrate violence upon this youth. You are directly opposing the law itself. The moment these words escaped his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The members of the Kingfisher Commerce, astonished by their employer's audacity to confront the Holy Light Knights, were expressions of sheer disbelief, afraid to draw a single breath. Conversely, the members of the Holy Light Knights stared at Tang Bo with grim expressions, although they remained motionless. Their gazes, sharp as swords, grew increasingly dark and frigid. The atmosphere descended into an oppressive stillness, shattered only by Carrie's cold inquiry, Uncle, have you not only known this lad for 2 days? And now, having realized you and Appo's been deceived, why do you choose to shield him? Could it be that your body and mind have been tainted by the power of the abyss? Chapter 81. Scoundrel. Upon hearing Kelly's sudden retort, Tang Bo's breath halted, gripped by astonishment and dread. For centuries, the abyss had endeavored to traverse the Auling Labyrinth, relentlessly encroaching upon the sanctified light. Consequently, any creature emerging from the labyrinth into the sanctum, regardless of its outward appearance, could potentially have come into contact with the abyss, becoming tainted by its malevolent essence. Once such an occurrence transpires, the affected being transforms into a vessel imbued with the essence of the abyss. The abyssal essence resembles a virulent substance. Although Auling Hunters and Holy Light Knights possess a measure of resistance to it, ordinary beings are not so fortunate. Prolonged exposure to this essence can corrupt their minds, rendering them irredeemable minions of the abyss, while simultaneously transforming them into new vectors for the spread of this infection, perpetuating the cycle through contact with other life forms. If left unchecked, the sanctified light would see all beings, aside from hunters and knights, ultimately succumb to slavery under the abyss. The Holy Light Knights, devoted to the sanctity of the divine and the maintenance of order within the sanctum, would never permit such a catastrophe to unfold. Thus, within the confines of the sanctified light, the identification of any life form infected with abyssal essence equates to a death sentence. The Holy Light Knights do not merely execute the condemned. The method of execution is invariably the most excruciating, burning at the stake. For centuries, the devotees of the Holy Light have steadfastly believed that flames ignited by the power of the Holy Light serve as the most effective means of purging the abyssal virus. Therefore, Kelly's declaration that Tang Bo had been infected by the power of the abyss was tantamount to placing the proprietor of the Kingfisher Guild upon the pyre, causing an immediate chill to wash over him as he became acutely aware of the grave threat to his life. Tang Bo faltered momentarily, his features stiffening into a strained smile. Ha, ha, ha. Sir Knight, you possess a remarkable sense of humor. How could I possibly be tainted by the essence of the abyss? Otherwise, I would have long since devolved into a raving lunatic, incapable of maintaining this civil discourse with you. His words trembled with trepidation, and his limbs began to quiver uncontrollably. Nevertheless, he managed to persist in the dialogue with the knight. Is that so? Then why do you speak up for this wretch? If he has deceived you, should you not revel in my chastisement of him? Tang Bo, witnessing Kelly's renewed aggression, called out in alarm once more. No, that is not the case. While this child did deceive our Kingfisher Guild during our 2 days together, he has remained compliant, showing no signs of rebellion whatsoever. Therefore, I merely believe that you should not so readily resort to violence against him. 4. The Holy Light Knight ought to embody the principles of the Holy Light's law, should they not? It is precisely for this reason that you ought to lead by example. Should you not? After Tangbo spoke again, Kelly paused her actions and shot him a disdainful glance. Ah, the old man certainly has a way with words. But are you aware of Article 99 of the Holy Light Law? It states that when the labyrinth threat escalates to an urgent and uncontrollable level, if the Holy Light Knight cannot report to headquarters in time, they may, under the premise of loyalty to the holy deity, adjudicate the threat according to their own judgment. Kelly's sudden rebuttal rendered Tangbo speechless. The severity of Yechin's threat is determined by us. You are abusing your power. Realizing that he could not communicate with this seemingly youthful yet ruthlessly cunning individual, Tangbo promptly shifted his attention to the most senior knight in the group, Josk. Sir Knight, I trust that a wise and esteemed person such as yourself would not engage in such unlawful acts, would you? Tangbo earnestly probed, seeking reassurance. However, Josk replied with a subtle silence, his tightly sealed lips betraying a hint of amusement. Ah, this old man is infuriating, Kelly remarked, hands on her hips, sighing in frustration. Then, as if struck by a thought, a sinister smile crept upon her lips. This caravan is not merely transporting people. They are also escorting their horses. Josk narrowed his eyes, seemingly grasping the implication of Kelly's words, and responded in a low voice. In total, it would require at least half a day's time. Upon hearing this, Kelly raised her finely arched eyebrows and cast a glance at both Yechin and Tangbo, ultimately making her stance unmistakably clear. I do not wish to squander half a day for these individuals. Why not simply execute them on the spot? As the girl forced a faint smile upon her angelic visage, her words were as merciless as those of a demon, causing the members of the Kingfisher Merchant Association to freeze in place. The air that enveloped the broad avenue turned suddenly frigid, leaving the caravan and Appos' members feeling a chilling dread. The Kingfisher Merchant Association fell into a profound silence. Subsequently, an overwhelming wave of shock and fear swiftly climbed onto the faces of everyone present. Sir Knight, you are joking, are you not? Ha ha ha. Please, do not jest. You have truly frightened me. Tangbo laughed awkwardly, attempting to lighten the icy atmosphere. However, Kelly merely maintained her eerie smile, while the other 3 young squires watched with keen interest, silently relishing the bewilderment and panic of the Kingfisher Merchant Association. Tangbo slowly shifted his gaze away from the youthful yet terrifying figures before him, directing it towards the elderly man clad in heavy armor, who bore a cross-shaped longsword and held significant authority. His demeanor suggested deep contemplation on how to report the aftermath to the central sanctum of the Holy Light. As the biting chill of the air enveloped his nostrils, Tangbo came to a stark realization. Although the Holy Light Knights were revered as the paramount guardians of the sacred realm, the knights he now faced seemed unworthy of such honor, representing the most despicable faction within the order. They exhibited no concern for anyone beyond the divine and their peers, disregarding both the outsiders from the Auling Labyrinth and the locals nurtured in the sanctified land. They were the outcasts of the Holy Light Knights, the villains in the eyes of the common man. Thus, Tangbo suddenly perceived the relationship between the 4 young individuals and the true Holy Light Knight as entirely logical. After all, the nature of a teacher is inevitably reflected in their students. If the likes of Tucker, Kelly, Markisha, and Zhang-In were indeed ruthless little madcaps, then the leading instructor, Josk, could be regarded as the grand lunatic responsible for nurturing such demons. Chapter 82. The Hand. What are these people discussing? Are they implying that they intend to execute us here? Why? We have committed no transgressions. We are, in fact, victims. The members of the Kingfisher Guild stood frozen for a while, gradually regaining their composure, only to be engulfed in an uncontrollable panic, shouting in disarray. Among them, the guild leader, Tangbo, was filled with uncertainty, beads of sweat cascading down his face as he gazed at Josk, the commander of the knightly order, the true arbiter of life and death in this gathering. As Josk pondered, his furrowed brow slowly softened and clarified, as if he had begun to formulate a plan regarding the aftermath of the impending punishment. In that moment, Tangbo realized that both he and the Kingfisher Guild were essentially doomed. The first ally that came to his mind for assistance was the only force within the sacred realm that could stand up to the Holy Knights, the Auling Hunters. Esteemed knights, I must remind you that the pinnacle of Hunters is merely a little over 10 kilometers from here. Tangbo spoke, his voice trembling. as he pointed with a quivering finger towards the towering, mist-shrouded spiral mountain in the distance, the last flicker of hope he could cling to. We have been longtime business partners with the Hunters. If you dare to act unlawfully here, I assure you, the Auling Hunters will not turn a blind eye, and you will undoubtedly find yourselves in grave trouble. Upon hearing Tang Bo's declaration, the members of the Kingfisher Guild suddenly found their courage, akin to grasping onto the reeds at the edge of a bottomless swamp, and they began to voice their agreement in a cacophony. Indeed, this is the territory of the Auling Hunters. If you truly dare to act recklessly, they will not spare a single one of you. I urge you to reconsider. If you release us, we will not report you to the Hunters. In the face of the crowd as protests, Josk stood resolutely, silent and unmoving. While his armored hands began to stir, he slowly drew the cross-shaped longsword from his waist, the sharp blade exuding an ominous chill that rendered the Kingfisher Guild speechless once more. Oh dear, these individuals are doomed. The instructor's disdain for the Hunters is as profound as the abyss itself, yet they dare to use the Hunters as leverage against him, remarked Marquisa, smirking as she twirled a strand of her hair with her fingertip, relishing the misfortune of others. How many pieces do you think the instructor will cut these ruffians into? I wager it will be fewer than 10, for 10 silver coins, chuckled Tucker, before turning to whisper to Zhang Yin. Josk's sword momentarily hesitated, as if he had overheard the hushed conversation between the two students. He shot them a fierce glare, causing Tucker and Zhang Yin to fall silent instantly. Then, the paladin positioned his crucifix sword before him, issuing his command to the nearest young girl, Tang Bo Kylie. It falls to you to silence this loquacious insect. Upon hearing Josk and Amp, Appos, words, Tang Bo and Amp, Appos, complexion drained of color, rendering him as pale as a corpse. Meanwhile, Kylie, standing 10 meters ahead, nodded eagerly in agreement. Very well, instructor. The frail girl then fixed her gaze on Tang Bo's ashen face, lifting her intricately designed pure white spear, and with a buoyant stride, she advanced towards him. Stop. Don't come any closer. Tang Bo, flustered, swiftly drew his firearm, warning Kylie against any reckless moves. Yet, she remained unfazed by the muzzle of his gun. Striding confidently closer, driven to desperation, the owner of the Kingfisher Trading Company could no longer restrain himself and squeezed the trigger. Bang, 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 in a single breath. Tang Bo expended all the ammunition in his pistol. With careful aim, 12 small-caliber bullets shot straight towards Kylie's form. However, before they could make contact with her skin, they were intercepted by a radiant barrier of pure white energy encircling her, as if striking an invisible, unyielding wall. The bullets froze in midair, their distorted tips falling impotently to the ground. How could this be? Tang Bo murmured in disbelief as he watched Kylie approach, the shadow of despair darkening his features, causing him to relinquish his grip on the firearm, allowing it to clatter to the earth. Kylie, wearing a disquieting smile, delivered her final proclamation to the stunned Tang Bo. Fear not, uncle. Even if you are tainted by the abyssal breath, upon release, the great and compassionate Holy Spirit shall embrace your soul, granting you repose in paradise. Such is our deity, so magnificent and pure, that he welcomes the souls of all sinners, allowing every departed spirit to attain redemption. Therefore, depart with gratitude and pride. With a gentle tone, Kylie concluded her words, gradually raising her rifle. The white barrel soon aimed at the head of the Kingfisher Trading Company's owner. No. Tang Bo, his gaze vacant, took a few steps back, yearning to flee. Yet, under the peculiar energy radiating from Kylie, his legs felt paralyzed, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Gazing at the gun's pristine exterior, marred only by an abyssal darkness within, Tang Bo's expression froze in that instant, memories of his life flashing before his mind's eye, most vividly. The adorable smile of his daughter back in Creek Valley City. I cannot die here. Who will care for Tang Guo if I do? He thought, despairing at the thought of losing his life so easily due to the whims of these madmen. Do not jest. I have not even witnessed her wedding. So how could I face my deceased wife? Thus, I truly cannot perish here. Tang Bo slumped to the ground, staring blankly at Kelly's fingertips pressed against the rifle's trigger, internally uttering a final, feeble plea. May the Holy Spirit embrace your innocent soul. Kelly smiled as she uttered this absurd phrase, bidding farewell to Tang Bo Bang. In the next moment, the spacious thoroughfare echoed with the sound of a gunshot. As Tang Bo heard the shot, he instinctively ceased to breathe. He then instinctively touched his cheek with both hands, only to immediately realize that his flesh remained intact. In bewilderment, he gazed downward, noting that his torso and limbs bore no wounds. At this moment, Tang Bo was still alive. the owner of the Kingfisher Trading Company. His heart continued to beat, and his mind remained active. The pristine bullet fired by Kelly had left a deep crater in the ground beside him, emanating a strange energy that instilled a sense of dread. She missed. At such a close distance. How could she have missed? Tangbo stared vacantly at the bullet lodged in the crater, lost in confusion as his gaze slowly swept forward. He then noticed a pure white rifle that had fallen to the ground. The rifle, entirely white and adorned with intricate engravings, initially exuded an air of luxury and nobility. However, it was now tainted by a deep crimson, releasing a chilling scent of blood. The grip and trigger were inextricably linked to two severed hands. Blood gushed forth, flesh torn and bone exposed. Tangbo's gaze lingered on the two unexpected severed hands for a moment before shifting to the owner of the white rifle. At that moment, Kelly, too, was staring down at her blood-soaked arms with a look of shock and disbelief. She trembled, her voice quivering with confusion, her rigid face incredulously turning toward the figure beside her. It was then that Kelly realized the boy who had once lain on the ground had risen to stand beside her. His hands gripped a slender blade, the source of which was unknown, and blood dripped steadily down its edge. A pair of icy blue eyes coldly regarded Kelly's pale face, as if conveying to the young aspiring knight that the figure she faced was no longer the frail, defenseless boy named Leech. Instead, he had transformed into a decisive and resolute hunter, firmly grasping his long knife, prepared for slaughter. A hunter named Yechin. Chapter 83. The captive Kylie, her lips trembling, cast a glance at Yechin before scrutinizing the gruesome cross-section of her severed arms. In a moment of shock and disbelief, the young girl raised her two dismembered limbs and collapsed to her knees with a resounding thud. Ugh. Blood-red tears streamed from Kylie's eyes as pain overwhelmed her, perfectly mirroring her heart-wrenching wails, shattering the silence of the wide road. At this moment, everyone present, except for Yechin, was rendered speechless, as they beheld Kylie kneeling, sobbing uncontrollably while shaking her severed limbs. Tangbo and the members of the Kingfisher Guild were left in stunned silence, unable to utter a single word. The three young squires stood frozen, their expressions blank, as if their minds had been clouded by the unexpected horror unfolding before them. However, Josk, the most seasoned instructor in the group and the only Holy Light Knight, hesitated for a mere half-second before raising his cross-shaped sword high. In the next moment, he forcefully stomped his heavy greaves onto the ground, intending to charge at the boy who had severed the girl's hands, seeking to dismember him. Yet, when Yechin pressed his blood-glimmering long sword against Kylie's vulnerable neck, Josk found himself compelled to halt his advance. "Stay back, or she will surely perish," Yechin warned, his expression impassive as he addressed the Holy Light Knights. The remaining three young squires stood in shock, momentarily paralyzed by the sight of their comrade and Appo's grievous loss. Then Markisha, the only female squire alongside Kylie, contorted her features with rage. You scoundrel, how could you sever Kylie's hands?" she shrieked, her voice laced with fury as she unsheathed a folding halberd from her waist, preparing to launch an assault on Yechin. Yechin cast a cold glance at Markisha, twisting his wrist and rotating the blade, swiftly piercing Kylie's thigh as she knelt in despair, her pristine skin rapidly stained with a vivid crimson. Wah! Another anguished cry escaped Kylie's lips, causing Markisha to falter in her advance, her expression wavering. "How can you stoop so low? An ambush is one thing, but now you dare to take a hostage. Do you possess even an ounce of honor?" Markisha spat in a hoarse voice, cursing Yechin, who paid no heed to the enraged woman. The current Yechin was a far cry from the helpless wretch he had once been. His sapphire eyes radiated a ruthless intensity forged in the crucible of battle. Should his warning be ignored, he would not hesitate to plunge the blade into Kylie's flesh. For every attempt made against him, he would retaliate with equal ferocity. "I apologize, Mr. Tang, for the trouble I have caused you." As Yechin held the blade against Kelly's throat, he calmly addressed Tangbo, turning his back to him. "Leichi, what exactly?" Tangbo gazed at Yechin's dependable silhouette, a myriad of questions surfacing in his mind. "Run." However, Yechin had no intention of prolonging the conversation, directly issuing orders to Tangbo. "Take your men and flee now." Stunned for a moment, Tangbo immediately scrambled to his feet. "What are you waiting for? Escape." As soon as the boss's command resonated, the group of men, awakening from their stupor, hastily drew their daggers and severed the coarse rope binding the horses to the carriage. Subsequently, Tangbo and his subordinates mounted their steeds one after another, akin to weary wanderers in a desert discovering an oasis, frantically racing towards the broad path behind them. "Do not let them escape," Tark and Zhang Yin, witnessing the crowd disperse, rushed to pursue. Yet, as Yechin's blood blade descended once more, it pierced through Kelly's other thigh, eliciting a mournful cry from her throat that rooted Tark and Zhang Yin, along with Markisha, to the spot. This scoundrel is utterly shameless. The two male knights, filled with resentment, slammed their swords and shields into the ground, their expressions mirroring Markisha and Appos' now clenched with rage. At that moment, Josk, the leader of these young knights, calmly gestured for everyone to maintain their composure and think rationally. Tark, Zhang Yin, Markisha, heed this young man's command and refrain from acting impulsively. The young knights exchanged hesitant glances with their instructor, soon falling into a collective silence. Josk then discarded his crossed sword onto the ground, presenting a non-hostile demeanor to Yechin, and gently advised, "Young man, rest assured, I shall not resort to violence against you. Therefore, I kindly ask you to refrain from harming my students. We can engage in a peaceful negotiation, otherwise, it will only lead to mutual detriment." After relinquishing his weapon, Josk opened his empty arms and slowly approached Yechin. "I said, do not move." The boy issued another warning, twisting the blade within the girl's flesh, inciting another cry of anguish from her. At this juncture, the Holy Light Knight Academy's contingent, feeling the cruelty emanating from Yechin, also marveled at his earlier extraordinary performance. Had it not been for the uncanny resemblance between Yechin and the earlier Leichi, they would have found it hard to believe that these two were the same person. Yechin's previous act of feigned weakness was executed with remarkable finesse. "All right, I will not move. So please, remain calm." Josk hesitated, placing his hands behind his back, demonstrating compliance towards Yechin. "Now, let us engage in a proper discussion. If you spare Kelly, we shall depart without further pursuit or repercussions against you or the fleeing Kingfisher Chamber of Commerce. What do you say?" "In truth, we were merely jesting with that group of individuals. As paladins of the Holy Light, it is only natural for us to lead by example and adhere to the laws of the light. How could we possibly abuse our authority and resort to private punishment? Furthermore, it seems you initially intended to travel to Hunter's Town via the cart of the Kingfisher Commerce, correct? If that is the case, as long as you spare Kelly's life, I shall swear an oath as a knight to ensure your safe passage to Hunter's Town." Josk's previously stern demeanor softened into a wry smile as he engaged in negotiations, his mannerisms reminiscent of a seasoned veteran. However, at the same time, he discreetly signaled a peculiar gesture to the three students positioned behind him. Tuck, Zhang Yin, and Marquisa exchanged knowing glances, immediately comprehending Josk's intent. These three young individuals, clad in light armor and wielding weapons, gradually repositioned themselves during the instructor's momentary distraction, aiming to encircle the adversary from all directions. Yet, just as the aspiring knight prepared to take action, Yechin unexpectedly nodded in agreement to Josk's proposal. "Very well, I had no intention of escalating this matter. You may have the girl back." The sudden declaration from the youth caused the young knights to halt in their tracks, and the elder paladin and Appos' brows furrowed in confusion. "However, I require that your students relinquish their weapons, and you, as the instructor, must step back 100 paces. Then, send one of your students to retrieve her." With that, Yechin turned his gaze toward the nearest aspiring knight, Marquisa. "It shall be you. Come and take her." Chapter 84. The futility of collaboration. Yechin had initially hesitated to take action. However, the shift in circumstances compelled him to discard his false facade, reclaiming his revolver and long knife, revealing his fierce nature before the eyes of the Holy Light Knights. On one hand, the intentions of Josk and his companions to execute Yechin and the entire team of the Kingfisher Guild unveiled their disregard for the law and their unrestrained savagery. Whether it was Tucker, Kelly, Marquisa, Zhang Yin, or their instructor Josk, while they may indeed profess unwavering loyalty to the Holy Spirit, their actions blatantly ignored the law. Acting with reckless abandon, they indiscriminately sought to eradicate any existence that posed a potential threat to the Holy Light, demonstrating a complete lack of reverence for life. Thus, it was indisputable that this group represented the dregs of the Holy Light Knight Order, the refuse of the vast human world. Having discerned the vile essence of these lunatics, Yechin naturally realized that he could not fall into their clutches, nor could he afford to remain idle. On the other hand, Tangbo had demonstrated through his actions and adventures that he was indeed a good person, genuinely wishing to provide refuge for the destitute Lekki, striving to create a sanctuary for him. When Josk initially decided to detain the entire Kingfisher Guild, rendering Tangbo and Appos' efforts over the past week futile, Tangbo did not resist directly but merely posed a few inquiries before retreating obediently. However, After Kelly unleashed brutality upon Lecky, the guild owner boldly stood up, confronting the knights and advocating for Lecky's cause through legal means, ultimately placing himself in grave peril. At this juncture, Yechin could finally trust that Tangbo and Apos' heart was indeed benevolent. The youth had an innate aversion to dragging others down, especially those of good character. Consequently, when Kelly raised her firearm, intent on ending the life of this innocent and kind-hearted individual, Yechin's body moved of its own accord. He swiftly drew a long dagger from the handkerchief concealed within his palm and rushed to confront Kelly in a flash. With a decisive horizontal slash, he shattered the barrier of sacred energy before her, then followed with a vertical strike that severed her hands, causing both her dismembered limbs and rifle to tumble to the ground. The youth's movements were clean and fluid, executed without hesitation or regret. For Yechin, the most intolerable outcome was the death of an innocent good person due to his inaction, particularly because of the whims of some despicable individuals. He would not allow such an occurrence. At the very least, before him, it was impermissible. Ah, it's you, come and take them. Yechin adjusted his grip to wield the dagger with one hand, while continuing to press the blood blade against the nape of Kelly's neck, directing another female aspirant knight beside him. Me? Marquisha cast a surprised glance at the impassive Yechin, then turned her anxious attention to the wailing Kelly, ultimately seeking assistance from her instructor, Josk. I can retreat, but 100 paces is simply too far. Should you suddenly attack my student, I would be unable to render aid. As their instructor, I must consider the safety of all my pupils. Josk smiled, subtly indicating his stance, and declined Yechin and Apos' request. With a swift motion, Yechin remained silent, the blade once again gliding across Kelly's shoulder. The knight's eardrums were once more assaulted by Kelly's anguished cries. Fine, I shall withdraw. The corners of Josk's eyes twitched at his student's screams, and he quickly relented. This aged paladin, with a rigid countenance, issued commands to the other 3 students while keeping a watchful eye on Yechin, gradually stepping backward. However, as he spoke, his gaze swept over the aspiring knights with a hint of profound meaning, prompting Tucker, Zhang, and Marquisha to exchange knowing looks. The young individuals regarded one another, nodding in agreement, and simultaneously cast their sword, shield, hammer, and halberd to the ground, producing a resounding clatter. Subsequently, Josk retreated 100 paces directly in front of Yechin. Meanwhile, Tucker and Zhang positioned themselves 30 meters to either side of Yechin. For reasons unknown, Yechin had not requested them to retreat as Josk had. Yet the current situation left no room for the two to ponder this anomaly. Ultimately, Marquisha lowered her empty hands and, with a face etched with anxiety, took a step toward Yechin and Kelly. The atmosphere along the broad pathway grew heavy and tense in that moment. The rhythmic sound of her greaves echoed against the earth. After a deliberate advance of several paces, she found herself just 5 meters from Yechin. Will Marquisha save me? Kelly's desperate plea reached Marquisha's ears, prompting her to glance at her companion, whose arms bled profusely and whose complexion was ashen. She then glared at Yechin, who held the red blade against Kelly's nape, her expression instantly transforming to one of acute urgency. I am here, so release her at once. Otherwise, she will soon perish from blood loss. In response to Marquisha's frantic insistence, Yechin remained stationary, continuing to hold the blade against Kelly's neck, before disdainfully retorting, "Oh, just moments ago, you intended to slaughter dozens here in one fell swoop. What is this? The desire to kill, but no willingness to be killed? How utterly capricious." Yechin's eyes darkened with derision as he swiftly thrust the blade toward Kelly's other shoulder. Upon hearing her companion's renewed cries of agony, Marquisha erupted in a fury. "You shameless scoundrel! You promised to return her to us. Do you now wish to renege on that vow?" Yechin withdrew the blade from Kelly's flesh and unexpectedly flashed a smile at Marquisha. "I would certainly not retract my words. I merely require you to draw a little closer." Upon finishing his statement, he placed his right hand within his bosom and waved the knife with his left, signaling Marquisha to step forward, promising to release the captive only upon her compliance. Marquisha's gaze fixated on the crimson-hued blood blade in Yechin's left hand, and she could not help but swallow hard. However, after a moment of deliberation, she continued to advance toward Yechin. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As Marquisha reached a mere meter away from Yechin, the distant Josk bellowed in fury, "Fire!" Under his thunderous command, Tucker and Zhang, positioned on either side of Yechin, swiftly drew their concealed firearms. In an instant, both raised their weapons, aiming at Yechin's figure, ready to pull the trigger and launch a surprise attack. At the same moment, Marquisha lunged toward Kelly, who was at Yechin's mercy. attempting to shield her from her companions and Oppo's misfire. The instructor and the students had devised a remarkably astute tactical maneuver, executing their roles with seamless coordination and remarkable speed. However, before the youth, who had meticulously prepared for countless scenarios, all of it amounted to naught. Yechin swiftly withdrew his right hand from his bosom and, with a sudden motion, slashed from his right to his left. In this deft maneuver, a silver gleam from the revolver traced a semicircular arc before him. Two elegantly curved and intricately patterned blood bullets struck Tucker and Zhang in, 30 meters away on either side, with mere milliseconds separating their impacts. The energy barriers surrounding them shattered instantaneously, and their arms, which held the firearms, erupted in sprays of crimson. Tucker and Zhang had not even the time to pull the trigger. Their faces froze in shock before they dropped their handguns, crying out in pain. Yechin paid them no further heed. With his left hand wielding the knife, he raised it forward and mercilessly brought it down, resulting in Marquisha's desperate leap only managing to carry away Kelly's torso, failing to save her head. With a swift motion, the girl's head, still connected by a thread of sinew, soared into the air. At that moment, the knight's eyes reflected the visage of her companion, filled with utter despair and tragedy. Meanwhile, the hunter's gaze illuminated the features of his prey, revealing a grotesque and well-deserved fate. Chapter 85. The knight's assessment. With a resounding splatter, Kelly's blood painted Marquisha's entire form, rendering her expression utterly frozen in that moment. Without hesitation, Yechin charged forward, his crimson blood blade poised to carve into Marquisha's cheek, seemingly destined to escort both dear friends to the afterlife together. However, in that fleeting instant, the elderly Holy Light Knight Joskak, positioned 100 paces away, raised a pristine white rifle that had materialized from thin air, aiming it squarely at Yechin and forcefully pulling the trigger repeatedly. Bang, 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 bang. 5 gleaming white bullets erupted from the barrel, soaring above Marquisha's head and hurtling towards Yechin. Remarkably, this rifle did not require a bolt action. It fired in rapid succession, automatically ejecting spent casings. Although Yechin was mentally astounded by the sight of Joskak's unfamiliar semi-automatic rifle, instinct took over as soon as he heard the gunfire. He instinctively raised his tattered black cloak adorned with golden patterns to shield his vital points, simultaneously bending to evade while retaliating with his own firearm aimed at Joskak. Bang! Another shot rang out, and Yechin and Joskak immediately assumed contrasting postures. Yechin managed to dodge 2 holy light bullets, but the remaining 3 struck his arm, shoulder, and back respectively. Fortunately, the areas hit were all protected by the golden patterned cloak, and the power of Joskak's holy light bullets was comparable to the abyss bullets previously wielded by Xiaowalyuan. Having endured the trials of the second nightmare, Yechin and Oppo's flesh had been tempered, resulting in only superficial bruising upon his skin. Though painful, this did not severely hinder his subsequent actions. On Joskak's side, however, he appeared even more at ease. The blood splattered around him did not cause his body to flinch, nor did the energy barrier enveloping him show even a hint of damage, not a single crack to be seen. It remained unclear whether the diminished power of the blood bullet was due to distance decay or if Joskak's own strength had ascended to an extraordinary level. Nonetheless, Yechin's blood bullet inflicted no harm upon Joskak. Yechin rolled on the ground a few times before swiftly rising, casting a quick glance at Marquisha, who lay 5 meters away. She was furiously pushing Kelly's lifeless body off herself, her eyes filled with rage as she attempted to rise from the ground. Recognizing that he could not easily dispatch both prey in one decisive move, Yechin's expression darkened. He promptly turned and sprinted towards the slope beside the broad road, plunging into the depths of the lush forest below. Humph! Observing this, Joskak decisively discarded his empty white rifle, swiftly retrieving the cross-shaped longsword he had previously set down. He raised it high above his head, ready for the next encounter. Upon the manifestation of the Holy Light Knight's formidable presence, the entirety of the cross-shaped longsword in his grasp erupted in a brilliant white radiance. The end of its hilt extended into a luminous column, rendering the sword wielded by Josk into a veritable spear. The Holy Light Spear, the elderly knight mentally exclaimed, raising his hand to hurl the sword, now transformed into a javelin, towards the figure of a youth descending the slope. Whoosh! Yechin's ears detected the sound of slicing air from behind. He turned to glance, and his expression shifted dramatically. His legs immediately altered their course as he hastily lunged towards the grassy incline on the other side. However, although the youth narrowly evaded the sudden spear, The peculiar wave of energy it released still grazed his back, sending him soaring into the sky amidst a burst of dazzling light. Yechin and Apos' face contorted in shock as his body stiffly rotated in the air before ultimately landing amidst the underbrush at the foot of the slope. Taking advantage of the bushes for cover, he clumsily vanished into the depths of the forest. This boy, not only is he agile, but even the holy light bullets had little effect on him. At the very least, he is a second-tier nightmare sensor. Josk gazed in astonishment as Yechin disappeared into the woods, pondering silently. After a moment of hesitation, he turned to approach his students. At that moment, Tucker and Zhang In stood together, clutching their bleeding arms, brows furrowed and silent. Beneath them, Marquisa sat despondently, weeping uncontrollably as she cradled Kelly's lifeless head. It appears we have encountered a significant setback. Josk's expression grew somber as he gazed at Kelly's corpse and severed head, letting out a deep sigh filled with regret and sorrow. I apologize, it was my misjudgment. I should have personally subdued that boy who emerged from the labyrinth at the first opportunity. His strength far exceeds any adversaries you have faced in the past. He is beyond your current capabilities. Hearing the instructor's grave tone, the three students lifted their faces, filled with sorrow and resentment, glaring at him intensely. Tucker gripped his sword and shield tightly, his eyes reddened as he questioned Josk. Zhang In slammed his hammer onto the ground, now so enraged that he forgot to address Josk with honorifics. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Josk finally opened his bloodshot eyes. What I mean is, consider this your final assessment as Holy Light Knights. The elderly man spoke with a serious tone. Final assessment? The three aspiring knights stood in a line, astonished as they regarded their instructor. Indeed, the final assessment. Thus, to slay him will constitute the core of your selection process as aspiring knights. Josk inhaled deeply and continued to proclaim to the group in a resounding voice. Once the target has been eliminated, regardless of the efforts you have exerted during this period, I shall personally beseech the Holy Light headquarters to grant you an exceptional promotion to full-fledged Holy Knights, carrying forth Kelly's dying wish to become true Holy Knights. Do any of you dissent? The three young Squire Knights, upon hearing their instructor and Apos' words, were filled with a profound sorrow and resentment over the loss of their comrade, yet simultaneously brimming with aspirations and longing for the esteemed title of Full Knight. Report to the instructor. None. Chapter 86. The Power of Holy Light. Excellent. He extended his hand and retrieved a scroll adorned with arcane runes from his bosom. As the surface of the scroll radiated with a luminous white glow, three pendants materialized from thin air, descending gently into Josk's palm. These were the maze-sensing pendants, originally reserved for the chosen knights. Yet the current circumstances warranted their temporary use by you. Though I previously stated that the enemy's strength exceeds your capabilities, it is primarily due to his superior composure and decisiveness. Setting aside the mental aspects, in terms of the power you command, you are not vastly different from him. Moreover, my earlier Holy Light spear has struck his body. Thus, his condition cannot be particularly favorable, and he cannot have fled far. Therefore, rely on the direction indicated by the maze-sensing pendants and search for the enemy's traces in a fan-shaped formation throughout the forest. Upon any discovery, promptly fire a signal flare, and the others shall hasten to the designated location. I will perform a prayer ritual for Kelly here and will soon follow in your footsteps. After explaining, Josk distributed the pendants to the three aspiring knights, simultaneously releasing a surge of pristine energy to tend to the injuries of Tuck and Zhang In, facilitating a gradual healing of their wounds. Now, young knights, let us embark, the venerable Holy Light Knight proclaimed, bringing his right hand together with the index and middle fingers aligned while the others remained clenched, tracing a four-pointed star before reciting the sacred prayer unique to the Holy Light Knights. May the Holy Light bless you. May the Holy Light guide our path. Upon completing his words, the three young knights grasped their weapons firmly, their steps resolute and imbued with vengeance, as they leaped down the slope, racing into the forest where their target had fled. Zhang In, you shall search towards the southeast. Marquisa, head southwest. I will take charge of the due south. Tuck instructed while sprinting through the woods with his heavy sword and shield. Remember, if you do not have absolute certainty of the enemy's position, do not fire the signal flares recklessly. Should we converge at the wrong location, we will squander precious time, allowing the enemy greater chances to escape unscathed. Understood. Hearing Tuck's calm directives, Zhang In and Marquisa nodded decisively in agreement. Very well, let us part ways and take care. As Tuck's voice faded, the trio immediately split into three paths, heading towards the wooded area indicated by the maze, sensing pendants for a comprehensive search and pursuit of their target. After bidding farewell to his students, Josk then retrieved a white cloth from the peculiar scroll, approaching Kelly's lifeless form and gently covering her body with the fabric. Within the teachings of the Holy Light Knights, there exists a doctrine stipulating that should a knight perish without receiving the sacred farewell ritual from his comrades in a timely manner, his remains, if not enveloped in the shroud of honor, shall wander aimlessly in the liminal space between heaven and hell. For every fleeting second that his surviving comrades delay, the soul shall endure a day of suffering. It is for this reason that Josk has chosen to temporarily set aside his hatred to bid farewell to Kelly. May the Holy Spirit embrace your valiant soul. A minute later, as Josk concluded his moment of silence with these words, the white cloth responded to an unseen summons, revealing countless dazzling specks of light that caused the outline of Kelly's corpse to gradually fade away, ultimately vanishing as though absorbed by the very fabric. He then swiftly descended the grassy slope, withdrawing his cross-shaped longsword, deeply embedded in the soil, and vanished into the depths of the forest like the students before him. Yechin leaned against a sturdy tree in the vast forest, gazing down at his arms and legs. At that moment, his limbs bore the vivid crimson marks from the recent shockwave of the Holy Light Spear. More crucially, the white light that emanated from the shock seemed to seep into the wounds on Yechin and Apos' skin, surging within him, evoking an uncanny sensation in his heart, warmth, comfort, and profound emotion. In the next instant, Yechin's body and mind were washed over by an unprecedented strange signal, as if every cell within him had been stirred into a state of excitement. What? Yechin's expression shifted in shock as he swiftly channeled his aura, cleansing his limbs and body through the flow of his blood, striving to dispel the disquieting white light that affected his spirit. After regaining his composure, Yechin took a deep breath and utilized spatial access to retrieve the unique emerald green ointment that Mute had specially gifted him before departing from the Sandgrass hidden realm. Hastily applying it to his bruises, Yechin, if you must confront the Holy Light Knights in battle, it is imperative that you first comprehend the essence of your adversary's abilities. Unlike the nightmare seers and abyssal creatures you encountered in the Eternal Winter Realm, the powers wielded by the Holy Light Knights belong to a third energy system that coexists with both aura and abyssal forces, known as the Holy Light Power. If the characteristic of aura lies in its manifestation of various effects based on individual spiritual essence, and the abyssal power is defined by its remarkable regenerative capabilities, prolific nature, and mental erosion, then the Holy Light Power can be encapsulated by its attributes of pure defensive enhancement, offensive amplification, and faith cultivation. Once a knight establishes a connection of faith with the Holy Spirit and awakens the power of Holy Light, their physical strength undergoes a remarkable transformation akin to that of a nightmare empath, enveloped by an energy field formed by the Holy Light. Known as the Holy Barrier, the knight gains a comprehensive, all-weather shield that follows them everywhere, its defensive strength enhancing in accordance with the purity of their holy light. Moreover, the Holy Light Knight possesses the ability to alter the form of their weapon through the Holy Light, significantly augmenting its lethality. In some respects, this bears a subtle resemblance to the effects of your blood arcane arts. In essence, the combat style of the Holy Light Knight is characterized by an unwavering pursuit of sheer strength, manifesting in both their offensive and defensive strategies, embodying the principle of absolute resilience and ferocity. In addition, much like the power of the Abyss, the Holy Light exerts a psychological influence over enemies. However, while the Abyss conquers through fear, the Holy Light subjugates the soul through faith. Should you be wounded by the Knight's Holy Light, it will penetrate your heart, invoking an inexplicable sense of joy and satisfaction, leading to feelings of gratitude towards the Holy Light and a desire to submit and repent before its servants. Thus, when engaging in battle with Holy Light Knights, it is imperative to avoid direct confrontation. If ensnared, one must resolutely fortify their spirit, rejecting the allure of the Holy Light. Remembering one's identity as a hunter, unyielding to divine mercy. Employing one's strengths against their weaknesses is a concept you have surely internalized. Now, regarding the Holy Barrier and faith domestication mentioned by Lyle, Yechin has personally encountered their troublesome nature. Earlier, he refrained from allowing Tucker and Zhang In to retreat like Josk, positioning them 30 meters away on either side, as Yechin intended to dispatch them with a counterattack from blood bullets. However, the Holy Barrier before Tucker and Zhang In absorbed most of the damage from the blood bullets, leaving them with only minor injuries, a seemingly miraculous technique safeguarding the knights' lives. This implies that should Yechin encounter these knights again in combat, he must first shatter their Holy Barrier, akin to his assault on Kelly, to inflict fatal damage upon their bodies. Furthermore, Yechin must steadfastly maintain his resolve during battle to avoid succumbing to the faith domestication of the Holy Light, which seeks to ensnare with its deceptive benevolence. Should his will waver in combat, the only outcome awaiting Yechin would be death, a death likely to be agonizing and tormenting in nature. Chapter 87. Knight Tuck of the Sword and Shield. The power of the Holy Light is indeed troublesome. Yechin sighed helplessly, his head bowed in resignation. After being relentlessly pursued by the abyss for an entire month, he had hoped that upon arriving in this new world, he might find respite, but instead, he was once again hunted by the Holy Light. The whims of fate were truly cruel, leaving him in a state of profound anguish. However, the young man understood that lamenting his plight would yield no benefit, so he quickly regained his composure and turned his gaze toward the towering peak of the Hunter's summit, resolutely setting off in that direction. As he sped forward, Yechin contemplated his next strategy. Judging by the distance, the Hunter and Appos' summit was still several dozen kilometers away, and considering the complex terrain of the forest, it would take him at least 10 minutes to reach Hunter Town. The knights of his age wielded holy light powers similar to his own arcane energy, posing minimal threat. Yet, that old man was an entirely different matter. He clearly surpassed Yechin, representing a formidable danger. There could be no lingering. He must prioritize reaching Hunter Town. Once there, it was unlikely that those corrupt knights of the Holy Light would dare to act recklessly. With this thought in mind, Yechin endured the pain coursing through his limbs and quickened his pace. Suddenly, the ground behind him began to tremble violently. At that moment, the surrounding trees swayed dramatically, as if trembling in fear of some heavy presence barreling toward them from behind. Thud, thud, thud. Hearing this sound, Yechin and Appos' expression shifted as he turned to look back. There, among the trees, he spotted a towering figure brandishing a heavy shield and a sharp broadsword. In that moment, under the terrifying acceleration of the Holy Light, Tuck glared at him with blood-red eyes. A fearsome expression etched across his face as he charged directly toward Yechin. Tuck, Kelly, Marquisa, and Zhang were all born into noble families within the Holy Light Sanctum. From the age of 5, their talents had caught the attention of the Holy Light Knights, and they entered the Holy Light City with a sense of honor, studying at the Knight Academy. Under the guidance of their instructor, Josk, the 4 children formed a study group, constantly reinforcing their faith and honing their skills. 12 years passed swiftly, and the 4 youths ultimately ascended from mere followers of the Holy Light to prospective Holy Knights, continually passing through rounds of assessments set by the Church, narrowing the gap between reality and their aspirations. Thus, Tuck, Mary, Marquisa, and Zhang could be seen as siblings who had grown up together, supporting one another, as well as steadfast comrades united by the shared ideal of becoming official Holy Knights. Among them, Tuck, being the eldest of their study group, naturally often took on the role of the older brother. He had once believed that the 4 would progress, grow, and eventually become full-fledged Holy Knights, adorned with glory together. However, Tucker could never have anticipated that when Yechin's blade descended, everything would irrevocably change. Kelly lay dead, and the once united group of 4 had been reduced to 3, forever. Kelly, rest assured, before I become a full-fledged knight, I shall avenge you. I will ensure that Beast experiences suffering 100-fold greater than yours. Tucker vowed bitterly within himself. After parting ways with Zhang and Marquisa, who were equally consumed by resentment, he grasped his sword and shield, charging deep into the southern depths of the forest. Not long after Tucker began his swift advance, the labyrinthine pendant hanging around his neck suddenly flickered with urgency, the red dot on its crystalline surface flashing rapidly. Ding ding ding. Sensing the peculiar agitation of the pendant, Tucker and Appos' brow furrowed in intensity. He realized he had triggered a warning. The enemy lurked somewhere ahead in the dense foliage, and they were alarmingly close. Tucker's gaze swiftly scanned the verdant surroundings, yet he could discern no moving figures, only the rustling of insects and the songs of birds, as if the adversary had sensed his approach and was concealing themselves nearby. Reflexively, Tucker's hand reached for his pouch, intending to deploy a signal flare to summon his companions. However, as he had yet to lay eyes on Yechin, he hesitated, ultimately deciding to conduct a search himself. After all, a misfire in signaling could squander precious time for his team, and such a grave error might cost Tucker the chance for revenge forever. Thus, he continued, sword and shield in hand, vigilantly traversing the woods. As Tucker leapt from a small hill into the clearing below, the red dot on his labyrinth pendant began to flicker with unprecedented speed. Simultaneously, a rustling sound erupted from the nearby thicket. Was that Tucker's expression shifted as he swiftly turned toward the source of the noise. Yet, the years spent honing his combat awareness under Instructor Josk had instilled in him a reflexive understanding. The sound that reached his ears resembled that of small stones dropping to the ground. This was likely a feint, a distraction. Years of accumulated combat experience sharpened Tucker's mind in an instant. Amidst this calm, he detected another subtle sound emanating from his flank. Tucker pivoted his gaze and shield in that direction, only to behold a figure concealed within the underbrush, poised to pull the trigger of a gleaming silver revolver. Bang! The gunshot erupted, a vibrant crimson bullet hurtling forth from the shadows of the thicket, closing the mere 3-meter distance to strike directly at Tucker and Apos' front. With a powerful swing of his arm, he raised his shield before him. Holy Light Shield. As he internally shouted, the white shield instantaneously radiated a profound, sanctified light, causing its surface to expand and envelop Tark's front entirely. In the following moment, Yechin's blood bullet collided fiercely with Tark's Holy Light Shield, resulting in a violent explosion. Boom! Under the assault of blood, the sanctified force field adhering to the shield and Apos' surface instantly manifested numerous cracks, while the shield itself concaved inward due to the immense shockwave, prompting the wielder to stagger backwards several paces. At that moment, both Yechin and Tark bore expressions of astonishment of similar intensity. Such formidable power! Tark and Apos' heart was astounded. Although he had previously endured a blood bullet from Yechin that shattered his holy barrier, the impact had only left a superficial wound on his arm due to the distance. Thus, he had not harbored any fear towards Yechin's technique. However, upon witnessing his own formidable Holy Light Shield, which far surpassed the holy barrier, suffer cracks from the incoming blood bullet, Tark could no longer suppress his dismay. This Holy Light Shield was Tark's pride and confidence after years of mastery, yet today it had been ravaged by Yechin's seemingly inconsequential small-caliber bullet, resulting in countless fissures and a significant dent. Such impenetrable defense, Yechin pondered. Although he had gleaned from Lyle's journal that knights wielding sanctified light excelled in both offense and defense, witnessing his blood bullet fail to breach Tark's defenses at a distance of less than 3 meters left Yechin's expression incredulous. The blood bullet, since awakening his innate arcane art, had always been Yechin's most destructive trump card, capable of piercing even the formidable abyssal tracker, leaving a gaping wound. Yet now, this blood bullet, despite being launched from a remarkably close range, was met head-on by Tark's defense. Even though Yechin had caused the shield to crack and left a significant dent, he had not inflicted any effective damage upon Tark, which only served to heighten his surprise and frustration. Chapter 88. A life-or-death struggle. The power of the Holy Light proved to be astonishingly different from both the power of the arcane and the abyss. It was remarkably formidable. Yechin mused quietly, his fingers, which were poised on the trigger of his revolver, suddenly wavered. Upon sensing that Tucker had approached his vicinity, Yechin had concealed himself within a thicket, utilizing the revitalizing properties of the bloodlowerty to prepare 4 blood bullets in his revolver's chamber. Currently, 3 blood bullets remained in his possession, although Tucker had successfully withstood Yechin's assault. The concave state of his shield and the fragmented energy surrounding it indicated to Yechin that if he were to unleash the remaining blood bullets, he would likely shatter Tucker's defenses, inflicting significant harm or perhaps even resulting in his immediate demise. However, Yechin refrained from such an action, for the threat to his life was not limited to Tucker alone. Zhang-In, Ma-Chi-Sha, and the formidable Instructor Josk, who surpassed Yechin in both age and strength, were all meticulously tracking his every move. To withstand the encroaching onslaught from his pursuers, Yechin could not afford to reveal all his trump cards. Survival amidst this frenzy of opponents necessitated utmost caution. Just as Yechin grappled with these concerns, Tucker, wielding his shield in his right hand, swiftly retrieved a signal flare from his pouch with his left, launching it forcefully into the air above. With a resounding boom, Yechin glanced upward, witnessing a cascade of brilliant golden light erupting over the treetops, signaling his location to the knights scattered throughout the forest. The moment the flare detonated, Yechin wasted no time and dashed into the depths of the woods. Tucker's action was undoubtedly a call for reinforcements from the 2 aspiring knights and 1 full knight still remaining in the forest. At that moment, Zhang-In, Ma-Chi-Sha, and Josk, who were dispersed among the trees, would undoubtedly rush to this location at full speed. Should Yechin find himself encircled by their combined efforts, his fate would be sealed. There were no hostages this time to buy him precious moments for escape. Yet, Tucker had anticipated Yechin's flight. The instant Yechin lifted his foot to flee, Tucker was already poised to pursue. Having marked the enemy and Apos' coordinates for his comrades. Tucker's sole objective was to relentlessly track Yechin. Even if he could not slay him alone, he was determined to impede Yechin's escape. Even at the cost of his own life, the young knight, consumed by vengeance, would not hesitate. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless chase through the uneven terrain of the forest. Due to the injury Yechin had sustained earlier from Josk and Appos' holy light spear, his speed lagged behind Tucker's, and he was soon overtaken. Listening to the increasingly clear and frenzied sound of footsteps closing in behind him, Yechin swiftly turned and drew his weapon, assuming a threatening stance. However, Tucker, undeterred by the display, charged forward, shield raised, pressing directly towards Yechin. Tucker and Appos' bloodshot eyes were fixated intently on Yechin and Appos' gun barrel, devoid of fear or concern for his injuries, consumed solely by a fierce obsession to rend him into pieces. Thus, the blustering tactic that Yechin had employed to gain an advantage against the head gorilla bore no fruit against Tucker, as their psychological fortitude resided on entirely different planes. With a resounding thud, the knight's large shield missed its mark and subsequently smashed a massive boulder into dust. In the next instant, countless fragments of stone erupted outward, some hurtling toward Yechin's face, yet he did not flinch. Through such unwavering focus, Yechin, rising from the ground, discerned Tucker's white sword shadow, which followed the debris with ferocity. Realizing he could not evade, Yechin swiftly raised his slender blade, stained with his own blood, and unleashed a rapid arc of steel to clash against the descending sword strike. Clang! The long knife, imbued with the power of Auling, met the long sword, encased in holy light, emitting a sharp metallic resonance. The opposing energies clashed, creating ripples in the air surrounding both hunter and knight. Consequently, the force of the impact sent Yechin and Tucker reeling backward. However, while Tucker managed to regain his footing after a mere 10 steps, Yechin found himself toppled against a massive tree trunk, which he instantaneously splintered, rendering the outcome of their struggle unmistakable. With a heavy thud, Yechin fell to the earth behind the broken tree, gasping for breath before quickly rising once more. Though his prior defeat was partially due to his hasty blade movement, the primary reason lay in the robust nature of the holy light. Its formidable defense and offense seemed tailor-made for knights who confront foes head-on, once again illustrating to Yechin the considerable difference between it and the power of the abyss. He could not afford a direct confrontation. Cunning was his only recourse. Engraving this notion in his mind, the youth steadied his grip on the hilt as he observed Tucker charging at him once more, shield and sword in hand, preparing to reformulate his stance for battle. Die. Tucker's furious gaze locked onto Yechin as he swung his shield mightily. Yet, Yechin saw the gap beneath Tucker's shield, crouched low, and nimbly evaded the shield strike like a lizard. In that moment of hesitation, Yechin's blood blade struck like a red serpent slithering close to the ground, lunging toward Tucker's armored ankle. With a crisp sound, the vivid blade left a multitude of shattered marks on Tucker's holy barrier beside his foot, leaving the energy shield that protected him from shattering and dissipating merely an inch away from destruction. Ah, Tucker gasped, his expression shifting from shock to rage, as he raised his single-handed sword with his left hand, unleashing a furious downward strike aimed at the grounded Yechin. However, Yechin, who lay on the ground, was quicker by a beat. After swinging his blade, he immediately drew a revolver, mercilessly aiming the barrel at Tucker's left arm, now devoid of the shield's protection, which held the raised longsword. Bang! The gunshot reverberated, and the Appos' holy barrier, and Appos, riddled with cracks before Tucker and Appos' left arm, ultimately succumbed to the explosive impact of the blood bullet, shattering into countless pure white fragments that danced through the air. Tucker's face contorted in agony, yet despite the excruciating pain, the young squire summoned an indomitable will, resolutely refusing to fall. In the next moment, gritting his teeth, he fiercely swung his shield with his still-functioning right hand, hoping to crush Yechin into a pulp. However, Yechin's unexpected maneuver once again caught Tucker off guard. He crouched and lunged forward, unhesitatingly vaulting through Tucker's legs. When the knight, who held honor and decorum in the highest regard, turned in bewilderment, the hunter, driven solely by efficiency and results, had already thrust his crimson blade. Tucker, taken aback, instinctively sidestepped. Although his heart was spared, Yechin's blood blade still found its way diagonally into his left shoulder, piercing through to his back without hesitation. Whoosh! The sound of flesh tearing rang sharply. In that moment, both Tucker's sword and shield fell uncontrollably to the ground, while his features twisted in agony. However, at that very moment, the familiar figure of Kelly flickered before his eyes. Kelly, rest assured, even if I perish, I will drag this scoundrel down with me. Having silently vowed this in his heart, his mangled left hand grasped the blade embedded in his shoulder, not only preventing Yechin from withdrawing it, but also pulling Yechin towards him. Yechin, witnessing this, was taken aback, his hands instinctively releasing the hilt. Yet, Tucker's right leg, imbued with a surge of holy light and resolve, unleashed a powerful gust as it struck, landing forcefully in Yechin's lower abdomen, which was fortuitously uncovered by the golden-patterned black cloak. Yechin's expression contorted, and he was sent flying several dozen meters by Tucker's kick. He crashed through trees and shattered rocks, ultimately landing on a flat patch of grass, unable to contain himself as he expelled a spray of crimson, staining the vibrant green grass a glaring red. Chapter 89. The Bear Choke Cough. Cough. Yechin lay sprawled on the grass, clutching his abdomen tightly, his face twisted in agony as he coughed violently. At this moment, a powerful wave of dizziness surged through his mind, enveloping his vision in a haze. The young man had just endured a heavy kick imbued with the power of sacred light, nearly sending him into unconsciousness. Should Yechin lose consciousness, he would undoubtedly become a mere fish on the chopping block for the Holy Light Knights, awaiting his grim fate. He was perilously close to ruin, just a hair's breadth away. With a trembling gaze, Yechin glanced at the blood he had spat onto the grass, and with great effort, he pushed himself up on quaking arms. Meanwhile, Tuck, still impaled by a blood-red long knife in his back, struggled to bend down and retrieve his fallen one-handed sword. He then staggered forward, slowly approaching Yechin. Yechin furrowed his brow, forcing his consciousness to stabilize, and he gasped for breath as he turned his head. To his dismay, he saw the struggling figure of Tuck now less than a meter away. His pupils constricted, and with trembling hands, he drew his silver revolver, aiming it at Tuck to fire the end Appos, blood bullet, and Appos. At this juncture, he could no longer afford to hold back. However, Tuck had anticipated Yechin and Appos' intentions, swiftly kicking the revolver from his grasp. Clang! The silver revolver fell onto the grass, and Yechin was sent tumbling over several times by Tuck and Appos' forceful kick. Landing on the ground once more, gasping for breath, the near-death knight continued to approach, wielding his one-handed sword unsteadily. The disoriented hunter, meanwhile, pressed his fingertip, infused with arcane energy, against his forehead, striving to stimulate his rattled thoughts, as Tuck, pale and determined, gripped his one-handed sword with his still functional right arm and swung down towards the kneeling Yechin. The hunter's dazed eyes finally regained clarity in the critical moment of life and death. Yechin stared into Tuck's descending blade with a fierce will to survive shining in his blue eyes. With a low center of gravity, he sidestepped just in time, his cheek grazing the edge of Tuck's sword. In the next instant, he swiftly maneuvered behind Tuck. Then, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, Yechin lunged at the knight, forcefully bringing him down to the ground. Seizing the fleeting opportunity as Tuck struggled against his wound, Yechin's right arm shot out, wrapping tightly around Tuck's neck. He secured his grip by pressing his right palm firmly against his left bicep, while his left hand pressed down on Tuck's skull. His torso aligning closely with Tuck's neck, and his legs braced against the inner side of Tuck's thighs. In a fleeting moment, Tucker found himself ensnared by a lethal chokehold executed by Yechin, unable to resist. As he realized the dire nature of his predicament, he summoned his last breath before succumbing to cerebral hypoxia, channeling the radiant power of holy light that surged from his back to fiercely assault Yechin's chest. The hunter, however, remained undeterred, his features contorted in a menacing grimace as he exerted his strength, conjuring a thin armor of arcane energy to counter the onslaught of holy light, all while intensifying his grip on Tucker. As Tucker's consciousness began to wane, his gaze turned increasingly ethereal. Carrie, rest assured, I will avenge you. I will ensure his demise. In those final moments, Tucker unleashed a last, desperate roar, the holy light surrounding him swelling in response to his unwavering conviction, crashing toward Yechin's form. Yet, in that instant, the hunter's bloodied fangs snapped mercilessly, sinking into the unsuspecting nape of the knight's neck. A dull thud echoed, and the young squire shuddered violently before falling still. The once mighty surge of holy light ebbed away, dissipating into strands of luminescence that floated away from Tucker's body, ultimately vanishing into the air. Once he confirmed Tucker's demise, Yechin pushed aside the now-cold corpse, expelling the remnants of brain matter from his mouth as he awkwardly regained his footing. Gasping for fresh air, he endured the acrid scent of blood filling his mouth. After a moment of respite, he retrieved the revolver that had fallen to the ground and staggered over to the lifeless body of his prey, reaching for the elongated dagger embedded in Tucker's shoulder and withdrawing it with a swift motion. Meanwhile, Zhang En, burdened by a heavy hammer, halted his exploration upon witnessing a dazzling burst of light in the southern expanse of the treetops, immediately pivoting toward the location marked by Tucker. After approximately 10 minutes of fervent pursuit, another figure emerged alongside Zhang Yin, his comrade, the lithe and graceful Marquisa. Upon their encounter, they exchanged knowing nods before racing together toward the signal flare's designated spot, navigating through thickets, leaping over wooded hills, and descending onto flat ground. Zhang Yin and Marquisa eventually arrived at a secluded corner of the lawn, where they beheld a towering silhouette. The figure lay prone in the grass, clad in bloody light armor. Nearby, a stained slender sword and a shattered large shield lay testament to the brutal skirmish that had unfolded. The grim scene was enough for Zhang Yin and Marquisa to swiftly grasp the harsh reality before them. Their comrade who had sent the signal had fallen. They had lost yet another ally, yet another family member. At that moment, both Zhang Yin and Machisha's faces turned ashen, their limbs trembling uncontrollably. Tak, the last two aspiring knights of the knightly order were shaken, and they let out a mournful cry before rushing towards Tak and Apos' lifeless form. However, as Zhang Yin drew closer to Tak's body, his foot inadvertently stepped into a shallow pit in the soil before Tak. In the next instant, a sharp, blood-stained metallic trap burst forth from the ground, catching Zhang Yin by surprise as it lunged towards the protective barrier surrounding him, the holy shield. With a clang, the trap closed around the holy shield, instantly shredding it into countless fragments, yet it did not shatter entirely, allowing Zhang Yin to narrowly withdraw his foot from the unexpected snare. "Zhang Yin, are you all right?" Ma Qisha exclaimed, rushing forward in alarm upon witnessing Zhang Yin's near misfortune. I'm fine, he replied, his voice trembling. The one who emerged from the labyrinth was not only merciless but even desecrated the dead for his own gain. To what extent could he be so treacherous? Since Kelly and Apos' demise, now even Tak is gone. In sorrow, Zhang Yin murmured, collapsing to his knees, his heavy hammer crashing down upon the ground, obliterating the trap into fragments. Yet, this act did little to alleviate the profound anguish he felt within. At that moment, Machisha knelt beside Zhang Yin, retrieving a scroll and then pulling forth a white cloth from it to cover Tak's body. "May the Holy Spirit embrace your valiant soul." After Machisha completed her solemn prayer, Tak and Apos' body, much like Kelly and Apos' transformed into wisps of light, ultimately being absorbed into the pristine, glorious cloth. Subsequently, Machisha placed her hand on Zhang Yin's shoulder. "Let us seek vengeance for them." At her words, Zhang Yin slowly lifted his gaze. He noticed that Machisha's eyes were intently fixed on a trail of blood leading deeper into the forest. The sacrifices of Kelly and Tak must not be in vain. Even if the instructor cannot arrive in time, as long as the two of us unite, we will surely succeed to kill him together. To avenge Kelly and Tak, Zhang Yin. May the holy light guide our path forward. With that, Machisha rose to her feet. May the holy light bless us. Chapter 90. The Warhammer Knight Zhang and Yechin staggered along the forest path, casting a glance towards the distant silhouette of Spiral Mountain before shifting his gaze to meticulously scrutinize his surroundings for any anomalies. Despite the persistent ache in his bruised abdomen and a relentless temptation to relinquish his weapon and seek penance in the holy light, Yechin remained resolute. Refusing to succumb to despair, the youth raised his silver revolver, spinning its cylinder to examine the two remaining blood bullets in the chamber. He then poured fresh blood from his wound into the third cartridge, forging another blood bullet. Although the cooling period for crafting blood-based ammunition had elapsed, the creation of this new bullet left him feeling noticeably lightheaded, a consequence of his injuries. This third blood bullet represented the utmost limit of his current capabilities. At that moment, no new pursuers had yet emerged. Nevertheless, Yechin harbored no fear of impending foes. Along his journey, he had meticulously laid several surprises to hinder their advance. The bloodstains scattered near the corpse of Tucker were intentionally left by Yechin to lure his enemies into his trap. Should any knight dare to follow the trail of blood directly towards him, they would unwittingly encounter the 10 concealed blood-scented snares and 5 hidden wire traps, soaked in blood, positioned along the path, a gift they would never anticipate. The faster the knights ran, the more lethal these gifts would become. A carefully orchestrated surprise set by Yechin for his pursuers. However, the youth's tranquility was abruptly shattered after merely 10 minutes by a disturbance emanating from the opposite side of the forest. From the thicket to his left, a figure burst forth, none other than the sledgehammer-wielding knight in training, Zhang Yin. Upon witnessing this, Yechin swiftly concealed himself within the underbrush. Contrary to his expectations, Zhang Yin did not follow the blood trail, but instead sought a secluded route. Veering into the woods to the left of the bloodstains and conducting a diagonal search towards the southeast, it appeared that after suffering the loss of 2 comrades, Zhang Yin was proceeding with utmost caution. Even upon seeing the bloodstains, he remained wary of Yechin's potential traps and deliberately chose to take a detour. The situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Yechin furrowed his brow, silently lamenting as he continued to hide in the shadows of the grass. Although Zhang Yin initially failed to detect Yechin and Appo's presence as he moved away from Yechin, the red dot on the labyrinthine sensing pendant around his neck began to flicker at a noticeably slower pace. Zhang Yin understood this to be a symbol of his increasing distance from Yechin, prompting him to immediately change direction in an attempt to locate the position where the red dot flickered most rapidly. At that very moment, another figure leaped forth from the thicket to Yechin and Appo's right, a spear-wielding Markisha. Initially, much like Zhang Yin, she navigated through the dense forest towards the direction deviating from Yechin. However, upon noticing the weakening signal of the maze-sensing pendant, Markisha promptly turned back, striving to discern the most precise direction of Yechin. Thus, the man and woman continuously narrowed their search within the flourishing, verdant tree sea. Yechin held his breath, acutely aware that retreat was no longer an option. Seizing the fleeting moment before the last vestige of dusk arrived, he boldly burst forth from the underbrush, exposing himself to Zhang Yin and Markisha's gaze, and charged straight towards Spiral Mountain. At last, I have found you. A fierce animosity ignited as Zhang Yin and Markisha beheld the unmistakable figure before them, their eyes, each of a different hue, suddenly tinged with crimson, reflecting their fierce obsession with vengeance for their fallen comrade. In that instant, the holy light emanating from the legs of the 2 aspiring knights transformed into a frenzied propulsion, propelling them forward like arrows loosed from a bow towards their foe's retreating silhouette. Yechin, already nursing injuries, found himself flanked by Zhang Yin and Markisha in no time. The 2 knights exchanged glances, and with a nod, Zhang Yin indicated his intention to initiate the assault. With a powerful stomp, he grounded himself, raising his massive hammer high, leaping forward with terrifying momentum aimed directly at Yechin's head. Holy Light Warhammer! Zhang Yin cried out internally as the heavy, radiant head of the hammer descended, intent on pulverizing Yechin's skull. Bang! In the next moment, Zhang Yin's hammer struck with ferocity where Yechin had just stood. Although it failed to hit the agile Yechin directly, the impact created a tumultuous splash of holy light, sending forth a cascade of luminescent waves that surged violently towards Yechin's form. The hunter curled into a ball, bracing himself with his golden threaded black cloak against the aftershock of the knight's brutal strike. He was thrown backward, tumbling through the air for a distance of 10 meters before he finally rolled onto the ground. Following this, Markisha elegantly leapt into action, brandishing her long, sharp spear. She arched gracefully through the air, launching a sudden assault at Yechin. With his bloodied face raised, Yechin glimpsed the approaching figure and, without hesitation, drew his revolver, ready to fire at Markisha. However, Zhang Yin, having partnered with Markisha for many years, had already hurled his hammer forcefully, arcing beneath Markisha and directly obstructing Yechin's gun barrel. With a swift thrust, Markisha's spear pierced downward, its sharp tip embedding itself into Yechin's golden-threaded black cloak, tearing away a significant portion of flesh from his concealed right arm. Yechin grimaced, intent on drawing his weapon again, but Markisha adeptly withdrew her spear and flipped backward, replaced by Zhang Yin's hammer, now glowing with holy light, sweeping in from another angle. Seeing their flawless, fluid coordination, Yechin dared not hold back. He immediately aimed his gun at the incoming radiant hammer and fired. Bang! The sound of gunfire and the clash of the war hammer resonated simultaneously as the blood bullet and the holy light hammer collided fiercely, intertwining their crimson and radiant energies. However, this entanglement yielded results in the blink of an eye. The sanguine force unleashed by the bullet sent Zhang Yin's massive hammer staggering, momentarily halting his movements. Simultaneously, the brilliant splashes emanating from the hammer sent Yechin hurtling through the air once more. Humph! Yechin, suppressing the pain within his chest, performed several somersaults mid-air before managing to stabilize himself. He then took aim at Zhang Yin's paused figure and decisively pulled the trigger for a second time, firing the penultimate blood-infused round from his revolver's chamber. Zhang Yin, anticipating this, raised his arm to shield his vital points while channeling all his internal holy light energy into defense. The second blood bullet struck the fortified holy barrier, shattering it into countless fragments of lost light in an instant. Nevertheless, the ferocity of the blood was significantly diminished, merely forcing Zhang In back a few steps, ultimately leaving a bloodstained crack upon his arm guard. This holy barrier is indeed troublesome, Yechin pondered gravely, just as he steadied himself upon landing, when Markish's long spear swung towards him from the side. However, the greater concern lay in the synergy between these two combatants. As the hunter contemplated this, he prepared to parry the knight's thrust with his left-hand blade. Yet at that moment, the long spear in his opponent's grasp astonishingly transformed into several segments connected by iron chains, morphing into a whip-like form that deftly evaded Yechin's blade before striking fiercely at his right leg.